In the study of the general's residence within the kingdom of Auli on the continent of kings, a 14-year-old boy with jet black hair was hunched over a desk, copying down texts from a medical book. As he rubbed his sore bottom, still stinging from his father's earlier punishment, he muttered complaints under his breath. This restless boy was named Asura, the third son of Confrontation, the great general who protected the nation. The A family had been a lineage of military leaders for 3 generations. Asura's grandfather, Adalfu, had expanded the kingdom's territory and laid a solid foundation for the royal family. His father, Confrontation, had formed the Iron Army known as the Mountain Shakers, becoming the backbone of Auli. His mother, Chen Lan, a wood element mage, was not only a skilled homemaker but also an excellent teacher. Asura's maternal grandfather, Chen Zongren, was a renowned physician and alchemist, celebrated throughout Auli. Yet, despite this illustrious family background, the kingdom of Auli was but a feeble and insignificant state among the 14 vassal nations of the Valenci Empire. Within the general's residence lived 4 children. The eldest son, Anaga, was 18 and both scholarly and skilled in combat, having reached the level of a first-rank warrior. He was already capable of leading troops into battle. The second son, Asubo, 15, was deeply passionate about martial arts, with the strength of a third-rank warrior, and aspired to further his studies at Augustus Academy. The youngest, Azia, only 12, was already blossoming into a graceful young lady and had awakened the same wood element magic talent as her mother, reaching the level of a second-rank magic apprentice. The third son, Asura, however, was an entirely different story. This exceptionally bright boy, gifted with extraordinary memory and comprehension, refused to channel his talents into anything productive. He neither enjoyed studying nor practicing martial arts, but instead delighted in causing mischief. He had driven away 3 tutors with his antics, 2 of whom had fainted from sheer frustration. During exams, he relied on his photographic memory to skim through the material and scrape by. Hoping to temper his unruly nature, his father sent him to train with the Mountain Shakers. Yet, the military camp became nothing more than a new playground for his pranks. Midnight false alarms, firecrackers hidden in the latrines, butter smeared on saddles. Every trick bore his signature, though no evidence could ever be traced back to him. The final straw came when Deputy General Handang found a toad inside his steamed bun. The tough, battle-hardened man broke down in tears, kneeling before the general's residence to plead for Asura's removal from the camp. The family's opinions about this mischievous boy varied widely. His father, Confrontation, was often so enraged that veins bulged visibly on his forehead, while his grandfather, Adalfu, would merely laugh, predicting that Asura would achieve great things in the future. His mother, Chen Lan, fiercely protective of her son, would glare at her husband whenever he tried to discipline the boy. Among his siblings, the bond was especially strong. Whenever Asura caused trouble, his elder brothers were willing to take the blame, and his sister would always rush to find help. And so, Asura grew up in this military household. Though he had no interest in martial arts, his natural talent allowed him to reach the first rank of a warrior merely through observation and the occasional beating. He showed a keen interest in medicine, quickly mastering acupuncture, though he used this skill to torment the family's black dog, leaving his grandfather bedridden for half a month in anger. Today's punishment stemmed from his most recent escapade, sneaking into his grandfather's alchemy chamber and accidentally blowing up the furnace. Enraged, his grandfather handed him over to his father and left for a journey without so much as a backward glance. Even his usually protective mother refused to plead on his behalf this time, and his siblings could only lower their heads in silence. After tiring himself out from the beating, his father ordered Asura to copy medical texts, forbidding him from eating until he finished. Though the boy appeared focused on his task, his mind was preoccupied with a secret he had never shared with anyone. Young Asura harbored a secret he had never shared with anyone, awakened a rare lightning magic talent at the tender age of 10. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could distinctly sense the shimmering silver magic elements drifting in the air around him. This ability reminded him of the stories his mother, Chen Lan, had told him about her own awakening experience. He knew deep down that he had the potential to become a powerful mage. Yet, Asura chose to keep this gift hidden. He feared that if his family found out, they would push him into rigorous training, robbing him of the carefree days he cherished. It wasn't until his younger sister, Azia, awakened her with magic talent that he began to secretly learn magic meditation by observing their mother teaching her. The first time he attempted meditation under the covers of his bed, the silver lightning magic elements eagerly surged into his body. The elements seemed to resonate with him perfectly. However, as a novice mage, he failed to notice a faint gray magic element slipping into his body and quietly vanishing. In the Land of Kings, both warriors and mages followed a 9-year progression system. Warriors advanced through the ranks of Warrior Apprentice, Warrior, War Master, Grand War Master, Magic Warrior, Magic War Master, Grand Magic War Master, War Saint, and War God. Mages, on the other hand, ascended from magic apprentice to magic adept, mage, grand mage, magic scholar, magic mentor, grand magic mentor, magic saint, and magic god. Each tier was further divided into 3 stages, with progression becoming increasingly difficult at higher levels. While warriors required both talent and resources, mages were far rarer, comprising only 1 in 20 warriors. Everything changed for Asura today. While reading one of his grandfather St Goin's medical books, he discovered that mages could use magic elements to enhance the quality of medicinal pills. Intrigued, he sneaked into his grandfather's alchemy room out of sheer curiosity. The room was empty at the time, and a cauldron was actively refining a calming elixir. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of magic manipulation, Asura had an impulsive Idato guide the lightning elements using his knowledge of internal meridians. At first, the elements obediently flowed through his pathways, but they soon became as unruly as a wild horse, growing increasingly volatile. Sensing the danger, the nervous boy broke into a cold sweat but gritted his teeth and forced the lightning elements out through the Laogong acupoint in his palm. A silver orb, about the size of a grape and flickering with unpredictable light, floated toward the alchemy cauldron. Asura immediately felt an ominous energy emanating from it and quickly retreated to the doorway. The moment the orb came into contact with the cauldron, a deafening explosion shook the entire room. His grandfather's treasured third-tier alchemy cauldron was left riddled with cracks, the elixirs scattered in all directions, and the once pristine room was now a chaotic mess. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Asura bolted for the exit. However, just as he was about to escape the building, he collided headlong into his grandfather, who had been rushing back after hearing the explosion. Master Qin saw through the boy's shifty, darting eyes in an instant, immediately realizing that this disaster must have something to do with him. Without a word, he grabbed the boy by the scruff of his neck and marched straight to the alchemy room. The scene before him made the veins on his forehead bulge with anger, but when his gaze fell upon the cracked alchemy furnace, his fury was replaced by sheer shock. This was no ordinary furnace, it was a treasured third-tier alchemy furnace forged from earthcore iron, capable of withstanding even a full-force strike from Confrontation without so much as a scratch. And yet now, it was riddled with cracks. "You little rascal," Master Qin said, suppressing his anger. "How did you manage to wreck my furnace like this? Speak the truth." Asura, fully aware that telling the truth would be a terrible idea, stiffened his neck and denied any involvement. "It wasn't me, Grandpa. I was just passing by when I heard the explosion. I got so scared I ran outside and bumped into you." Master Qin wasn't buying it. Knowing the boy's mischievous nature, he was certain that if Asura had heard an explosion, his first instinct would have been to rush toward the commotion, not run away in fear. After pressing him repeatedly, Asura continued to insist it had nothing to do with him, and even had the audacity to claim that Master Qin's own alchemy mishap had caused the explosion. This blatant accusation sent Master Qin into a rage so intense that his vision darkened. In the end, he threw the boy to the approaching Confrontation and decided to leave for some time to cool off, using the opportunity to seek out a new alchemy furnace. Later, as the boy furiously scribbled away in his room, the door creaked open just enough for a small, bun-haired head to peek through. A sweet voice called out, "Third brother." Asura looked up, glanced at the visitor, and immediately dropped his pen to slump over his desk. He stretched out his left hand toward the girl and said, "Finally, I'm starving, hand it over." The girl giggled, pulling a large piece of braised beef from her pocket and handing it to her brother. Then, without missing a beat, she picked up the pen on the desk and began copying medical texts on his behalf. This harmonious teamwork between the siblings had long been a familiar scene whenever Asura was punished and forbidden food. His younger sister would always find a way to sneak him something to eat and help him with his punishment. After devouring a few bites, Asura asked, "Has father calmed down yet?" The girl's bright face turned into a pout. "You really made father furious this time. Even mother's upset. Normally, she'd let me bring you food and medicine, but this time, she only allowed food. Hurry up and eat. Eldest brother and second brother are keeping father occupied for now, so I need to leave quickly." At the mention of medicine, a sharp sting shot through Asura's backside, making him wince. He complained through gritted teeth, "Father's so unfair. Out of 4 kids, and the only one he beats all the time. Am I even his real son? Just wait 30 years of UPS, 30 years of downs. When I become the strongest martial artist in the world, and what exactly will you do?" A stern voice suddenly boomed from the doorway. A commanding voice boomed through the study, causing Asura to shudder. He froze like a mouse caught in the gaze of a cat, slowly turning his head. Standing at the doorway was his father, Confrontation, his expression dark and his eyes as sharp as blades. His younger sister, Azia, hastily set down her pen and slumped her head, quietly inching toward the corner of the desk. Confrontation strode into the room with deliberate steps, a cold smirk on his face. "Go on, keep talking. What happens after you become the best in the world?" Memories of childhood beatings flashed through Asura's mind like a montage. He knew all too well that a poorly chosen response would lead to yet another painful lesson. Forcing a sycophantic smile, he replied quickly, "Once I become number one, they'll return to the Aule kingdom in glory, bringing honor to the A family name. They'll make sure the whole world knows that the tiger has not fathered a dog. All my achievements are thanks to your brilliant guidance, father. And when the time comes, they'll have more children to ensure the A family, under your leadership, becomes the greatest family in the world." Affengshan's lips twitched, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, while his fingers curled into a fist without him realizing. Nearby, Azia was turning red, struggling to suppress her laughter. Affengtion shot her a glare. "Have you finished all your magic assignments?" At his words, the young girl bolted out of the study, heading straight for their mother. Asura cursed his sister's lack of loyalty inwardly, but seeing the storm brewing in his father's expression, he could only manage a grimace that looked more like a sob than a smile. Affengtion scrutinized the 14-year-old boy standing before him. Tall and lean, with a face as handsome as carved jade, eyes sharp as shooting stars, a broad chest, and a powerful build. His black hair was casually tied at the back of his head. Were it not for the ingratiating grin plastered on his face, he might have looked like a dashing young man full of vigor. As he observed his third son, Affengtion was struck by the realization that the boy had grown up, though his mischievous nature remained unchanged. He began to wonder whether the lack of proper communication between them had contributed to this. Taking a seat at the desk, he gestured for Asura to remain standing, the boy still too sore from a recent punishment to sit comfortably anyway. After a moment of silence, Affengtion spoke in a low voice. "Do you remember? No matter how naughty you were, your grandfather always said, the third son will achieve great things one day." Asura hadn't expected such an out-of-the-blue remark. After a brief pause, he replied cautiously, "Grandfather sure knew how to judge people." His response made the veins on Affengshan's forehead bulge. Calming himself, Affengtion continued, "Among you 4 siblings, you have the most talent. If you focus on your training, your potential will surpass the others." Asura treaded carefully. "I think eldest brother and second brother have great potential too." Affengtion explained, "Your eldest brother does have talent, but as the firstborn, his duty is to inherit command of the mountain-shaking army. His time spent studying military strategy and tactics has taken away from his cultivation, leaving his martial accomplishments likely on par with mine. He understands his responsibilities and has never mentioned pursuing further martial studies at the academy. This year, he's set to marry the daughter of the Xiang family from Su Kingdom." Without waiting for Asura's response, Affengtion continued, "Your second brother is dedicated to martial arts, but his nature is too rigid, and his talent is limited. While his early progress was thanks to sheer hard work, his future advancement will slow significantly. Our family lacks the advanced techniques needed to help him break through. If he can gain admission to August Academy, it will fulfill his aspirations. As for your younger sister, she does have talent, but like you, she enjoys playing around too much. Our family doesn't have the resources to nurture a high-level mage. Your mother only reached the 3rd tier of magic thanks to the resources your grandfather accumulated over many years. Your sister may surpass your mother's achievements, but eventually, shall marry out of the family." Asura fell silent, knowing his father's words were true. Yet he couldn't understand why his father was bringing all this up. With 2 older brothers, surely the burden of responsibility wouldn't fall on him? Almost as if reading his thoughts, Affengtion hesitated before explaining, "The Aule Kingdom is nothing more than a vassal state of the Valency Empire. Our family is merely a small hereditary military family. Now, with external conflicts brewing and internal officials accusing us of hoarding power, we're facing threats from all sides. I've been stuck at the 3rd tier of Grand Martial Master for years, unable to progress. Your grandfather, at his peak, reached the 2nd tier of Mage Warrior. But after a lifetime of battles for the kingdom and several severe injuries, he regressed to the 1st tier of Grand Martial Master." Affengshan gazed at his silent, downcast son and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "We all know the limits of our martial abilities, and we understand what we can bring to the A family. For our family to continue in peace, each of your generation must strive and fight. This world is not as kind as you imagine. The law of survival of the fittest is eternal." With those words, he patted his son's shoulder and walked out of the study. Asura stood still for a long time before finally turning to pick up his pen and resume copying medical texts. This time, he wrote with extraordinary focus, each stroke brimming with an unprecedented level of concentration. In his 14 years, it was the first time he had been so quiet. Only when the horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn did he finish the text, collapsing onto the desk in a deep sleep. Outside the door, Affengshan observed his son's furrowed brows in slumber and couldn't help but feel a sense of uncertainty about their conversation the night before. But before he could dwell on it, the stillness of the mansion was shattered by hurried footsteps and panicked cries. "Come quickly! The eldest young master is in trouble. The commotion jolted Asura awake. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he ignored his aching body and sprinted toward the main gate. Upon arrival, he found a crowd already gathered. His father's furious roars, his second brother's curses, and his mother's anguished sobs filled the air. Pushing through the throng, Asura was met with a heart-wrenching scene. His second brother, Asubo, was kneeling on the ground, cradling the battered and bloodied form of their elder brother, Anaga. Anaga's knees were mangled beyond recognition, his breathing faint, and he remained unconscious. Asura immediately dashed back to the courtyard to retrieve his silver needles and began treating his brother on the spot. But as he discovered multiple fractures and, worse, that Anaga's kneecaps had been cruelly removed, a guttural roar of anguish tore from his throat, echoing into the sky. At that moment, mocking laughter rang out from the shadows of the street. A young man in fine robes emerged, flanked by 4 martial artists. As he approached, he sneered. "What's with all the wailing? Is he dead already? I specifically told them to leave him breathing." How disappointing. Like a shadow, Asura lunged toward the youth, aiming his silver needle directly for the man's eye. However, before he could get close, one of the bodyguards sent him flying with a single kick. Even as blood spilled from his lips, the boy struggled to his feet and charged again. This time, Avenging stepped in front of his son, clashing fists with the attacker and forcing him back several steps. "Was it you who harmed my son, Anaga?" Avenging demanded, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. The young man smirked arrogantly. "I am St Goin, eldest son of the Heishui family. Even your king shows me respect. And you? A mere gatekeeping general? What do you count for?" It turned out that St Goin had taken a liking to Anaga's fiancée, Su Inger, but she had rejected him outright. In defiance, she had even shaved her head to declare her resolve, enraging St Goin to the point where he inflicted this brutal punishment on Anaga. As St Goin reveled in his arrogance, a blade sliced through the air. Adeo, his long beard bristling, stepped forward wielding a massive saber. "You dare bully the A family to this extent? Do you think this old man can no longer wield a blade?" Hiding behind his guards, St Goin sneered defiantly. "Old fool, try laying a hand on me. I have 2 Stage 3 Grand Martial Masters here. Do you think you can stop me? If you dare touch me, they'll slaughter everyone in your family. What now? Are you thinking of mobilizing the mountain-shaking army to hunt me down?" St Goin sneered. "Go ahead, try it. Do you think your king would still tolerate you after that?" Adolf's entire body trembled as he heard these words, his aged face twisted with rage. As a respected elder, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, for the sake of his people behind him, he had no choice but to slowly lower the broadsword in his hand. At that moment, Asubo, who was cradling the injured Anaga, suddenly raised his head. His eyes burned crimson with fury as he locked his gaze onto St Goin. "They'll remember this day, I swear. They'll come for you in the future to settle this score. Every single one of you who harmed my brother, I won't let any of you get away." St Goin was momentarily startled by the sheer intensity of Asubo's bloodshot eyes, but he quickly dismissed it with even greater arrogance. "Asubo, do you think I don't know who you are? I've already looked into you and your worthless brothers. With your pathetic level of skill, you don't even qualify to catch my attention." A mocking smile played on his lips. "I hear you're planning to apply to August Academy this year, dreaming of mastering your skills there and coming back for revenge? Let me tell you something, you won't even get through the gate. They'll have eyes everywhere, ensuring you don't even get a chance to take the entrance exam." He took a step closer, his voice dropping to an even colder tone. "Today, we're in Olay City, and the Blackwater family has an old agreement with the royal family no killing within the city limits. But the moment you step outside Olay's borders, taking your life will be as easy as crushing an ant." Asubo's bloodshot eyes darkened further at these words, and his clenched fists began to tremble, the sound of his knuckles cracking audible in the tense air. St Goin hadn't just gravely injured his elder brother. Now he was threatening to destroy his path as a warrior. Meanwhile, Asura stood silently off to the side, an unusual calmness about him. He carefully memorized the faces of those before him, silently vowing in his heart, "Though I am powerless now, I will one day make them pay 100-fold for what my brother has suffered." In that instant, the once rebellious youth seemed to mature in a way that defied time. St Goin cast one last disdainful glance at the group, spat on the ground, and turned arrogantly to leave. At the far end of the street, a boy's gaze followed him unwaveringly, lingering until St Goin's figure disappeared completely from sight. Half a month later, the general's manor was shrouded in an oppressive silence. Servants tiptoed around, fearing even the slightest noise might disturb the heavy stillness that had settled over the household. Anaga, dressed in a plain white robe, sat motionless in his wheelchair, expressionless, holding a military strategy book in his hands. The pages remained open on the same spot for a long time, untouched. The training grounds no longer echoed with Asupo's sword practice. Since the accident involving his elder brother, he had spent his days in a drunken stupor, his slurred words and anguished cries filling the air. Old Adolf had grown even quieter. Each day, he made his way alone to the ancestral hall and his late wife's tomb, murmuring words of regret for failing his family. Lady Qin Lan wept incessantly, poring over the medical texts her husband had left behind before his travels, hoping to find a way to help her eldest son walk again. She knew deep down that even if her husband were here, it would be nearly impossible to restore their son's legs. Yet, she clung to the belief that somewhere in the world, there must exist a miraculous remedy capable of regenerating bones. But such rare treasures were far beyond the reach of a modest general's household in the small kingdom of Aulai. Each time her gaze fell upon her eldest son in his wheelchair, her heart twisted with pain. The head of the family, a Feng Tian, continued to shuttle between the military camp and the manor, his face calm but his newly graying temples betraying the toll of recent events. The once lively youngest daughter, Ajiya, had lost her cheerful demeanor. She spent her days diligently practicing wood-based magic, determined to master yellow-rank healing spells, even though she had never seen a blue-rank spell before. Asura locked himself in his room for 3 days and nights, refusing food, consumed by regret over his helplessness. He wrote a letter to his future sister-in-law, solemnly promising that his elder brother would one day stand again to marry her. He swore on his life that within 10 years, he would eradicate the Heishui family. At the end of the letter, he respectfully signed off with a tender, "Take care, sister-in-law." On the morning of the 3rd day, Asura emerged from his room and headed straight to the training grounds. The morning light illuminated his youthful profile as he stood before the weapon rack. Hesitant at first, he reached out and withdrew his hand several times before finally grasping a broadsword with determination. Drawing upon memories of his father's lessons to his elder brothers, he began practicing the moves. The place he had once avoided now became the source of his resolve to grow stronger. As he trained, drenched in sweat, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground interrupted him. Asupo had fallen, clutching a wine jar. Asura hurried to help his second brother up, urging him to drink less and reminding him of the upcoming entrance exam for August Academy. To his surprise, Asupo let out a bitter laugh, announcing his decision to forego the exam and take on the responsibility of protecting the family in their elder brother's stead. Asura was stunned and was about to question him further when a Feng Tian's voice sounded from behind. In the presence of their father, Asura firmly declared his intent to take the August Academy exam, vowing to return stronger and avenge his elder brother. A Feng Tian looked at the boy who had once been full of laughter but now carried sorrow in his brow, his heart overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Afengshan's words were resolute, laying bare the reality that the family's future was now in the hands of the next generation. With a heavy expression, he explained 2 crucial points to Asura. Not only was their eldest brother, Asubo, set to assume the role of deputy commander of the Han army, but the Heishui family had also planted assassins in every town leading to the August Academy. The moment Asubo was discovered, his life would be in grave danger. "Father, what about me?" Asura immediately declared. "He'll go to August Academy and pass the examination for sure." Afengshan slowly shook his head. "You cannot go to August Academy. The Heishui family is watching every route. Your grandfather and I cannot leave the family to escort you. Moreover, the Academy requires candidates to reach Warrior Stage 3 or Mage Stage 3 before the age of 16. You're only at Warrior Stage 1, and there are less than 6 months until the exam. There's simply not enough time. If you miss this recruitment cycle, you'll be overage for the next one." After a moment of silence, Asura suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing with determination. "Father, I have a plan. If I can't go to August Academy, they'll head to the faraway Shengbang Academy. I will reach Warrior Stage 3 within 6 months. His firm declaration left Afengshan momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "This is not a game. Shengbang Academy is on the other side of the empire, and the journey is fraught with danger. You've never left Old City before. The time spent traveling would leave no room for you to advance your martial arts, let alone pass the exam. Father, please trust me." Asura straightened his posture, his gaze unwavering. "I will grow stronger at Shengbang Academy and return to restore the honor of the A family with my own hands." Asubo, standing nearby, voiced his support as well. "Father, the youngest of us is the smartest and most talented. He can do this. The academy is filled with prodigies, and the brightest young talents from across the Wangzhe continent will compete to enroll," Afengshan said earnestly. "Don't be a frog at the bottom of the well." He paused, closing his eyes in deep thought for a moment. "If you're truly determined to go, I will support you. But you must agree to one condition. Until you have truly grown stronger, you must keep a low profile and focus on improving yourself quietly. Even if you fail to get into the academy, you must continue to hone your skills outside. Your impulsive nature has always been my greatest concern. Our family cannot afford any more setbacks. Can you promise me this? I promise, father. I'll lie low and play the fool. Asura vowed solemnly. Avenging gave his youngest son a long, searching look. Come to the training ground tomorrow morning. I will teach you our family's secret technique, the Thunderstrike Fist. Once you've mastered it, you may set out on your journey. Do not let me down. With that, he turned and walked away. The next morning, Asura, dressed in a fitted training outfit, arrived early at the center of the martial arts training ground, waiting patiently for his father. Before long, Avenging appeared, looking slightly fatigued. As he gazed at the handsome young man before him, now nearly as tall as himself, a surge of pride welled up in his heart. However, Ashura's sharp eyes caught the faint scratch marks on the right side of his father's neck and, even more puzzling, the barely concealed look of satisfaction on his face. Little did Asura know that the previous night, after Avenging revealed his decision to Qinlan, his mother had been furious so much so that she even brandished her magical staff. It had taken all of Avenging's persuasion to make his wife understand that the Heishui family was pressuring King Orlai, and temporarily sending Asura away might be the best course of action. Composing himself, Avenging spoke with a serious tone. Time is short. I will now teach you our family's secret technique, the Thunderstrike Fist. You must commit it to memory and, once mastered, immediately head to the academy. Asura nodded solemnly. I will learn with all my heart. Without another word, Avenging began demonstrating the 8 moves of the Thunderstrike Fist in the training ground, explaining in detail the principles and nuances of each technique. Asura watched his father's every movement intently, afraid to miss even the smallest detail. In the Land of Kings, combat techniques and magic skills are categorized into 5 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and gold, ranked from lowest to highest. The higher the tier, the rarer it is. The Thunderstrike Fist, a family heirloom, is a blue-tier martial art. Even the royal family of Orlai might not possess a higher-level purple tier technique. This ferocious and powerful fighting style produces 2 thunderclaps at the novice stage and 3 at mastery, each strike more forceful than the last. After 30 years of relentless training, Avenging had perfected the Thunderstrike Fist, with each punch accompanied by 3 deafening thunderclaps, as swift as lightning and powerful enough to shatter stone. After finishing his demonstration, Avenging took a moment to catch his breath and asked, "This is our family's legacy. How much of it have you remembered?" "I've remembered it all," Asura replied after a brief moment of thought. Though Avenging knew his third son had an exceptional memory, he still said, "Good. Now demonstrate it for me. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Focus on feeling the power behind each strike." The young man stepped forward, closed his eyes to recall the moves, and began to practice. At first, Avenging maintained an authoritative demeanor, but as Asura progressed through the sequence, his expression gradually stiffened. Not only were Ashura's movements flawless, but even the most subtle details were executed with perfection. When the final punch landed, a real thunderclap echoed through the air. Avenging stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Ecstatic at the sound of thunder accompanying his last punch, Asura turned to his father, eager for feedback. But Avenging remained motionless until Asura called out, "Father," twice, snapping him out of his daze. "Not bad," Avenging said, feigning calm. "Have you practiced this before? I know my older brothers can perform this technique, but I've never seen them practice it. Honestly, I used to get a headache just thinking about martial arts," Asura admitted truthfully. Taking a deep breath, Avenging said, "Then keep practicing. Once every strike produces thunder, you can set off." Asura nodded earnestly, and Avenging turned away, hands clasped behind his back. Yet his tightly clenched right fist, pale from the pressure, betrayed the storm within his heart. He recalled the day his own father, a Daofu, had taught him the Thunderstrike Fist at the age of 14. It had taken him 3 demonstrations to memorize the moves and 8 full days to produce his first thunderclap, earning his father's rare praise and the title of promising talent. Years later, teaching his own sons, his eldest, a Naga, had taken 4 days, while his second son, Asubo, managed it in 7. But now, his youngest, once the most unruly, had produced thunder on his very first attempt. The rhythmic thunderclaps echoing from the training ground behind him confirmed this was no fluke. Outside the training grounds, Avenging stood with an unreadable expression. His face alternated between furrowed brows and knowing smiles, until suddenly, he swung a heavy punch at a tree by the road, sending a cascade of leaves to the ground. "That brat! Where was he all this time?" he muttered angrily under his breath. Inside the training grounds, Asura was oblivious to the blow he had dealt to his father's pride. He was entirely absorbed in perfecting the Thunder Fist technique. He had been practicing all day without a break, barely taking a few bites of the meals brought by the servants. Outside the grounds, a quiet group had gathered to watch. An elder with his hands clasped behind his back, a warrior carrying a wine jar, an injured man in a wheelchair, a young girl with her hair tied in a bun, and a white-haired old man. They silently observed the boys' relentless efforts. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight illuminated the training grounds, Asura finally succeeded. With each strike of his thunder fist, the sound of real thunder echoed through the air. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, his face glowing with a silly smile of triumph, basking in the joy of an accomplishment he had never experienced before. The silent onlookers, satisfied, turned and left, their steps light and hopeful, as if they had glimpsed a bright future for the general's residence. By noon, Asura had packed his belongings. He knew time was of the essence. He had to hurry to Shangbang Academy to take the entrance exam, his only chance to prove himself. Just as he was about to leave, his grandfather, Adolf, handed him a belt with a kind smile. Third boy, this belt has a storage space. It's no bigger than a study room, but it should suffice for your travels. The belt was a gift from the king himself, bestowed upon Adolf during his days of glory when he helped establish the Olai kingdom. Grandpa, I can't. Asura began to choke up, but Adolf raised a hand to stop him. No need for words. It's just a storage belt. Its greatest value lies in being useful to you. I can't give you better gear, but I hope this helps you on your journey. Asura nodded firmly and fastened the belt around his waist. With a mere thought, he accessed the storage space, large enough to hold weapons, clothes, and provisions. Adolf watched his robust grandson with satisfaction, as if seeing a reflection of his own youth. Qin Lan approached with a wooden box in her hands, her gaze complicated as she looked at her youngest son, the one who caused the most mischief but also knew best how to win her heart. These are healing pills left by your grandfather. They aren't of the highest quality, but they're practical. Take these silver needles too, and be careful don't let yourself get injured. For once, the boy didn't cover his ears or run off. He stood quietly and listened to his mother's instructions. Asupo entered, pushing Anagas' wheelchair. For a rare moment, he was sober, his demeanor returning to that of a martial arts enthusiast. He pulled out a pair of twin blades. Asura, your second brother is giving you these weapons for self-defense. Asura accepted them and twirled them skillfully. With these blades, he'll look even more like a master. Anaga, who had been silent, finally smiled and handed over a pouch of coins. Third brother, use this gold on your journey. Asura frowned. Isn't this meant for your bride price? Anaga gave a bitter smile. The Heishui family may be powerful, but she would rather die than marry. The Prime Minister's Su family has already returned the dowry. After a pause, he added, if you don't take it, they'll give it to our second brother for his bride price. Don't accuse me of favoritism later. Looking at his eldest brother, who had always shielded him and taken responsibility on his behalf, Asura grinned. Fine, consider this an investment in a future champion. I promise to repay you 100-fold. It'll be worth it. Anaga shook his head with a wry smile. Just then, Azia approached with teary eyes, handing over a few coins. I want to invest in you too, third brother. Don't forget to pay me back 100-fold. It was all the New Year's money she had saved over the years. Asura hugged his little sister tightly. I'll keep my word. One day, they'll return with a whole bag of gold for your dowry. The girl burst into laughter through her tears and hid in their mother's embrace. After packing his belongings, Asura turned to leave. Facing his father, a Fengtian, who looked as though he had more to say but couldn't, Asura declared with determination, I will come back strong and protect this family. Wait for me. Taking one last deep look at his family, he vaulted over the wall to avoid the Heishui family's spies. In his heart, the young man swore, Heishui family, just you wait. Today, I'm forced to leave in secrecy. But one day, they'll tear down your ancestral hall. With a few agile movements, his figure disappeared down the street. At the entrance of a secluded alley in the capital of the Aol kingdom, Asura concealed most of his body in the shadows, cautiously observing the city gate in the distance. This was the third gate he had scouted today. Each gate was closely monitored by the spies of Blackwater City, both openly and covertly, keeping an eye on everyone entering or leaving. The young man knew all too well that exposing his identity would mean certain death. However, this particular gate was in the opposite direction of the Augustus Academy and was the area with the weakest defenses. As he gazed at the bustling marketplace and the endless flow of people inside the city, a sly smile curved at the corner of Ashura's lips. He quietly retreated deeper into the alley. Not long after, a group of children who had been playing outside the city ran back through the gate, clutching silver coins in their hands, and dashed excitedly toward the marketplace. Mother, there are silver coins in the grass outside the city. We all found some. I want braised pork, one of the children shouted, drawing the attention of those nearby. A woman selling snacks stopped her child and took the silver coin from his hand, biting it to confirm its authenticity. It really is a silver coin, she exclaimed, hurriedly asking where they had found it. The child proudly pointed toward the woods just outside the city. Right there, not far from the city. The woman silently pocketed the coin, thinking that it was enough to cover her family's expenses for an entire month. Word spread quickly through the marketplace, and those quick to react were already rushing outside the city. Crowds swarmed out, leaving the Blackwater guards at the gate baffled and incapable of checking anyone leaving. Within moments, the marketplace was nearly deserted, save for a few vendors who hadn't packed up in time and now regretted missing the opportunity. Behind a large tree outside the city, Asura emerged from hiding. The chaos was the result of his meticulous planning. The silver coins and the children's lines had all been orchestrated by him. To ensure the plan's success, he had even hidden a few silver coins in the alley as payment for the children. Looking back at the city gate of the Aeol Kingdom's capital, the young man's eyes were resolute. He strapped on the twin blades gifted to him by his second brother and chose a secluded path through the forest, heading towards St Goin city. This was not only to evade the pursuit of the Blackwater family, but also to hone his skills by hunting wild beasts. After all, St Goin Academy required its applicants to reach the third rank of warrior. However, as he journeyed, he encountered only a few wild beasts, but was repeatedly harassed by bandits. At first, Asura showed mercy toward them, but after witnessing a tragic scene where a poor young girl, around the same age as Azia, was brutally assaulted and killed, he came to a grim realization. Killing could sometimes mean saving. Late at night, by a forest stream, the black-haired youth roasted a wild wolf for sustenance. As a lover of fine cuisine, he couldn't help but lament, wolf meat really doesn't taste great. 3 months of wandering away from home had added a touch of wildness to the once cheerful boy, and his smile now carried a hint of danger. His strength had naturally progressed to the second rank of warrior, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Leaning against a tree and gazing at the moonlit sky, the young man murmured to himself, I wonder how things are back home. Has grandfather returned? Is big brother's leg healed? Is sister-in-law still waiting for him? Overcome by homesickness, he gradually drifted into sleep. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the trees, Asura was already on the move. His next destination was a town called Linquan. Having left the Blackwater family's territory, he knew that continuing on foot would make it difficult to reach the academy on time. He needed to purchase a mount in Linquan. The small town, named after the legendary Ling Spring, was said to have waters that could enhance strength and prolong life. The youthful and impulsive Asura, upon hearing rumors of the mystical spring, rushed to its location and eagerly bent down to drink the water. As he raised his head, he noticed a cow beside him, drinking in the same manner. His excitement instantly turned into disappointment. Feeling dejected, Asura made his way to the city's livestock market. A lanky middle-aged man with a curly goatee approached him quickly. Spotting the unassuming youth's noble demeanor despite his modest attire, the man bowed respectfully and said, My lord, I am Chaha, at your service. Whatever you desire, I will ensure your utmost satisfaction. Asura cast a disinterested glance at him and said curtly, Show me the mounts. Chaha immediately led the way, taking Asura to the mount sales area. It was Ashura's first time visiting such a place, and his attention was drawn to the bustling scene before him. The vast grounds were lined with enclosures, housing a variety of mounts for selection. Over a dozen breeds of fine horses, fierce wind wolves, majestic earth dragons, elegant unicorns, and even tamed flying beasts. These magical beasts were fitted with specially designed control rings to suppress their ferocity and make them obedient to their owners. Of course, the higher the rank of the beast, the harder it was to tame. Without a bond formed from a young age, weaker individuals had no hope of subjugating such creatures. Wealthy and powerful families often raised magical beasts themselves, training them to be loyal to their entire household. These creatures served not only as transportation, but also as formidable allies in battle. As Asura observed the magical beasts, he imagined how awe-inspiring it would be to ride one. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that his current strength was insufficient to control such creatures. Additionally, drawing too much attention could invite unnecessary trouble. He turned to Chaha. I want to buy a dragon horse. The faster, the better. Do you have anything suitable? Chaha seemed slightly disappointed, but quickly regained his enthusiasm. My lord, we do have an extraordinary dragon horse, a truly magnificent steed capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. However, it remains untamed and has a wild temperament. Would you be interested in taking a look? Intrigued, Asura immediately agreed. In the stables, he saw a dragon horse with a sleek, jet-black coat and a powerful build, restrained by thick ropes. 2 burly men were taking turns whipping it, yet its defiant cries revealed its unyielding spirit. Asura gestured for them to stop and circled the black horse with great interest. The horse snorted disdainfully at the sight of the black-haired youth pacing around it. Rather than being offended, Asura found himself even more drawn to the creature, already devising a plan to tame it. Leave us. I want to have a private chat with it, Asura said to Chaha. Though puzzled, Chaha complied and exited with the two beast tamers. The youth flashed a sly smile, and the black horse felt an inexplicable sense of unease. You can understand me, can't you? Asura tilted his head as he spoke. The horse arrogantly raised its head in response. Asura pulled out a small pouch of silver needles and said leisurely, I know a bit about medicine. These are acupuncture needles. I wonder how effective they are on a horse. Care to try the wonders of acupuncture? Though intelligent, the horse had no knowledge of acupuncture. Seeing the long needles, it instinctively assumed they were instruments of torture. Before it could react, Asura made his move. The first needle will make your left hind leg go numb. The needle pierced a precise acupoint, and the horse's left hind leg immediately lost sensation, nearly causing it to stumble. The second needle will do the same to your right hind leg. Another needle struck, rendering both of the horse's hind legs useless, forcing it to sit awkwardly on the ground. As it struggled to rise, Asura pulled out another needle, his mischievous grin growing wider. Now this needle, should I use it on your front toe? Wait, I almost forgot. You have a rather special leg under there. Perhaps this one should make that go numb, too. Before he could finish his sentence, the black horse clamped its teeth tightly onto his sleeve, its eyes filled with terror and pleading. Slowly, it lowered its front legs, kneeling in submission. On a road skirting a dense forest, a black-haired young man carrying twin swords was galloping on a sleek, jet-black horse. Despite having been running at full speed for an entire day, neither the rider nor the horse showed any signs of fatigue. The young man surveyed the amber-hued sky and the surrounding terrain before gently patting the horse's head. Hey Tan, let's find a water source up ahead and set up camp. The horse snorted begrudging Lithis' name, which it greatly disliked, was given by the young man. However, compared to the terrifying silver needles the young man wielded, the horse preferred to tolerate the name. After locating a water source, the young man, Asura, dismounted, rubbing his sore thighs as he gestured for Hey Tan, who wore a beast-controlling ring, to forage for food on its own. He had complete faith in his steed's loyalty. To satisfy his hunger, Asura ventured into the forest in search of prey. As an experienced hunter, he quickly noticed an unusual lack of activity from small animals in the area. Just as he was about to delve deeper, his sharp hearing picked up a strange noise. Swiftly, he climbed a nearby tree, drawing a short blade with his right hand while wrapping his left arm around the trunk. Concealing himself amidst the thick foliage, he deliberately slowed his breathing. Before long, a group of black-robed individuals emerged from the dense forest. They wore wide, black cloaks with hoods obscuring their faces. The leader of the group stopped diagonally in front of Asura's hiding spot, scanning the road ahead. In a raspy voice, he commanded, "This is the route those little dwarves must take. Set up the ghost lock formation here. Tomorrow, wait for my signal, let none escape." Understood, envoy. The black-robed individuals responded in unison before dispersing to work within a Tinjong radius. Their agile movements revealed that they were skilled martial artists. Some dug pits and buried objects, while others inscribed magical runes. Every action was clearly observed by the young man perched in the tree. Though Asura did not recognize this specific formation, he had read enough of his grandfather's books to understand the basics of such constructs. Every formation required prearranged magical runes and energy cores, with the final and most crucial step being the placement of the formation's core. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the black-robed leader inspected their work and nodded in satisfaction. He took 8 steps to the right, 9 steps back, and planted a small black flag into the ground behind a tree. The moment the flag pierced the earth, an eerie wail echoed through the circular area before abruptly falling silent. The leader let out a sinister chuckle before signaling his group to vanish into the forest. Initially, Asura thought they were pursuers sent by the Heishui clan, but it became clear these dangerous individuals had another target in mind. Now, he was caught in a dilemma, worried that the black-robed figures might still be lurking nearby, ready to strike at the slightest disturbance. Even more concerning was the possibility that his foolish horse might come searching for him due to his prolonged absence, which would undoubtedly alert the enemy. With his mere second-rank warrior skills, escape seemed impossible if discovered. Thus, the young man clung to the tree, enduring an agonizingly long night. Thankfully, Hayton stayed put as he hoped, but the tension and sleeplessness were almost unbearable. All Asura could wish for was to leave this perilous place as soon as possible and make his way to St Goin Academy for the entrance exam. By the next day around noon, as exhaustion began to weigh heavily on him, the distant sound of hoofbeats jolted Asura awake. Peering into the distance, he spotted a caravan slowly approaching. As they drew nearer, he was astonished to see it was a convoy of Dwarves, merchant caravan consisting of 10 wagons brimming with goods, guarded by over 20 Dwarven warriors. Despite their short stature, the dwarves were stocky and robust, clad in leather armor and sporting thick beards. Each wielded a uniform battle axe. The leader, carrying an axe nearly as tall as himself, displayed bulging muscles that hinted at immense strength. He walked at the front, scanning the surroundings with a wary gaze, his brows furrowed, yet he pressed onward. For Asura, this was his first time encountering dwarves. Having never ventured beyond the borders of Old Kingdom, he was filled with curiosity about the outside world. He recalled his grandfather's words. Dwarves were known for their fiery tempers but kind hearts. They were exceptionally skilled in crafting and had a notorious love for alcohol, although they were generally unfriendly toward humans and difficult to befriend. Seeing this dwarven caravan, Asura finally understood who the black-robed leader had referred to as little dwarves the previous night. Asura stood in the shadows, his instincts screaming in alarm. The aura of the black-robed figures filled him with an inexplicable unease. Yet, all he could do was watch helplessly as the dwarf warriors unknowingly marched into a trap, his heart pounding with urgency. The moment the dwarven convoy fully entered the Tinshangwide area, something ominous unfolded. The horses pulling the carts suddenly reared in fright, their hooves rooted to the ground as they let out uneasy snorts. Sensing that something was amiss, the dwarven leader quickly signaled for the convoy to halt. The warriors drew their battle axes in unison, forming a tight defensive circle with their backs to one another, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Well, dwarves, we've been waiting for you." A raspy, grating voice pierced the silence. Before the words had fully settled, dozens of shadowy figures emerged from the dense forest, swiftly encircling the dwarven convoy. Faced with the sudden ambush, the dwarf warriors showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, their eyes burned with fighting spirit. The lead dwarven warrior slammed his battle axe into the ground with thunderous force, scattering fallen leaves, and roared, "Who are you? Are you the ones who attacked our village? Today, you'll feel the wrath of the dwarves." The leader of the black-robed figures let out a derisive chuckle. "There's no need to ask who we are. From now on, just call me master. Obediently follow me back to the forge. You dwarves might still prove useful." The mocking words ignited a blaze of fury in the dwarven leader. Without hesitation, he hefted his massive axe and charged toward the black-robed figures. But before he could reach them, the ground suddenly split open. Countless crimson chains, like venomous serpents, shot out and coiled around the dwarf warriors in an instant. The dwarven leader bellowed furiously, swinging his axe to sever the chains. Strangely, however, the severed chains would immediately reform, flowing like liquid before solidifying once more. Worse still, the chains seemed to carry some kind of dark magic, sapping the strength of those they ensnared and slowing their movements. Heh. The black-robed figures emitted an eerie, bone-chilling laugh. "Now that you're in my ghost chain formation, you're nothing but fish on the chopping block. Be smart and accept your fate as my Slavesco forge weapons for me." The dwarf warriors paid no heed to the taunts, continuing to struggle fiercely against the sinister crimson chains. Seeing their defiance, the black-robed leader's expression darkened. "If you won't submit, then I'll make an example of a few disobedient slaves." At his command, the black-robed figures surrounding the convoy drew their weapons and launched a ferocious assault on the trapped dwarves. Despite their valiant combat skills, the dwarves' movements were hindered by the chains, and some were soon injured. Only the dwarven leader, fighting against 4 attackers at once, managed to hold his ground. Watching the battle unfold, the black-robed leader let out a cold snort. Drawing a black dagger that gleamed with an eerie light from his sleeve, he stepped into the fray himself, aiming directly for the dwarven leader's vital points. The strength of the leader in the black robe was unfathomable. Asura could only hide among the trees, anxiously watching the battlefield. With the black-robed leader joining the fray, the dwarf warrior chief's situation became increasingly dire. The swings of his massive axe noticeably slowed. Just when the black-robed leader believed victory was within his grasp, the dwarf warrior chief suddenly let out a thunderous roar. His muscles swelled instantly, a faint red flame ignited around him, and the blood-red chains binding him loosened. With a ferocious move, he unleashed a sweeping attack, sending 5 black-robed men flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Even the black-robed leader was forced back, coughing blood from the sheer force of the outburst. Perched in the tree, Asura watched with his blood boiling. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed such an intense battle. The dwarf chief's innate combat skill had elevated his fighting power to a whole new level. Seeing the dwarves gain the upper hand, Asura let out a sigh of relief, though his desire to grow stronger burned even brighter. After driving back the enemy, the dwarf chief immediately turned to support his comrades. Seeing his kin fighting desperately, he was consumed with rage. Turning abruptly toward the injured black-robed leader, he let out a furious roar, raised his battle axe high, and charged forward, determined to cleave his foe in two. The black-robed leader was both shocked and enraged, clearly underestimating the dwarves' strength. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he grabbed the hearts of two of his subordinates with both hands, crushing them while shouting, "Blood sacrifice binding." With his incantation, the blood-red aura of the formation intensified. The loosened chains suddenly tightened again, and more chains ensnared the dwarf chief's raised axe. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free from the eerie bindings. The other dwarf warriors, who tried to rescue their leader, were also firmly engaged by the remaining black-robed men. The black-robed leader stood up, casually brushing the dust off his cloak. He approached the trapped dwarf chief with a sneer. "You wretched dwarf, did you really think I couldn't handle you? Once I plant the seal, you'll become my strongest slave. Don't worry, I'll capture more dwarves to keep you company." Becoming slaves of the Blood Zhao organization is an honor for your kind. Asura's heart pounded as he listened. This Blood Zhao organization, which he had never heard of before, not only sought to capture dwarves en masse, but was also cruel enough to sacrifice its own members. It was clearly an extraordinarily evil group. The dwarf chief, overwhelmed with shame and anger, desperately tried to swing his axe, but the chains held it firmly in midair. The black-robed leader laughed triumphantly, stepping within a fist's distance of the axe's blade. Mockingly, he taunted, "Come on, swing it. Let's see you try. Just give in and become my slave, you pathetic dwarf." At the very moment he reached out to toy with the dwarf chief, something unexpected happened. The blood-red chains binding the dwarf and his axe shimmered briefly before vanishing entirely. Caught off guard, the black-robed leader had no time to react. The massive axe, driven by sheer momentum, came crashing down, cleaving him in two from his left shoulder to his right hip. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the shocking scene. Even the dwarf chief stumbled a few steps, momentarily confused by the sudden disappearance of his restraints. The dying black-robed leader turned his head with great effort. In the distance, he saw a figure standing beneath a tree. The figure had one hand covering their face and the other gripping a small black flag, the very formation marker the leader himself had placed the night before. The black-robed leader tried to speak, but only blood gushed from his mouth. His wide, unblinking eyes seemed intent on memorizing the face of the one who had destroyed the formation. It was then that everyone understood what had happened. Freed from the chains, the dwarf warriors unleashed their full strength, overwhelming the now leaderless black-robed men in a one-sided slaughter. Hidden behind the tree, Asura kept his face covered with one hand while clutching the black flag with the other, nervously watching the battlefield, fearing any survivors might come seeking revenge. Before long, the battle ended with the complete annihilation of the black-robed forces. The only sounds left on the battlefield were the heavy breaths of the victorious dwarves. Seeing that no one had escaped, Asura let out a quiet sigh of relief and prepared to slip away unnoticed. However, a thunderous shout from the dwarf chief froze him in his tracks. "Stop right there." The imposing figure began striding toward him with determined steps. Asura trembled all over, having just witnessed the terrifying charge of the dwarven warrior leader with his own eyes. Although the dwarf hadn't raised his iconic massive axe this time, the sheer ferocity of his momentum still sent chills down the young man's spine and left his limbs paralyzed with fear. The dwarven leader, Kassa, stormed up to Asura and scrutinized the boy, who was still shielding his face with his arm. Kassa's gaze lingered on the banner in Ashura's hand for a moment. Sensing the tension, Asura panicked, fearing that this seemingly no-nonsense dwarf might misunderstand his intentions. He quickly blurted out, "I mean no harm. I was helping you just now." He then recounted, in full detail, how he had ended up there the previous night and how he had been trapped in a tree, witnessing the entire ordeal. The surrounding dwarven warriors gathered closer, listening intently to Ashura's account. After hearing his explanation, Kassa was the first to extinguish the blazing red flames that had been emanating from his body. As the fire dissipated, so too did his intimidating aura. He reached into his storage space and retrieved a massive barrel of ale, tilting it back to take a hearty swig. Dark red liquor dripped from his thick beard onto the ground, filling the air with a strong, intoxicating aroma. Watching the dwarf's uninhibited drinking style, Asura couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Grandfather always said the dwarves loved their drink more than life itself, and it seems he wasn't exaggerating. Reflecting on his earlier rash decision to intervene in the battle, Asura realized it was likely his innate sense of compassion that had driven him to act. All he could do was disrupt the magic formation, and Head covered his face with his arm out of fear that the robed man might later recognize him and seek revenge. After downing more than half the barrel of potent ale, Kassa seemed visibly reinvigorated. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter and, without warning, pulled Asura into a bear hug. His powerful arms clapped the boy's back with such force that Asura nearly lost his breath. "Thank you, my friend," Kassa said earnestly. The sudden tug caused Ashura's arm to fall away from his face, revealing his youthful features. However, the sincerity of the embrace nearly knocked the wind out of him. Cass's strength was so overwhelming that Asura grimaced in pain, unable to speak for a moment. The surrounding dwarves erupted into laughter at the sight. Realizing the boy's frailty, Cassa scratched his head sheepishly and said, "My friend, my name is Cassa. What's yours?" He extended the barrel of ale toward Asura as he spoke. Leaning against a tree to catch his breath, Asura had a fleeting, absurd thought. Maybe my father does love me after all. He's hit me countless times growing up, but never as hard as this dwarf's pat on the back. Shaking the notion from his mind, he looked at the eager faces of the dwarven warriors around him and felt his spirits lift. "My name is Asura, from the kingdom of Olai," he said with a smile, taking the barrel. Though it was heavy, he mimicked the dwarf's style and took a bold gulp. This seemingly ordinary moment carried deeper significance. To the dwarves, who cherished their drink above all else, sharing their ale symbolized genuine friendship. And the ale Cassa had offered to Asura was no ordinary brew. It was the dwarves' prized war god ale, searing like molten lava as it went down, imbued with mysterious, extraordinary effects. Asura had been sneaking sips of his grandfather's and father's wine since he was a child, a habit that had given him an impressive tolerance for alcohol. However, today, this young warrior met his match in the form of the dwarves' legendary brew. With just one sip, his cheeks flushed as if they were set ablaze, and his ears burned with heat. The potency of the drink far exceeded his expectations. A surge of energy roared through his body, and to his astonishment, it shattered the bottleneck of his third-level warrior training. This unexpected breakthrough left Asura both stunned and ecstatic. Who would have thought a single gulp of wine would fulfill the entry requirements for St Goin Academy? Now, he no longer had to worry about missing his chance to enroll due to the time spent traveling. Overjoyed, the young man raised the barrel for another hearty swig. This time, the alcohol hit him even harder, and he nearly lost his balance. Though his vitality remained heightened, the sensation of breaking through another level was gone. The surrounding dwarves burst into hearty laughter at the sight of the tipsy youth. Cassa, the dwarven warrior chief, saw through the boy's thoughts and explained with a laugh, "This is our clan's war god wine, the finest in the world. It invigorates the body, heals wounds, restores strength, clears negative effects, boosts fighting spirit, and yes, even enhances virility. The first sip is the strongest, and it helped you break through your limits, didn't it? The effects lessen afterward, but it's still incredibly beneficial. Trust me, when you get married, a sip of this every night will." "Enough." 14-year-old Asura hastily cut off the increasingly embarrassing monologue. Though curious about the opposite sex, he was far too shy to openly discuss such topics. He respectfully handed the barrel back and bowed deeply to the dwarves. "Thank you all for sharing such an extraordinary wine. It's not only delicious but has also helped me achieve a breakthrough. I am truly grateful for this unparalleled experience." The dwarven warriors beamed with pride at the compliment, their smiles wider than when praised for their bravery in battle. Cassa, in particular, was in high spirits. Grabbing Ashura's arm with a grip like iron, he said, Come, return to the village with me. You're now a friend of the dwarves, and I'll make sure everyone knows you. There'll be plenty of wine and roasted meat waiting." Asura quickly wriggled free of Cassa's vice-like grip. "I'm sorry, Cassa. As much as I'd love to, I have more pressing matters. I must hurry to St Goin Academy to enroll. The journey is long, and with less than 3 months left, I'm not even sure I'll make it in time. I really can't afford any delays." Seeing the urgency in the boy's expression, Cassa nodded understandingly. "Fair enough. St Goin City is indeed far from here. And be careful, Byron and Yeti are at war further along your route, so you'll need to take a detour. Time is of the essence." Asura silently thanked his lucky stars for the warning. Without it, he might have wandered straight into a battlefield. Perhaps this was karma rewarding him for his good deeds. Steeling himself, Asura asked, "Cassa, do you know who these black-robed people are? Why did they attack your clan?" Cassa walked over to the dismembered body of the black-robed leader and silently pulled back the man's hood, revealing a pale, bald face. From the corpse, he retrieved a spatial belt. Inside were gold and silver coins, some pills, spare clothes, and one item of particular interest, a map drawn on animal hide. As Cassa unfolded the map, his expression darkened with anger. Cassa spoke in a deep voice, his face etched with worry. He detailed the harassment the dwarven tribes had been suffering at the hands of the black-robed figures. After failing in direct confrontations, these mysterious attackers shifted to siege tactics, ambushing supply teams leaving the tribe and causing several members to go missing. Unfolding a map, Cassa pointed to the marked locations of various dwarven tribes, his expression grim as he explained that similar attacks had occurred in other tribes. Even the nearby goblin settlements had not been spared. Asura furrowed his brows upon hearing this. In his opinion, It took a remarkable level of audacity for these black-robed individuals to provoke the notoriously hot-tempered dwarves. Recalling details from a recent battle, he mentioned noticing a disturbing black sun and moon tattoo on the leader of the attackers. It seems they want to capture you and force you to forge weapons for a group called Shuezhao, Asura remarked. Have you ever heard of this organization? Kassa shook his head, his thick, bearded face moving in frustration. He explained that the dwarves had always lived in isolation, venturing out only for essential supplies and rarely interacting with the outside world. As he spoke, his anger surged, and he swung a massive battle axe taller than himself, vowing to make the enemy pay. This display of fury made Asura gulp, reminded of the black-robed man who had been cleaved in half earlier. Nearby, other dwarves piled up the loot they had collected. Asura glanced over the items, but found them to be mostly mundane. Thanks to Kassa's generosity, he only accepted a few healing elixirs, leaving the gold and silver for the dwarves, who needed them more. This act of selflessness earned Asura Kassa's respect. In return, Kassa retrieved 2 barrels of rare war god ale from his storage belt as a gift and warmly invited Asura to visit the caves of Failing Mountain someday. Before parting, Asura suggested that the Dwarven tribes unite to stand against the Shuezhao organization. The proposal lit up Kassa's eyes with realization. The two bid each other farewell, their newfound camaraderie leaving a heartfelt impression. On his way back to camp, Asura pulled out a small flag that had belonged to the black-robed leader and was used to set up a formation. The object emanated an inexplicable sense of discomfort, so he casually tossed it into the river. When he returned to the camp, he found his horse, Haytan, leisurely grazing. Annoyed but unwilling to waste time scolding it, he suppressed his irritation and prepared to set off again. Haytan, sensing its master's return, quickly abandoned its fantasy of freedom and nuzzled Asura's arm in a fawning gesture. Asura let out a cold snort, swung onto the horse, and galloped off in the direction of Shengspan. 3 days later, 2 black-robed men discovered the damp flag by the riverbank. One of them, his voice hoarse, remarked that this was the formation flag lent to the envoy Nilo, indicating that he had failed. They speculated that whoever had seen through the flag's sole imprint was either a formidable warrior or a master of formations. To avoid alarming their target, they decided to halt their operations temporarily and await new orders from their organization. Meanwhile, Asura continued his journey on horseback, unaware that his casual decision to discard the flag had spared him from a significant crisis. Little did he know, however, that this same decision had unwittingly entangled him in a vast and sinister conspiracy. Under the cold, silvery moonlight, a black-haired youth galloped wildly down the main road on horseback. His name was Asura, and at this moment, he was carefully steering his black steed, Black Charcoal, skillfully dodging the branches stretching out from both sides of the path. Although riding at night was fraught with danger, he could not afford to hesitate. He had to reach St Goin Academy before the final day of the admission assessment. Sensing its rider's urgency, Black Charcoal obediently surged forward with all its might. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, a grand city wall built against the mountains finally came into view. It was St Goin City, home to the academy he had dreamed of attending. Thinking of the hardships of the journey and the expectations of his family, Asura could not contain his excitement. Standing tall on the saddle, he let out a loud, invigorating shout. As the road became busier with travelers, many passers-by turned to glance at the spirited, black-haired youth, their expressions tinged with the curiosity of city dwellers observing an outsider. Though Asura paid little mind to their stares, the disciplined upbringing of a young general's household quickly prompted him to sit upright and composed. Black Charcoal, too, seemed to share its rider's joy, eagerly galloping toward the city gates. Though not particularly large, St Goin City was known as a city of freedom. It was a melting pot of various races and social classes, and young students in academy uniforms could be seen everywhere. These students were the pride of the Land of Kings, destined to become influential figures after graduation. The Land of Kings was ruled by 4 great empires: Valentia, Pagadan, Sindabeth, and Jyalanan. These 4 mighty empires, equal in power, encircled the most perilous region of the continent, the Beast Forest. Even the strongest warriors of the age dared not venture too far into its depths, where high-level magical beasts roamed and terrifying beast tides could erupt at any moment. Beyond the continent lay the endless sea, a vast expanse whose farthest reaches remained an unsolved mystery. No one knew if other civilizations existed beyond its horizon. Among the many academies, the most prestigious were the 8 great academies: St Goin Academy and Augustus Academy in the Valentia Empire, Bardo Academy and Romeo Academy in the Pagadan Empire, Honus Academy and Taisho Academy in the Sindabeth Empire, and Bernard Academy and Badoli Academy in the Jyalanan Empire. While these academies trained elite warriors for their respective empires, they operated independently and were strategically located at critical points surrounding the Beast Forest, tasked with defending against beast tides. Asura hailed from the small vassal state of Olay, under the Valentia Empire. Although Augustus Academy was closer to home, the looming threat of the Haishue family compelled him to choose St Goin Academy instead. At this time, the city was particularly lively due to the admissions assessment. Following the flow of people, he made his way toward the academy nestled on the mountainside, where the assessments were being held. Among the crowd were local residents, spies from various factions, and noble ladies seeking potential husbands. For these young women, marrying a student from St Goin Academy was considered an excellent match, while the students themselves often sought the support of noble families. Some outstanding candidates would even receive invitations from noble ladies immediately after passing the assessment. When Asura finally reached the assessment site, he noticed that only a handful of candidates remained. Most had already completed their evaluations over the past 2 days. Straightening his hair, disheveled from the long journey, he stepped forward with excitement and determination, ready to take his place as a prospective student of St Goin Academy. At the assessment point, a long stone table was solemnly placed, with 3 examiners dressed in academy instructor uniforms seated behind it. In the center sat an elderly male instructor, flanked by a younger male and female instructor on either side. Their expressions were serious, their piercing gazes reflecting a businesslike demeanor. Asura stepped forward and carefully filled out a simple personal information form. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully handed the form to the young male instructor seated behind a sign labeled Martial Artist Assessment Point. The young instructor took the form and quickly scanned it, his eyes lingering momentarily on the tall and well-proportioned young man before him. In a calm tone, he said, "Candidate, place your hand on the chi and blood testing stone and activate your chi and blood energy to determine your martial arts level." Asura fixed his gaze on the red stone on the table. After steadying his mind, he grasped it and channeled his internal chi and blood energy. The stone immediately emitted a vibrant red glow, warm but not blinding. Assessment result: Warrior, Level 3. The young instructor announced flatly. Asura felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was exactly the Academy's admission standard. However, muffled laughter and whispers arose from behind him. Before he could ponder the reason, the instructor continued, "Assessment result invalid. You are not eligible for admission. Please leave." The words hit the young man like a bolt of lightning. The laughter behind him grew louder as Asura, incredulous, raised his voice in anger. "Why am I disqualified? Isn't the standard for admission to the 8 grade academies Warrior Level 3 or Mage Level 3? I've clearly met the standard." The young instructor, as if anticipating such a reaction, calmly explained, "The Academy's quota for Warrior Level 3 has been filled. Every 3 years, we admit 1,600 martial artists at Warrior Level 3 or above, 300 mages at Mage Level 3 or above, and 100 students for special programs. These 2,000 slots were filled as of yesterday." His tone turned stern. "The path of the strong is reserved for those who are proactive and prepared. Arriving on the last day of the assessment shows you did not value this opportunity. I suggest you consider other ordinary academies." Asura suppressed his fury, refusing to feel shame from the reprimand, knew all too well the hardships he had endured to make it this far. Choosing not to argue, he pressed on with a calm question. "If the slots are already filled, why are you still holding assessments here?" This composed inquiry caught the young instructor slightly off guard. Most candidates who had missed their chance either caused a scene or broke down in tears. With a hint of disdain, he replied, "We still have reserved slots for prodigious talents. If you reach the martial master level, you may be admitted. Unfortunately, you're far below that threshold. Please leave and make way for the next candidate." Asura turned away woodenly, his mind in turmoil. As the hope of his entire family, he was unwilling to accept defeat. Yet he saw no way forward. Representatives from various factions and ordinary academies quickly surrounded him, handing him invitations and vying for his attention. Due to his modest appearance, however, noble ladies showed little interest in approaching him. Just as the clamor of voices began to overwhelm Asura, a luxurious silver-white carriage, escorted by guards, parted the crowd and slowly came to a stop in front of the assessment point. A luxurious silver-white carriage slowly approached, drawn by 4 majestic, snow-white hybrid horses, their proud and elegant strides forming a stark contrast to Asura's coal-black steed. The intricate family crest on the carriage's exterior immediately caught the eye, a lightning bolt intertwined with a scepter, symbolizing extraordinary status. Though the silent coachman exuded a chilling aura of strength, he remained composed and unyielding. The crowd quickly turned their attention to the carriage, stepping away from Asura to make room. Asura sneered indifferently but couldn't resist glancing at the carriage, curious to see if this latecomer from a prominent family would share the same fate of being turned away like he had been. The carriage came to a halt, and the formidable coachman softly announced their arrival before opening the door. A silver-haired girl stepped out gracefully, immediately drawing all eyes to her. Despite her youth, she possessed an unparalleled beauty. Alabaster skin, delicate features, and a fitted silver gown that complemented her waist-length silver hair. Every movement radiated an air of nobility. Even Asura was momentarily stunned by her appearance, but he quickly averted his gaze, refocusing on the matter of his own admission. The three examiners maintained their impartial demeanor despite the girl's distinguished background, though the younger male examiner couldn't help but straighten his posture, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. The silver-haired girl greeted the examiners with a polite bow before filling out her application form and proceeding to the magic assessment area. As the young female examiner accepted the form, her eyes briefly flickered with intrigue before returning to a professional calm, signaling the girl to begin her test. With poise, the girl placed her hand on the white magic testing stone. Instantly, a radiant silver light illuminated the area. A lightning element mage, first rank, the young female examiner announced in astonishment. The crowd collectively gasped, breaking into a fervent buzz of discussion. Her name, Clara, quickly spread among the onlookers. She maintained her usual composed and aloof demeanor, as though accustomed to such reactions. Instructor, have I passed the test? She asked softly. The young female examiner snapped out of her shock and responded warmly. Of course you've passed. Not only are you a rare lightning mage, but you've also reached the first rank. Clara, welcome to St Goin Academy. As Clara accepted the academy badge with quiet delight, a sudden voice disrupted the celebratory atmosphere. Hold on, Instructor. Asura's voice rang out from the crowd. Did I hear correctly? Are all lightning mages automatically considered prodigies and given extra admission slots? You just said so, didn't you? All eyes turned to the tall, dark-haired boy, confusion and curiosity etched on every face. This was the same boy who had just been turned away because the slots for warriors were full. Why, then, was he suddenly so fixated on the topic of mages? The silver-haired girl behind the stone table, Clara, initially assumed he was yet another admirer trying to catch her attention. But when she noticed his intense gaze bypassing her entirely and locking onto the female instructor behind her, she realized she had misunderstood him. This realization brought her a sense of relief, though it also left a faint, inexplicable feeling of disappointment lingering in her heart. The young female instructor frowned slightly at the interruption, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Not every lightning mage is automatically called a prodigy. It's just that lightning mages are extremely rare, so the Academy has a special rule allowing us to admit them even beyond the usual quota. No sooner had she finished speaking than Clara noticed the dark-haired boy's eyes suddenly light up. He immediately pressed further. Are you sure, Instructor? As long as someone is a lightning mage, they can enroll in the Academy? I'm sure. Do you think I can just change the Academy's admission rules on a whim? The instructor replied impatiently. But as the words left her mouth, she felt an odd sense that something was off, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what. Before she could figure it out, the dark-haired boy had already stepped forward. He quickly wrote his personal information on a sheet of paper and placed it on the stone table in front of her. Without hesitation, he grabbed the white magic testing stone on the table with both hands and shouted, "Light up for me!" Under the puzzled gazes of everyone present, the magic testing stone in his grip began to glow faintly, emitting a subtle silver light. The shimmering silver light on the magic testing stone caused everyone present to hold their breath. The three mentors and the surrounding examinees stared in shock at the black-haired boy, Asura, who was channeling magical elements with all his might. Beads of cold sweat formed on Ashura's forehead as the lightning magic elements within him were nearly depleted. Aside from a few sporadic sessions of meditation after his awakening, he had never systematically trained in magic. The silver glow on the testing stone flickered unsteadily, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Beneath the silver light, a faint, mysterious gray glow occasionally appeared, though no one seemed to notice. Lightning magic, level, first-year magic apprentice. The young female mentor stammered as she announced. Asura immediately released the testing stone, not even bothering to wipe the sweat from his brow. His intense gaze locked onto the female mentor. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. A warrior possessing the rare talent for lightning magic? Even more puzzling was why someone with such a precious gift would choose to become an ordinary warrior. The silver-haired girl, Clara, stood with her mouth slightly open, equally perplexed. As a fellow prodigy who had also awakened lightning magic, she vividly remembered the grand celebration her family had held for her awakening and the honor of being designated as a key figure for the family's cultivation. Mentor, shouldn't I be receiving my academy badge now? Asura broke the silence. The female mentor frowned at the sharp-witted boy, but before she could respond, he interrupted. Mentor, you just said that a rare lightning magic user qualifies for admission. You can't go back on your word just because I'm young, can you? Amid the murmurs of the crowd, the three mentors held a hushed discussion. Finally, the middle-aged male mentor stepped forward and announced, "Since you are a lightning magic user, congratulations on passing the evaluation. Welcome to St Goin Academy." Asura leapt into the air with excitement. clutching the academy badge as if it were his most prized possession. Nearby, Clara secretly admired the boy's cleverness. She knew she could never pull off such a bold move. Take good care of your badge, the middle-aged minter advised. It's not just a symbol of your identity, it also functions for scoring, trading, and message transmission. Now, you may enter the academy. The badge will guide you through your next steps. After expressing their gratitude, Clara headed straight for the academy gates, while Asura went to retrieve his black horse, Charcoal, tethered to a wooden post. As they passed through the towering gates, the view before them opened up. Ancient trees stood tall, blending harmoniously with the traditional, rustic buildings of the academy. Students dressed in warrior uniforms and magical robes bustled about. In the distance, a commotion could be heard. Clara had been surrounded by a group of senior male students eager to impress her, all vying to exchange badge contact details with the beautiful newcomer. The young girl furrowed her brows repeatedly, clearly showing her impatience with the situation before her. Asura pursed his lips, turned around without a word, and walked away. His retreating figure caught Clara's eye amidst the surrounding crowd, further fueling the girl's anger. As Asura strolled through the academy, he was deeply awed by the rich sense of history that permeated the place. On either side of the path stood statues of powerful figures who had graduated from the academy. Their legendary deeds, like beacons, continued to inspire generations of students to forge ahead. Gazing at these statues, Asura felt his determination surge long to grow stronger. He did not aspire to leave a statue of himself here, but simply wanted to gain enough strength as quickly as possible to return and resolve his family's crisis. Recalling his father's parting words, "Until you truly grow, you must remain patient and keep a low profile," Asura silently vowed to grow stronger in secret and avenge his elder brother as soon as he could. At that moment, his badge emitted a notification. With a thought, he saw the message displayed. New student Asura, please proceed to dormitory number 138. Your private room is ready. Please settle your belongings. If you have a mount, it can be sent to the academy's stables for care by dedicated staff. All new students are required to gather at War God Square by dusk. Latecomers will be immediately expelled. Please take note. Asura first took his mount, Black Charcoal, to the stables. The moment it spotted a few mares, the horse purchased for 10 gold coins began prancing around excitedly. A vein throbbed on Ashura's forehead as he recalled the price he paid for it, barely restraining his urge to discipline the creature. Using the map embedded in his badge, Asura spent most of the day wandering through the massive academy grounds. By the time dusk arrived, he finally reached the dormitory area, having barely explored half the campus. The dormitories were neatly arranged two-story buildings, with male and female dorms on opposite sides of the road. Upon locating dormitory 138, Asura inserted his badge into the slot on the door, which opened with a soft click. The first floor consisted of a simple reception area and a dining table. Upstairs, 3 of the 4 bedrooms were already occupied. He called out a couple of times, but received no response, assuming his roommates had already headed to War God Square. The remaining room was sparsely furnished with just a wardrobe, a desk, a chair, and a bed. With little to unpack, Asura quickly locked the door and rushed toward the assembly point for new students War God Square. When Asura arrived at the War God Plaza, panting heavily, the scene before him was already bustling with activity. Hundreds of new students had gathered in small groups across the plaza. Some were curiously observing the unfamiliar faces around them, while others huddled with their dormmates, whispering quietly. Occasionally, a few malicious chuckles could be heard, accompanied by comments on the appearance and figures of certain girls. As someone leaving home to study for the first time, Asura was brimming with curiosity about everything around him. As he scanned the area, his gaze suddenly met a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Focusing his vision, he realized it was none other than Clara, the silver-haired girl who had taken the same assessment with him earlier that day. Thrilled to see a familiar face, Asura eagerly waved to her. However, his greeting was met with nothing but a haughty scoff and a dismissive turn of her head. Feeling awkward, he slowly lowered his hand and sheepishly scratched his nose. Suddenly, a long, resonant bell chime echoed across the sky. 2 figures descended from above, hovering in midair above the plaza warrior and a mage. This dramatic entrance left the new students in awe, sparking waves of exclamations and cheers of admiration. Asura, too, was thrilled. He understood how rare it was to witness someone capable of flying, even among the powerful members of the Heishui family. He couldn't help but imagine the day he might return home, soaring through the skies in triumph. Silence. A voice, not loud but crisp and clear, rang in everyone's ears. The plaza instantly fell silent. The burly middle-aged warrior stepped forward and spoke. Young ones, I am Furman, the head of the Warrior Academy at Shimshban Academy. Beside me is Sanin, the head of the Mage Academy. The elegant mage beside him tipped his hat gracefully in greeting. Furman continued, first and foremost, regardless of your background, You can only rely on yourself here at the academy. Family influence holds no weight here. Anyone who attempts to abuse their power will be expelled. His words caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of several students dressed in luxurious clothing. At this academy, all cultivation resources must be earned through your own efforts. Gold and jewels are worthless here. Only academy points can be used to exchange for resources. Points can be earned through rankings, completing tasks, or even private transactions. This announcement sparked a wave of murmurs. Students from humble origins felt encouraged, while those from wealthy families seemed less pleased. The academy grants you significant freedom. You can arrange your own schedule, choose your courses, or even skip classes to focus on self-directed cultivation. However, remember this: you only have 9 years. During this time, you must reach the 3rd rank of Grand Warrior or Grand Mage to qualify for graduation and receive a certificate. Failure to meet this standard will not only prevent you from graduating, but your descendants will also be barred from attending any academy. A collective gasp swept through the crowd at these words. Yet, as the cream of the crop who had overcome rigorous trials to be here, every student carried immense confidence in their abilities. Furman and Sannon were pleased with the students' reactions. They had already heard that this cohort included several promising talents, and they looked forward to seeing them bring honor to the academy. Finally, Furman added, "The rest of the rules are detailed in the messages stored in your badges, so I won't go over them one by one." In the academy's grand square, Dean Fileman's voice rang out clearly, reaching the ears of every new student. There's one thing you must remember: many areas within the academy strictly prohibit unauthorized combat. Violators will face severe consequences. Below the stage, the freshmen nodded in agreement. As elite talents from various regions, they were brimming with youthful vigor. Yet they understood the necessity of this rule. After ensuring everyone grasped the message, Dean Fileman turned to the side. Now that the academy rules have been explained, he'll hand things over to Dean Sannon to introduce the upcoming arrangements. With poise and elegance, Dean Sannon stepped forward. His voice, though gentle, carried undeniable authority. "You've all been assigned your dormitories, and tomorrow, we will proceed with class divisions based on your current abilities." He paused briefly, a subtle and enigmatic smile appearing on his lips. "Once the classes are formed, each will be assigned a dedicated mentor to guide you in your training. While the academy encourages freedom in learning, there will be an important assessment in 3 months." His tone shifted, becoming more serious. "At present, most of you are at the 3rd rank of warrior or mage. Within the next 3 months, unless you are pursuing a combat-specific profession, you must advance to the rank of martial master or mage adept. During the assessment, you will be tested as a class, demonstrating your ability to deliver a fatal blow to a test dummy. Failure to meet either the rank requirement or the damage threshold will result in elimination." A ripple of unease spread through the square. Many had assumed that passing the entrance exam was their greatest hurdle, only to realize an even tougher challenge lay ahead. Dean Sannon seemed unfazed by the murmurs of discontent. In fact, he appeared quite satisfied with their reaction. He continued, "This is only the beginning. In the future, you will face more comprehensive assessments and missions. Let me be clear: our graduation rate is just 50%. And, tragically, nearly 30% of students face fatal accidents." His words plunged the square into a heavy silence. The 50% graduation rate was shocking enough, but the mention of a 30% mortality rate sent chills down the spines of the freshmen. Just as a sense of doubt and fear began to settle, Dean Sannon's voice rose, filled with solemn determination. "The path of cultivation has always been one of swimming against the current. Without striving forward, you will remain nothing more than a speck of dust on this vast continent. But if you persevere and excel, surpassing all others, you will shine as the brightest star in the night sky. Your future lies in your own hands. Every single day here will shape the person you will become. I wish you all the best of luck. You are dismissed." Before the echoes of his words could fade, the 2 deans ascended into the air and disappeared from the students' view in the blink of an eye. Yet their remarks lingered in the hearts of the young learners, leaving an indelible impression that would not soon be forgotten. Asura dragged his weary steps away from the square, the words of the 2 deans echoing incessantly in his mind. The sight of the powerful individuals soaring through the sky had left him profoundly shaken, igniting a burning resolve within him to grow stronger. When he pushed open the dormitory door, the first thing he saw was 3 young men sitting upright in the common room. Their gazes instantly locked onto him, and Asura instinctively forced a stiff smile. A boy dressed in elegant attire was the first to rise. With refined manners, he said, "You must be the last roommate to arrive at dormitory 138. I've heard that those who arrive on the last day are usually special recruits, real prodigies." His voice was warm and pleasant, like a gentle breeze. This remark caught the attention of the other 2, who began to study Asura more closely. Flustered, Asura waved his hands, his cheeks slightly flushed. No, I was just lucky, that's all." The boy in fine clothes laughed heartily. "No need to be modest. We're all sharing this dorm for the next 9 years. Imjinza, a level 3 water mage. Next, a blond boy with an air of nobility introduced himself. Although simply dressed, his every gesture exuded grace. Arthur, level 1 warrior. Finally, a shy boy with messy hair spoke up. I'm Angelo. You can just call me Little Low. I study weapon crafting. When it was Asura's turn, he straightened his back and said, I'm Asura, level 3 warrior. His words immediately drew skeptical glances from the other three. Jinza quickly stepped in to ease the tension, changing the topic to their ages. It turned out they were all close in age, differing only by months. Jinza was the oldest, followed by Arthur, then Asura, with Angelo being the youngest. After a brief conversation, an awkward silence fell over the room. Arthur was the first to excuse himself, and the others soon retreated to their rooms as well. Asura looked at the simple single bed in his room, and an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. After 6 months of wandering and sleeping outdoors, he finally had a bed to call his own. He fought back the urge to cry, knowing that from now on, he could only rely on himself. Meeting 2 classmates who were already a level higher than him in a single day filled him with a sense of pressure and urgency. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Asura fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, being an early riser, he completed a quick workout before receiving instructions via the Academy badge to report to Classroom 13. In the downstairs cafeteria, he ran into Jinza and Arthur, who were having breakfast. Jinza kindly handed him a piece of roasted meat and bread. After a simple meal, the three of them parted ways, heading to their respective classrooms. However, when Asura arrived at the designated building, a strange sense of unease crept over him. The students coming and going, whether new or senior, were all dressed in mage robes. He alone was wearing a warrior's outfit, standing out like a sore thumb. He froze at the entrance of the building, unsure of what to do. Asura stood in front of the Magic Academy's teaching building, his entire body stiffening at a dreadful thought. Had he really been assigned to the Magic Academy? For a warrior who had never practiced magic, this was undoubtedly the worst possible start. Recalling the meaningful smirk of the middle-aged examiner during the assessment, the boy clenched his teeth and silently vowed to pluck out that man's beard one day. Taking a deep breath, Asura stepped into the historic magic building. When he found Classroom 13, the already quiet room fell into an even deeper silence. 8 or 9 students who had arrived early stared in astonishment at the black-haired boy dressed in a warrior's outfit. Ignoring the stares, Asura walked straight to a seat in the back by the window and sat down. Hey, are you sure you're in the right classroom? There aren't any warrior classes in this building. A chubby boy in the front row turned around and asked. I wish I were in the wrong place, but this is where I'm supposed to report, Asura replied helplessly. The chubby boy looked puzzled, and the other students regarded Asura as an oddity before quickly losing interest. The classroom returned to its usual pre-class chatter, and the new arrival no longer drew attention. That was until a silver-haired girl named Clara gracefully walked into the room. All eyes froze on her once again. If Asura's presence had been strange, Clara's beauty was utterly captivating. A lanky boy in an ornate mage's robe immediately flashed a dazzling smile and offered her a seat with a gentlemanly gesture, but she ignored him completely. Asura recognized Clara and realized she was also a lightning mage, which explained why they were in the same class. Clara, too, noticed the out-of-place boy in the warrior's attire. Remembering his performance at the assessment, a faint smile played on her lips. That small smile made the chubby boy's heart race, as he mistakenly believed the goddess was smiling at him. What shocked the chubby boy even more was when Clara walked directly to the seat next to Asura on his right, separated only by a narrow aisle. The chubby boy's thoughts ran wild, imagining that the goddess had chosen that spot to get a better view of him. After settling into her seat, Clara tilted her head and quietly observed Asura. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Asura recalled how indifferent she had been to him the day before, yet now her attitude seemed entirely different. Still, deciding to be magnanimous, he forced a stiff smile and awkwardly greeted her. Long time no see. Clara chuckled at his clumsy attempt to break the ice. With a sweet smile, the silver-haired girl softly replied, idiot. When Asura heard the teasing greeting from the silver-haired girl, his face immediately darkened. The boy stubbornly turned his head away, silently vowing never to pay attention to this annoying girl again. Clara, watching his childish reaction, couldn't help but smile. Throughout her life, the boys around her had always been polite and charming, like peacocks flaunting their feathers to show her their best. Yet the black-haired boy before her, with his slightly awkward demeanor, stood out in stark contrast. This unexpected difference sparked her intense curiosity. Unable to resist, she sat down beside him. The two began conversing in hushed tones, their voices so soft that none of their classmates could make out what they were saying. Occasionally, the silver-haired girl would cover her mouth and giggle, leading others to assume she was mocking the plainly dressed black-haired boy. A few of the boys in the classroom, noticing this interaction, discreetly moved to the back row, hoping to be closer to the girl they considered a goddess. Meanwhile, the other girls could only sigh and roll their eyes, knowing they couldn't compete with Clara's stunning beauty. As the class attention remained focused on the back of the room, the sharp sound of the bell signaling the start of class rang out. A young female instructor, whose beauty rivaled Clara's, stepped into the classroom. She wore a flowing purple mage's robe that accentuated her graceful figure. Her every movement exuded elegance and sophistication, with an air of maturity that Clara's youthful charm couldn't yet match. Standing confidently at the center of the podium, the instructor greeted the class with an enthusiastic smile. "Welcome, new students of Magic Class 13. I'm your homeroom teacher, Ella. They'll be guiding you through your magical studies from now on. If you ever have any questions about magic or training, feel free to come to me. Let's have a great time learning together." "Thank you." The students, momentarily stunned by her poise and beauty, finally snapped back to reality. The boys were especially thrilled. Having not one but two goddess-like figures in their class seemed like an incredible stroke of luck at St Goin Academy. Ella was a recent graduate and one of the Academy's most outstanding students. Her grandfather, Avery, was a renowned professor of magic at the Academy, revered as a grand magus of formidable power. Having grown up under his guidance, and with parents who were high-ranking officials in the Empire, Ella had naturally stayed on at the Academy to teach after graduation. Already a second-tier magus herself, she was well qualified to oversee a class of freshmen. Many talented male graduates had also remained at the Academy in an attempt to win her favor, though none had succeeded in capturing her heart thus far. As this was Ella's first time as a homeroom teacher, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Fortunately, the Academy had shown her some consideration by assigning her the smallest class, Magic Class 13. This elite group consisted entirely of lightning mages, with only 14 students in total, 7 boys and 7 girls. The small size of the class reflected the rarity of lightning mages, who, once fully trained, were known for their unparalleled destructive power at the same level. Initially, Ella had been pleased to be assigned to such a specialized and promising class. However, her excitement waned when she reviewed the student roster. On the bright side, 4 of the students had already reached the rank of mage, a ratio far surpassing other classes. But to her dismay, 1 student was still only at the level of a magic apprentice. Concerned, she had rushed to the admissions office to confirm the details with her close friend, who worked there. After learning the full story behind the student's admission, she could only laugh helplessly. Ella's concern wasn't about this student dragging down the class performance. Rather, she feared he might be eliminated during the assessment 3 months later. She made a mental note of his name Asura and resolved to give him extra guidance and support to help him catch up. Noticing the eager expressions on her students' faces, Ella felt her cheeks flush slightly. She couldn't help but observe the unusually empty seats at the front of the class, with most students clustered in the back. When her gaze landed on the silver-haired girl, everything clicked. Smiling knowingly, she announced that it was time for roll call. As Ella called out each name, she paid close attention to the students as they stood to respond. When she reached Clara's name, the boys erupted into cheers, to which Clara responded with a knowing smile. Finally, Ella's eyes moved to the last name on the list, her expression becoming more serious. Asura, a tall, well-built boy with short black hair, stood up in response. Ella studied him intently, her mind already racing. So this is Asura? How can I help him improve his rank? Would being too obvious about it hurt his pride? Meanwhile, the rest of the class had no idea what their teacher was pondering as she quietly observed the boy. The beautiful homeroom teacher, Ella, gazed intently at the black-haired Asura, her eyes filled with an almost dreamy longing. Her unusual behavior caused a stir in the classroom. The students began whispering among themselves, and even the usually aloof Clara furrowed her brows slightly. Asura, caught off guard by such direct attention, appeared uneasy. After all, a teenager's skin is thin when it comes to such matters. He asked softly, "Teacher, may I sit down?" This gentle question snapped Ella out of her daze. Realizing her improper behavior, a blush crept across her stunning face. She nodded hurriedly, "Yes, yes, of course." Her uncharacteristic reaction only made the atmosphere in the room more peculiar. A few girls exchanged knowing glances, their eyes darting between Ella and Asura, as if sensing the scent of gossip in the air. Ella quickly regained her composure and began addressing the class. "Starting today, our courses officially commence. The class schedule is posted on the bulletin board outside the main hall. You can choose your courses and mentors based on your interests. Our primary goal is to pass the assessment test in 3 months." As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifted back to Asura. "Now, let's select our class representatives," Ella continued. "Since our class size is relatively small, we only need a class president and a learning monitor." Initially, no one volunteered. However, the moment Ella mentioned that serving as a class representative would earn additional academy points, the room erupted with excitement. Clara was the first to stand and nominate herself for class president. Her candidacy was unanimously approved, with no objections from anyone. When Ella asked for nominees for the learning monitor position, Clara shot Asura a warning glance. Sensing her intention, Asura tactfully avoided eye contact and pretended to admire the scenery outside the window. In the end, the tall, lanky boy named Kyle, who had previously arranged Clara's seat, was elected as the learning monitor. Kyle was a skilled lightning element mage from a powerful family. Thrilled at the opportunity to work alongside Clara, he couldn't help but steal glances at her from time to time. Clara, on the other hand, sat with an expressionless face, mentally striking someone with lightning countless times over. Finally, teacher Ella distributed the Academy's official magical robes to each student, emphasizing that they were required to wear the uniform moving forward. With that, the academic journey at St Goin's Academy of Magic officially began. Asura donned the dark green magic robe, the iconic uniform of St Goin Academy of Magic. For the first time, he no longer felt out of place. The first class of the day was Basic Magic Theory, taught by their homeroom mentor, Ella. As a distinguished graduate of the academy with striking looks, Ella effortlessly captured the attention of most of the freshmen. However, seated in the back row, Asura was drenched in sweat. For someone who had never systematically studied magic, this class felt utterly incomprehensible. His only prior experience with magic came from a few simple meditation techniques taught by his fourth sister. Despite his natural intelligence, it was nearly impossible for him to grasp such advanced magical concepts without any foundation. Only Clara, sitting beside him, noticed his unease, but she merely cast him occasional glances without saying much. The academy's schedule consisted of morning classes, with the rest of the day reserved for self-study and practice. Classes were held 5 days a week, with weekends off. Over the course of the morning, Asura attended 4 different magic lectures, 2 of which focused specifically on lightning magic. Though he paid full attention, the gap between him and his classmates, many of whom came from prestigious magical families and had received professional training since childhood, was glaringly apparent. As the third son of a general from a small vassal state, Asura lacked both high-quality training resources and personalized guidance. Feeling both lost and frustrated about his future, Asura pushed open the door to dormitory room 138. Inside, 3 of his roommates, who had been chatting over tea, immediately noticed his magic robe and exchanged puzzled glances. After all, wasn't he just a third-year warrior yesterday? Seeing their curious expressions, Asura, weighed down by his mood, simply waved a hand in acknowledgement and prepared to head upstairs. But before he could, the eldest roommate, Jinza, called out to him, "Hey, third brother, come have a taste of this fine tea and join us for a chat." The casual use of third brother struck a chord in Asura, reminding him of how his 2 elder brothers used to address him. A warmth spread through his heart as he turned to see 3 genuinely smiling faces. Unable to resist, he smiled back. "Sure, I could use a drink." Without any sense of decorum, Asura plopped down, crossed his legs, and gulped down the tea. Jinza, watching his rough mannerisms, shook his head with a helpless smile and poured him another cup of the precious brew. The second roommate maintained his usual cool demeanor, sipping the tea delicately. The fourth roommate, meanwhile, seemed brimming with excitement, as if eager to share some good news. As Jinza refilled Ashura's cup, he asked in a light-hearted tone, "What's wrong, third brother? You look like you've got a lot on your mind. Did you run into some trouble, or were you rejected by a beauty? If it's the former, maybe we can help." Asura glanced at Jinza gratefully. Instead of probing about the magic robe, Jinza had chosen this casual way to show concern. After a brief silence, Asura decided to open up. He shared his current struggles, the reasons he had never learned magic before, how he managed to pass the entrance assessment, and the challenges he faced in class today. However, he left out the details about his family's predicament and the dangers he encountered on his journey to the academy. The 3 roommates listened in stunned silence. They hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary boy to have such a complicated backstory, nor did they imagine he would take such a bold path to enter the academy. They quickly empathized with Ashura's current difficulties, though none of them could immediately think of a good solution. Janze, the leader of their dormitory, looked at Asura with a serious expression and said, "Third brother, you and I are the only mages in our dorm. Over the past few years, my progress in magic has been a bit slow because I've been busy learning to manage the family business. However, I can still help you with the basics of magic enlightenment. That said, I'm a water element mage, so I may not be of much help with the specialized knowledge of lightning magic." As he spoke, he took out an ancient-looking booklet from his storage ring. "This is a basic meditation technique for magic. It can help you better accumulate magical elements." Asura accepted the booklet and thanked Jinze earnestly. Jinze, however, waved it off casually, as if it was no big deal. "We're brothers in the same dorm. It's nothing." Arthur, the second brother, pondered for a moment before chiming in, "I may not know much about magic, but I have a cousin in the upper grades who's a top-ranked earth element mage. Should I ask him to come and tutor you? Ashura quickly declined with a polite smile. Jinzei teaching me the basics is more than enough. There's no need to trouble your cousin. At that moment, Angelo, the fourth brother, pulled out a delicate bracelet from his storage ring. Third brother, this is one of my proudest creations. I may not know magic, but my family specializes in crafting magical artifacts. This bracelet can enhance the power of low-level magic spells by 20. Considering your upcoming assessment against the combat dummy in 3 months, this should come in handy. But it's a one-time use item. I haven't yet mastered the skill to make reusable ones. He scratched his messy, bird's nest-like hair awkwardly as he handed the bracelet over. Looking at the encouraging expressions of the three before him, Ashura accepted the bracelet, his eyes glistening with emotion. In his heart, he silently vowed to repay their kindness someday. It was his earlier openness that had broken down the barriers between them, bringing the four closer together. Just then, Angelo excitedly shared some news that immediately stirred the boy's youthful energy. I had somehow managed to gather intel about the top 10 beauties of the freshman class rankings within just one morning. With a mischievous grin, he vividly described the names and class information of the girls on the list, adding that the rankings were not yet finalized and further evaluations would follow. When Clara's name came up, Ashura scoffed. That silver-haired girl might be beautiful, but she had the audacity to call him an idiot. If he were stronger, he would have gladly knocked that high-bridged nose of hers out of place. After finishing his animated rundown of the final beauty on the list, Angelo sighed with a hint of regret. Actually, there's a girl in the alchemy department from the non-combat specialization named Tangua. Her looks are definitely top 10 material, but it seems like she's visually impaired, which unfortunately lowers her image score. Such a shame. The four boys, having absorbed the information, exchanged a knowing look. A faint, wolfish gleam flickered in their eyes as they all turned their gazes toward the window. Across the road lay the girls' dormitory. In dorm room 138, the air was thick with the raw energy of youth and unrestrained ambition. The four young men sat in a circle, enthusiastically discussing the topic of the most beautiful women on campus. Ashura brought up the breathtaking beauty of Instructor Ella, to which Angelo immediately chimed in, saying she was the most famous beauty in the academy. Back in the day, her admirers lined up from the academy all the way to the magical beast forest. However, due to Ella's exceptionally high standards and her strict upbringing under her grandfather, the renowned Grand Magus Avery, she remained single to this day. Angelo, where do you even get all this information? Ashura asked casually. Angelo raised his chin proudly. I got this exclusive scoop from some friends in the artifact crafting department this morning. Impressive. Ashura laughed. You could sell this kind of intel not for money, but for academy points. Those guys drooling over the beauties would definitely pay for it. You wouldn't even need to take on tasks to rake in points. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed their leader, Kinzel, suddenly deep in thought. After a moment, a peculiar gleam appeared in Kinzel's eyes. He slapped Ashura on the shoulder with excitement. Brilliant idea, Ashura. Angelo, keep gathering intel. They'll handle the sales. We'll trade the points and split them among us brothers. With that, he leapt to his feet, one foot on the chair, passionately outlining his business plan. Ashura rubbed his sore shoulder, staring in disbelief at the suddenly entrepreneurial Kinzel. The ever-naive Angelo immediately agreed, declaring he would gather first-hand information for a top 10 beauties ranking. Wait, Arthur, the second eldest, interjected urgently. One of you gathers intel, one sells it, and one comes up with ideas. What about me? I want a share of the points too. Angelo paused to think. Second brother, I've got the perfect job for you. This business might get a little risky. You're the strongest among us, so if we ever get attacked by those beauties' admirers, we'll rely on you to protect us. Arthur's usually cool demeanor faltered, and cold sweat appeared on his face. Do you think I can handle that? Of course. We trust your strength, Kinzel said, patting Arthur's shoulder in encouragement. And so, a secret underground organization dedicated to gathering and trading campus gossip was quietly born. After a simple meal, the four of them returned to their rooms to train. Kinzel, however, stayed behind with Ashura in the first-floor lounge, spending 3 full hours explaining the fundamentals of magic. He even taught using the same methods his family elders had used on him. By the end, he shared his personal meditation technique, which was clearly far superior to the one Ashura had been using. As night fell, Ashura returned to his room, replaying everything Kinzel had taught him. Concepts from the morning's class that had seemed incomprehensible suddenly became crystal clear. Though he knew it would take time to bridge the gap in their abilities, Ashura wasn't discouraged. He immediately sat cross-legged on his bed and began practicing the new meditation technique. To his astonishment, he could feel the magical elements in the air pouring into his body at an unprecedented speed. This top-tier meditation technique, originating from the most elite practices of the continent of kings, made his training remarkably efficient. Late into the night, When most mages would have stopped due to reaching their magical capacity, Asura continued effortlessly, his body seemingly an endless vessel for magical energy. It wasn't until dawn that he finally emerged from his meditative state. Despite feeling drained from overexerting his mental energy, he was thrilled to discover that his magic level had jumped to Apprentice Stage 3 overnight. Though puzzled by his unusual training progress, Asura decided to keep it a secret for now, wary of being treated as a research subject. After a quick wash, he went to the cafeteria early to pick up 4 free standard breakfasts for his roommates. Following a brief chat with the others, they each headed off to their respective classes. When Asura arrived at the classroom for Class 13, he noticed it was far livelier than usual, with students from other classes seemingly sitting in to observe. Unfazed by the commotion, he made his way to his seat from the previous day, ready to begin the day's lessons. At that moment, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of Asura, blocking his path. He looked up and saw Kyle, the class monitor, standing there. "You need to switch seats. This one's mine," Kyle said in a condescending tone. Asura looked confused. He glanced at the silver-haired girl sitting nearby, her face emotionless, and instantly understood what was going on. His eyes darted mischievously, and a teasing smile curled on his lips. "Why should I? I was sitting here yesterday, and my notes are still on the desk. Shouldn't a class monitor be sitting up front, paying attention to the lecture? Why are you hanging out in the back?" Kyle's face stiffened at the remark, anger flashing in his eyes. "Listen, black-haired kid, I've looked into you. If you know what's good for you, move. Or else, I'll teach you a lesson." He reached for the ornate magical staff gifted to him by his family. "Oh, so you can't win the seat with words, and now you're resorting to violence? Go ahead, hit me," Asura said with a smirk. "Let's see if the Academy expels you for attacking someone on campus." He puffed out his chest and leaned forward, daring Kyle. Kyle was caught off guard by Asura's shamelessness. He knew he couldn't risk breaking the rules on school grounds, and for a moment, he was too furious to speak. Meanwhile, Clara, the silver-haired girl, seemed rather amused by Asura's boldness, her lips curving ever so slightly into a faint smile. Just as everyone thought the confrontation was over, Asura spoke up again. "This seat is mine, but, well, since we're classmates, I suppose I could let you have it." "You mean it? You're giving it to me? Great," Kyle exclaimed, his excitement barely contained. "Hold on," Asura interrupted. "This is a prime spot. If you want it, you'll need to pay a price. How about 200 points? Kyle froze. Freshmen were given 100 points in their initial badge, and as the class monitor, he had earned an additional 100 bonus points. This scoundrel wanted to drain his entire balance for a single seat? Seeing Kyle hesitate, Asura feigned disappointment. "I guess this seat isn't that important to you after all. Clearly, 200 points mean more. Never mind, I'll ask someone else." He moved as if to sit back down. "Fine, 200 it is. Deal." Kyle grabbed Asura, gritting his teeth. Asura jumped up in excitement. He quickly pulled out his badge to complete the transaction, his grin widening as his balance shot up to 300 points. He was too busy celebrating to notice the faint sparks of electricity crackling at the ends of the silver-haired girl's hair. Kyle, now in possession of the coveted seat, brushed back his bangs with a confident flick and cast a sidelong glance at the girl he admired. Just one look at his goddess made him feel that the 200 points were worth every bit. Scanning the room, Asura noticed the classroom was nearly full. It was hard to tell whether the crowd was here for Professor Ella or for Clara. Spotting only one remaining empty spot, he retrieved a stool from the back of the room. Under the astonished gazes of his classmates, he boldly set it down beside Clara's desk and took a seat. "Hey there, beautiful. Mind if we share a little space?" he asked with a cheeky grin, flashing his white teeth. Clara didn't reply. She shifted slightly to the side, creating more room, and let out a soft, disdainful hum. In that moment, the only sound louder than her scoff was the collective heartbreak of every boy in the room. Kyle stared blankly at the scene before him, a surge of inexplicable anger welling up inside. That dark-haired boy had somehow managed to take the seat beside his dream girl, completely ruining the strategic advantage of the spot Kyle had chosen so carefully. Other male classmates also cast resentful glances, inwardly regretting not acting sooner. Asura, feeling the hostility radiating from all directions, instinctively shrank back a little and pretended to focus intently on his notes. Meanwhile, Clara, sitting beside him, seemed entirely oblivious to the undercurrent of tension around her. She casually twirled a strand of her silver hair, looking quite at ease and in good spirits. As the professor entered the classroom, the students, apart from the still glowering Kyle, had no choice but to redirect their attention and concentrate on the lecture. However, 2 lessons later, Asura's expression grew increasingly serious. He could barely grasp the basics of the magic class, and the more advanced concepts left him utterly lost. He realized with clarity that continuing like this would only waste precious time. Asura buried his head in his arms, lost in thought. Clara noticed his unusual behavior and hesitated, almost reaching out to poke him, but then withdrew her hand. Nearby, Kyle sneered, thinking to himself that this underachiever wouldn't last long. His goddess would never be interested in someone like that. Just as Kyle was plotting ways to rescue his goddess, Asura suddenly stood up, his eyes alight with determination. Without a word, he turned and dashed out of the classroom, leaving behind a room full of stunned students and a bewildered professor. But in this academy that prized freedom, such small disruptions were quickly forgotten by most except for the silver-haired girl, whose face briefly showed a trace of disappointment. Asura made his way straight to the training grounds, his mind now clear on what he needed to do. Since the headmaster had stated that anyone who could reach the level of a warrior or mage and inflict effective damage on the test dummy would pass, Asura knew that with his current third-rank warrior skills, advancing to warrior level within 3 months was not impossible if he trained diligently. When he arrived at the training grounds wearing his mage's robes, he instantly drew a wave of curious stares and hushed whispers. As he scanned the vast training area for Arthur's figure, a familiar voice called out to him. The silver-armored middle-aged instructor he had met during the entrance exam recognized him and, with a meaningful look, invited him to sit in on a lecture. Asura initially intended to decline, especially since he had caused some trouble for this instructor just a few days ago. But when the instructor subtly mentioned the word assessment, Asura immediately understood that his intentions had been seen through. Left with no choice, he put on a flattering smile and agreed, all the while inwardly cursing the instructor's female relatives 100 times over. When Asura followed his mentor into the class, he froze at the sight before him. Unlike the usual class size of 30 or 40 students, this room was packed with over 100 trainees, neatly arranged in rows. The students from the warrior class were already eyeing the newcomer in the mage's robe, whispering among themselves and speculating about his purpose. At that moment, the middle-aged male mentor spoke up. "Come on in, kid. By the way, your name is Asura, right? If you ever want to attend the warrior class, just come find me." "Got it, uncle," Asura replied, lowering his head. The term of address made the mentor pause, a vein faintly pulsing on his forehead. "My name is Inge. You should address me as Mentor Inge." "Understood, Uncle Inge," Asura responded earnestly. Inge was silent for a moment, but then unexpectedly chuckled and motioned for Asura to join the group. Turning to the class, he announced, "This black-haired kid here is Asura. From now on, he'll be part of Class 8. Now, let's continue with combat training. Groups of 10 attack me with everything you've got. Begin." Asura watched as group after group charged at Mentor Inge, only to be effortlessly sent flying, landing on the ground with groans of pain. Swallowing hard, he regretted calling him uncle earlier. When it was his group's turn, Ashura's eyes darted around as he joined his teammates in rushing toward the mentor. In just a few swift motions, the entire group was sent sprawling. However, Inge frowned, realizing he had only thrown 9 punches. His gaze quickly locked onto the mage-robed boy who was theatrically rolling on the ground. It turned out Asura had cleverly dodged the attack by jumping aside amidst the chaos. Just as Asura was pretending to be injured, a figure came crashing down heavily onto him. A cascade of fiery red hair obscured his vision. Instinctively, he reached out to push the person off, but his right hand landed on something soft and unexpectedly springy. Before he could process what had happened, his eyes met a flawlessly sculpted face, whose cold gaze bore into him. "Did you enjoy that?" the person asked icily. Hearing the cold, murderous tone in the girl's voice, Asura suddenly realized that his hand was gripping a rather sensitive part of her body. But now that he was already in too deep, he decided to double down. Putting on a shameless smirk, he brazenly gave her a couple more squeezes and even had the audacity to comment, "Not bad at all." The girl froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard by such shameless behavior. In the next instant, like an arrow released from a bow, she shot up into the air. Out of nowhere, an enormous horse-slaying blade, nearly as tall as she was, appeared in her hand. But Asura had anticipated her reaction. The moment she sprang up, he executed a nimble kip-up and darted into the crowd behind him. As the girl landed, her massive blade pointed directly at the crowd. She stood tall, towering over most of the boys, her striking figure accentuated by her curvaceous build and her stunningly beautiful face. Her bright, piercing eyes, like autumn waters, radiated a commanding aura. Combined with the gigantic blade in her hand, she looked like a goddess of war stepped out of an ancient mural, sending chills down everyone's spine. The other students instinctively took 2 steps back, intimidated by her overwhelming presence. Yet some male students, who had come to admire her reputation, gazed at her with infatuation, clearly captivated by her wild and untamed allure. Her sharp eyes scanned the crowd, searching for the detestable smirk she couldn't forget. Never in her life had she been so humiliated. The shame burned within her, and she wished nothing more than to cut off the offender's hands. Meanwhile, Asura hid among the crowd, scarcely daring to breathe, as if he were prey being stalked by a predator. He thought to himself, this girl is insane. There's no way I can stay in Class 8. It's only the first lesson, and already 2 people want me dead. From a distance, Instructor Inger noticed the commotion and chuckled inwardly. That troublemaker is at it again, he thought, finding the situation an amusing distraction from his otherwise dull lesson. Without hesitation, he announced, no break this time. We're moving on to the next training exercise. Clearly, he wanted to prevent Asura from slipping away once class ended. The students quickly assembled into formation. The red-haired girl momentarily suppressed her murderous intent and returned to the lineup, though her classmates kept a deliberate distance from her. Inger, with a sly grin, devised a plan to deal with the troublemaker. Your earlier attacks were all for show, with no real combat value. This is a practical combat class, so it's time to learn something real. Now, you'll pair up for sparring. From now on, whenever you learn a new technique, you can practice it with your partner. But remember to hold back and exercise control. The warriors among the students were fired up, eager for action, while the magic users and the red-haired girl seemed distracted, their eyes wandering. Inger began calling out pairings. Ferrero versus Sinji, Sans versus Lisa. As each name was called, students stepped out to face their sparring partners on the training field. As the number of unpaired students dwindled, Ashura's anxiety grew. He could feel an icy glare fixed on him, but dared not look back. Finally, Inger announced with a smile, the last pair. Magina versus Asura. All eyes turned toward Asura, their gazes filled with a mix of emotions: envy, jealousy, and, most of all, pity. No one offered to switch places with him. The name sounded familiar to Asura, and when he turned to look, he saw the red-haired girl standing with her arms crossed, smirking coldly at him. Her heavy breathing only emphasized her striking figure. Asura had no time to appreciate the view. He turned to Inger and protested, Instructor, I request a different partner. I don't fight women. Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy kick landed squarely on his backside, sending him flying onto the training ground in a graceless heap. The field fell silent. No one laughed at his misfortune. Instead, they looked at him with even more pity. Spitting out a mouthful of grass, Asura slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Never in his life had a woman treated him like this. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, he sprang to his feet, assuming the opening stance of his family's signature martial art, Thunder Strike Fist. He resolved to teach this arrogant girl a lesson. Inger, now thoroughly entertained, grinned and said simply, begin. Before the words had fully left Inger's mouth, Asura charged toward the red-haired girl like a bolt of lightning. Half an hour later, he lay sprawled in the middle of the training field, utterly defeated. His disheveled hair, swollen face, and blackened eyes, combined with the footprints covering his mage's robe, told the entire story of the brutal beating he had endured. Magina clapped her hands lightly, tucking the fiery strands of hair that had been tossed around during the fight behind her ears. A triumphant smile curved at the corners of her lips. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she replayed the battle in her mind. That black-haired boy, despite only being at the 3rd rank of warrior and far from mastering any refined combat techniques, had a knack for pulling off unexpected dirty tricks. His agility and quick reflexes had kept her on her toes. It had taken every ounce of her strength to fully subdue him, and the exhilarating intensity of the duel far surpassed the routine sparring sessions she usually had with other trainees. Just then, something unexpected occurred. Magina suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through her. Her blood seemed to boil, and a crisp, cracking sound emanated from her bones. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding trainees, she let out an involuntary roar as her aura skyrocketed. She had broken through to the 2nd rank of Martial Master. The joy on her face was unmistakable, and her radiant smile left the male trainees around her completely mesmerized. Their instructor nodded approvingly and then gave her a sly grin. Magina, your rapid breakthrough owes a lot to your excellent sparring partner. You two should train together more often. Who knows, maybe you'll reach the 3rd rank of warrior in no time. Hey, race an idea. From now on, you're in the same group, and he'll be your golden sparring partner. Hearing this, Magina's eyes lit up as she fixed her intense gaze on the black-haired boy still pretending to be unconscious on the ground. The other trainees exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Asura, lying battered and bruised on the floor, was inwardly cursing Magina for the 100th time. How is this girl so ridiculously strong? Her power, speed, and reflexes all completely outclass mine. She didn't even use that massive sword of hers. Is this the gap between ranks? Just you wait when I get stronger. We'll make sure she pays for this. And that sly old fox and golden sparring partner? More like human punching bag. Now that she's broken through, only a fool would keep training with her. I'm switching classes tomorrow, no question about it. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, Asura dragged his battered body back to the dormitory. Trainees passing by pointed and whispered, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the gawking crowd. Little did he know, his newfound title of Golden Sparring Partner had already been exaggerated and spread by the trainees of Warrior Class 8, turning him into the hottest topic among the freshmen. Asura dragged his exhausted body back to the dormitory, collapsing heavily onto a chair in the living room. His face was so swollen it was almost unrecognizable, leaving Jinza, the eldest, and Arthur, the second brother, utterly stunned. Third brother. Who beat you up like this? Arthur demanded, fury blazing in his eyes. Tell me, who's the bastard? They'll head to the arena right now and challenge him. He stormed toward the door. Seeing Arthur's fiery indignation, Asura felt a wave of emotion well up inside him. Second brother. He called out tearfully. It was Magina from Warrior Class 8. She's Tal, you'll recognize her right away. You have to avenge me. Arthur's hand froze on the doorknob, and his entire body stiffened. Wait, you said Magina? And she's a woman? Yeah, that girl's tougher than most men. Swinging a sword taller than she is, Asura grumbled, rubbing his swollen eye. And after she beat me up, she even managed to break through to the next level. It's just not fair. But second brother, I know you can take her down. Before Asura could finish, Arthur shrank back and quietly returned to his seat. Third brother, I might not be able to help you with this, he said awkwardly. First, she's my cousin on my aunt's side. Second, I've never been able to beat her since we were kids, and now she's even leveled up. The room fell into an awkward silence. Just then, Angelo, the youngest of the group, burst in excitedly. Big news. Word is, a mage went to the training grounds today to spar with Magina, the 5th-ranked beauty on the campus list. Not only did he get thoroughly beaten, but she also leveled up again. Noticing the awkward expressions on Jinza and Arthur's faces, Angelo finally caught sight of Ashura's bruised and battered appearance. Asura suddenly remembered why Magina's name had sounded so familiar. Wasn't she one of the women Angelo had ranked on his campus beauties list yesterday? How am I supposed to show my face at this academy now? Asura cried out in despair before storming into his room and slamming the door shut. Jinza and Arthur tried coaxing him out for a while, but in the end, they had no choice but to leave him be. What's wrong with third brother? Angelo asked, confused. Jinza patted him on the shoulder. The person you were just talking about was him. Angelo froze, stunned into silence. After a long pause, he muttered hesitantly, should we tell him there's now a 200 credit bounty for anyone who beats him in hopes of leveling up too? Inside the room, Asura stewed with frustration, sighing deeply. Ultimately, he had no one to blame but himself for his lack of skill. Reflecting on the day's battle, he carefully analyzed his mistakes and lessons learned. Then, wincing from the pain, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began meditating. If he couldn't understand the advanced magic lessons, he'd start from the basics. The next morning, in the Magic Academy's Class 13 classroom, Clara frowned slightly as she glanced at the empty seat beside her. Just then, a stylishly dressed mage from another class strolled in, flipping his perfectly groomed hair. Beautiful mage, may I sit here and join your class? He asked smoothly. Kelton, sitting nearby, immediately tensed, his heart racing. But Clara didn't even look up. This seat is taken, she replied curtly. Seeing the mage hesitate, she repeated firmly, I said, this seat is taken. Under the curious whispers of the surrounding students, the handsome mage's expression shifted several times before he finally slinked out of the classroom in defeat. Kelton, the class representative, suddenly felt like the sun had come out after a long storm. His goddess had rejected someone else for him. Meanwhile, Asura was skulking around the far side of the Class 8 training grounds, determined not to attend class there today. He had made up his mind. From now on, he'd only go to the Magic Foundation classes he could actually understand. In the Advanced Magic Skills class, Asura once again skipped his lesson and wandered over to the Warrior Academy's training grounds. At that moment, a group of students from an unfamiliar class stood in neat rows, waiting for their instructor to arrive. Confirming they weren't from Class 8, Asura confidently strolled to the edge of the lineup, standing there nonchalantly, drawing puzzled looks from the warrior students around him. Mind if I join your warrior class for a bit? Asura flashed what he believed to be his most charming smile. Not at all. You're more than welcome. Who would turn down a golden sparring partner? A teasing baritone voice suddenly came from behind him. Asura turned stiffly, only to see the middle-aged yet strikingly charismatic Instructor Inge smiling warmly at him. Good morning, Instructor Inge. You should hurry along to Class 8 for your lessons. Imperfectly fine, hurry, no need to worry about me. Asura forced an awkward grin. Stroking his goatee, Instructor Inge chuckled, his laughter gradually fading. Actually, I'm substituting for Class 7 today, teaching combat techniques for the first 2 periods. Hearing this, Asura spun around, ready to make a run for it. But a large hand quickly grabbed him by the collar and hauled him back into place, tossing him unceremoniously back into the lineup. Under Instructor Inge's stern gaze, Asura had no choice but to obediently stay and participate in the class. As the lesson progressed, he found himself drawn to the material, begrudgingly admitting that while this old man might have questionable character, his teaching was undeniably top-notch. Whenever combat techniques were demonstrated, Instructor Inge would call on Asura to be his demonstration partner. Though Asura took a few hits in the process, he didn't mind too much. In fact, he used the opportunity to better grasp the intricacies of each move. But the reprieve didn't last long. During the second period, Instructor Inge announced that they would be practicing in pairs. Asura scanned the room, relieved not to spot that red-haired witch. Just as he began to relax, Inge's cheerful voice rang out, "Lanyu, I've got a golden sparring partner for you. Yesterday, Class 8's Magina managed to advance to the next level after giving this guy a good beating. You'd better take advantage of it. Asura, stop hiding and get over here." A dark vein seemed to throb on Ashura's forehead as he suddenly realized that the beating news Angelo mentioned yesterday was likely spread by this very old man. Clenching his fists tightly, Ashura's determination to grow stronger and teach this old man a lesson only deepened. Yet he couldn't help but wonder just how powerful this man truly was. As he lowered his head, lost in thought, a pair of long, slender legs stepped into his line of sight. Asura hurriedly looked up, only to find a blue-haired girl standing before him. Her high ponytail swayed slightly as she stood, and what grabbed his attention most were her long, slender legs. They perfectly complemented her cool, elegant face and mischievous fox-like eyes, giving her an aura of youthful energy. Noticing Asura's gaze lingering on her legs, the girl's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. This subtle movement immediately triggered Asura's instinctive sense of danger, and he quickly looked away. Based on his understanding of Mentor Inge, he was certain this blue-haired girl had to be a formidable fighter. "I object," Asura shouted loudly. "I need to get back to my magic class. Find someone else to spar with her. That big guy over there looks like he'd love to." He pointed at a tall male student who had been sneaking glances at the blue-haired girl, then turned to leave. The tall student's face turned bright red as he lowered his head in embarrassment. Mentor Inge ignored Asura's protest entirely and simply said, "Begin." Before the words even finished echoing, Asura felt a rush of wind behind him. Instinctively, he dove forward in a roll to dodge the swift kick aimed at him. The blue-haired girl landed lightly, immediately assuming an offensive stance and beckoning him with a taunting finger. That provocative gesture completely infuriated Asura. Getting beaten by girls every day, what man could stand this? He thought angrily. He jumped up and shouted, "Since you're forcing me to fight, I won't hold back. Behold my ultimate technique, Wind God Kick. Ha! Watch my legs." The girl, named Lanyu, raised her guard upon hearing his bold proclamation. But in the next second, she saw the boastful boy turn and sprint away at full speed. Lanyu's face turned pale with irritation, and with a cold snort, she relied on her incredible speed to quickly close the gap between her and the fleeing Asura. On the training field, the two figures engaged in a chaotic chase. More accurately, Lanyu was relentlessly pursuing, while Asura desperately fled. The girl's speed was astonishing, forcing Asura to rely on his quick reflexes to narrowly evade her whip-like kicks. His mage's robe was quickly adorned with even more dusty footprints than it had the previous day. Meanwhile, across the field, in another training group, a red-haired girl named Magina was aimlessly glancing around, bored by the substitute mentor's fitness class. She hadn't seen the black-haired boy with the mischievous grin from the day before, making the class even duller. Suddenly, she noticed the commotion near the training ground. The one fleeing was none other than the troublemaker she had been looking for, and chasing him was her acquaintance, the talented Lanyu from the Lan family. Seeing this scene, Magina felt a pang of annoyance, as if her favorite toy had been snatched away by someone else. Eventually, Asura was sent tumbling to the ground by a solid kick, rolling several times before crashing into a large tree. Before he could get up, Lanyu had already planted one leg firmly on the ground while the other pinned his neck in a perfect split. Just then, the bell signaling the end of the second class rang. Desperate, Asura grabbed the foot pressing against his neck and shouted hoarsely, "Class is over. No more fighting. If you hit me again, it's unprovoked assault, and I'll report you to the academy." Lanyu, slightly out of breath, observed the crafty boy. His antics had forced her, known for her speed, to exert herself fully. However, she had to admit that this chase had been excellent practice for her family's martial techniques. When she noticed Asura still clutching her foot, her face flushed red with embarrassment. She tried to pull her foot away, but his grip momentarily held firm. Her fox-like eyes narrowed in both shame and anger. Asura immediately let go, sliding down the tree trunk to sit on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing his robe covered in dusty footprints, Lanyu almost burst into laughter but maintained her composure. She said lightly, "Sparring with you was fun. Make sure to find me next time." With that, she turned and skipped away, her blue ponytail bouncing cheerfully behind her. Watching her retreating figure, Asura grimaced and thought, am I some kind of masochist? A next time with you? Just because you've got long legs? Next time, they'll switch classes. I don't believe Inge teaches every class. He leaned back against the tree, preparing to stand and brush off the dusty footprints covering his robe. Another pair of long, slender legs appeared in front of Asura. He numbly lifted his head, only to see Magina glaring down at him with a fierce expression. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a soft glow on the girl's fair face, making her look even more youthful and captivating. Asura swallowed nervously, thinking to himself, what's this crazy girl up to now? Despite his inner turmoil, he forced a flattering smile onto his face. Before he could say a word, Magina cut him off coldly. Did she enjoy beating you up? Who told you to be her sparring partner? The sudden interrogation left Asura momentarily stunned. Before he could gather his thoughts, Magina bent down, locking eyes with him, and declared forcefully, from now on, you're only allowed to be my sparring partner. I'll look out for you and make sure no one else in the academy bullies you. Asura didn't respond immediately. His gaze was fixed on a particular spot. Following his line of sight, Magina looked down and realized, to her horror, that leaning forward had inadvertently revealed her cleavage. Letting out a startled cry, she quickly covered her chest and straightened up, her hand instinctively reaching for the greatsword stored in her spatial ring. Wait, no need to get violent, big sis. Asura shouted hastily. I'm your cousin Arthur's roommate. Let's talk this through. So, you're that loser's roommate. Magina sneered. Perfect. If I couldn't find you, I would have gone to your dorm. Remember what I said. With that, she spun on her heel and walked away with an air of defiance, leaving Asura to sigh in defeat. Meanwhile, Lanyu was cheerfully skipping back to the lineup of Warrior Class 7. Suddenly, she froze mid-step, a soft gasp escaping her lips, and her entire body began to tremble. Concerned classmates quickly called for Minter. By the time the Minter arrived, Lanyu had already lifted her delicate face, her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, Minter, to think I just broke through to Warrior Level 2. The group was left speechless at her announcement. Minter, however, burst into hearty laughter. That Asura kid is quite the lucky charm. Yesterday, Magina broke through to Warrior Level 2 after sparring with him, and now you have 2. Could he be some kind of rare treasure? Just getting beaten up by him helps people advance. Lanyu couldn't help but laugh at the joke, but her expression grew thoughtful at the mention of Magina's name. So he helped her break through yesterday too, she mused. Next time, we'll make sure he only trains with me. As for Asura, he had already dragged his exhausted body back to Class 13 of the Magic Academy, collapsing face first onto the silver-haired girl's desk with a groan. Clara was startled by Ashura's sudden move to lie down. Wrinkling her delicate nose, she noticed the boy's filthy magical robe, which bore several muddy footprints and faintly reeked of sweat. Where did you skip class to? And how did you end up looking like this? Clara prodded him with her finger as she questioned him. Asura lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at her before falling silent again. Being ignored like this made Clara's temper flare. After all, it was the first time she had ever initiated a conversation with a boy. I'm the class president, and skipping class without a reason means I'll have to report you to the teacher, she warned, her voice rising. Asura sighed inwardly, thinking to himself how it seemed that beautiful girls always liked to pick fights with him. The headmaster said the academy is free, you can attend whichever classes you want, he replied nonchalantly. That remark reminded Clara that the headmaster had indeed said something like that, which only made her puff up her cheeks in frustration. That doesn't give you an excuse to skip class. The 3-month evaluation is coming up soon, and you're not even attending lesson? None of your business, Asura interrupted her irritably with a wave of his hand. His words hit a nerve with Clara. Never before had anyone spoken to her so harshly. She lifted her chin defiantly, both to maintain her dignity and to keep tears from spilling out of her eyes. Kyle, the class's study monitor, who had been eavesdropping nearby, immediately jumped in. How dare you talk to the class president like that? You're a slacker and a disgrace to our class. Your behavior. None of your business. Clara suddenly cut Kyle off mid-sentence. The classroom fell into an awkward silence. Kyle, in particular, looked as though he'd just suffered a mortal wound. Asura stared in surprise at the still fuming silver-haired girl, realizing he might have gone too far. He shouldn't have taken out his frustrations from being bullied on the class president. Pulling out his notebook, he scribbled, "Sorry, I didn't have a choice. I can't understand the magic lessons." Clara had been determined to ignore this jerk forever, but she couldn't resist glancing at the notebook he handed her. Her expression shifted from shock to confusion, then to contemplation, and finally to understanding. As someone who already knew Ashura's background from the moment he stepped through the school gates, she quickly grasped his situation, and her earlier annoyance dissipated. So what are you going to do? How will you pass the evaluation? And what have you been up to these past few days to end up in such a mess? Clara wrote back in the notebook. The two of them continued exchanging notes back and forth until they had filled several pages. It was the first time Clara had ever passed notes with a boy, let alone had such a lengthy conversation with one. Finally, she bit her pen thoughtfully and wrote, I don't know if the path you've chosen is the right one, but if you need help with magic, just ask me anytime. Seeing the girl's kind and sincere words, Asura felt his mood lift. He wrote back, all right, let's talk after I get through the 3-month evaluation first. Before they realized it, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Neither of them had paid attention to the lesson or noticed the time passing. Clara's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly tucked the notebook into her spatial ring. Stretching lazily, Asura stood up and reminded her, keep this between us, before walking off. Back in his dormitory, Asura found Jinza and Arthur waiting for him in the common room. Their concerned expressions warmed as here they knew they were worried about what had happened the day before. As the three of them chatted and laughed about life at the academy, Angelo suddenly burst in, his eyes fixated on Asura with an intense gaze. He said nothing, leaving the other three puzzled and waiting for him to explain. Angelo casually remarked, third brother, I heard you got beaten up today by Lanyu, one of the top 10 beauties from the martial arts class 7? Asura's face darkened immediately, thinking to himself how this fourth brother always seemed to know everything. The other two were momentarily stunned, but soon looked at him with envy. It had only been a few days since the semester started, and the third brother had already established connections with 2 of the top 10 beauties among the new students. Even though the connections weren't exactly positive, it was enough to make these young men brim with jealousy. Before they could finish their envious thoughts, Angelo dropped another bombshell. Third brother, did you know? After beating you up, Lanyu advanced to Martial Master Level 2. Asura, who was sipping tea to calm himself down, spat it out in a dramatic puff, spraying Angelo right in the face. Angelo wiped his face calmly and continued, third brother, there's a rumor going around that hitting you is the secret to leveling up. Someone even offered 500 points to get a chance to beat you up. Everyone in the new martial arts classes knows you've been wandering around lately, and the strongest fighters in each class are hoping you'll stop by so they can't spar with you. Third brother, you're worth 500 points now, what do you say? Should we take the deal? I've got connections. Asura was about to shout, over my dead body, when he saw second brother Arthur staring at him with glowing eyes, a look of excitement that surpassed even seeing a stunning beauty. Arthur grinned mischievously and said, wow, third brother, I didn't know you had such a talent. I've been stuck at Martial Master Level 1 for over half a year. Why let outsiders benefit? Spar with me instead. Once I level up to Martial Master Level 2 or even Level 3, I'll help you beat up Magina and get your dignity back. How about it? Terrified by Arthur's predatory gaze, Asura quickly hid behind first brother Jinza, worried that Arthur might not be able to resist the temptation of leveling up and actually attack him. Thankfully, Jinza stepped in just in time to defuse the situation, and Arthur gradually regained his composure. It wasn't that Arthur had lost his mind. He was just competitive and anxious about falling behind, especially since so many others had already advanced to Martial Master Level 2. After asking Jinza a few basic magic-related questions, Asura went upstairs to his room. Thinking about his current predicament gave him a headache. Every strong fighter in the new martial arts classes was itching to beat him up. How did things turn out like this? I just wanted to take a martial arts class. Despite his frustration, he forced himself to meditate until dawn. His body continued to absorb magical energy like a bottomless pit. He had even asked Jinza about meditation durations before. Jinza could only meditate for about 3 hours before having to stop. As for why his own body was so unusual, Asura didn't have the energy to dwell on it now. The next morning, as Asura headed to the training grounds once again, he had already made up his mind. If he had to be beaten, it was better to let those 2 girls do it. Between the two, Lanyu was the better option, at least she didn't aim for the face. However, as he approached the training ground, he spotted 2 girls waiting for him at the entrance, one with blue hair and the other with red. Without hesitation, he turned around and made a beeline for the Magic Academy instead. No way was he going to face both of them at once. What kind of body could withstand a double assault from 2 Martial Master Level 2s? Seeing Asura flee, the 2 girls at the entrance were visibly displeased. Lanyu turned to Magina and snapped, this is all your fault, you scared him off the moment he saw you. Magina immediately retorted, excuse me? I was the one who asked him to spar first. You're the one who came to steal him, and now you dare blame me? I didn't steal anything, Lanyu shot back. Professor Ng assigned him to me as my sparring partner. Besides, he already agreed to spar with me. As if I'd believe that, Magina scoffed. What's so great about you, you little vixen? He told me yesterday he'd only spar with me. The two had never gotten along since childhood, and now this disagreement only made things worse. Their argument escalated quickly, turning into a full-blown fight. It wasn't until both were evenly matched and exhausted that their respective mentors dragged them away. By the end of the day, news of the two most beautiful girls in the freshman class getting into a heated fight over a sparring partner had spread like wildfire among the students. One day, Asura decided to give himself a break. Instead of going to the training grounds for martial arts practice, he planned to attend classes at the Magic Academy. However, before he could even step into the classroom, his homeroom teacher, Ella, called him into her office. Ella gestured for him to take a seat, but Ashura insisted on standing mostly because standing gave him a better view of the faintly visible snow-white skin at her neckline. Ella studied the slightly roguish boy in front of her and carefully began, Ashura, what level are you at now? Would you mind sharing with me? Third stage of Magic Apprentice. I feel like I'm close to breaking through to the first stage of Mage, Ashura replied nonchalantly. Ella was surprised by his rapid progress in just a few days. She could sense the boy's quick and open mind, a key trait of a powerful magician. I've heard that you often skip classes to spend time at the training grounds. Is that true? She asked. Ashura silently cursed Kale, the tattletale, but admitted honestly, yes, teacher. My foundation is weak, and instead of wasting time on lessons I don't understand, I'd rather hone my martial arts skills at the training grounds. Ella was touched by his sincerity and asked with concern, is there anything I can do to help you? If you truly focus, you'll definitely pass the assessment. I believe we'll pass the assessment, Ashura said with a grin. You just need to stand on my side during the test. With that, he turned and left, leaving Ella pondering the deeper meaning behind his words. Back in the classroom, Ashura sat beside Clara as usual. He couldn't help but catch the faint fragrance unique to the silver-haired girl. Clara, though seemingly unaffected, had her ears turned bright red. During the break, Ashura's desk was piled high with challenge letters, some wanting to spar, others challenging him over the incidents involving Bluefeather and Magina. Ugh, I thought these might be love letters. Ashura grumbled, tossing the stack into the trash. Clara chuckled, her eyes sparkling. With how mischievous you are, what girl would write you a love letter? Before she could finish her sentence, a chubby boy, Navy Eye, came running in breathlessly. Ashura, Bluefeather and Magina are fighting over you at the training grounds. Teach me how to win a girl's heart. Navy Eye exclaimed. Hearing this, Clara immediately turned her head away, gripping her quill so tightly it was on the verge of snapping. Ashura, utterly baffled, quickly slipped away to his dorm after class. Inside, he found Ginza and Angelo busy drafting a top 10 beauties, ranking on small cards. Without disturbing them, he headed upstairs to contemplate his next move. After some serious thought, he decided to face reality. The recent sparring sessions had indeed accelerated his progress, especially when he gave his all against two highly skilled girls. He could feel his magic level nearing a breakthrough, so he focused on meditation once more. The next morning, before classes began, Ashura was already waiting at the entrance of the new students' training grounds, ready for what lay ahead. On the training field, Ashura was waiting alone when he soon spotted Lanyu and Magina hurrying toward him. The two girls were still wearing their school uniforms, damp with the sweat from their morning exercises, clearly having just finished their early training. The sight made Ashura feel a twinge of guilt, but then he reminded himself that he had spent the entire night meditating and cultivating, which balanced things out in his mind. When the two girls saw Ashura standing there, they froze for a moment before seemingly realizing something. In an instant, they dashed to his side. Before Ashura could react, they each grabbed one of his arms and began pulling him toward their respective class lineups. Stop it! Let go! You crazy women! Ashura shouted in panic. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the girls released his arms. However, what followed was a swift, powerful kick combined with a heavy punch that sent Ashura flying. Before he could even get up, he felt a weight pressing down on his chest. Two pairs of warrior boots had firmly planted themselves there. Looking up, he saw the two girls glaring at him angrily, clearly ready to continue their assault. Ashura quickly pleaded, wait, I'm here to negotiate. If you kill me, I'll be your sparring partner. Hearing this, the girls finally stepped off him, though their cold stares showed they weren't letting him off that easily. Ashura scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off theatrically and pretending to act refined. I heard you both advanced to martial artist rank 2 after sparring with me? See, fighting against a strong opponent really is the fastest way to improve. The girls rolled their eyes in unison, clearly unimpressed and unwilling to humor him. Undeterred, Ashura continued, I also heard you two got into a fight over me yesterday. That's not good for harmony, is it? Since you both want to spar with me, why not settle this peacefully? Hey, race an idea. From now on, whoever offers the most points gets to spar with me. Think of it as compensation for the injuries I sustain and my training services. With those points, I can level up faster, which means I can guide you more effectively. You know, there are people outside willing to pay 500 points just to spar with Methair lining up for the chance. But since we know each other, and you've been fighting over me, I feel bad for you. So, let's start the bidding now. Highest offer wins. The two girls stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief as Asura rambled on about his so-called negotiation plan. His shameless proposition went far beyond anything they could have imagined. Magina and Lanyu exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a silent agreement. You make a compelling argument, Magina said, her tone laced with irony, but I think we can punch you without spending any points. Before her words even settled, Lanyu delivered a swift and lethal spinning kick, sending the still protesting Asura flying. As the two girls cracked their knuckles and advanced toward him, Asura panicked and yelled, "Wait, calm down. We can negotiate the price. 400, 300, 200 points." Seeing them close in, he became even more desperate. 100, 100 points a month. If that doesn't work, they'll stop coming to the training ground altogether. This finally made the girls pause. After a brief, whispered exchange, Magina suppressed a laugh and said, "Fine, 100 points a month. We'll try it for a month first. But if you dare to pull any tricks, we'll come to your dorm and beat you up." Relieved, Asura begrudgingly took out his badge to transfer the points. But when he saw that each girl had only transferred 50 points, he immediately protested. "Hey, didn't we agree on 100 points?" Lanyu responded calmly, "We're splitting it 50 each. One of us gets you for the day. Today's Magina's turn, tomorrow's mine. And remember, if you skip or show up late, you'll face a double-team beating." Asura's frustration boiled over, and he prepared to unleash his thunder fist stance. But before he could make a move, a massive greatsword and a glowing blue dagger were already pressed against either side of his neck. His bravado deflated instantly, and he muttered, "Fine, fine, just don't hit my face." And so, Asura began his grueling routine of training between magic classes and the combat arena. In his magic classes, he often begged his beautiful seatmate, Clara, to help him take notes. Not only did Clara meticulously jot down everything, but she also added her own insights, occasionally leaving tricky questions for him to solve later. The training sessions at the combat arena were even more intense. Despite being far more skilled than him, the two newly promoted second dan martial artists never underestimated Asura. They gave their all in every sparring match. Under this relentless pressure, Asura managed to break through to first dan martial artist in less than a month. The girls were overjoyed and immediately renewed his sparring membership, a process, of course, accompanied by another round of mixed double-team punishment. Time flew by, and the third month of the new semester was nearing its end. The Academy's assessment was just around the corner. Some freshmen were filled with excitement, eager to compete for the title of Rookie King, while others scrambled to prepare at the last minute. In a corner of the training ground, the fiery-haired Magina was locked in a fierce duel with the black-haired Asura. Known for his reputation as the mage willing to take a beating to impress girls, Asura now wore a tattered school robe, couldn't bring himself to spend 100 points on a new one. With his recent advancements, their sparring sessions had become far more balanced, no longer one-sided beatdowns. As they fought, Magina couldn't help but marvel at Asura's astonishing progress. Although Asura was still not on par with the two young women in terms of skill, his progress was undeniable. During their daily sparring sessions, he was now able to hold his own against Magina. If she didn't give it her all, this strikingly beautiful girl found it difficult to easily defeat the black-haired boy. Through private observation of Lanyu and Asura's sparring matches, Magina noticed that even Lanyu, who was usually composed and unflustered, began to show signs of strain. Especially during high-speed exchanges, Lanyu struggled to hide her exhaustion despite gritting her teeth. Of course, for safety reasons, neither of the girls employed their family's powerful martial techniques. Those moves were still too overwhelming for them to fully control. One day early in the month, Asura suddenly executed a peculiar punch imbued with the sound of thunder, aiming directly at Magina's chest. Although she managed to block it with her arm in time, the internal force of the punch, accompanied by the thunderous sound, struck her left chest. She suppressed any reaction at the moment, but it wasn't until she returned to her dorm and removed her clothing that she discovered a faint purple imprint of a fist on her round, ample left chest. The next day, she approached Lanyu and requested to switch roles so she could personally spar with Asura. The outcome was predictable the following day. The boy was so fatigued that even walking seemed a challenge, much to Lanyu's displeasure over the change in sparring order. After 3 months of rigorous training, Asura's martial arts skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was now nearing the threshold of martial artist level 2, and his mastery of the thunderclap fist technique had become increasingly refined. He could even unleash a double resonance, producing 2 thunderous echoes with successive internal force strikes. However, he deliberately refrained from showcasing this achievement to the girls, intending to surprise them once he officially broke through to martial artist level 2. After all, enduring 3 months of beatings deserved some form of payback. Asura's creativity was remarkable. He had even incorporated the thunderclap fist technique into his dual-blade combat style. These were the twin blades his second brother had gifted him before his journey. While the weapons felt natural in his hands, they had lacked a matching combat technique. Ingeniously, the brilliant boy integrated the thunderclap fist's movements into his dual-blade attacks, resulting in unexpectedly powerful effects. In terms of magic training, Asura's progress was even more astonishing. He meditated diligently every night until dawn without fail, and had now reached the level of Mage Level 3. Although he was still one level away from meeting the Mage Level 1 requirement for the upcoming assessment, he was brimming with confidence. As a bona fide martial artist Level 1, he firmly believed he could pass the test. And so, the 3-month evaluation for new students was fast approaching. All the freshmen were adjusting their states of mind and preparing to face this critical challenge. The early morning at St Goin Academy was particularly lively. Freshmen had risen early to make their final preparations for the upcoming first assessment. Asura, as usual, went to the cafeteria at the crack of dawn to bring breakfast back for his 3 roommates. The 4 of them shared a harmonious relationship, especially after their collaborative project, the top 10 beauties of the Academy list. By selling information cards that included juicy gossip, they had astonishingly earned over 1,000 points. Their team leader, Jinza, suggested splitting the points evenly among the 4, a gesture that left Asura deeply grateful. As a result, he consistently took on more responsibilities within his capabilities. After breakfast, the 3, except for Angelo, the habitual late riser, exchanged words of encouragement before heading off to their respective exam venues. When Asura entered Class 13 of the Magic Academy, the classroom was already packed. His classmates generally regarded him with indifference, as he was known for skipping classes and, according to rumors, pursuing martial arts to impress girls. These rumors, coupled with his allegedly low magic level, did little to improve his reputation. However, the silver-haired Clara and the chubby Nawe were exceptions, showing him kindness and becoming 2 of his rare friends at the Magic Academy. Clara's friendship with Asura stemmed from their shared enrollment experience, while Nawe was drawn to Asura due to their similar academic performance. A food enthusiast, Nawe spent all his points on the gourmet offerings of the cafeteria's second floor, where the steep prices had once left Asura secretly astonished. "Do you feel confident about today's assessment?" Clara turned and asked him in a soft voice. "A man never admits defeat," Asura replied lazily, leaning back in his chair with a nonchalant air. Clara, long accustomed to his flippant attitude, found his lack of sycophantic behavior refreshing compared to her other admirers. What she didn't know, however, was that the very top 10 beauties information cards that had caused her so much trouble were the handiwork of this so-called bad boy. "Asura, how about we head to the second floor of the cafeteria and blow all your points after the assessment? You are getting eliminated soon anyway," Nawe teased from the row in front, turning around with a grin. Asura reached for a notebook containing Clara's notes, ready to throw it at him, but froze under Clara's sharp glare. As a newly advanced second-tier mage, Clara's strength was not to be underestimated. The class also had another second-tier mage, the studious committee leader Kyle, who firmly believed he was the only one worthy of Clara. Meanwhile, Nawe, though a first-tier mage, struggled with even the basics of magic and was fretting over the looming assessment, to the point of considering using a secret family spell. At that moment, their stunning homeroom teacher, Ms. Ella, entered the classroom in formal attire. Her expression was both stern and expectant as she addressed the 14 students. "Class 13, follow me to the magic testing grounds for your assessment." The expansive, semicircular magic testing arena opened up to the sky, with sunlight pouring in. Students from Class 12, who had just completed their assessments, were filing out, their dejected expressions a testament to the rigor of the test. The atmosphere at the Magic Academy's examination site was thick with tension. A few girls had already succumbed to tears, which only heightened the anxiety among the students of Class 13. Sensing the unease, Instructor Ayla stepped forward to offer words of encouragement. "Relax, everyone. You are lightning element mages, known for having the strongest offensive capabilities. Passing the test against the training mannequin should be easier for you. I know each of your abilities well, and I believe all of you can succeed." Her words lifted the spirits of the group. Over the past 3 months, Instructor Ayla had not only earned the admiration of her students with her striking appearance and exceptional teaching skills, but had also become one of the Academy's most beloved instructors due to her noble character. Her classes were always packed, often drawing a large number of auditing students, and it was no surprise that many male instructors were captivated by her charm. Ayla's gaze eventually settled on Asura, who stood in the back row. Over the past 3 months of martial arts training, the young man had grown even more imposing, his tall, muscular frame clearly evident even beneath his worn-out mage robes. Among a crowd of mages, he stood out strikingly. As a special case in her class, Ayla had consistently paid attention to his progress. However, this resolute and independent young man often responded to her guidance with nothing more than a polite smile, continuing to follow his own path. He had even politely declined a new mage robe she had personally purchased for him with her own academy points. This left Ayla, as his class instructor, both exasperated and helpless. Now, on the day of the examination, all she could do was offer him an encouraging glance. Asura responded with a faint twitch of his lips, his version of a smile. Finally, it was Class 13's turn to take the test. In the center of the examination grounds stood a life-sized, pure white training mannequin. Its surface was covered in intricate blue magical runes, and its material was neither metal nor jade, leaving its composition a mystery. On a nearby, elevated platform sat 3 examiners. One to oversee the proceedings, another to record results, and a stern-looking hook-nosed mage tasked with determining pass or fail. The instructor hosting the examination rose and announced in a clear voice, "The first round of the magic assessment will now commence. The rules are simple. To pass, you must inflict effective damage on the training mannequin, causing it to change color. This requires reaching the level of a mage and demonstrating mastery of your magic skills. After 3 months of rigorous training, I trust that all of you are well prepared. Now, let the examination for Class 13 officially begin." With the lead examiner's command, the assessment for Class 13 officially began. One by one, the students stepped forward as their names were called, facing the test dummy in the center of the field to showcase their best lightning magic. Many students, aiming for stability and higher damage, brought out magical staffs gifted by their families. This was well within the Academy's rules after all. High-quality equipment was also a testament to one's strength. The first few students demonstrated impressive lightning spells. Each time the lightning struck the dummy, its surface sparkled with a bluish glow. From the platform above, the hawk-nosed instructor nodded in approval, signaling their success. When it was the turn of the class representative, Kyle, the overly confident youth took a moment to adjust his flowing hair before retrieving an ornate magical staff from his storage ring. The staff was topped with a lightning attribute mana core the size of a pigeon egg, a clear sign of his distinguished lineage. Relishing the envious gazes of his peers, Kyle deliberately glanced at Clara, hoping to catch a glimpse of admiration on the face of the girl he fancied. However, Clara, the class president, remained expressionless. Instead, she frowned slightly, seemingly annoyed by the delay he was causing to the exam schedule. Despite the sting of disappointment, Kyle composed himself, convincing himself that only someone like him was worthy of this goddess. Drawing on the staff's power, he chanted a spell, summoning a lightning bolt as wide as 3 fingers to strike the dummy. The test dummy immediately lit up with a red glow, the first student in the class to achieve this result. However, when Kyle turned back triumphantly to gauge Clara's reaction, he was dismayed to see her engrossed in a conversation with the black-haired boy beside her, Asura. She hadn't even noticed his performance. Furious with jealousy, Kyle seethed internally. To him, Asura, student rumored to have weak magical abilities and a habit of mingling with the warrior class girls, was utterly unworthy of Clara. "Kyle, assessment passed. Next up, Clara." The examiner's voice interrupted Kyle's brooding. Upon hearing her name, Clara playfully stuck her tongue out at Asura before gracefully leaping onto the field. As one of the Academy's top 10 beauties among the freshmen, Clara instantly captured everyone's attention. Without any unnecessary theatrics, she softly murmured a spell while lightly pressing her right index finger downward. A lightning bolt, as thick as a fist, descended from the sky and struck the dummy. The red glow from the dummy flared intensely, lasting a full 3 seconds before fading. The entire class was stunned by the silver-haired girl's prowess. The casual ease with which she cast her spell far outshone the power Kyle had managed with his magical staff. Kyle's expression shifted between disbelief and resignation before he consoled himself. It was only natural for a goddess to be stronger than him. On the platform, the hawk-nosed instructor nodded approvingly, even offering a rare smile. Clara gave a polite bow before bouncing back to Ashura's side to resume their conversation. "Next, Nawai," the examiner called out. A plump boy named Nawai nervously stepped forward, clutching what appeared to be an ordinary magical staff. To everyone's surprise, the hawk-nosed instructor's eyes widened as he noticed the staff. However, Nawai's attempt at casting lightning magic went awry. The bolt missed its target, grazing the dummy's shoulder and producing only a faint blue flicker. The class erupted into laughter, and Nawai grew increasingly flustered. After several more failed attempts, with his magical energy nearly depleted, he faced the grim prospect of failing the assessment. Even the instructors on the platform began to frown. At that moment, a voice called out, "Stay calm. Focus. Just imagine that dummy is your favorite dish." The words struck a chord in Nawai, and he turned to glance gratefully at the speaker before refocusing on the dummy. Smacking his lips in determination, he steadied himself for another attempt. Nawai stood at the center of the testing ground, his eyes closed and concentration deep as he began chanting a fervent spell. Slowly, he raised his hands above his head, and with each syllable of the incantation, a circular ring of lightning began to coalesce overhead. The moment the final word left his lips, Nawe's eyes snapped open, and with a thunderous shout of thunder ring slash, his voice reverberated through the entire arena. The lightning ring shot forward with blinding speed, striking the test dummy square in the chest. A dazzling red light erupted from the dummy, its intensity surpassing even the reaction caused by Clara's earlier lightning spell. Moments later, the ring of lightning and the radiant glow dissipated into nothingness. Breathing heavily, Nawe leaned on his knees for support, clearly drained from executing this family-inherited magical technique. The onlooking students stared in stunned silence, unable to reconcile the power they had just witnessed with the image of the chubby, food-loving Nawe they knew. Meanwhile, the hawk-nosed instructor on the high platform nodded knowingly indeed. The legendary Thunder Ring Slash of the Yenna family from the Empire lived up to its reputation. However, the boy's current skill level was still too shallow to unleash its full potential. Student Nawe, you've passed the trial, the instructor announced, snapping everyone out of their shock. Those with some knowledge of noble lineages speculated that this was a signature spell of a distinguished family, though they couldn't pinpoint its exact origins. Clara, who recognized the technique, felt genuinely happy for Nawe's success but chose not to reveal that she, too, possessed her own mysterious magical skills. Overjoyed, Nawe dashed back to the group, pulling Asura into a bear hug, much to the latter's dismay and eye-rolling. Clara, standing nearby, couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Just as Nawe was about to boast about his powerful family spell, the instructor's voice cut him off. Next student, Asura. All eyes immediately turned to Asura. Calmly, he adjusted his tattered mage's robe and strode confidently to the center of the arena, stopping 10 paces from the test dummy. From his spatial belt, he retrieved not a traditional magic staff but a pair of twin blades. He gave the blades a few light tosses in his hands, twirling them to create a flourish of spinning steel before assuming an attack stance reminiscent of a lightning-fast martial technique. The unusual sight left everyone puzzled. What kind of magic required dual blades to cast? Even the instructors on the platform exchanged confused glances. Suddenly, Asura let out a fierce shout and launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning. In a blink too fast for most to follow, his twin blades crossed and slashed cleanly at the dummy's throat. With a muffled sound, the dummy's head was sent soaring high into the air. The test dummy's head rolled a great distance across the ground before coming to a stop. Asura remained in his crouched posture, both blades spread wide behind him, as he looked up in confusion at the now headless dummy. By all logic, any damage inflicted should have caused it to change color. Yet, aside from the disappearance of the blue magical runes on its surface, the dummy remained a pristine white. An eerie silence settled over the scene. Asura glanced back and forth between the stunned expressions of the instructor on the platform and the wide-eyed students around him, hoping someone would clarify the test result. The hook-nosed instructor on the platform, Jid, was the first to recover. His voice trembled as he announced, "Cadet Asura, for deliberately damaging the test dummy, you are fined 1,000 Academy points." What? Asura exclaimed in disbelief. He had scrimped and saved every point since joining the Academy, barely managing to accumulate over 800 points to fund his training. Now he was being fined 1,000 in one go? Why, instructor? Asura immediately protested. Didn't the headmaster say that as long as the test dummy changes color, regardless of whether you're a mage or a warrior, you pass? Are you saying the headmaster's words don't count? Or did you just change the rules on a whim? This bold challenge enraged Instructor Jid. He slammed his palm onto the table. Insolent. The Academy's test dummies are specifically designed to measure magical resistance. They are not meant to withstand physical damage. And now you've destroyed one. And you think you're in the right? Instructor, I didn't know the test dummies had different attributes. Asura tried to explain. The Academy never mentioned it beforehand. In over 40 years, I've never seen a mage cadet use dual blades to hack at a test dummy. Jid bellowed, his anger rising. And now you're blaming the Academy for not explaining it? Get out. Seeing that the instructor was genuinely furious, Asura dared not argue further, but he still pressed his case. Instructor, the blue magical runes on the dummy disappeared. Doesn't that count as a color change? Can I still pass? This statement pushed Jid over the edge. The veins on his forehead bulged as he snapped, "Pass? In your dreams. Get out now. I'll report this to the Academy and let them decide your punishment." Asura's heart sank. He knew that if the matter escalated to the Academy, it was likely he'd not only fail the test but also face expulsion. Just as he was about to argue further, a melodious voice rang out from behind him. "I object." It was his homeroom instructor, Ella. She strode forward quickly, positioning herself in front of Asura, and addressed the instructors on the platform. "Instructor Jid, I believe my cadet is not at fault. It's true that we failed to inform students in advance that the test dummies don't resist physical attacks. Asura is an outstanding dual-discipline mage and warrior. He is fully capable of passing the assessment. This misunderstanding is partly my responsibility as his instructor. I'm willing to compensate for the damage to the dummy. Please don't expel him from the testing grounds. It would be far too unfair. I hope you can give him another chance. Ji leaned back in his chair. As a senior instructor in the Magic Academy, he could dismiss Ella's plea, but not the influence of her grandfather, the great Archmage Ivor. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Well, do as you suggest. You can handle the compensation amongst yourselves, but I cannot approve his test result here. This is a Magic Academy, and these dummies are designed for magical testing. If he wants to test his warrior skills, he'll need to go to the Martial Arts Academy." With that, Ji prepared to call the next cadet for their assessment. Ella, Clara, and Nave all looked despondent. But just then, Asura suddenly called out, "Wait, Instructor Jid. If I accept the penalty and compensate for the damage, can we put this matter behind us? And if I can make the test dummy change color purely with magic, will that count as passing the assessment?" Clara's eyes lit up at his words, but her hope quickly dimmed. She knew Ashura's magic level was only at the third stage of Mage Apprentice, far too weak to inflict meaningful damage on the test dummy, unless he had access to powerful family magic skills like Nave. Jid's eyes narrowed as he studied the black-haired boy standing below. Despite being cornered, Ashura's composure and determination earned a flicker of silent admiration from the veteran instructor. As the chief examiner, Minter Kid deeply understood the importance of fairness. He gave a slight nod of approval to the young man's request and casually retrieved a brand new test dummy from his spatial ring, placing it diagonally in front of the platform. "All right, they'll give you another chance," Minter Kid said, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "Prove to me right here and now that you have what it takes to pass the assessment. I've yet to see a student who can balance both magic and martial arts." Minter Ella was about to interject, but Ashura gently tugged on her sleeve. The boy's face lit up with a warm smile. "Thank you, Minter Ella. I knew you'd stand by me. Leave the rest to me." Those words left Minter Ella momentarily stunned, her mind flashing back to a conversation from 2 months ago in her office. It was only now that she realized her earlier actions were entirely driven by a protective instinct for her student. Looking at the boy before her, who was 6 years her junior, his calm and composed demeanor made her marvel at his ability to hold his own. She blushed slightly, chastising herself inwardly, before glancing once more at his back and quietly retreating to the rear of the group. Facing the identical test dummy once again, Ashura's mind raced. The situation had gone beyond his expectations. The test dummy appeared to have both magic and physical resistance. Breaking through this impasse in front of such a crowd became the ultimate challenge. He knew all too well that using a standard lightning spell like the other students would most likely fail to meet the assessment criteria. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He recalled the family legacy spell that the chubby Nawe had just used. This brought to mind his own self-created lightning magica spell that had once accidentally destroyed his grandfather's alchemy furnace. Though he hadn't used it since, and had privately nicknamed it Dynamic Lightwave, he vividly remembered the sheer, uncontrollable power of the lightning orb it had unleashed. "Here goes nothing," Ashura resolved. He raised his right hand, palm facing the test dummy, and began channeling his mental energy to summon the lightning magic within him. 3 months of relentless meditation had allowed him to accumulate an immense amount of lightning energy, which now surged through his meridians like an unstoppable avalanche, growing larger and more volatile. Just as it was on the verge of spiraling out of control, Ashura let out a loud shout. "Behold my ultimate move, Dynamic Lightwave." A lightning orb the size of an apple shot out from the energy point in his palm, pulsating erratically as it wobbled and floated toward the test dummy. The moment Ashura unleashed the Dynamic Light Wave, a powerful wave of weakness swept through his entire body. This thunder spell orb didn't just drain the lightning magic elements from his body, it also consumed a significant amount of his mental energy. He looked up at the unstable light wave floating in midair, his pupils dilating sharply. The light wave that had exploded during the destruction of his grandfather's alchemy furnace 9 months ago was only the size of a grape, but the one before him had already swelled to the size of an apple. Its erratic fluctuations hinted at its extremely unstable nature. "Damn it!" Ashura cursed repeatedly, instinctively retreating. As he backed up to the formation, he noticed Clara and Instructor Ella gazing at him with puzzled expressions. There was no time to explain. Grabbing each of them by the arm, he shouted as he moved back, "Everyone, get back! Get down!" The surrounding students looked at him in bewilderment, unable to understand what this shouting, erratic person dragging the instructor and Clara along was trying to do. His earlier lightning magic had already left them scratching their heads, and his current behavior was even more baffling. Only the chubby Nawe followed his lead and took a few steps back, seemingly on instinct. At that moment, the floating dynamic light wave abruptly collided with the testing dummy. A deafening explosion followed, and within a radius of dozens of meters, blinding lightning engulfed everything, crackling and raging within the area. Beyond this zone, a powerful shockwave burst outward with a thunderous roar. The instructor's magical platform bore the brunt of the impact, swallowed entirely by the lightning-filled area. Instructor Kid stood there, stunned, unable to believe that a first-year student could unleash such a destructive spell. Fortunately, his strength was formidable, and he managed to conjure a magical shield in time to block the lightning's onslaught at the front of the platform. The students of Class 13 weren't so lucky. Although they were farther away, the shockwave still sent them flying. Even the hefty Nawe was knocked off his feet, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Only Asura and the two girls, who had retreated the furthest in advance, managed to escape with just a few staggering steps from the force. When Asura turned to survey the aftermath, cold sweat ran down his back. The scene was utter chaos. His classmates were scrambling to their feet, disheveled and covered in soot, their hair standing on end. At the front, Ka looked particularly miserable aside from the whites of his eyes and teeth. His entire body was charred black, and his once golden hair now resembled a smoking, tangled mess. A few girls pulled out compact mirrors to check their appearance, only to burst into tears on the spot, glaring at Asura with tearful indignation. Seema even brandished her magic wand, looking ready to use him as target practice. Calm down. Calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Asura hurriedly tried to explain, while Clara and Ella stepped in to help pacify the crowd. Fortunately, the damage was only superficial, and everyone just needed some cleaning up. As the commotion escalated, a commanding silence rang out from the platform. Everyone immediately fell quiet, turning their attention to the hook-nosed Instructor Kid standing above them. Though Instructor Kid was fuming, his mustache bristling with frustration, he couldn't hide his astonishment at the mysterious magic displayed by this unruly student. Even with his extensive knowledge, he couldn't identify which family's legacy this spell belonged to. He speculated that the boy hadn't yet reached the level of a full-fledged mage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to martial techniques or such an unconventional spell to pass the test. For a third-stage magic apprentice to unleash a spell with destructive power comparable to a full-force strike from a high-level mage was already shocking enough. The devastation at the center of the lightning storm might even rival the level of a magic adept. While the spell had a long preparation time and was slow in casting and travel speed, making it unsuitable for combat, its sheer power was undeniably overwhelming. Any opponent unfamiliar with its nature would face certain doom. Kid's gaze shifted to the testing dummy at the heart of the lightning storm. It was completely charred, emitting smoke, and the once bright blue magical runes on it had faded into dullness. An eerie silence fell over the scene as the students, finally calming down, realized they'd only suffered some soreness from the shockwave, but no actual injuries. The atmosphere in the examination hall suddenly turned somewhat comical. Asura and Minter Kid exchanged glances, and seeing each other's disheveled appearances, they couldn't help but chuckle. However, in this solemn testing environment, all the students were trying their best to suppress their laughter. Just as Asura could no longer hold back and was about to ask about the test results, the hook-nosed Minter Kid, with a tone that was both exasperated and resigned, announced, "Student Asura, you have passed the assessment." With that, he retrieved a new test dummy from his spatial ring and placed it in the center of the arena. At that moment, the heavy weight that had been pressing on Ashura's heart for 3 whole months was finally lifted. Overcome with excitement, he jumped up and instinctively gave the two people beside him enthusiastic hugs. It wasn't until he regained his composure that he realized the two he had just hugged were Minter Isla and Clara. Minter Isla, though her cheeks were slightly flushed, still looked at her overjoyed student with a sincere smile. Clara, on the other hand, was blushing furiously, her face as red as a ripe apple. She waved her small fist at him in mock indignation before darting off to join the other female students. Standing among the disheveled group, her youthful and radiant figure seemed all the more striking. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Asura scratched his head. He quickly composed himself and addressed Minter Isla seriously. "Thank you, Minter Isla, for giving me this opportunity. About the points for the test dummy, can I pay you back in installments? I currently have over 800 points, so I can transfer those to you first and repay the rest gradually." Minter Isla looked at the black-haired boy in front of her. That sudden hug had stirred far more emotions in her heart than her outward calm suggested. It was, after all, the first time in her life that she had been hugged by someone of the opposite gender. Still, she understood it was simply an expression of pure joy from her student. Smiling warmly, she said, "Congratulations, Asura. This is all thanks to your hard work. There's no need to repay the points. Consider it a reward for your progress. Besides, now that you've passed, the Academy will grant you access to facilities like the Magic Martial Hall and the training rooms. You'll need your points to strengthen yourself for the next assessment." Though deeply grateful, Asura insisted, "No, Minter, I can't do that. I know that even as a Minter, you need points to cultivate within the Academy. How about this? I'll owe you 1,000 points for now. and once I earn more points from completing tasks, I'll pay you back." As he spoke, he extended his pinky finger. "Let's make a pinky promise." Seeing this childlike gesture, Minter Isla couldn't help but feel a touch of playful girlishness herself. Though she was a Minter, she was, after all, only 6 years older than the freshman. She extended her pinky finger and hooked it around his, pressing their thumbs together. With a radiant smile, she said, "Pinky promise, and no breaking it for 100 years." After completing a pinky handshake with Ella, Asura smiled and walked forward to observe the remaining 2 students' assessments. The surrounding male students stared at him, their eyes filled with shock and envy. This guy not only hugged Minterella but also held her hand and even embraced their goddess, Clara. Asura, however, paid no attention to these gazes. He initially thought about lifting his hand to sniff his fingers, but decided the gesture might be inappropriate. Just as he was contemplating how long he should avoid washing his hands, a faint voice spoke beside him. "Asura, you traitor who values beauty over friendship." Turning his head, he saw a disgruntled, chubby figure. It was Nawe. Asura smirked and said, "A good relationship is one thing, but if you keep making stuff up, I might have to sue you for slander." Nawe grew even more irritated. "Making stuff up? Why didn't you pull me to safety before the explosion? I was the closest to you, but you grabbed Minter, Ella, and Clara and ran back." Asura looked awkward for a moment. It was true, but he quickly came up with an excuse. "It's not that I didn't want to. I just couldn't pull you. Look at your size, you weigh more than the 2 of them combined. How could I possibly manage? Besides, I did warn you, didn't I? And you're fine, aren't you?" Nawe was about to retort when Asura interrupted him. "All right, Nawe. Remember who cheered you on during the assessment? If it weren't for me helping you calm your nerves, you'd already be eliminated. Let's call it even. You don't need to thank me." Left speechless, Nawe swallowed his frustration. He had been hoping to leverage Asura's 800+ points to treat himself to the delicacies on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, but now he was left with nothing but Asura's sharp remarks. He had no idea where Asura had accumulated so many points from the monthly base of 100 points, the 300 points earned as a sparring partner, and the profit share from writing gossip columns about their goddess. Meanwhile, the final 2 students also passed the assessment successfully. As a newly appointed mentor, Ella was in high spirits. Though Class 13 didn't have many members, seeing everyone pass the test was truly gratifying. However, as they exited the testing ground, they found themselves face-to-face with the students from Magic Class 14. Faced with the mocking and finger-pointing from the students of Class 14, the students of Class 13 hung their heads in dejection, silently cursing Asura for being the cause of their predicament. The sight of Class 13's misery left the students of Class 14 even more terrified. One timid girl even burst into tears on the spot, unable to imagine what kind of trial awaited them. After the morning assessments concluded, the students were given free time. Asura, in high spirits, headed back to the dormitory. He had finally become an official student of St Goin Academy. Pushing open the dormitory door, he saw his 3 roommates waiting for him in the living room. As soon as he entered, all 3 stood up simultaneously, their eyes fixed intently on him. "I passed," Asura announced with a wide grin. Cheers erupted, filling the entire dorm with excitement. The 4 of them embraced enthusiastically, celebrating this hard-earned victory. Jinza and Arthur had already completed their tests and passed successfully. Jinza, now at the 1st rank of a mage, never spoke about his family background, but his aristocratic demeanor was unmistakable. This business-savvy roommate was always on the lookout for opportunities, particularly excelling in the trade of collectible cards. Arthur, on the other hand, was at the 2nd rank of a martial artist. During sparring sessions with Asura, he demonstrated a solid foundation and high-level martial techniques. However, his overly orthodox moves betrayed his formal martial arts training. Asura didn't hold back in pointing this out, which left Arthur in a long silence before he ultimately agreed. The traditionally trained young man expressed his desire to learn practical combat skills from Asura, especially those unpredictable surprise attacks, a suggestion that left Asura feeling somewhat annoyed. The 4th roommate, Angelo, was a student in the forging program, which gave him a relatively lighter workload and exempted him from assessments. Angelo was always the last to wake up and the last to return, with his favorite pastime being the collection of campus gossip. He frequently collaborated with Jinza to publish news about the Academy's top beauties, earning points in the process. Apart from Angelo accidentally revealing that he came from a family of renowned craftsmen, the other 3 roommates tacitly avoided discussing their family backgrounds. That afternoon, Angelo rushed back to the dormitory, eager to share the latest campus rumors. Among the most noteworthy was Asura's so-called feat. According to the rumors, Monroe from Martial Arts Class 3 displayed the strength of a 3rd-rank martial artist, unleashing a purple glow with a single sword strike. Meanwhile, Decaler from Magic Class 6 had reached the 3rd rank of a mage, becoming the only one to produce a purple glow during the test. Hearing this, Asura remained unimpressed. After all, he had managed to make the test dummy emit black smoke. Angelo continued his revelations. Over 100 freshmen had already signed up for the Freshman King competition, including their very own roommate Arthur. Additionally, the campus beauty, Girardi from Magic Class 9, had failed her assessment due to neglecting her training while pursuing Monroe. Coupled with the relatively weak offensive power of water magic, she now faced the risk of expulsion. Her many admirers were currently kneeling in front of the dean's office, pleading on her behalf. As Asura listened intently, Angelo suddenly shifted the topic. But the biggest buzz is about you, third brother. Word has it that during the magic test, you chopped off the dummy's head, caused an explosion that injured other students, and only passed thanks to Mentor Ella pleading on your behalf. The craziest rumor is that you even kissed Mentor Ella, enraging over 30 male mentors who now want to duel you. Asura was left utterly dumbfounded. How had his story of rising against the odds turned into such a scandal? He hadn't kissed Mentor Ella, he had only briefly hugged her in excitement. Yet as he looked at his roommate's admiring expressions, Angelo added with a smirk, third brother, the entire academy is now calling you St Goin's most eccentric. The moment Asura heard the words, Academy Weirdo, his rage ignited like a wildfire. Without hesitation, he swiftly drew his twin blades from his spatial belt, ready to storm out and confront those spreading the rumors. Ginza and Arthur, seeing his reaction, quickly grabbed him from either side, wrapping their arms tightly around his waist to hold him back with all their strength. Third brother, just watch out for those male instructors hunting you down all over the academy when you step out. Angelo's casual remark hit Asura like a bucket of cold water. He froze, the fire in his eyes extinguished, and silently turned to head upstairs, retreating to his room. Lying on his bed, Asura began reflecting on the day's assessment. Although he had barely passed, it wasn't something he was proud of. Ophi's original plan was to take a shortcut. The power of the dynamic light wave was undeniable, but its casting speed was far too slow. In real combat, no enemy would stand still like a training dummy and wait to be hit. He had been searching for a balance between mastering both magic and martial arts. While his current pace of cultivation wasn't slow, it still lagged behind the academy's top students. He had considered focusing on one discipline, but even with his knowledge and family resources, he couldn't find suitable guidance. Were there any successful cases of dual cultivation in the academy? Perhaps the answer lay hidden in the library. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Asura decided to set aside his worries for now and focus on the present. He began meditating to replenish his depleted mental energy. As dawn approached, a burst of hearty laughter echoed through the dormitory, had finally advanced to magic level 1. The next morning, in high spirits, Asura hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the training grounds. Today, he planned to audit Warrior Class 8 and also serve as Magina's sparring partner. Magina and Lanyu from Class 7 had arrived earlier than usual. When they saw Asura's relaxed figure appear at the entrance, both let out a sigh of relief and greeted him with bright smiles. Didn't think you'd actually pass the academy's assessment. I was starting to think my 50 points were going down the drain. Magina teased as she walked up to Asura, who was about the same height as her. Asura clenched his fists inwardly, determined. Just wait, you little minx. Once my strength improves, I'll show you who's boss. His gaze unintentionally drifted to Magina's well-developed chest. Magina, noticing his wandering eyes, felt a wave of irritation. She resolved to thoroughly teach this seemingly harmless troublemaker a lesson during their sparring session today. However, before the instructor arrived, an unexpected visitor caused a stir among the students of Class 8. A tall, handsome young man with spiky, steel-like short hair approached, holding a bouquet of flowers. The female student's eyes sparkled with admiration, while the male students looked on with a mix of inferiority and unease. From the whispers around him, Asura learned that this was Monroe, the top-ranked freshman warrior from Class 3. As Monroe drew closer, Asura felt a faint sense of unease welling up inside him, but it quickly dissipated when Monroe stopped beside him and extended the bouquet not to him, but to Magina. Magina, please accept these flowers and my love. I vow to protect you with my dual swords for all eternity. Monroe's deep, magnetic voice resonated. Asura felt a shiver run down his spine, covered in goosebumps. He couldn't believe the strongest freshman warrior had fallen for such a fierce woman. Curious about how Magina would respond, Asura watched intently. She cast a quick glance at him before turning to Monroe with a cold expression. I have my own blade and don't need your protection. Take your flowers and leave, or you'll regret it. Despite her harsh words, Monroe didn't falter. Instead, his gaze became even more resolute. I'll definitely become the strongest freshman. Just wait, they'll come back to face you again as the rookie king, Monroe declared firmly, clutching the flowers in his hand. After delivering these resolute words, he turned and strode away with unwavering determination, his retreating figure sparking a flurry of whispers among the surrounding students. Asura watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but marvel at Monroe's straightforward personality, something so rare these days. However, Before he could dwell on it further, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Why didn't you stop him just now? Startled, Asura turned around, only to be met with a chilling sight. Magina was glaring at him with an expression so dark and intimidating that it sent a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he jumped back a few steps and stammered, "He came looking for you. Why would I stop him?" Magina suddenly smiled, but it was the kind of smile that made Asura's hair stand on end. Trusting his sharp instincts for danger, he wasted no time turning on his heels and bolting. Sure enough, before classes even began, an unexpected sparring session had already erupted. Sore and aching all over, Asura limped toward the Magic Academy, his heart brimming with frustration. What did I even do to deserve this? Just because someone's chasing after her, she has to beat me up? Why doesn't she go after Monroe instead? He's the one who came to find her, not me. Lost in his complaints, Asura stepped into the academy, only to hear someone calling out to him, "Asura, could you spare a moment to talk?" Turning toward the voice, Asura saw a small-framed man with a disproportionately large head and graying hair at his temples. He recognized him as the instructor who had been quietly taking notes during yesterday's evaluation. "Professor, is there something you need from me?" Asura asked cautiously. The man approached with a smile and introduced himself. "I'm Yuanda, and I teach magic theory. I observed your entire evaluation yesterday, and I was deeply impressed by your dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, especially the magic skills you demonstrated at the end. You see, I've had a long-standing theory about combining magic and martial arts, and I believe it could benefit you greatly." Asura raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting, and he responded bluntly, "Sorry, Professor, but I don't need guidance. My dual cultivation is just something I'm experimenting with for now. I might even drop one of them in a few days." "Wait, don't misunderstand," Yuanda quickly interjected. "I've spent my entire life studying magic theory, and I firmly believe that magic and martial arts can be seamlessly integrated to greatly enhance the abilities of dual cultivators. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance to test this theory. Throughout the Academy's history, students pursuing both disciplines have been rare, and most of them struggle to balance their progress. But when I saw you yesterday, I realized you might be the ideal candidate I've been searching for. If you're willing to explore my research, it might lead you down a unique path to becoming a true powerhouse." Yuanda's words left Asura deeply shaken. He was indeed in need of guidance to navigate the complexities of dual cultivation, but he wasn't ready to commit just yet. Instead, he decided to first evaluate this eccentric professor. Could Yuanda truly be the mentor capable of illuminating his path to greatness? Asura walked into Magic Class 13, his mind restless and preoccupied with Mentor Yuanda's words. The path of mastering both magic and martial arts was fraught with uncertainties, yet it could be the key to becoming a true powerhouse. Was it worth the gamble? In the classroom, the usually lively Asura sat quietly at his desk, lost in thought. Clara, noticing the unusual silence of the boy who often teased her, couldn't resist poking him with her slender finger. "What's with the poking? Missing a man or something?" Asura quipped as he glanced up, a mischievous grin on his face. His remark immediately irritated Clara, but her curiosity quickly got the better of her. "Hey, what's going on with you?" she asked softly. Asura slumped over his desk, his gaze distant. "If you had two paths to choose from, one safe but ordinary, the other full of unknowns yet offering the chance to become as great as the heroes immortalized in the Academy statues, which would you choose?" Clara pondered for a moment, her lips curling into a sly smile. "Haven't you already made up your mind? Why even bother asking me?" Asura suddenly sat upright, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Clara. "You really do get me," he exclaimed, spreading his arms as if to hug her. Clara, unimpressed, snorted and pretended to chant a magic spell. Asura jumped back instantly, pretending not to care as he turned to tease Nawe, the chubby boy sitting in the front row. Back at his desk, Asura began outlining his plan to grow stronger. He quickly used his badge to contact Angelo, the group's information broker, asking him to investigate Mentor Yuanda's background. At the same time, he decided to visit the newly opened Academy library that afternoon to look for biographies of strong individuals who had overcome similar challenges. It didn't even take a full class period before Angelo sent back a detailed report. Yuanda, 57 years old, unmarried, was a Tier 3 wood magic grandmaster and a mid-level instructor at the Academy. Known for his cryptic and difficult-to-follow lectures on magic theory, Yuanda had earned the nickname Big Head Yuan due to his peculiar appearance. Despite facing a severe injury that halted his magical progress, he remained deeply committed to the study of magic theory, authoring over 30 largely overlooked research papers. Over the past 30 years, he had devoted all his teaching points to research, maintaining a disciplined and unblemished lifestyle. Asura couldn't help but marvel at Angelo's intelligence-gathering skills as he mulled over Mentor Yuanda's capabilities and character. The level of a Tier 3 Grand Magician wasn't out of reach for Asura. He was confident he could achieve that rank before graduating. After all, even the young instructor Ayla was already a mage-level powerhouse. In this land of kings, where strength reigned supreme, especially within an academy teeming with prodigies, teacher Yuan Das Tier 3 Grand Magician status didn't particularly stand out. This explained why, during the entrance exam, he had silently taken on the role of recording results without uttering a single word. However, as time went by, Asura's perception of Instructor Yuanda began to subtly shift. This childless, vice-free mentor had devoted his entire life to the study of magical theory, a level of dedication that commanded respect. The day's class had just begun when Asura quietly rose and left the room. Clara pouted slightly but dutifully took out her notebook to jot down the lecture notes for him. Asura made his way to the entrance of another large classroom. He had heard that Instructor Yuanda was currently teaching there and wanted to sit in on the lecture, but as he peeked inside, the scene before him left him stunned. The vast classroom held only 3 students, all of whom were sound asleep at their desks. Yet, Yuanda remained completely undeterred, passionately delivering his meticulously prepared lecture. He continued to explain magical principles and write on the blackboard as though pouring out over 30 years of accumulated knowledge. At that moment, Yuanda inadvertently turned around and noticed Asura standing at the door. His once spirited expression instantly gave way to embarrassment, and his animated gestures fell limp. The two exchanged a silent gaze, and the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, an irreverent voice shattered the stillness. "Hey, Yuan Bighead, why do you stop teaching? Too tired from meditating last night? Your lectures are the best for napping." One of the students, now awake, called out rudely, rousing the other two. The trio laughed and joked as they brushed past Asura on their way out, leaving without a hint of respect. Yuanda looked at Asura, his lips trembling as if to offer an explanation, but no words came. He assumed the young man would also leave, just like the others. But then, the sound of firm footsteps echoed through the room. Yuanda, startled, looked up to see Asura walking silently to the very front row, sitting in the center seat, and fixing him with a determined gaze. Yuanda was momentarily stunned, but his expression gradually brightened. Tossing his prepared lecture notes onto the podium, he began to teach with the fervor of a mad artist, passionately expounding on the principles of magic. In the audience, his sole listener, Asura, furrowed his brows slightly, fully focused on absorbing the eccentric instructor's brilliance. When the morning bell rang to signal the end of class, Yuanda, out of breath, stopped and locked eyes with Asura, waiting for his verdict. Asura rose slowly, meeting Yuanda's gaze directly. "Instructor Yuanda," he began. "To be honest, I didn't understand 90% of what you just taught." Hearing those words, Yuanda felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, his body trembling uncontrollably. But what Asura said next left him utterly stunned. "But I truly want to grow stronger, desperately so. Even if it means becoming a test subject for your research, I'm willing to take that risk. Can I trust you, Instructor Yuanda?" Yuanda was overwhelmed, wanting to promise something, but in the end, he lowered his head in defeat, unable to say a word. To his surprise, Asura smiled faintly. Then, with a serious expression, he continued, "If you had promised me just now that you could definitely make me stronger, I would have walked out immediately. But since even you are uncertain, I'm willing to give you a chance and give myself one too. I have a magical problem that has troubled me for a long time, and it's also my deepest secret. I'm willing to share it with you. If you can solve it, I'll wholeheartedly accept your guidance. But if you can't, I only ask that you keep my secret forever." Asura walked along the path to the library, his mind heavy with thoughts. Moments earlier, he had revealed his greatest secret to his mentor, Yuanda's shocking ability to endlessly absorb magical elements, akin to a bottomless pit. Yuanda's reaction left a deep impression on him. At first, the mentor was struck speechless with shock, but then he became as excited as a child with a new toy. After observing Asura's meditation process and his lightning magic in action, Yuanda meticulously recorded his findings and solemnly promised to provide an answer as soon as possible. Though sharing his secret with a mentor he had just met left Asura feeling uneasy. After all, he was no longer the naive boy he once was. Understood the risks. If Yuanda were to leak this secret, Asura could face endless trouble, perhaps even being targeted by obsessive researchers eager to experiment on him. Yet, there was something inexplicably comforting about the short, unattractive mentor that made Asura decide to take a chance and trust him. Having resolved his thoughts, Asura quickened his pace toward the library, newly accessible to freshmen. The historic St Goin library was located to the east of the legendary War Tree, a colossal tree said to be thousands of years old and imbued with sentience. The War Tree had 4 distinct hollowed-out sections in its trunk, each serving a unique purpose: the library to the east, the armory to the north, the herbarium to the west, and the magic and combat hall to the south. Only students who had passed a rigorous 3-month assessment were permitted to enter the library. The Eastern Library was the liveliest of all. Its first floor housed an extensive collection of books on subjects ranging from continental history to everyday knowledge, from magical beasts to descriptions of weapons and alchemy. These books were free to read but strictly prohibited from being taken outside the library. The second floor, accessible only through a magical gate, was restricted to magicians, magic warriors, and higher-ranking students or mentors. It was said to contain the biographies and cultivation insights of legendary figures, as well as maps and journals detailing the forbidden zones of the King's continent. Outside the library, the East Gate Plaza buzzed with activity. The task wall and the trading area were particularly crowded. The task wall displayed various missions posted by the Academy and its students, offering rewards in the form of points upon completion. Under the shade of the plaza's trees, hundreds of students set up stalls every afternoon, trading goods until nightfall. As a freshman, Asura found everything fascinating, especially the trading area. The goods sold by senior students were diverse and intriguing. Weapons, armor, skill manuals, potions, magical beasts, and even dubious items like ordinary roots falsely advertised as thousand-year-old vines with miraculous effects. Some claimed their wares could boost power exponentially. Others showcased magical beast eggs, boasting that they would hatch into formidable creatures like 7th-tier earth dragons. Then there were sellers offering worn-out spellbooks, claiming they contained ancient forbidden spells. Senior students often used every trick in the book to sell their goods to freshmen, with prices rarely exceeding 300 points. While Asura was well aware of their tactics, he knew that finding hidden treasures depended entirely on one's skill and luck. Eventually, Asura found himself lingering at a stall selling intimate, personal garments. The stall was run by a fiery senior female student who had intentionally left a few buttons undone on her robe, revealing just enough to attract attention. Male students would occasionally stop by, hastily purchase a piece of clothing, and leave in a flustered rush. Asura stood at the library entrance, his gaze fixed on the open neckline of a senior female student for quite some time. It wasn't until she, irritated by his stare, buttoned up the top 2 buttons of her shirt that he finally wiped the corner of his mouth with a lingering expression and turned to leave. Although Asura often found himself in the company of the 3 campus beauties these days, he was fully aware of his own position. Those 3 young women exuded an unmistakable aura of nobility in every gesture, while he was merely the 3rd son of a minor general from a small country hardly a match for them. Enjoying some harmless banter was one thing, but any romantic notions would be nothing short of wishful thinking. Besides, the 3 ladies had never given him the slightest hint of interest. Being a young man in the prime of his youth, Asura walked through the crowd and arrived at the library entrance. There, a man wearing a senior instructor's badge was seated, reminding the incoming and outgoing students of the rules. No damaging or removing books. The instructor's sharp, hawk-like eyes constantly scanned the students passing by. After listening to the instructor's cautions, Asura stepped into the library's hollow tree. As the light shifted between bright and dim, the sight before him left him in awe. The space was far larger than he'd imagined, with hundreds of students scattered across the area, engrossed in their reading. There had to be a spatial barrier in place. There was no way a regular tree hollow could contain such an expansive space. He spent hours on the first floor searching for biographies of powerful figures, only to find that most of the library's collection consisted of historical accounts with few records of the strong individuals he sought. Asura surmised that the information he wanted might be on the 2nd floor, which only fueled his determination to grow stronger. The vast collection of books left Asura overwhelmed. Since childhood, he had loved reading the miscellaneous books his grandfather had collected, especially those detailing the customs and unique features of various regions across the continent. This cultivated in him an insatiable curiosity to explore the world. Reluctantly leaving the library, Asura resolved to visit, often to study. As he headed back to the dormitory, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned toward the Southern Magic and Martial Arts Vault. With over 1,000 Academy points in hand, he wanted to see if he could find a martial art technique suited to him. Having witnessed the martial arts of other talented students at the Warrior Academy, Asura realized that relying solely on his family's Thunder Strike Fist technique wouldn't be enough to stand out. This was especially evident when sparring with 2 female students, both of whom had fully mastered the 8 moves of the Thunder Strike Fist. Aside from the Yetoba-revealed Double Force Echo, they could predict and counter his attacks with precision every time he made a move. This made sparring increasingly challenging for him. When Asura arrived at the Magic and Martial Arts Vault, another middle-aged instructor was stationed at the entrance. However, this instructor said little about the rules. Entering the hollow tree, Asura came to a fork in the path. The left side bore the symbol of a magic wand, while the right side displayed a sword and shield emblem. Without hesitation, he chose the path to the Martial Arts Vault. Upon seeing that there were over 800 blue-grade martial arts techniques the same level as his family's Thunder Strike Fist, Asura was completely stunned. When Asura stepped into the martial arts library, the sight of over 800 neatly arranged blue-grade martial techniques left him in awe. The profound heritage of Shunga Academy made him reflect on the insignificance of his own family. Without lingering on the blue-grade techniques, his gaze went straight to the higher-tiered purple-grade martial techniques, where more than 100 manuals were displayed. Filled with anticipation, Asura reached out and took a purple-grade martial technique manual, only to realize that beyond the brief introduction, he couldn't read a single word. Unwilling to give up, he turned back to the blue-grade techniques, but encountered the same issue: only the introductions were visible. It was then that he finally understood. Access to the techniques required points to unlock their full content. Upon closer inspection of the labels on the shelves, he noticed that, in addition to the names and grades of the techniques, the required points for borrowing them were also listed. Blue-grade techniques required anywhere from 800 to 2,000 points. What he once thought was a generous 1,000 points, quite significant among new students now, seemed barely sufficient. Worse still, he was indebted to Mentor Ayla for 1,000 points. Calming himself, Asura began meticulously reading through the introductions of the 1,000 blue-grade techniques. With his exceptional comprehension, he reviewed them 3 times before finally selecting a blade technique called ascending strikes. The technique's unique characteristic was that each strike was stronger than the last, with the number of strikes a practitioner could execute determined by their innate talent. Legend had it the technique's creator, a wandering swordsman, could unleash 18 strikes, though this was rumored not to be the limit. Gritting his teeth, Asura spent his entire 1,000 points to unlock the technique. Eagerly, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began studying the blade manual in earnest. It wasn't until dawn the following day that he emerged from the martial arts hall, rubbing his tired eyes. After hastily eating some dry rations, he mulled over the principles of the blade technique while heading to Class 7 for warriors. By the time he arrived, Mentor Engel had already begun the lecture. Although this was Ashura's first time being late, the mentor merely assigned him to a sparring session without comment. Opposite him stood Lanyu, who, noticing his distracted demeanor, cleared her throat loudly to get his attention. Snapping back to reality, Asura absent-mindedly mentioned something about needing to find Majina, which instantly infuriated the blue-haired girl. Lanyu, like an agitated cat, darted forward and delivered a side kick aimed at Ashura's back. Though he managed to dodge in time, the next hour turned into a heated exchange of moves between the two. The match eventually ended with Lanyu pinning Asura to the ground, sitting on his back as she pounded his shoulders with her small fists. Meanwhile, Asura, still lying on the floor, stubbornly argued his case. Lanyu couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer and finally asked, "Why are we looking for Magina?" Asura rubbed his sore shoulders and replied with a hint of annoyance, "You could have just asked earlier, you know? I recently mastered a powerful sword technique, but I haven't had the chance to test its strength yet. Considering you're skilled in speed and bursts of power, while Magina excels in both offense and defense, I thought it'd be safer to test it on her instead of risking hurting you." Hearing his explanation, Lanyu felt a warmth in her heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by a twinge of annoyance. She knew he meant well, but as someone who was a level above him in cultivation, she couldn't help but feel he was underestimating her. The young girl straightened up from her seat on the boy's back and swiftly drew the glowing blue dagger strapped to her thigh. With a tone laced with confidence and challenge, she said, "Let's see what impressive sword technique you've learned. Come at me. Don't worry, you won't be able to hurt me." Asura stood up, stretched his aching shoulders, and thought to himself, "All right, let's test this out on this feisty girl." He pulled out his twin swords from his spatial belt, closed his eyes, and focused, carefully recalling the movements of the technique. Suddenly, the boy's eyes snapped open. In one fluid motion, he charged forward, unsheathing his swords and striking with precision. Lanyu effortlessly intercepted the first strike with her dagger and thought to herself, "Is that all?" But Asura was just getting started. After his initial attack was blocked, he smoothly transitioned into another strike, spinning and slashing down with even greater force. Lanyu, unfazed, reversed her grip on her dagger and met his sword Hedon. The two soon found themselves locked in a fierce exchange of blows. As the battle progressed, Asura felt an exhilarating connection with his climbing tower sword technique. Every strike he delivered filled him with adrenaline, and though it was draining, the thrill was undeniable. Lanyu, on the other hand, began to feel the tide shifting. At first, the strikes were manageable, but by the 9th blow, each attack felt like a tidal wave crashing onto her dagger, growing more powerful with every swing. She barely had time to catch her breath. Even so, she gritted her teeth and held her ground, refusing to retreat or dodge, determined to meet every attack Hedon. When Asura unleashed his 15th strike, accompanied by a thunderous shout, it was undoubtedly the strongest blow he could muster at his current level. A sharp clang echoed through the air as Lanyu's dagger was flung from her hand, and she was forced back several steps. Before Asura could celebrate the power of his new technique, his attention was drawn to Lanyu. She raised her trembling right hand, staring at the bloodied and cracked skin of her palm. The girl glanced at her injury, then at Asura, and suddenly burst into tears with a loud wah. Under the secluded shade of a tree on the training grounds, Asura was clumsily bandaging Lan Yu's hand. The girl's eyes glistened with tears, her pink lips pouted high in a look of grievance. Though the injury was minor, barely worth mentioning, compared to the scrapes she usually got during training, she had suddenly burst into tears. Seeing this, Asura had quickly covered her mouth and dragged her to this hidden spot under the trees. If Lan Yu's admirers had witnessed the scene, they would have undoubtedly torn him to pieces. After much effort calming her down, Asura now faced the challenge of bandaging her hand. Having no experience in such matters, he instinctively reached to tear off a piece of his inner robe to use as a makeshift bandage, only for Lan Yu to wrinkle her nose in disdain, complaining that his clothes reeked of sweat. She pulled a clean handkerchief from her spatial storage device and handed it to him. Though annoyed, Asura reluctantly took it, knowing his life depended on keeping her happy, and carefully wrapped her hand. Lan Yu glanced at her right hand, now wrapped like a dumpling, and muttered, "So ugly." Asura ignored her comment and turned to head toward the magical weapons library to continue studying his ascending blade technique. However, Lan Yu called out to him, insisting he buy her something to eat as compensation. Asura groaned inwardly, regretting ever testing his technique on this troublesome girl. Still, he couldn't deny he was quite pleased with the power he had just unleashed. He pulled out his badge to show Heronly 20 points remained. Lan Yu, knowing he had recently spent a fortune learning the blade technique, didn't let him off the hook. She demanded he take her to the cafeteria's second floor after school and spend all 20 points on snacks for her. With no choice, Asura reluctantly agreed, then quickly asked, "Hey, what do you think of my blade technique? Pretty powerful, huh? Cost me 1,000 points." Lan Yu tilted her head, thinking for a moment before giving a professional critique. "It's a blue-grade technique, right? The first 9 strikes are pretty average, but after the 9th, it can reach purple-grade power." Asura's face lit up with joy, feeling he had gotten his money's worth. However, Lan Yu promptly poured cold water on his excitement. But there are 2 glaring flaws. First, the strikes must be continuous. If interrupted by a strong opponent, the damage output collapses. Second, every strike has to hit. If even one misses, the entire momentum is lost. If your opponent is faster, dodging just 1 strike would break your combo. Asura was stunned. He had to admit Lan Yu's keen insight as a scion of a prestigious family was impressive. She had pinpointed the flaws of the ascending blade technique within just a few exchanges. It seemed the Academy's pricing truly reflected the value of its techniques. 1,000-point skill couldn't compare to a genuine purple-grade technique. Still, he wasn't discouraged. Achieving purple-grade damage was already a significant accomplishment, and he hadn't even mastered the technique's creator's legendary 18th strike yet. Who knew? Maybe he could push it to yellow-grade power someday. Lan Yu had initially intended to deflate his pride further, but seeing how quickly the boy's expression shifted from shock to his usual carefree demeanor, she couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. The 2 of them ended up chatting under the tree until the morning class session ended. When the agreed-upon time came, the pair headed to the cafeteria together. Along the way, other students whispered and pointed at them, while the male students glared daggers at Asura, making him feel immense pressure. He tried to quicken his pace to distance himself, but Lan Yu kept walking leisurely by his side, her face slightly flushed but saying nothing, as if afraid he might run off. In the cafeteria's second-floor snack area, surrounded by an array of tempting treats, Asura bluntly said, "You see my balance just 20 points. Make it work." Lan Yu shot him a glare, calling him stingy, and carefully browsed the options. Eventually, she chose a special floral tea said to enhance beauty, priced exactly at 20 points. Asura begrudgingly paid, feeling the sting of his dwindling points, while Lan Yu happily cradled the tea in her uninjured left hand, sipping it delicately. As they were about to part ways and head back to their dorms, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Turning around, they saw the tall and striking Magina standing there, arms crossed and smirking at them with a cold, mocking expression. Her pose only accentuated her impressive figure. Asura quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look too long, and felt his heart sink at the sight of her. Standing awkwardly at the entrance of the cafeteria, Asura muttered, "Here to grab some food, huh?" Lan Yu raised an eyebrow, smiled and replied, "The floral tea was great. Thanks." With that, she hummed a tune and walked away. Asura didn't dare to respond, keeping his head down as he hurried past Magina. It wasn't until he reached the first floor that he let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was pondering what to have for lunch, the Academy emblem on his chest buzzed with a message from Magina. "If I don't get that floral tea after school tomorrow, you're dead." The message instantly sapped Ashura's appetite. Wasn't this outright blackmail? But he could only swallow his frustration. He had planned to spar with Magina tomorrow to practice his sword skills, but now he was broke. He didn't even have enough points to buy the tea. He considered asking Magina to pay him next month's sparring fee of 30 points in advance, but then thought better of it. That would probably just earn him a beating on the second floor of the cafeteria. Resigned, Asura headed to the task board outside the library. It was just after lunch, so the area wasn't too crowded. He scanned the various academy tasks carefully. With his current abilities, he could only take on basic chores like cleaning or organizing books. These tasks paid a measly 1 or 2 points each, while a single cup of floral tea cost 20. As a young man aspiring to become a powerful warrior on the Land of Kings, he hated the idea of wasting his training time on menial labor. His gaze shifted to the bounty task board nearby, filled with all sorts of peculiar requests from other students. Suddenly, one task caught his eye and left him stunned. Obtain a personal belonging of Magina from Class 8 of the Freshman Warriors. Reward, 1,000 points. He couldn't believe it. Magina's stuff was worth that much. The task had just been posted, and without a second thought, Asura accepted it using his emblem. Excited, Asura dashed back to his dorm room and flopped onto his small bed, brainstorming how to complete the task. Magina absolutely couldn't find out about this, or not only would he fail to get the item, he'd also get beaten up. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He sat up straight in a flash, his excitement bubbling over. With a determined grin, he settled into a night of deep meditation, preparing for the challenge ahead. The next morning, Asura hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the Magic Academy. The spring sunlight warmed his face, and a confident smile played at his lips. He was clearly looking forward to earning the 1,000 points that awaited him. According to his schedule, he first needed to attend a class taught by his homeroom teacher, Ella, and then head to the training grounds for a sparring session with Magina. As soon as he stepped through the gates of the Magic Academy, a small figure caught his eye. Mentor Yuanda was standing there, waiting for him. The mentor's eyes were bloodshot yet filled with an unusual excitement, which made Asura's heart tighten with unease. "Follow me," Mentor Yuanda said curtly, leading Asura to the same empty classroom where they had met last time. After shutting the door, the mentor spoke eagerly. "I've figured out the reason you can sustain meditation." From his pocket, Yuanda pulled out a magical testing stone, the same kind used during the Academy's entrance exams. "Channel your magic into it, and don't stop until I say so." Asura took the stone and infused it with his magic. A silver-white light immediately flared, indicating his first-tier lightning mage strength. Mentor Yuanda leaned in closely, observing with a look of satisfaction that soon spread across his face. "Just as I thought. Look close, Alido. You notice anything different?" At first, Asura was puzzled, but after a careful examination, he noticed something. Beneath the dazzling silver-white glow, there was a faint, almost imperceptible layer of gray light. "See that gray light?" Yuanda said excitedly. "It means you're a dual-element mage. The gray represents spatial magic. You possess both lightning and spatial affinities." The revelation left Asura speechless. While dual-element mages weren't exactly rare at the academy, there were over a dozen among the new students. The combination of lightning and spatial magic was unique. As far as he knew, he was the only one in the entire academy with such a pairing. Yuanda continued to explain. "The reason you can continuously absorb magical elements is due to the nature of spatial magic. Your body functions like a storage space, capable of holding more magical elements than most. Typically, spatial mages are single-element users and can't absorb other elements like you can. This is an extraordinary talent for cultivation. If you stick with it, your achievements in magic will undoubtedly surpass those in martial arts." Focusing inward, Asura carefully examined the magical essence within him and indeed detected the gray spatial elements he had previously overlooked. After a long moment of silence, he raised his head and solemnly bowed to his mentor. "Thank you, Mentor Yuanda, for shedding light on this. I will honor my commitments, but I have 2 requests. First, please keep my dual-element magic a secret. I don't want to attract too much attention. Second, I hope you can guide me in my training. I want to develop both my martial arts and magic skills equally, without allowing one to fall too far behind the other." Mentor Yuanda gazed intently at the young boy in front of him, his heart surging with an uncontrollable excitement. This dual-element mage, gifted in both lightning and spatial magic, was not only extraordinarily talented but also remarkably humble and composed. "Before meeting you, I was only 50% confident about teaching a student capable of mastering both magic and combat," Mentor Yuanda said, his voice trembling slightly. "After seeing your test results, that confidence grew to 60%. Now that I know you are a dual-element mage, I am 70% sure. While I cannot predict how far I can guide you, if we work together with trust and dedication, you will undoubtedly become the brightest star in the vast cosmos." Asura was equally moved. He solemnly performed a formal apprentice's bow and said, "Please, Mentor, teach me." Mentor Yuanda quickly helped the exceptional young man to his feet. In the entire academy, perhaps this was the only student willing to place such faith in him. This profound trust weighed heavily on him, and he silently vowed to dedicate the results of his 30 years of research to repay this faith. Though Minter Yuanda was not a man of many words, Asura could read everything in the firm determination in his eyes. The two agreed to continue their exploration of how to maximize the potential of combining magic and combat in this very classroom, striving to unlock Asura's full potential. Despite having gone 2 days without sleep, Minter Yuanda remained full of energy, as though rejuvenated by 20 years. He declared his intention to return and organize his materials to create a comprehensive training plan for Asura. In class, Asura sat at his desk, lost in thought, his mind brimming with excitement. He paid no attention to Clara's attempts to offer him her notes. His focus was entirely on the challenges of spatial magic. There were only 3 or 4 spatial mages in the academy, and the associated skills were not only rare but also prohibitively expensive. Was spatial magic truly limited to meditating and absorbing magical elements? His alternating expressions of frowning and grinning left Clara completely baffled. She had the vague sense that this increasingly enigmatic boy was hiding some kind of secret. Even their homeroom teacher, Ella, couldn't help but notice his odd behavior. She considered asking him a question but hesitated, worried about embarrassing him. After all, she had already heard about the sensation this boy in a mage's robe had caused at the training ground. When the class bell rang, Asura darted out of the classroom, only to suddenly rush back in. He leaned his hands on Clara's desk and gazed deeply into the silver-haired girl's eyes. Just as Clara's cheeks began to flush, Asura spoke softly, "Hey, beautiful, can I borrow 20 points? Clara." Asura excitedly dashed towards the training grounds, clutching the 20 points Clara had lent him tightly in his hand. Today, he had a big deal worth 1,000 points to finalize, and the thought put an extra spring in the young man's step. Arriving at the lineup for Class 8 warriors, Asura's gaze locked intensely onto Magina. Unlike his usual demeanor, he didn't avoid her this time. Instead, when the instructor announced sparring sessions, a cryptic smile crept onto his face. This unusual behavior put Magina on alert, though she remained confident after all. The opponent who always wore a sullen expression had never defeated her. The two made their way to the spacious sparring area. Still smiling, Asura spoke, "I just learned a new blade technique yesterday. Let's spar today, and you better give it your all." With that, he drew his twin blades. Hearing this, Magina felt a bit more at ease and retrieved her imposing greatsword from her spatial ring. The battle began in an instant. After a few tentative exchanges, Asura suddenly let out a fierce shout and unleashed his ascending tower blade technique. His strikes came in a relentless flurry, each one faster than the last, his attacks crashing down like a surging tide. Magina easily deflected the first 9 strikes, but she quickly noticed his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. By the 14th strike, she stopped blocking Hedon and instead sidestepped nimbly, evading his slash and countering with a sweeping strike from her greatsword, forcing Asura to retreat. As his momentum faltered, Asura sighed inwardly, recalling Lan Yu's warning if he couldn't pin down a faster opponent. Any misstrike would significantly weaken his technique's power. His eyes darted around as he suddenly shouted, "Behold my yellow rank blade technique. Whoever I stare at gets pregnant." The absurd name of the technique momentarily stunned Magina. While she wasn't intimidated by any so-called yellow rank technique, the bizarre name instinctively made her narrow her eyes and raise her greatsword defensively. Seizing the opportunity, Asura feinted a slash and swiftly maneuvered behind her. Realizing she had been tricked, Magina immediately turned and countered with a horizontal slash and a side kick, the latter unexpectedly sending Asura flying. Asura let out an exaggerated wail as he tumbled through the air, landing with a dramatic roll before sprawling on the ground. He groaned loudly, claiming he needed a break. Though Magina felt something was off, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She was certain that Asura's skills shouldn't have allowed him to be launched so easily by her kick. But faced with the boy theatrically writhing on the ground, she had no choice but to continue sparring until class ended. After class, Magina grabbed Asura, who was trying to sneak away. Faced with her threatening glare, Asura immediately caved. All right, let's go. They'll buy you some floral tino, big deal." His unusual generosity only deepened Magina's suspicions, but Asura was already striding briskly toward the exit. On their way to the cafeteria, the pair drew plenty of attention. Unlike the timid demeanor he had displayed the previous day, Asura now walked with his head held high, while Magina seemed slightly flustered. Finally, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Asura cheerfully bought a cup of beauty-enhancing floral tea and handed it to a blushing Magina. Asura impatiently said to Magina, "I got you the floral tea, so don't bother me anymore, all right? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Without waiting for her response, he hurriedly headed downstairs. He didn't notice that Magina, holding the floral tea, was frowning and quietly following him. Meanwhile, in a corner of the cafeteria, several girls were staring in shock at the silver-haired girl from their dorm. The magical beast stake in her hand had been zapped into a charred, blackened mess, emitting a burnt smell. After leaving the cafeteria, Asura walked while fiddling with his academy emblem. He had already contacted the task requester and arranged to meet at the lakeside park in the center of the academy for the exchange. The thought of the 1,000 points he was about to earn equivalent to 10 months of the academy's disbursement put him in an exceptionally good mood, making his steps noticeably lighter. However, he was completely unaware that Majina was silently trailing behind him, the floral tea in her hand still steaming. The meeting spot was a secluded bench in the woods, shaded by trees, and a popular spot for couples. It didn't take long before a burly man, even larger than Nawe, approached. The two sized each other up in silence. The man exuded an air of sleaziness from head to toe, brown, curly hair, a disproportionately small set of features on a large round face. He wore a uniform from the year above Asura, but not one for warriors or magicians. It was the Forging Academy's uniform, the same as Angelo's. Just as Asura was pondering how to begin, the man spoke first. "Hey, you're the one who took the task? Did you bring the item?" Asura didn't immediately present the item. Instead, he asked, "Senior, do you have the 1,000 points ready?" The man impatiently waved his academy emblem. "Relax, it's just 1,000 points. As long as the item checks out, we'll transfer it to you right away." Asura was inwardly surprised by his casual attitude, but quickly retrieved a lock of fiery red hair from his spatial belt. Though the amount of hair was small, each strand glowed as if it were a flicker of flame. The man's eyes lit up at the sight, and he reached out to grab it. But Asura was quicker, pulling back the hair and calmly saying, "Senior, this is Majina's hair from less than 2 hours ago. It's far more valuable than the personal belonging you requested." The man immediately feigned skepticism. "How do I know it's real? For all I know, you could have swiped this from some other girl to fool me. Let me inspect it." Despite his words, his gaze remained locked on the fiery strands. Asura scoffed. "Senior, I, Kyle from Magic Class 13, am known for my honesty. Why would I tarnish my reputation over something so trivial? I was even at the cafeteria with Majina earlier today. Lots of people saw us. Look at these injuries on me. I earned this with my life on the line." The man, growing tired of Asura's chatter, finally interrupted. 1,200 points. The extra 200 is a bonus for your trouble." Without hesitation, Asura handed over the hair with one hand, while extending his emblem with the other. As the two emblems made contact, he received a notification confirming the transfer of 1,200 points. On a bench in the lakeside park of the academy, an unusual transaction was taking place. Asura sat across from a chubby senior student. Each held an item in their hands, Asura with the academy's crest and the senior with a strand of hair. Both wore sly, conspiratorial smiles. While Asura was lost in delightful thoughts of how to spend the 1,200 points he had just earned, a plump, greasy hand suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. "Brother Kyle, what you brought me is absolutely amazing," the senior exclaimed excitedly. Asura quickly plastered on a friendly smile and replied, "Right, senior? I pride myself on being sincere in all my dealings. But, are you a fan of Magina? Why are you collecting her personal belongings?" A shy expression spread across the senior's face as he sheepishly explained, "One day, I happened to buy a set of cards featuring the top 10 beauties among the freshmen. When I read Magina's introduction, I was completely captivated by her fiery charm. I've been secretly watching her ever since, and the more I see her, the more infatuated I become. Yesterday, I couldn't hold back any longer and decided to post this task. Honestly, I was only expecting something like her used cup or utensils. I never imagined you'd bring me such an incredible surprise. I'm going to treasure this forever." Watching the senior revel in the strand of hair, Asura clicked his tongue in disbelief. So this guy was one of the regular customers for the risque cards their dorm sold. He must be one of Jeans's long-standing clients. Asura immediately thumped his chest and promised, "Senior, as long as you're willing to pay the points, I can get you Magina's clothes, pants, belt, socks, whatever you want." The senior grabbed Asura's hand in excitement. "Really? If you can arrange a dinner with Magina for me, I'll give you 10,000 points." This declaration hit Asura like a thunderclap. The world around him seemed to fade away, leaving only the words 10,000 points echoing in his mind. He reevaluated the seemingly ordinary chubby man before him. Were senior students all this loaded? Or did this guy have some hidden talent? Feigning camaraderie, Asura leaned in and said, "Don't worry, senior. We'll get right on it. That said, there might be some expenses along the way. I'm not asking for the points now. I just want to confirm if you can cover the costs." Hearing this, the senior, whose name was Salmon, puffed out his chest with pride. "Brother Kyle, when it comes to points, there aren't many in this academy who have more than me. And since I'm not in the combat department, I don't have much to spend my points on besides indulging in my hobbies." Noticing Salmon's uniform, Asura pressed further. "Senior Salmon, I see you're from the Forging Academy. Are all the students there as wealthy as you? How can I become as successful and well-off as you? A few compliments had Salmon grinning even wider. He patted his round belly and boasted, I happen to be one of the top-tier rune engravers in the Forging Academy. Loads of magic and warrior students spend their points hiring me to engrave runes onto their equipment. That's how I've accumulated so many points. But brother, if you're not in this line of work, there's no way you could pick up my craft for earning points. But brother Kyle, remember to come to me when you need your gear engraved with magic patterns. I'll give you a 20 discount, Salmon said enthusiastically. From this brief exchange, Asura quickly grasped the situation. The profession of a magic engraver was in surprisingly high demand. Not only did it attract people to seek them out, but it also brought in a substantial amount of reward points. This discovery sparked a sense of ambition in Asura. He began to calculate in his mind. If he could master the art of magic engraving, at the very least, he wouldn't need to spend points to have someone else do it for him. With that thought, he decided to act immediately. He would head to the library to search for relevant books, and if all else failed, he could ask that unreliable fourth brother for guidance. After a brief agreement with Salmon that he would contact him first if he came across any personal items belonging to Magina, Asura turned and walked away. Watching the black-haired boy's retreating figure, Salmon couldn't help but sigh with genuine admiration. Brother Kyle, what a good guy. Salmon then raised the fiery red strand of hair in both hands, basking in the sunlight filtering through the forest as he indulged in his daydreams. Suddenly, a blade of crimson fire sliced through his hand, instantly reducing the precious red hair to ashes. Furious, Salmon spun around, determined to see who had destroyed his treasure. In that moment, he completely forgot he was a non-combatant. His rage boiled over, ready to confront the culprit. But when he saw who it was, a girl with blazing red hair, wielding an intimidating Zambato, froze in place. Before he could utter a word, the scorching blade was already resting on his shoulder, the heat curling the hair on the side of his face even tighter. Salmon trembled all over, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of the girl before him. Tell me everything about you and that guy, Magina demanded coldly. And if I hear even half a lie, I'll carve off your fat and use it for lamp oil. A warm stream trickled down Salmon's legs, and Magina's sharp glare made him stammer as he spilled every detail about his deal and conversation with Kyle. If I ever catch you collecting anything related to me again, Magina said with a chilling smile, I'll cut you into pieces and bury you in this forest as fertilizer. And one more thing, don't you dare corrupt him. Got it? Salmon was utterly confused. While the first threat was crystal clear, the second left him completely baffled. Seeing Magina's raised eyebrow, he quickly nodded and stammered, got it, got it. I won't dare do it again. When Magina finally withdrew her Zanbato, Salmon felt as though his shoulder had been dislocated. All he wanted now was to rush to the herb shop for some healing pills, and then head back to his dorm to change his pants. At this moment, all his admiration for Magina had been replaced by sheer terror. Magina turned and walked away, silently imagining slicing a certain someone into pieces 1,000 times over. She had already suspected that Troublemaker was acting unusual today, but she hadn't expected him to actually trade her hair for points. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Unknowingly, she activated her family's inherited augmentation technique, plotting how to punish that scoundrel. Meanwhile, the scoundrel in question was sitting in the library, completely absorbed in books about magic engraving techniques. The wealth of the plump Salmon deeply provoked the young Asura. At this moment, he was in the library of the St Goin Academy, poring over books on the art of magic pattern engraving, eager to master this lucrative skill. After half a day of study, Asura had gained a basic understanding of magic pattern engraving. It is a craft that requires immense mental strength and profound comprehension. Most importantly, the process must be completed in one continuous effort, as any interruption would render the magic pattern invalid. These patterns are primarily used to enhance martial techniques and magic, and can also create instantaneous offensive or defensive abilities. Some magic pattern sets are capable of unleashing powerful skills, but many advanced patterns have been lost to the passage of time, making magic pattern engravers increasingly rare and valuable. As the sky outside grew darker, Asura remembered he had to meet with Mentor Yuanda to discuss his dual cultivation in magic and martial arts. He hurried to the Magic Academy, where Yuanda was already waiting in a familiar large classroom. Today's discussion was not particularly in-depth. The mentor mainly sought to understand Asura's daily training routine and the challenges he faced, in order to prepare a suitable training plan for the future. By dusk, Yuanda informed Asura that he could visit him every afternoon for guidance. Before leaving, Asura inquired if the mentor knew about magic pattern engraving, but the answer was disappointingly negative. Returning to the dormitory, Asura found his eldest roommate, Jean Zhe, and the fourth, Angelo, engrossed in analyzing the latest set of gossip card drafts. Clenching his teeth, Asura turned and headed to the second floor of the cafeteria, spending 100 points to purchase a lavish feast. Although his roommates came from prominent families, they rarely indulged in these point-costly delicacies, preferring to save their points for training resources. The four of them gathered around the table, eating and chatting. Angelo animatedly shared amusing anecdotes from the academy, while Asura seized the opportunity to inquire about Salmon. Learning that Salmon was the most outstanding magic pattern engraver from the previous batch of the Forging Academy, Asura eagerly pressed for more details. His questions became increasingly technical, forcing Angelo to seriously ponder before responding. Eventually, Angelo saw through Asura's intentions. Asura candidly admitted that he was inspired by Salmon's success in earning points through magic pattern engraving and wanted to give it a try himself. Though Angelo found his money-obsessed third brother's ambition a bit far-fetched, he decided to help. He promised to share a mental cultivation method from his family's branch lineage and a book on magic pattern analysis, and even offered to answer Asura's questions. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Asura clasped Angelo's hand and thanked him repeatedly. Though he had yet to completely open up to his roommates, their kind gestures had already left a deep impression on his heart. Unable to wait for Angelo to finish his meal, Asura was eager to dive into learning magic pattern engraving right away. Angelo, quick on his feet, pulled a thin booklet of about a dozen pages from his spatial ring. The pages were densely filled with handwriting. Without hesitation, he casually tossed the booklet to Asura, saying it was a manual for training spiritual power, before turning back to continue wrestling with Arthur over a fragrant piece of magical beast rib. What no one expected was that before Angelo could even finish his half of the rib, Asura had already handed the booklet back to him. Initially, Angelo assumed Asura had given up after a skim through it. However, to his surprise, his third brother claimed he had memorized the entire content and now wanted to look at the analysis of magical runes book. This statement left Angelo, Arthur, and Ginza utterly dumbfounded. After all, the time Asura had was barely enough to skim the booklet once, yet he claimed to have memorized it completely. At their insistence, Asura recited the entire content verbatim, leaving the three of them in stunned silence. They had all heard rumors about Asura, most of which were less than flattering. At the academy, oddity had practically become synonymous with his name. Arthur had even nearly gotten into a fight with other students over their mockery of Asura, though he never mentioned this to him. Despite sharing the same dormitory, Arthur could never quite figure out their third brother, apart from his occasional startling ideas. Arthur had certainly never heard of Asura possessing any remarkable talent for cultivation. Arthur and Ginza had been close friends since childhood, both hailing from the continent's most prestigious families. Although they hadn't known Angelo for long, his background was equally impressive. In contrast, Asura clearly wasn't from any of the top families they were familiar with, yet they had never looked down on him for it. However, the ability to fully memorize a complex spiritual cultivation manual in such a short time was an exceedingly rare talent, even among the elite heirs of their powerful families. What shocked the trio even more was when Angelo handed Asura the two-fingers thick analysis of magical runes book. Asura carefully flipped through it once, closed his eyes and thought for the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, and then returned the book. This time, the three of them silently retreated to their rooms. Meanwhile, Asura remained deeply engrossed in the knowledge from the magical rune book. Using the tea on the table, he began sketching magical runes onto the surface of the tea table. He was well aware that proper rune engraving required high-grade magical beast blood as ink and the tail feather of a ninely bird as a brush. But even without these materials, he was determined to master the runes by heart first. This had become the skill he most wanted to refine, second only to his cultivation practice. The next day at the training grounds, Asura missed the ninth strike of the ascending blade technique for the third time. He panted lightly, his gaze falling on the smugly grinning Lanyu across from him. In today's sparring session, Lanyu had changed her strategy. She no longer met him hidden, but instead used her agile footwork to evade during the ninth strike, leaving his blade with no target. Frustrated but helpless, the young Asura clenched his teeth. As soon as the bell rang to signal the end of class, he turned and left without a word, leaving Lanyu pouting in dissatisfaction. With a stomp of her foot, she returned to the lineup of Class 7. Skipping his magic class, Asura headed straight to the magic combat pavilion. He had realized that the ascending blade technique needed to be paired with speed-based footwork to unleash its full potential. He recalled a footwork technique he'd come across before, chasing wind, pursuing thunder. It was a rare blue-tier combat skill that could be elevated to the purple tier if the user possessed wind or lightning elemental magic. This stringent requirement meant it was often overlooked. After all, mages rarely trained in footwork techniques. But for Asura, who wielded lightning magic, it seemed tailor-made. At the pavilion, he quickly located the skill manual thanks to his exceptional memory and gritted his teeth as he paid the hefty 1,000 point cost. As he delved into the text, he learned that this technique was not only at the blue tier, but also came with enhancements from wind and lightning magic. If a practitioner mastered both elements, the technique could even reach the yellow tier. After committing the entire manual to memory, Asura, brimming with confidence, prepared to find an opportunity to train. Calculating that the magic class wasn't over yet, he decided to head to class 13. However, just as he was about to take a seat, Clara pulled her chair to the center of the desk, spreading her arms to block the entire space. Asura was bewildered as he looked at the silver-haired girl pouting angrily, completely clueless about what he had done to offend her. Under the curious gazes of their classmates, Asura quietly left the classroom. Clara, still fuming over the fact that he had used borrowed points to treat another girl to flower tea, was plotting how to punish him. When she noticed Asura had already left, her anger intensified. No one had ever dared to ignore her like this before. She immediately grabbed her magical robe and stormed out in pursuit. In the hallway leading to another classroom, Asura, deep in thought about his training, suddenly sensed movement behind him. Relying on his martial instincts, he turned just in time to dodge Clara's flying kick. His right hand instinctively shifted into a blade-like stance, but upon recognizing the face beautiful even in angry quickly changed tactics, catching her leg midair. Clara, having thrown all her strength into the kick, ended up falling forward into Asura's arms. The two froze instantly. Clara's hands rested against Asura's chest, while his right hand supported her slender leg beneath her robe. The position was so suggestive it could have been mistaken for an embrace between lovers. Before they could react, a group of female magic students passing by gasped, their chatter filled with exclamations like "How bold!" and "So romantic!" Clara's face turned bright red, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. Though Asura was equally embarrassed, he maintained his composure, even giving the smooth leg in his hand a subtle squeeze. Clara's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she raised her hand, aiming to pinch the soft flesh at his waist in retaliation. The sound of footsteps in the distance made Clara and Asura instantly separate, each sprinting down a different corridor. Clara jogged back to the Magic Class 13 classroom, her cheeks still flushed. Without saying a word, she slumped over her desk, ignoring the curious glances from her classmates. Asura, on the other hand, stopped in an empty hallway, raised his right hand, and sniffed it with a look of delight on his face. He had long forgotten about the 20 points he owed her and, humming a tune, strolled into Mentor Yuanda's classroom. The room was as sleepy as ever, with the mentor's passionate lecturing competing against the steady rhythm of snores. When Asura entered, Mentor Yuanda rubbed his nose, glanced at the dozing students, and shook his head in resignation as he announced a self-study session. He then walked over to Asura's seat. Unlike the others, who often underestimated this unpopular mentor, Asura respectfully explained the challenges he was facing with his current training in the ascending blade technique and the advantages of the wind-chasing thunder-stepping martial skill he had chosen that day. Mentor Yuanda listened intently, his expression thoughtful. Not only did he affirm Asura's judgment and choice of skills, but he also presented a meticulously prepared training plan. The core of this plan was to integrate magic with martial arts, leveraging Asura's dynamic lightwave ability, which could channel magical elements through his meridians, a process intriguingly similar to how martial artists harness their vitality. According to the plan, Asura simply needed to keep meditating to build up his magical reserves. As his martial arts level advanced, his magic level would naturally rise as well. This was because his current method of casting magic through his meridians meant that the stronger his meridians became, the higher level magic they could sustain. Mentor Yuanda, drawing from historical records of dual cultivation practitioners who combined magic and martial arts, noted that such individuals often demonstrated strikingly higher destructive power than single-discipline warriors or mages. This was likely due to the amplified synergy of the two systems. The wind-chasing thunder-stepping technique that Asura learned earlier perfectly validated this theory. Mentor Yuanda boldly speculated that dual cultivation not only allowed the two systems to complement each other, but could also lead to mutual enhancement. As the mentor elaborated on his analysis, Asura nodded repeatedly in agreement. At that moment, he realized that this often dismissed mentor, misunderstood as a failure, was in fact a remarkably brilliant and insightful individual. As Asura was contemplating his training plan, his mentor, Yuanda, suddenly reached out and took out his mentor's badge. He gently tapped it against the student badge on Asura's chest. With a crisp metallic sound, Asura was startled to see his points account instantly increase by 8,000. "I'm just an intermediate mentor," Yuanda said with his characteristic shy smile. "Over the years, most of my points have gone into magical research. This is all I have left, 8,000 points. You can save them up to exchange for a set of purple-grade combat techniques or magic books. Since you're pursuing the unique path of combining martial arts and magic, practical combat will be the key to your improvement. The more life-and-death battles you face, the more they'll help you grow." He paused for a moment and then continued, "Your path to mastery will be several times more challenging than others. Of course, that's just my theory, you'll need to experience it yourself to confirm. But I believe your future will only get brighter." Asura gazed at the unassuming mentor before him, his eyes growing slightly warm. Ever since he came to this academy to escape family vengeance, he had encountered many helping hands. But this mentor, Yuanda, seemed to be the one who most sincerely wished for him to grow stronger. Looking at Yuanda's faded, old mage robe, it was clear that these 8,000 points were the result of years of frugality, yet he gave them to Asura without hesitation. Fighting back the urge to tear up, Asura responded with a bright smile. You really believe in me that much, old Yuan? Hearing the familiar nickname, Yuanda froze for a moment before replying with a bashful grin. Well, you're the only one who believes in me. So, of course, I'll support you unconditionally. Asura couldn't help but laugh at the response. Standing up and stretching, he said with determination. All right then, old Yuan, let's start my special training. I can't wait to get stronger. Just wait soon. You'll be known as the mentor of the future martial magic god. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Asura maintained a rigorous schedule, attending magic classes and honing his martial skills in the training grounds in the morning, undergoing Yuanda's exclusive special training in the afternoon, and spending his nights in the dormitory meditating or practicing magic rune inscriptions. His progress was remarkable. Not only could he keep up with the magic curriculum, but he was also no longer entirely overpowered during sparring sessions with Lanyu and Magina. At this moment, Asura was sparring with Magina, who wielded a large Zamba blade. The red-haired girl had already activated her family's enhancement technique, Battle Flame, yet Asura remained untroubled, relying on his wind-chasing thunder-stepping movement technique. Magina was inwardly astonished by his rapid growth. Even Lanyu, known for his speed, struggled to gain the upper hand against him. In truth, Asura deliberately held back during sparring, partly to avoid accidentally injuring others, but also to adhere to his father Ah Fengtian's advice, to remain low-key and conceal his strength until he had fully matured. Nevertheless, Asura was the only freshman in the academy to simultaneously reach the third rank of both Martial Master and Magic Master. He was now on par with the champions of the newcomers tournament, Monroe and Decaler. Life had been peaceful and fulfilling lately, with only one minor hiccup leg-touching incident that led Clara to ignore him for a while. It wasn't until he offered her a cup of rejuvenating flower tea worth 20 points that their relationship returned to normal. This incident left him marveling at how unpredictable girls' thoughts could be. Now, Asura stood on the threshold of a breakthrough. With the 8,000 points from Yuanda and his recent earnings from selling campus gossip pamphlets, he had finally saved up 10,000 points. He was pondering whether to purchase a purple-grade skill to aid in his breakthrough. In the afternoon, Asura arrived at the classroom right on time. As he pushed the door open, he saw that Mentor Yuanda had been waiting for quite a while. Looking at his exceptionally talented and diligent student, Mentor Yuanda's eyes glimmered with a trace of satisfaction. In just a few short months, Asura's cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds, revealing extraordinary potential for becoming a future powerhouse. Hey, old Yuan. Asura strode in casually and plopped himself down on a chair. I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation recently. What do you think I should do? Mentor Yuanda remained silent for a moment, his brows furrowed as if contemplating a significant decision. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke with a solemn tone. I believe it's time to start the next phase of your training. Asura's interest was piqued immediately, and his eyes lit up as he stared at his mentor intently. However, Yuanda's next words struck him like a thunderbolt. As I've told you before, Mentor Yuanda said gravely, only through real combat can you refine your martial skills, unlock your potential, and better integrate magic with martial arts. Therefore, your next training ground will not be here at the academy, but in the magical beast forest behind it. Asura froze in place upon hearing this. The fearsome reputation of the magical beast forest was well known across the entire continent of kings. Even martial saints dared not claim they could escape unscathed from a beast tide. The academies were strategically built at the forest's edge to guard the region. While adventurers and mercenary teams did venture into the forest daily to hunt magical beasts, collect resources, and mine magic cores to search for rare treasures, no one had ever deliberately gone there to train. Given Asura's current strength, he might only be able to hover around the forest's outskirts. But even there, dangers like venomous insects, toxic gases, and treacherous swamps could easily claim his life in an instant. Yet, seeing the firm yet faintly reluctant expression in his mentor's eyes, Asura let out a long sigh before flashing a carefree smile. All right then, let's get started on the next phase of training. By the way, old Yuan, are the magical beasts in the forest tasty? In the office of the Magic Academy's mentor, Ella, the beautiful instructor, was staring in surprise at the black-haired boy standing before her. Asura. The boy had just made a bold request to leave the academy and train on his own, causing Ella to furrow her brows slightly. While the St Goin Academy had always granted students considerable freedom as long as they could pass the required assessments, this 16-year-old troublemaker gave her particular cause for concern. Ella's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk as she prepared to assert her authority and deny the request. However, Asura, quick on his feet, swiftly conjured a cup of floral tea from behind his back and placed it in front of her with a cheeky grin. "You've been working hard, Minter. Have some tea to relax and stay beautiful," he said with a playful tone. Faced with the enticing cup of tea, Ella's lips curved ever so slightly. She glanced at the boy's ingratiating smile and, after a moment, let out a soft sigh. "Fine. I'll allow you to go out and train, but only if you agree to 3 conditions. Whatever you say, Minter. I'm all ears." Asura promptly straightened up, feigning obedience. Ella's expression turned serious. "First, you must ensure your own safety and take responsibility for yourself and the academy. Second, you must return in time to participate in the critical assessment a year from now. If you fail to show up, you'll be expelled. Third, since you've chosen to train independently, your progress must meet my satisfaction upon your return. If it doesn't, I won't permit you to leave again, and I might even expel you outright." Asura winced internally but nodded weakly. "Well, aside from the first condition, which I can't really guarantee, the rest are fine." This response nearly made Ella spit out her tea. Forgetting her composed demeanor, she raised her voice. "What? And what exactly are you planning to do that's so dangerous?" Seeing his mentor's agitation, Asura felt a rare sense of respect for her authority. He quickly explained, "Don't get worked up, Mentor. It's just a figure of speech. I meant something trivial, like choking on my food or something." Unimpressed, Ella puffed her cheeks in frustration, glaring at her troublesome student. After a long pause, she finally relented. "Just remember the 3 things you promised. Come back as soon as your training is done." Leaving the office, Asura let out a bitter chuckle. The thought of the dangers lurking in the beast forest sent a chill down his spine, but after making his preparations and bidding farewell to the few people he cared about, he knew he had no choice but to set out. When he returned to the Magic Class 13 classroom, he noticed yet another student from a different class trying to claim his seat, only to be met with Clara's sharp rebuke. For some reason, this seat seemed to attract a lot of attention from the boys, but Clara refused to let anyone else take it. No matter how disheveled Asura looked after a grueling training session, reeking of sweat while other mages sneered at him, Clara never minded. She would even prepare a towel for him to wipe himself off. In this class, apart from Clara, only the chubby Nawe would talk to him. The rest of the students saw him as an oddball and a failure, unaware that his current strength was enough to leave them all in tears. Clara, however, was the exception. From the silver-haired girl, he always sensed a deep and unsettling aura of danger. Asura sat back in his seat, his face devoid of expression, as calm and still as a lifeless pond. Moments later, a notebook with elegant handwriting softly slid in front of him. On its pages was a concerned inquiry. He picked up the notebook, and as the pen glided over the paper, he wrote a brief message. He was leaving for a while, possibly a long time. He planned to auction off his seat. Whoever offered the highest points would get it. The points earned would all go to her, as a gesture of gratitude, perhaps to treat her to some rejuvenating flower tea. When the notebook was passed back, the girl beside him let out a muffled gasp. Ignoring the curious stares of those around them, Clara hurriedly scribbled in the notebook, "Where are you going? What are you planning? Don't you dare." Her handwriting was filled with both concern and veiled threat. Seeing her words, Asura felt a warmth in his heart. This stubborn young lady had been diligently helping him with notes to catch up on his studies, a kindness he would never forget. Leaving her some points from the auction was perhaps the only thing he could do to repay her before parting ways. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he quietly rested his head on the desk. Heading to the forest of magical beast shed, be lying if he said he wasn't afraid. That forest was a haven for magical creatures and a forbidden zone for humans. But as someone with the rare gift of mastering both magic and martial arts, he knew his path to advancement was far harder than that of ordinary students. Without real combat experience, he wouldn't be able to grow stronger quickly. Of course, staying at the academy and following the standard curriculum would gradually improve his abilities. But he would never rise to the ranks of the strongest, and he needed to grow strong fast. He had to return to the kingdom of Alai to resolve the Blackwater family's troubles. He longed to become like the legendary figures immortalized in the Academy's sculptures, warriors who struck fear into their enemies, safeguarded their loved ones, and inspired reverence for generations to come. Seeing that Asura remained unresponsive, Clara grew increasingly anxious. Her slender fingers gently poked his arm before shooting him a sharp glance, gesturing toward the notebook on the desk. It was only then that Asura snapped out of his daze. He quickly scribbled in the notebook, "I want to go out and gain some experience. There's a training plan I need to follow, which means leaving the academy for quite a while. Keeping this seat reserved is pointless, might as well transfer it and earn some points." Clara took the notebook and frowned deeply. After hesitating for a moment, she wrote, "Do you really have to go? You're smart. I think you can achieve great things here at the academy, and if you dare mess with this seat, I'll never speak to you again." Asura stared at her handwriting, nodding helplessly without offering much of a response. Perhaps he himself didn't know how to answer the questions she might ask next. All he could do was hope for the chance to return to this seat someday. Clara, seeing his indifferent attitude, gritted her teeth in frustration but found herself at a loss for words. Throughout the lesson, she couldn't focus at all, her thoughts a chaotic mess. When the bell finally rang, Clara was about to confront Asura again, only to see him rise and walk over to Nawe, the chubby guy in the front row. Asura leaned in and whispered a few words, leaving Nawe looking both shocked and confused. Asura merely smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and walked out of the classroom. Clara's face darkened, whether from anger or disappointment, scaring off a few students from other classes who had been hoping to strike up a conversation with her. Asura headed straight for the training grounds to the warrior class 7. Known as the weirdo in the magic row, who showed up there daily, he had already become somewhat of a legend among the freshmen selected by the 2 strongest female newcomers as their sparring partner and getting beaten up every single day. While many rookie warriors envied his opportunity to spar with such beauties, they were too afraid of embarrassing themselves or enduring daily beatings. Thus, despite Lanyu and Majina having many admirers, no one ever saw Asura as a rival. When Lanyu noticed the black-haired boy strolling leisurely toward her, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted into a smile. She walked over to him, her long legs moving gracefully, but before she could say anything, he cut her off. No sparring today. Come with me to find Majina. I've got something to tell you both. Her smile vanished instantly. Aren't you supposed to spar with me today? Why do we need to find Majina? She asked, clearly displeased. Asura didn't bother explaining. He simply grabbed her by the sleeve of her uniform and dragged the reluctant beauty toward the warrior class 8 training lineup. Majina, surprised by the unexpected visitors, hesitated briefly before following Ashura's beckoning gesture to the large tree at the edge of the field. The 2 girls exchanged puzzled glances before turning their attention to the instigator. Asura took a moment to admire the 2 distinctively beautiful girls before him, thinking to himself that, if they didn't hit so hard during practice, being their sparring partner might actually be enjoyable. However, as a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes, the 2 girls, as if in sync, drew their weapons, a massive horse-slaying saber and a glowing blue dagger. Wait. Asura quickly raised his hands in surrender. I'm not here to fight today. I have something to say. Put the weapons down. Though the girls stopped advancing, their cold gazes remained fixed on him, and their weapons stayed firmly in their hands. Swallowing nervously, Asura hurriedly continued. Hand me your badges, both of you. They'll refund you 10 points each. I'm planning to leave the academy for some time to train outside, and I won't be back anytime soon. You 2 better work hard, not cry when I come back and beat you both. Such provocative words would typically earn him a thorough beating, but to his surprise, the girls lowered their weapons. Majina, ever the impatient one, frowned and asked, Where are you going? I've never heard of a student leaving the academy to train outside within their first year. Lanyu chimed in, Yeah. Why are you suddenly leaving? How about we go easier on you during sparring? Stay here. Okay? Without you, it's no fun at all. Asura sighed, exasperated. Come on. You can't seriously think I'm still the weakling you 2 used to bully? Asura gave a wry smile as he explained. I'm just worried about hurting you 2 and then having someone come after me for trouble, especially that top freshman Monroe. If he finds out I injured Majina, wouldn't he drag me to the dueling grounds for a fight to the death? His words instantly ignited Majina's fury. Her hand, which had loosened its grip on the heavy saber, tightened once more as she shouted sharply, I have nothing to do with Monroe. Say that again and he'll tear your mouth apart. Seeing that Majina was genuinely angry, Asura quickly dropped his teasing tone and spoke seriously. Anyway, I've made everything clear to you 2. I won't be coming to the training grounds for a while. They'll be leaving in a few days. If you don't want my points now, don't come asking for them later. The 2 girls, each filled with their own unspoken thoughts, exchanged glances but said nothing further. They could only watch as Asura walked away, his figure exuding an effortless charm. In the days following Ashura's departure, a few brave and perhaps foolish martial arts trainees volunteered to spar with the 2 girls. However, they quickly paid the price for their recklessness. The girls became increasingly ruthless in their training, leaving these sparring partners one by one confined to the infirmary. Before long, no one dared to offer themselves up as practice dummies anymore. Instead, this only heightened others' admiration for the mage who could so effortlessly manage these toothed tigresses. Back in the dormitory, Asura knocked on the doors of his 3 roommates, gathering them in the common room. Over the past year, through daily interactions and their shared business venture of selling gossip-laden cards, the 4 of them had forged a strong bond of camaraderie. Just last month, they had launched a follow-up to their Top 10 Beauties series with a Top 10 Freshman Experts collection, which had been another resounding success. Their rankings even spurred some competitive students to seek out the listed experts for challenges. Facing his roommates, Asura calmly revealed his decision to leave for some training and experience outside the academy. His words caught the others off guard, leaving them puzzled about what this enigmatic third brother of theirs was planning. After a moment of contemplation, their leader, Jinza, reached into his pocket and handed Asura a weighty token. The token, neither jade nor gold, bore the engraving of the character Jin. Jinza then revealed his true identity. Third brother, am actually the eldest son of the head of the Jinli Trading Guild. This token is my personal insignia. If you ever encounter trouble, you can seek help at any Jinli store. This revelation left Asura and Angelo stunned. Jinli was one of the 4 great trading guilds of the continent, with a vast network spanning countless cities and immense hidden power. No wonder Jinza was so keen on earning points. She came from a family of merchants. Following this, the second brother, Arthur, stepped forward and handed Asura another token. This one engraved with the emblem of the Valency Empire's guardian beast, the blazing lion. Arthur confessed that he was the second prince of the Valency Empire. This revelation shocked Asura even more, especially since his own homeland, the kingdom of Olay, was a vassal state of Valency. Arthur's decision to keep his identity secret suddenly made sense. He didn't want to burden Asura with unnecessary pressure. Holding the 2 tokens, Asura felt a surge of emotion. He knew these weren't displays of status, but sincere gestures of brotherhood. When he turned to Angelo, the 4th brother awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Third brother, you already know my background. The best I can offer is an 8% discount at my family's equipment shop." This remark instantly lightened the mood, drawing hearty laughter from everyone. The sound of their laughter echoed through the dorm, a testament to the genuine friendship shared by the 4. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the library at St Gobain Academy. Asura was completely absorbed in flipping through a book titled Atlas of Plants in the Beast Forest. A rare smile graced the young man's face, a stark contrast to the despondency of the past few days. This newfound lightness came from yesterday's conversation with Jinza and Arthur. After learning about their prestigious family backgrounds, Asura had finally opened up, sharing the reasons that had driven him to leave his homeland and come to St Gobain Academy. Upon hearing his story, his 2 friends were indignant and immediately offered to send word to their families to eliminate the Heishui family. However, Asura gently declined their offer. He was determined to protect his loved ones through his own strength. If he failed to return to the academy within a year, only then would he ask them to take action against the Heishui family to shield his own. Unburdened by his troubles, Asura seemed to have been reborn. Even the beast forest no longer appeared as terrifying as before. Over the past few days, he had devoted himself to studying the library's extensive collection of books on the beast forest, making final preparations for his upcoming adventure. The vast trove of knowledge filled him with confidence. Detailed bestiaries, botanical guides, and sectional maps, all of these were committed to memory with his extraordinary recall. Slowly, a feasible route through the forest began to take shape in his mind. Messages of concern kept arriving through his academy badge. Fatty Nawe used his remaining points to buy rations for Asura. Clara inquired about his travel plans, and even offered to lend him her precious magic staff. Lanyu prepared a sharp dagger for him, pointing out that his current twin blades might not be strong enough. Magina lent him a set of soft armor, pleading with him to return safely so he could continue being her sparring partner. Even his 3 dormitory roommates pooled their earnings from selling decorative cards and converted them into food and medicine. This outpouring of friendship warmed Ashura's heart, and he silently vowed to return alive and repay their kindness in the future. After spending 3 days in the library and having a long, heartfelt conversation with Mentor Yuanda, Asura was finally ready to set off. Early in the morning, he donned a sleek black warrior outfit, with Magina's soft armor underneath. A dagger from Lan Yu was strapped to his waist, and he carried his elder brother Asubo's twin blades on his back. He had politely declined Clara's magic staff. Not only was it too valuable, but he was also more accustomed to relying on the blades in his hands. Passing through the academy's back mountain, Asura arrived at Triumph Town, the entrance to the Beast Forest. Calling it a town was generous. It was more like an adventurer's camp. It had only one main street, lined with shops that were either weaponsmithies or potion stores, along with herbal shops, pawn shops, taverns, gambling dens, and brothels. The most prominent establishments were those buying magic cores and rare treasures, where adventurers often sold their hard-earned spoils, only to squander their earnings just as quickly. Powerful mercenary groups were also active here, taking on tasks or hunting beasts in the forest. Such mercenary towns were a common sight at the entrances to beast forests, where every day, some sought fortune and others met their end in pursuit of it. Taking a deep breath, Asura didn't rush into the forest. Instead, he stepped into an adventurer's tavern. According to the books he had read, this was the best place to gather information about the beast forest. A task board inside also displayed various commissions. He ordered a glass of room, a drink he didn't particularly enjoy, but served as the price of entry, and found a seat near a pillar. Surveying the room, he saw mostly rugged men clad in coarse leather or metal armor. The adventurers' tavern buzzed with noise and commotion, a cacophony of crude curses and boisterous shouting filling the air. Amid the chaos, a few mages in tattered robes maintained an air of dignity, standing out starkly against their rowdy surroundings. The young Asura pulled his warrior cloak lower, shrouding his face in shadow to avoid unnecessary attention. His gaze drifted to the task board on the wall, crammed with an assortment of missions. Requests ranged from collecting magical beast cores, obtaining beast hides, and gathering herbs, to hunting for beast eggs and hatchlings. There were also quests for treasure hunting, retrieving the remains of fallen adventurers, escorting cargo, mapping uncharted territories, and even assassinations. The sheer disarray of tasks made Asura inwardly click his tongue in disbelief, and the chaotic impression of this small town deepened in his mind. He lingered in the tavern for a while, his ears catching nothing but hollow boasts and exaggerated tales. A few shifty-eyed merchants tried to peddle him strength-enhancing pills and beast repellents, only to be swiftly dismissed. As the daylight remained, Asura rose from his seat and left the tavern. He strolled through Triumph Town, his figure eventually vanishing into the dense forest beyond. With twin blades in hand, he tread cautiously along a narrow path at the edge of the magical beast forest. The trail, worn down by frequent travelers, lay in a relatively safe area, yet Asura remained on high alert. Thanks to the survival skills he had honed during his studies, he felt little fear. Whenever he heard the sound of footsteps or voices nearby, he would quickly conceal himself behind a tree, waiting for others to pass before re-emerging. He kept one warning, read in a chronicle about the magical beast forest, firmly in mind. In this forest, humans are far more dangerous than magical beasts. Beyond the bounds of human society's morality and laws, his current strength and experience were insufficient to handle threats from his own kind. Resolute, he made a decision this journey of training would be one he undertook alone. In the dense woods on the outskirts of the beast forest, a fierce battle was unfolding. A black-haired young man named Asura, clad in a tattered warrior's outfit, was locked in a standoff with a Tier 4 ironclad beast. Through the rips in his clothing, his toned body was marked with scars of varying sizes. His youthful face, adorned with fresh stubble and sharp, determined eyes, lent him an air of rugged valor. Over the past 3 months of grueling training, Asura had not only grown taller but had also reaped substantial rewards. The spatial belt gifted by his grandfather was now packed with precious materials, including pelts from magical beasts and 2 Tier 4 magic cores. Though the limited space of the belt posed a challenge, the haul he had gathered far exceeded what most could achieve. With his current strength as a level 3 martial artist, he should have only been capable of handling Tier 3 magical beasts. However, thanks to his unique dual cultivation in both martial arts and magic, he could now challenge creatures of a higher tier. Of course, he approached his battles strategically, targeting beasts like the ironclad beast, which boasted high defense but lacked strong offensive capabilities. The extensive knowledge of magical beasts he had gained from the Academy's library proved invaluable in this regard. Through countless battles, Asura's combat skills had become increasingly refined. His family's martial art, the Thunder Fist technique, now produced 3 thunderous booms with each strike, leaving charred marks wherever his fists landed. His mastery of the ascending blade technique had advanced rapidly, with each strike beyond the 9th blade causing magical beasts to experience brief paralysis. Meanwhile, his wind-chasing thunder-stepping footwork had reached an extraordinary level, making him so fast that even Tier 4 beasts struggled to keep up. Behind all this progress lay countless hardships and trials. When he first entered the forest, he had been stung by venomous insects, leaving his face swollen. Poisonous plants had inflicted wounds that robbed him of sleep, and battles with magical beasts had left him with numerous scars. While he used ointments to remove the scar on his face, he chose to keep the rest as trophies of his hard-earned experience. At this moment, a confident smile played on Asura's lips. In a flash, he executed the ascending blade technique, closing the distance between him and the ironclad beast. His blade struck the same vulnerable spot with lightning precision. Despite the beast's enraged roars and attempts to charge at him, it could not break past Asura's agile maneuvers. By the 15th strike, the ironclad beast let out a final, anguished cry before collapsing to the ground. This time, it had taken him only 15 strikes to claim victory, one fewer than his previous battle, a clear sign of improvement. After ensuring the area was safe, Asura retrieved a dagger gifted to him by Lanyu, and skillfully extracted a peach's-eyed yellow earth elemental magic core from the beast's skull. It was his 3rd Tier 4 core, a treasure worth a fortune enough to sustain an ordinary person for over a year. Regrettably, his spatial belt could no longer accommodate the ironclad beast's valuable hide, forcing him to leave it behind. He headed to a nearby stream to wash away the blood from his body. Then, climbing onto a sturdy branch of a large tree, he rested, munching on dried rations to replenish his strength. As he ate, He contemplated trading the magic cores for a new pair of blades. While it was technically possible to cook food in the outer forests, Asura remained cautious to avoid unnecessary trouble, rarely taking such risks. While hunting in the forest, Asura would always find a secluded cave to rest and roast his kill whenever he brought down a grade 3 magical beast with tender, succulent meat. Over time, his grilling skills had become surprisingly refined. As he enjoyed his meal, he contemplated his training plans. A breakthrough was near, awaiting the right moment. However, his spatial belt was already full, leaving no room for new treasures. If he encountered anything rare, there would be nowhere to store it. Returning to Triumph Town to handle his accumulated spoils had become a necessity. After careful consideration, he decided to head back to the town in the next couple of days. His gaze fell on the armored beast's carcass not far away. Gracefully leaping down from the tree, he swiftly wielded his blade, slicing the carcass into several pieces. He scattered the remains across the forest floor near the creek, then climbed onto a large tree above the site, holding his breath and waiting for prey to take the bait. The strong scent of blood quickly permeated the woods. Before long, several grade 2 magical beasts were drawn by the smell and began devouring the remains. Asura remained motionless, paying no attention to these minor creatures, patiently waiting for a more valuable target. Soon, a few pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from the dense forest. The grade 2 beasts immediately fled in panic as 5 three-eyed demon wolves stepped into view. They hungrily eyed the carcass on the ground, but cautiously sniffed the faint trace of human scent lingering in the air. In the end, their hunger overpowered their wariness, and the 5 wolves surrounded the remains, feasting ravenously. From his perch, Asura sighed quietly. He hadn't expected so many three-eyed demon wolves to appear. Though they were only grade 3 magical beasts, their pack behavior made them exceptionally dangerous. These wolves were not only incredibly fast but also highly skilled at coordinated attacks. They often wore down their prey, waiting until their target was utterly exhausted before delivering a fatal blow. Initially, Asura considered letting them be, but a second thought struck him. With his departure imminent, this might be the best opportunity to face such suitable opponents. Resolving his hesitation, he seized the perfect moment and leapt down from the tree. With blades flashing, he swiftly cut down 2 of the wolves in mid-feast, slicing them cleanly in half. According to the records in the Academy library, the three-eyed demon wolves are described as having bronze heads, iron backs, and tofu waists. Asura exploited this weakness, managing to slay 2 of the wolves with a single strike. The remaining 3 wolves immediately leapt away, their fangs bared and eyes glowing with ferocity as they fixed their murderous gaze on the human who had just killed their companions. They quickly adjusted their formation, encircling Asura at the center. Asura, fully aware of the danger, pressed his back against a large tree. He gripped a blade in each hand, one held upright and the other reversed, adopting a defensive stance. The 3 wolves could no longer contain their aggression and launched a simultaneous attack. 2 lunged for his throat while the third aimed for his lower leg. Asura swung his blades at the airborne wolves, while sidestepping the third's sneak attack. The clash of metal echoed as the blades struck the wolves, but the 2 that were hit merely shook their heads and stood back up, proving the truth of their bronze heads and iron backs. Realizing his current strategy was ineffective, Asura shifted tactics, going on the offensive and targeting the vulnerable waists of the wolves. However, the creatures were exceptionally cunning, using their speed to evade his strikes and even deliberately blocking his attacks with their heads and backs. In the heat of the battle, a sharp crack rang out. Asura's right-hand blade snapped as it struck a wolf's back, and his remaining blade was nearing its breaking point. Sensing their advantage, the 3 wolves let out savage howls and began closing in on the now disarmed human. Cursing his bad luck, Asura decisively discarded the nearly broken blade and drew a dagger gifted to him by Lanyu from his right boot. This weapon, radiating a cold blue glow, was a divine artifact capable of slicing through steel with ease. He had refrained from using it earlier to prolong the fight and gain more combat experience. Now, however, he was certain that his performance against the 3 three-eyed demon wolves had far surpassed that of most Academy students. As the sky darkened, Asura decided it was time to end the fight swiftly. He licked his lips, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the wolves. But just as he was about to strike, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 3 wolves suddenly froze, then bolted away in a panic as if terrified. Confused, Asura turned to investigate, only to hear the thunderous sound of trees snapping and the light around him dimming. Spinning around with his dagger at the ready, he instantly blurted out a curse upon seeing what had appeared. Without hesitation, he too activated his chasing wind, pursuing thunder technique, and fled in the same direction as the wolves. Looming behind him was a massive Tier 5 earthquake bear, towering 5 meters tall like a small mountain, glaring menacingly at the human who had intruded into its territory. The bear let out an ear-splitting roar, unleashing its innate skill, Gravity Mire. This unique ability, exclusive to Tier 5 and above beasts, created an area of intense gravitational suppression within a 100-meter radius. The greater the power disparity, the stronger the effect. Asura instantly felt as if an immense weight was pressing down on him, drastically slowing his movements. Though he knew from the library records that such powerful beasts rarely appeared in the outer regions, his luck had run out. The earlier commotion must have drawn this ferocious creature to him. With the earthquake bear now charging on all fours at terrifying speed, Asura realized he couldn't escape the gravitational field. Rather than being torn apart while fleeing, he resolved to make a stand. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he turned abruptly, gripping his dagger tightly. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he combined his ascending tower blade technique with chasing wind, pursuing thunder, and launched a desperate counterattack against the bear. The unexpected move caught the earthquake bear off guard, giving Asura a fleeting advantage. Before it could react, his first strike grazed its shoulder, slicing through the thick fur and drawing blood. Though the wound was shallow, it was enough to enrage the beast. It let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, leaving Ashura's ears ringing and his head spinning with dizziness. Asura faced the ferocious onslaught of the earthquake bear with unwavering focus, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. Despite the oppressive pull of the gravity mire beneath him, his movements remained swift and precise. Wielding his long blade, he unleashed a relentless series of strikes, second, third each, slicing through the bear's thick hide. The beast's massive frame made it nearly impossible to land consecutive blows on the same spot, forcing Asura to target various parts of its body in the fleeting moments he could evade its attacks. By the time he swung his 8th strike, Ashura's body was already covered in wounds. Even with his best efforts to dodge, the bear's razor-sharp claws had left deep, bone-revealing gashes across his frame. In such close-quarters combat, avoiding fatal injuries was an achievement in itself. Yet the gravity mire's suppression was rapidly draining his vitality, and the blood loss from his wounds further sapped his strength. Thankfully, the magical energy stored within him remained abundant, allowing him to maintain his wind-chasing thunder-stepping technique. Asura knew that his survival hinged on the final strikes of his ascending blade technique. Though he had mastered the 16th strike, the 18th remained an unattainable feat. The overwhelming power of those final strikes might just be his only chance to turn the tide of the battle. The earthquake bear, though covered in scars, had sustained only superficial injuries. This nimble human, darting around like a monkey, had repeatedly evaded its assaults, fueling its growing fury. But as Asura unleashed his 9th strike, a sudden jolt of paralyzing numbness coursed through the bear's body. It realized that the human's blade technique had escalated in power and that it needed to end the fight swiftly. With a thunderous roar, the bear slammed both paws into the ground, sending tremors that disrupted Ashura's balance. In that split second, its right paw came hurtling toward him with terrifying force. The timing of the attack was impeccable, showcasing the beast's incredible combat intelligence. Asura understood that if he chose to evade, he could avoid the blow but would lose the momentum of his ascending blade technique, unable to proceed to the 10th strike. There would be no second chance. In the blink of an eye, he made a bold and reckless decision. With his right hand, he executed the 10th strike of the ascending blade technique, aiming directly at the bear's chest. Simultaneously, his left hand gathered all his remaining strength to unleash his family's ultimate martial skill, the thunderclap, fist in a desperate bid to counter the bear's crushing paw. Accompanied by a thunderous beastly roar, Ashura's body was flung through the air like a broken kite, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. His right hand gripped his blade, using it to prop himself up with great difficulty, while his left arm hung limp, broken and utterly useless for combat. Opposite him, the earth behemoth bear bore a deep gash across its chest, its fur soaked in crimson blood. Though not a fatal wound, it was enough to enrage the savage beast. Never before had it been injured so severely by a human, and in its fury, it resolved to tear the man before it to shreds. Despite his grievous injuries, Asura raised his blade and advanced. He knew his chances of survival were slim, but he had no choice but to fight to the death. The 11th slash, the 12th, and the 13th were delivered in quick succession, each strike infused with his unyielding determination. As time passed, the gravitational mire created by the earth behemoth bear's innate ability began to wane. Meanwhile, adrenaline coursed through Ashura's veins, sharpening his senses and intensifying his resolve. For the first time, he stood on the brink of death, his mind consumed by a single thought. Hesitating even for a moment would mean his end. When the 16th strike slashed diagonally into the behemoth bear's right shoulder, the blade cut deep into the bone, finally inflicting a fatal blow. The beast's roar was filled with agony and fury. By now, Asura was drenched in blood, his strength nearly depleted. Every movement sent waves of excruciating pain through his body. Just as despair began to creep in, a thought struck him like lightning. His family awaited his victorious return, and he had yet to kiss the woman he admired. How could he die here, at the hands of a mere beast? Both combatants roared in unison, charging at each other with all their might. Asura leapt into the air, summoning the last remnants of his strength to unleash the 17th strike, aiming directly for the bear's right eye. The behemoth bear retaliated with its uninjured left paw, swiping at Ashura's mid-air form with deadly precision. Two sounds of tearing flesh echoed simultaneously. The bear's left eye was pierced through to the hilt by Ashura's blade, sending it into a frenzy as it thrashed about, trying to dislodge the weapon. Asura, however, fell to his knees, clutching a massive wound on his abdomen. Blood poured freely from the gash, and if not for the enchanted armor gifted to him by Magina, the strike would have torn him in half. Even so, the bear's full-strength attack left a frightening, hand-length wound across his stomach. This was his calculated, desperate strategy, to trade injury for injury. Seizing the moment while the bear writhed in pain, Asura ignored his own agony and surged forward. Channeling the last of his strength, he delivered a thunderous punch to the hilt of the blade embedded in the bear's left eye. 3 resounding cracks followed, and the bear's roars abruptly ceased as its enormous body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Staring at the lifeless form of the 5th-level beast, Asura suddenly burst into laughter. The thought of a mere 3rd-rank martial artist defeating a 5th-level magical beast was utterly absurd. Yet his laughter quickly turned to cries of pain as the battle's adrenaline wore off, and a tidal wave of agony threatened to overwhelm him. He knew he couldn't linger here. In his current state, even a 2nd-level magical beast could end his life. Biting down on his tongue to stay conscious, he stuffed his exposed intestines back into his abdomen and quickly swallowed pills to staunch the bleeding and stimulate healing. His trembling hand reached into the bear's skull to retrieve a walnut-sized yellow magic core, cold sweat dripping from his brow as his vision blurred. The 5th-level beast was a treasure trove of valuable materials, but Asura had no time to harvest them. He hastily chopped off the bear's 4 paws and stored them in his spatial ring, discarding a 4th-level beast corpse to make room. With these tasks complete, he clutched his abdomen and staggered toward the direction of Triumph Town. Waves of dizziness from blood loss and the bone-deep exhaustion of depleted energy threatened to claim his consciousness with every step. Asura dragged his utterly exhausted body forward, driven solely by sheer willpower. 2 hours later, his strength finally gave out, and he collapsed with a heavy thud near the edge of a dense forest, not far from the town of Victory. There, he lay unconscious amidst the thick underbrush. As dusk settled in, a small mercenary group of about a dozen people appeared in the distance. They were escorting several wagons loaded with goods from the magical forest, moving steadily along the path. The leader of the group was a middle-aged knight named John. The group's overall strength was mediocre, limiting them to simpler assignments like transport missions along the forest's outskirts. Among the group, the most eye-catching figure was a young girl dressed in red. Her name was Daphne, and she appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her fair skin was as flawless as snow, and a black braided ponytail hung casually behind her. She skillfully handled the reins of one of the wagons. Daphne was the orphan daughter of the late deputy leader, Rambo, who had sacrificed his life to save John. Out of gratitude, John had taken her in as his goddaughter. The other mercenaries, remembering Rambo's sacrifice, treated the girl with extraordinary kindness and care, knowing she had lost both parents at a young age. "Well, stop here for the night and set up camp. Stay alert," John instructed after glancing at the dimming sky. The group cheered as they halted the wagons and began preparing for the night. "Godfather, we'll go gather some firewood," Daphne said sweetly. John affectionately patted her head and reminded her to return quickly. Daphne headed to the edge of the forest and, after ensuring no one was around, slipped behind a large tree to relieve herself in private. Just as she was about to stand up, a blood-stained hand suddenly brushed against her hip. Startled, she glanced down, and in the faint light, she saw the crimson-covered hand lying beneath her pale, delicate skin. A sharp, piercing scream tore through the stillness of the forest. A startled cry from a young girl broke the stillness of the forest, immediately putting the mercenaries on high alert. While a handful stayed behind to guard the supplies, the others grabbed their weapons and rushed in the direction of the sound. Fortunately, by the time Daifei heard the approaching footsteps, she had already straightened her clothes, sparing herself any embarrassment. John, the leader of the mercenary group, was the first to reach Daifei, his long spear in hand. Seeing that his goddaughter was unharmed, he let out a small sigh of relief before asking what had caused her alarm. Though Daifei was a seasoned woman accustomed to life on the road, having traveled far and wide with the mercenary group and witnessed countless dangers, she appeared visibly shaken. Blushing slightly, she summoned her courage and led John to the spot where she had been moments before. There, lying in the underbrush, was a man. Daifei crouched down, carefully turning him over and moving his wet, limp arm aside. The sight before her made her gasp in shock. The young man's body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, his black warrior's attire soaked through with blood. Most horrifying of all was the gaping wound across his abdomen, so severe that parts of his intestines were exposed. The mercenaries who arrived soon after couldn't help but let out murmurs of dismay. They speculated aloud, guessing that the young man might be the heir of some lesser noble family who had fallen victim to a magical beast. Such grisly injuries were not uncommon in the depths of the beast forest, but what kind of creature could have inflicted such devastating damage? Daifei's gaze lingered on the boy, who seemed close to her own age. Compassion stirred in her chest. Acting on instinct, she reached out to feel for a pulse at his neck. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with hope. "Godfather, he's alive. We can still save him," she exclaimed. John stepped forward to confirm her discovery. After a careful inspection of the boy's attire, which didn't suggest he was a fugitive or someone fleeing pursuit, John gave the order to carry him back to their camp. Daifei had the boy placed in her wagon, a modest, private space that served as her sanctuary during their nomadic lifestyle. Though cramped, it held her personal belongings, a few necessities, and a small bed where she rested. With the camp yet to be set up, this was the best option available. As the group's medic, Daifei was well-versed in emergency care. She was about to climb into the wagon to tend to the boy when John stopped her, his expression grave. "Daughter, are you sure about this? We know nothing about him. Sometimes it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Daifei glanced at the boy's soaked sleeve and flushed slightly. "Godfather, I trust he's not a bad person. These wounds were caused by a magical beast. He's so young, if we don't help him, he won't make it through the night. I have to save him." Seeing the determination in her eyes, John relented, nodding. "Be careful," he said before turning away to oversee the camp preparations. With a basin of hot water in hand, Daifei climbed into the wagon. She carefully cut away the boy's blood-soaked clothing and removed his damaged armor. As she worked, she couldn't help but blush at the sight of his well-tanned physique. But the moment was fleeting. Her heart ached at the sight of his gruesome injuries. Shaking off her embarrassment, she focused on her task. She began by cleaning the wounds with strong alcohol, meticulously wiping away the blood and dirt. When she reached the exposed intestines, she gently pushed them back into place, her movements deliberate and tender. The boy's face twitched in pain, and Daifei instinctively softened her touch. From the pouch at her waist, she retrieved a needle and thread made from her own hair, fine yet strong. With the precision of someone sewing delicate embroidery, she began stitching the wound on his abdomen. Her sewing skills, honed over years of practical use, produced neat and precise sutures. One by one, she addressed the other wounds, applying crushed medicinal herbs before wrapping them in clean bandages. She even reset his dislocated left arm, securing it with care. When she finally stepped back, the boy's body was almost entirely swathed in white bandages. A small smile tugged at her lips at the sight of her handiwork. Stepping out of the wagon with the water basin now stained red, Daifei noticed a group of young mercenaries sneaking glances in her direction. The moment her eyes met theirs, they quickly turned away, feigning nonchalance. She sighed in exasperation. These same young men, who had once gotten into fights over her attention, seemed as troublesome as ever. It felt as if she was just an object, with no one bothering to ask how she felt. A burly young man strode forward, his brows furrowed tightly. "Daifei, this stranger is of unknown origin. Since you saved him, you should make him leave as soon as possible." Hearing this, Daifei's eyes widened instantly, her sharp gaze sweeping toward the tall young man. "Can't you see how badly injured he is? He's not even conscious yet. Since I saved him, he'll take full responsibility. We'll talk about it once he's recovered, but he's taken over your wagon. Where will you sleep tonight?" The tall young man pressed on persistently. Only then did Daifei realize that the group of youths had gathered here because of this issue. Anger flared in her eyes as she retorted, "Don't trouble yourselves over it. I'll manage by leaning against the wagon outside for a night." With that, she picked up the basin of water and walked off without looking back. The group of young men exchanged awkward glances, glaring resentfully at the wagon before dispersing. As night fell, the mercenaries sat around the campfire, enjoying a simple dinner while sharing exaggerated tales from far and wide. Daifei, however, finished her dry rations early and returned to the wagon with a steaming bowl of porridge. A few concerned gazes silently followed her retreating figure, only to dim and look away moments later. Daifei had intended to feed some porridge to the unconscious boy, but his tightly shut lips made it impossible. Left with no choice, she hugged her knees and leaned against the wagon wall, silently watching him. It was the first time she had helped someone outside the mercenary group. Her eyes drifted to the finely crafted soft armor she had carefully removed from him. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, clearly not something ordinary. But the shocking wounds beneath it made her heart tremble. What kind of beast could inflict such grievous injuries? And why would someone so young venture alone into the perilous forest of beasts? Her thoughts grew hazy, and before she knew it, Dai Fei had fallen into a deep sleep against the wagon wall. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the wagon, the campfire in the mercenaries' camp had long since burned out, and the group had yet to rise and pack their belongings. Inside the wagon, the boy Asura slowly moved his fingers before opening his eyes. Instinctively, he reached for the knife on his storage belt, but the sudden movement jarred his recently set left arm, causing the bone to dislocate again. A faint groan of pain escaped his lips, barely audible but enough to wake the girl sleeping by the wagon window. Dai Fei looked at the boy in front of her. He was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale, clearly due to his injuries and the pain. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "You're awake? You're really lucky. Yesterday, your intestines were practically spilling out, but fortunately, you ran into me." Asura had just regained consciousness from a deep stupor. Instinctively, he tried to reach for the knife at his waist, but the searing pain from his wounds made cold sweat drip down his face. Before he could make sense of his surroundings, a bright and lively voice of a young girl chirped in his ears. Momentarily at a loss, he could only stare blankly at the girl leaning over him. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Dai Fei reached out to feel his forehead and spoke to herself. "Are you naturally mute? Or did the injury make you lose your voice?" Ashura looked helplessly at the energetic girl. He understood that she was the one who had saved him and was about to thank her, but his throat felt like it was on fire. The sound he managed to make was indeed akin to that of a mute. The girl's expression immediately turned even more sympathetic. "So, you really are mute," Dai Fei said quickly before he could attempt to speak again. "Don't worry, this is the Beta mercenary group. What were you doing in the magical beast forest? Did you run into a magical beast? Where's your family? Are you going to stick with us? Or should I help you contact your family to come pick you up?" Ashura, now mistaken for a mute, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. On second thought, in this unfamiliar environment, pretending to be mute might actually be safer. He tried to sit up, but the movement tugged at his injuries, causing the wound on his abdomen to start bleeding again. "Don't move." Dai Fei immediately stopped him. "Do you even realize how badly you're hurt? Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can hear me, give me some kind of response." Ashura, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded. Dai Fei, however, seemed delighted. "Well, at least you're just mute. Wait here. I'll go heat up some porridge for you." With that, she dashed out of the room. Taking advantage of the moment alone, Ashura reached for his storage belt and took out a few healing pills, which he swallowed. He was about to examine his wounds further when he suddenly froze in shock, realized he had broken through. Both his warrior and mage levels had simultaneously advanced to the first stage of Grand Warrior and Grand Mage. This was far beyond what he had expected. Just as he was reveling in the joy of his breakthrough, the curtain of the wagon was lifted, and the leader of the mercenary group, John, leaned in. Their eyes met, both filled with a hint of caution. "My daughter Dai Fei brought you back last night," John said. Ashura nodded in acknowledgement. "Which family are you from? Do you want me to send someone to inform them to come get you?" Seeing Ashura shake his head, John's brows furrowed. "We're heading to Puro City. Once you've recovered, you'll have to leave on your own. No later than when we reach Puro City, understood?" Ashura pondered for a moment before nodding. Puro City was located southwest of St Goin City, not far from the academy. It would take about 10 days to get there. With his current recovery speed as a Grand Warrior, he estimated he'd be 7,080 healed long before then. Satisfied with Ashura's agreement, John turned and left to organize the group's departure. In his eyes, this injured boy posed little threat. He was likely a noble youth estranged from his family or an unimportant illegitimate child. Escorting him to Puro City was already more than generous. He had just left not long ago when a young girl in a red dress, Dai Fei, cheerfully hopped into the carriage, holding a steaming bowl of porridge. She glanced at the frail Asura lying inside, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. "What did my godfather just say to you?" she asked softly. Asura merely shook his head silently. Dai Fei cautiously probed further. "He didn't give you a hard time, did he? Don't worry, we're good people." Seeing Asura nod slightly, a bright smile immediately lit up her face. "Here, have some porridge. I'll help you regain some strength," she said, bringing the bowl closer to him. But noticing that he was too injured to sit up or lift his arms, she hesitated, her cheeks turning a slight shade of pink. Gritting her teeth, she carefully scooped up a spoonful of porridge and brought it to his lips. Asura, famished and weak, didn't refuse and opened his mouth to accept the food. Watching him devour the porridge ravenously, Dai Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Still blushing, she continued feeding him spoonful by spoonful until the bowl was empty. Noticing his lingering hunger, she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "You shouldn't eat too much while you're still recovering. Once you're better, he'll treat you to some meat buns," she promised. Looking at the girl's radiant smile, Asura couldn't help but smile back. As their journey continued, Dai Fei drove the carriage, following the convoy toward Pro City. Along the way, she chirped away like a lively little bird, sharing stories of her childhood with Asura. He could only remain silent, pretending to be mute while listening. Several times, he attempted to meditate and train, but her endless chatter constantly interrupted him, leaving him staring blankly at the carriage ceiling. The mercenary group pressed on without rest, stopping only briefly at midday to eat dry rations before resuming their journey. Occasionally, some mercenaries on horseback would approach and tease with remarks like, "Is the little weakling awake yet?" Or, "Stop hiding in the girl's bed," eliciting hearty laughter from the group. Every time, Dai Fei would chase them off, her face flushed with embarrassment. Asura, however, could sense a few resentful gazes outside the carriage, watching him in secret. Though devoid of murderous intent, the stares were filled with hostility. When night fell and the camp was set up, Dai Fei would always finish her dinner early and return to the carriage with a simple meal for Asura. She would carefully feed him again before sitting by the carriage wall, knees hugged to her chest, and resuming her endless chatter until sleep overtook her mid-sentence. Only then could Asura finally meditate in peace. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl had been mute in the past and had only recently learned to speak, given how much she had to say. And so, 5 days passed quietly amidst the girl's cheerful chatter. On the morning of the 6th day, Asura looked at the sleeping girl curled up beside him. Slowly, he rose to his feet and stepped out of the carriage. The campsite was tranquil and peaceful in the early morning. Only 2 mercenaries lazily patrolled the perimeter, occasionally yawning as they glanced toward the depths of the forest. Asura silently stepped down from the wagon, carefully avoiding any noise that might alert Dai Fei or the other mercenaries. He meticulously examined his injuries. As he removed the bandages, he found that the wound on his abdomen had already half healed. The stitching, done with strands of the girl's hair, blended seamlessly with the tender new flesh, prompting him to silently admire her craftsmanship. Though his fractured left hand was still not at full strength, he could move it freely now, and the broken bone had mended. Looking at these scars, Asura couldn't help but recall the harrowing moment when he had narrowly escaped death. A wave of emotion surged within him as he reflected on his survival. He was convinced that even Monroe, the top student of the freshman class, might not have fared better under such circumstances. This confidence brought a faint smile to his face as he stretched his arms wide, his joints cracking audibly. However, the sound immediately drew attention. Captain John, wielding a spear, burst out of his tent and pointed it directly at Asura. Seeing the young man, who had been gravely injured just 5 days ago, now moving with such ease, John was visibly shocked. Asura quickly responded with a friendly smile, raising his hands to show he meant no harm. John, still cautious, asked coldly, "Your injuries are healed?" Asura shook his head with a light smile. John continued, "If you're fit enough to move, I suggest you leave. We of the Beta mercenary group have no desire for trouble." By now, the commotion had roused the rest of the camp. Dai Fei, noticing the empty bed, hurriedly pulled back the wagon's curtain and saw the mute boy standing bare-chested in the middle of the camp. Overjoyed, she leapt off the wagon and ran to Asura's side, chattering away incessantly. "Thank you so much." Asura suddenly spoke, startling Dai Fei. You're not mute," she stammered in disbelief. Asura burst into laughter. "I never said I was mute. That was just your assumption." Her face flushed with embarrassment. Dai Fei stomped her foot and ran back to the wagon, leaving the older mercenaries roaring with laughter while the younger ones glared at Asura with disapproval. After some negotiation, John reluctantly agreed to let Asura accompany the group to Puluo City. When the group set out, Dai Fei grudgingly took her place in the driver's seat, while Asura casually sat beside her. Watching the girl pout and fume in silence, Asura couldn't help but chuckle. Reaching into his storage belt, he pulled out a special Triada juicy fruit coated with royal jelly from a Tier 4 magical beast, the Tuku Bee Queen. It was a gift from Nawe when he left the academy. Asura carefully took out a piece of sweet-smelling treat from his storage space and cautiously offered it to Dai Fei. It was a rare, treasured snack he had saved up using precious points and had been reluctant to eat himself, but now it seemed to have found its purpose. The young girl's gaze was immediately drawn to the unfamiliar treat, and the sweet aroma made her swallow involuntarily. However, her good upbringing kept her composed, and she didn't reach out to take it right away. "Go ahead, eat it," Asura said sincerely. "You saved my life, and this is just a small token of my gratitude. I promise I mean no harm, please trust me." Dai Fei bit her lip lightly, lifting her chin in a proud, slightly haughty manner. "I didn't save you to get any reward. Let's just say it wasn't your time to die. Besides," she waved her small fist in the air, "I'm a 3rd-level warrior. If you try anything funny, humph." Asura quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and pushed the honey-coated treat closer to her. The girl's eyes sparkled, but she suddenly pouted in mock annoyance. You're awful. You tricked me into thinking you were mute. I only told you all those personal things because I thought a mute wouldn't spill secrets. You were much less annoying when you were pretending to be silent in the carriage. I'm sorry, Asura said with a helpless laugh, repeatedly apologizing. I really couldn't speak back then because I was too injured. Don't worry, I'll never tell anyone what you shared with me. Think of this treat as my apology. Please, forgive me. Seeing his earnest expression, Dai Fei's annoyance melted away. She let out a soft huff, took the treat, and bit into it. The unprecedented flavor instantly won her over, and her eyes curved into crescent shapes as she smiled. Watching her reaction, Asura couldn't help but think of Na Wei's expression whenever he indulged in food, and he chuckled to himself. Noticing his amusement, the girl's cheeks flushed. She shook her little fist as a warning before tossing the reins of the carriage to Asura. With the treat in hand, she leapt gracefully toward Commander John, intending to share the delicious snack with her adoptive father. Although John was initially hesitant about the food Asura had given, he couldn't resist his daughter's pleading and took a bite of the intriguing treat. When Dai Fei returned to the carriage, she didn't reclaim the reins. Instead, she nibbled on the snack while chatting animatedly, her usual lively demeanor restored. Asura occasionally cracked a joke to make her laugh, her clear, bell-like laughter filling the air. The young mercenaries around them couldn't help but watch the heartwarming scene with envy, gripping their reins so tightly it seemed they might snap. For them, the idea of chatting so freely with the girl of their dreams existed only in their imaginations. Asura and Daffy were riding in a carriage, chatting casually as they made their way toward their destination. The sun dipped below the horizon, signaling it was time to set up camp once again. The two had talked about many things along the way. When Asura asked why the mercenary group had chosen the dangerous outskirts of the magical beast forest as their route, Daffy candidly explained that it was to save time and avoid the extortion of city officials, allowing the group members to earn more to support their families. When Asura inquired about her dreams, Daffy's eyes lit up as she shared her wish to open a food shop in the city. To her, enjoying delicious food was the greatest happiness in life. However, when asked what kind of food she planned to sell, she shyly laughed, admitting that before tasting the royal jelly snacks Asura had shared, she thought the meat buns in the city were already incredibly tasty. Daffy only asked Asura one question, about his identity and background. Asura truthfully revealed that he came from the kingdom of Alai and was traveling for experience, but he omitted any mention of being a student at St Goin Academy. Around noon, when Asura offered to share more snacks, Daffy politely declined. She worried that indulging in such luxuries might spoil her, making it harder to cope when she could no longer afford them. Seeing her content and modest demeanor, Asura was reminded of his kind-hearted younger sister, Azia, and felt a pang of homesickness. As night fell, the campfire became the center of lively chatter. The bearded tailor curiously asked Asura about the origin of his injuries, to which Asura sheepishly replied that he hadn't seen what kind of magical beast it was, had been too busy running for his life. His response drew hearty laughter from the group. However, a few young mercenaries gathered around, challenging him to a sparring match. Like a protective mother hen, Daffy stepped in front of Asura, shielding him. But Asura simply gave a calm smile and conceded defeat, citing his serious injuries as the reason. Though the young men mocked him with a few jibes, they eventually let it go. Daffy, however, was clearly displeased with Asura's surrender, giving him an angry kick. Taylor handed Asura a flask of alcohol, and Asura took a big swig, only to choke and cough uncontrollably, prompting another round of laughter. Taylor joked about taking the little weakling to the city to lose his virginity, which made Daffy snatch the flask away in irritation. Meanwhile, Captain John silently observed Asura, convinced that someone who could endure such severe injuries was far more capable than he appeared. Later, during the rest period, Daffy hesitated before shyly bringing Asura some bedding, worried that the damp ground might worsen his condition. Asura quickly took it, thanking her while setting it up himself. Watching her pout and mutter, "It's already dirty anyway," before turning and walking away, Asura quietly noted her kindness and resolved to repay her once they reached Pro City. Deep into the night, Asura leaned against a tree and entered a meditative state. It was a habit of his, one that left him feeling rested, while also accumulating magical energy. When the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the trees, lighting up his face, he slowly opened his eyes and stretched, ready for the day ahead. Asura could feel the surging power within him. Advancing to the ranks of Grand Martial Master and Grand Mage had significantly boosted his confidence. His injuries were healing at an astonishing rate, with nearly 60% of his wounds already closed. When Dai Fei curiously asked about the reason for his rapid recovery, he casually attributed it to a family remedy and even handed some to the young girl. Dai Fei accepted it with delight, exclaiming that the medicine would be of great importance to the mercenary group, potentially saving many lives. The camp was bustling with activity as the mercenaries emerged from their tents to pack up their gear. Asura offered to help, earning friendly smiles from the group. A few middle-aged mercenaries teased the little weakling as they organized their equipment, but Asura was quick to respond in kind, mimicking their banter. The light-hearted exchanges filled the camp with laughter, making the packing process an enjoyable one. After setting out, as usual, Asura joined Daifei in her carriage, holding a piece of jerky he had snatched from Taylor. He split the jerky with the young girl, who accepted it without hesitation, munching on it while playfully scolding him for picking up bad habits. This scene made the surrounding young mercenaries grit their teeth in frustration, silently vowing to spar with the black-haired boy later that evening. Around noon, before Captain John could give the order to rest, Ashura's ears suddenly twitched. He swiftly shifted his position in the carriage, shielding Daifei with his body. Just as the sound of something cutting through the air reached them, Captain John shouted, "Enemy attack!" Two mercenaries were knocked off their horses, though fortunately, they only suffered minor injuries. The mercenaries quickly formed a defensive formation, their practiced movements revealing that this was far from their first ambush. Over 30 armed assailants emerged from the woods, their menacing expressions making their hostile intentions clear. A burly man clad in black iron armor stepped forward, laughing arrogantly as he declared that this territory belonged to the Black Wind mercenary group and demanded a toll for passage. The members of the Bidda mercenary group turned pale at the mention of the Black Wind mercenary group. They had long heard of their notorious reputation as bandits who pillaged and killed throughout the magic beast forest. What made the situation even more dire was the presence of their leader, Jid, a grand martial master of the first rank, an entire level above Captain John, who was only a martial master of the third rank. The atmosphere grew tense as the group braced themselves for the impending confrontation, their anxiety palpable. Captain John listened to the words with a heavy expression, remaining silent for a moment. Suppressing his anger, he spoke in a humble tone, "Gentlemen, we are the Bidda mercenary group, merely passing through. We are willing to offer a portion of our commission to treat the brothers of the Black Wind mercenary group to some drinks." The Black Wind mercenary group burst into even louder, mocking laughter. Their leader, Kid, sneered arrogantly, "Since you know my name, you should understand the size of my appetite. Hand over all your gold and treasures to show respect to my brothers." The members of the Bidda mercenary group were furious and disheartened, but they were well aware of the power gap. Captain John, with a resolute expression, gritted his teeth and said, "We are transporting a batch of herbs from the magic beast forest to Pro City, with a total fee of 100 gold coins. The client has already paid a deposit of 50 gold coins, and am willing to hand it all over in exchange for safe passage." The mercenaries were both shocked and resigned, realizing this meant 2 months of hard work would go to waste. However, Kit spat dismissively and said, "Do you take me for a beggar? 50 gold coins wouldn't even cover 2 days of fun in the city for my brothers. Hand over the full 100 gold coins." Captain John suppressed his anger and explained, "The client only gave us 50 gold coins up front. The rest will be paid upon delivery in Pro City. Does Captain Kidd want to accompany me to the city to collect it?" Kidd let out a heavy snort. As a wanted criminal, he wouldn't dare set foot in Pro City. Not only was the city lord a force to be reckoned with, but even the regular generals were out of his league. He shot a sidelong glance at John and said coldly, "Consider yourselves lucky. Leave behind the 50 gold coins and all your horses, and I'll spare your lives." His words immediately sparked outrage. For a mercenary group, horses were their lifeline. Losing them would mean the end of their livelihood. As Ashura assessed the tense situation, Daifei suddenly stepped forward, holding her longbow and shouting, "Godfather, we can't agree to this. Without our horses, we've got nothing left. We might as well fight them." This scene caught the attention of the Black Wind mercenaries, especially when they noticed Daifei, a stunning young woman. Kid ogled her lecherously and said with a wicked grin, "Well, well, what a rare find. Forget the horses, hand over the gold and this little beauty, and I might just let you live." The surrounding bandits cheered, jeering, "Boss, make sure to share with us when you're done." Kid laughed and cursed, "Gasang, you filthy dog. Your junk's probably growing mushrooms by now. Go find your widow in town and leave this one to me." Hearing these vile remarks, the Bidda mercenary group's members turned pale with rage, shielding Daifei behind them. Not a single one of them backed down. The mercenaries stood with grim expressions, gripping their weapons tightly as they awaited Captain John's command. Captain John, holding a long spear, had a resolute glint of battle readiness in his eyes. At that moment, Daifei, her eyes brimming with tears, turned to Ashura, who was leaning against the carriage. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, "When the fight begins, you must run as far as you can. I'll hold off these bandits." Ashura looked at the tear-streaked face of the girl, resembling a little kitten, and let out a helpless chuckle. With an effortless leap, he descended from the carriage. To the astonishment of everyone, he calmly walked to the front of the group. A few mercenaries who were familiar with him shouted for him to stop, but he paid no heed. Dai Fei's face turned pale as she tried to rush forward to stop him, only to be held back by the mercenaries beside her. Even the members of the Black Wind mercenary group, who had been jeering moments ago, now stared in confusion at the tall young man walking toward them. I didn't want to fight since I'm still recovering, Asura said as he walked, his voice carrying a chilling undertone. But you just had to pick on her? The girl I haven't even had the chance to hold hands with yet? For that, you deserve to die. Before the last word left his lips, Asura had already activated his swift wind, chasing thunder technique, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged straight at Kid, the enemy leader. This was the first time he had unleashed the technique at full power since advancing to a grand martial master, and his speed was jaw-dropping. Kid, caught off guard, barely managed to raise his arms to shield his chest in panic. Ashura's right fist struck like a thunderclap, slamming into Kid's arms with devastating force. The impact sent Kid staggering back several steps, struggling to regain his footing. Before he could stabilize, 3 resounding shockwaves erupted against his chest. The internal force of Ashura's thunderstrike fist tore through Kid's armor and struck his vital organs. Blood spurted from Kid's mouth as his insides suffered severe damage. Just as he reached for his blade to retaliate, a vice-like hand clamped around his throat, lifting him into the air. Black Wind Mercenary Group? Asura said coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. I hate organizations with black in their name. As the words left his mouth, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm descended from the sky, striking Kid, who was still suspended in Ashura's grip. When the flash subsided, Kid's body was charred black, smoke curling from his lifeless form. Asura casually dropped the corpse to the ground and wiped his hands in disgust. Turning to the remaining members of the Black Wind mercenary group, who were frozen in terror, he flashed a chilling smile. Not running yet? Then stay here forever. After a brief moment of silence, Asura slowly withdrew the dagger embedded in the back of a Black Wind mercenary's corpse. Blood dripped steadily from the blade as he surveyed the chaotic scene of bandit bodies strewn across the ground. Turning to face the members of the Bidar mercenary group in the distance, he offered a faint Smilia smile that sent chills down their spines. Especially unsettled were the middle-aged mercenaries who often joked around with him. Now, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They had been full of fighting spirit when facing the Blackwind mercenaries, but now, confronted with the horrifying strength and methods displayed by the frail young boy who had traveled with them for days, their legs trembled uncontrollably. The younger mercenaries who had once eagerly sought to spar with Asura were even more terrified. The seemingly weak, black-haired boy was far more fearsome than the beasts lurking in the forest of magical beasts. Even Captain John, who had taken down 3 Blackwind mercenaries himself, found his palms clammy with sweat. He had long suspected that the boy was not as simple as he seemed, keeping a close eye on the carriage throughout their journey. Yet, he had never imagined that Ashura's power would be this overwhelming. What worried him now was the possibility that, should the boy turn against the Bidar mercenary group, they might very well end up like the corpses on the ground. The only one who seemed excited was Dai Fei. The young girl hopped around in glee but hesitated to get too close to the bloodied bodies on the ground. After ensuring there were no survivors, Asura walked straight toward the Bidar mercenary group. Instinctively, everyone took a step back, except for Dai Fei, who cheerfully ran up to him. However, upon noticing the blood covering him, she wrinkled her nose in distaste and handed him a handkerchief. What are you all standing around for? Asura asked in a low voice as he wiped the blood from his hands, addressing Dai Fei, who was looking at him with wide-eyed admiration. Tell your godfather to clean up the battlefield and gather the spoils. Dai Fei's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over to whisper something to Captain John. John hesitated, glancing at Asura. Seeing that the boy paid him no mind, he gritted his teeth and gave the order to clean up the battlefield. Half an hour later, Asura emerged from the carriage, now dressed in clean clothes, and stared in confusion at the pile of loot stacked like a small mountain. The mercenaries stood at a distance, watching him cautiously, even Dai Fei, who had been pulled back by Captain John and was now sulking in silence. Captain John stepped forward and expressed his gratitude. Lord Asura, thank you for your assistance. These spoils of war belong to you. Asura glanced at Dai Fei, who was making faces behind John's back, and couldn't help but chuckle. No need to be so formal, Captain John. Dai Fei saved my life, and all of you have taken good care of me these past few days. Distribute the loot among everyone as a token of my gratitude for your help. John seemed about to protest, but Asura waved him off. I'm going to rest. Call me when it's time for dinner. With that, he turned and returned to the carriage. The mercenaries erupted in cheers, rushing forward to divide the spoils. Dai Fei managed to grab a few items before being pushed to the back, stomping her feet in frustration. John quickly restored order, shouting, distribute it evenly. No fighting. Gradually, the chaos subsided. Meanwhile, Asura lay beneath a blood-stained blanket in the carriage. Despite the sharp pain from his reopened abdominal wound and the sweat pouring down his face, his heart was filled with exhilaration. He had nearly obliterated enemies of the same level in mere moments, proving his mentor Yuan Dasword's true dual cultivation of magic and martial arts became exponentially more powerful in later stages, allowing not only dominance over equals but even the ability to challenge those of higher ranks. His thoughts were interrupted when Dai Fei lifted the curtain and climbed into the carriage, chattering excitedly. She alternated between praising Asura for his heroic rescue of the Bidar mercenary group, speculating about why lightning struck whenever someone mentioned Kid, and gushing about how everyone had received around 20 gold coins worth of loot equivalent to 2 years' income. Once she started, there was no stopping her. Everyone was deeply grateful to him. The spatial storage belt that Captain John acquired had made transporting the mercenary group's supplies much easier. Asura suppressed the awkwardness in his heart, deliberately maintaining an air of composure, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth from Daphne's trust. Along the way, he quietly listened as the young girl enthusiastically recounted the spoils of their efforts, her excitement filling the air, until they finally arrived at the evening campsite. As Asura stepped out of the carriage, the scene before him caught him slightly off guard. The mercenaries, who would usually avoid him or keep their distance, had stopped their tasks and were now staring at him with intense gazes. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he walked over to the newly kindled campfire and called out to the bearded mercenary, "Tyler, bring out that prized flask of yours. Surely you owe me a drink by now." His words seemed to break the frozen atmosphere, and the surrounding mercenaries visibly relaxed. Tyler quickly handed over the flask, and Asura tilted his head back to take a hearty swig of the strong liquor, letting the fiery rum burn down his throat and send a thrilling shiver through his body. After a few more drinks, Tyler loosened up as well, enthusiastically inviting Asura to visit the finest brothel in Pro City with him. Having earned spoils worth over 20 gold coins that afternoon, Tyler's invitation was filled with the genuine camaraderie shared among mercenaries. Before long, the atmosphere around the campfire grew increasingly lively. The mercenaries began pounding their chests, each vowing to treat Asura to a night out at the brothels in Pro City. The conversation soon shifted to tales of their respective lovers, turning into a heated debate that nearly escalated into a brawl. In truth, these hard-living mercenaries rarely had the spare money to visit high-end brothels, often resorting to the less expensive options in the slums. 20 gold coins wouldn't even cover a single meal at one of those upscale establishments. As the night wore on, Asura chatted and laughed with the rough and rowdy crew. When it was time to rest, he brushed the dust off his pants and casually made his way toward Daphne's carriage. Under the knowing and suggestive gazes of the group, he climbed into the carriage. Captain John, who had been sitting by the fire, immediately grabbed his spear with gritted teeth, ready to charge after him. However, before he could act, Asura emerged from the carriage holding a set of blood-stained bedding. Casting a faint, indifferent glance at Captain John, Asura sent a chill down the latter's spine with that single look. Asura laid the bedding out near the fire, preparing to continue his overnight meditation. Thinking back to the scene inside the carriage earlier, where the young girl had looked flustered and bashfully lowered her head, he couldn't help but smile to himself. The Beta mercenary group finally reached their destination, Prolo City. Under the towering city gates, Dai Fei was unusually sullen, her small face tense and glum throughout the morning. Asura, noticing her demeanor but saying nothing, understood that their journey together would inevitably end here. Still, he resolved to do one last thing for Dai Fei before they parted ways. As they passed through the city gates, Captain John rode up to Ashura's carriage. "Sir Asura, we need to deliver the goods. Could I trouble you to wait for us at the central square?" Asura assumed they preferred not to let outsiders meet their client, so he agreed readily, even mentioning that he had something to discuss with Captain John later. Turning to Dai Fei, who was deliberately avoiding his gaze, Asura softly said, "See you later." Without waiting for a reply, he jumped off the carriage and headed toward the other end of the street. Dai Fei bit her lip, holding back tears as she drove the carriage to lead the convoy. Captain John sighed lightly and spurred his horse to follow. Once separated from the group, Asura made his way directly to the market in Prolo City. He pulled his black cloak tightly around himself, lowering the hood to obscure his youthful face in shadow. As he reached the market entrance, a wiry middle-aged man approached him quickly, bowing deeply. "My lord, are you looking to buy or sell? I'm Hughes, and I've lived here for over 30 years. I can provide you with any information or services you need in Prolo City for just 10 silver coins." Asura didn't respond immediately, instead scrutinizing the shrewd-looking man. Though Hughes couldn't see Ashura's face beneath the hood, he felt an intense, penetrating gaze that made him uneasy. After a moment, a raspy voice broke the silence. "Both. They'll give you 20 silver coins, but you must ensure I sell at high prices and buy at low ones. Remember, don't make me unhappy, or you'll regret it." Hughes bowed even lower, sweat trickling down his forehead, and repeatedly assured Asura of his loyalty. He cautiously asked whether they should begin with buying or selling. After a brief pause, Asura replied, "Let's sell some grade 4 magical beast pelts, body materials, and, if the price is right, magic cores." Hughes immediately suggested, "Then we should go to the Golden Lion Trading Company. They've always offered fair prices." Ashura was slightly surprised to hear it was a business owned by the prominent Suasha family, but considering the Golden Lion was one of the 4 major trading companies on the continent of kings, having a branch in Prolo City was hardly unusual. He agreed without hesitation. The Golden Lion Trading Company was an opulent 3-story building, its interior even more luxurious than its exterior. Shelves were stocked with a dazzling array of goods, and the place buzzed with customers. Suppressing his curiosity, Ashura noticed Hughes discreetly observing him. Soon, a staff member approached to assist them. Upon hearing their purpose, the staff member led them to a private room on the first floor. After a response came from inside, the staff member respectfully invited Ashura to enter. Ashura handed Hughes 2 silver coins as an advance payment, and the latter expressed his gratitude profusely. Stepping into the private room, Ashura was greeted by the sight of a portly, elderly man with a graying beard seated across the table. Ashura offered a slight bow, to which the old man gave a curt nod before cutting straight to business, requesting Ashura present the magical beast materials for appraisal. Ashura hesitated no longer. From the storage space in his belt, he retrieved all his spoils. 8 corpses of 4th-level magical beasts were neatly arranged on the long table, accompanied by 6 flawless pelts, various bones, teeth, and other materials, as well as a collection of herbs he had gathered. The elder, who had initially been gazing indifferently, suddenly became serious. Though the man in the black robe remained silent, his face concealed beneath a hood, the exposed skin of his hands clearly revealed his youth. What was even more astonishing was that the knife wounds on the magical beasts' bodies all bore the mark of the same person. For someone to hunt so many 4th-level magical beasts alone in the magical beast forest, it was clear this individual was no ordinary person. "Young man," the elder said, his tone becoming noticeably friendlier as his eyes flicked toward the wounds on the beasts' heads. "I see the skulls of these magical beasts have been hollowed out. How's your luck? If you have any magic cores, you might as well sell them along with the rest. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price." Ashura's body stiffened slightly, causing the elder to smile knowingly. Cursing the old fox in his mind, Ashura pulled out 3 4th-level magic cores from his belt, 2 of the earth element and 1 of the water element. The elder nodded in satisfaction and, after carefully inspecting the quality of the magical beast corpses, offered his price. "For all these materials, I'll give you a total of 300 gold coins. As for the magic cores, 300 each for the earth element and 350 for the water element. What do you say?" After a brief moment of thought, Ashura took out 4 bear claws from an earthquake bear from his spatial ring. The elder immediately straightened up, carefully measuring the claws. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. These were from an adult earthquake bear. To slay a 5th-level magical beast, especially at such a young age, was a feat that marked someone as an elite on this continent. "You have some impressive skills, young man." The elder's smile widened. "To be able to hunt a 5th-level magical beast, do you have any other materials? Bring them all out. I can offer you up to 1,000 gold coins for a 5th-level magic core." Ashura shook his head, his cautious demeanor amusing the elder. "How about 1,500 gold coins then?" the elder offered, extending his right hand. Ashura clasped it, sealing the deal. The elder promptly ordered his subordinates to tally the goods and handed Ashura a crystal card. "This is a newly issued crystal card from the 4 great empires. It can store gold coins. I've deposited 1,500 gold coins into it. You can withdraw the amount at any imperial bank or use it directly for purchases." Ashura accepted the crystal card and glanced at the displayed balance. Though it was his first time encountering such an item, he trusted that the Gold Lion Trading Company wouldn't risk its reputation over such a small amount. Worst-case scenario, he could confront Master Ginza about it. "Thank you," he said earnestly before turning to leave with Hughes. However, just as he was about to exit the trading company, a voice called out from behind him. "Please wait, sir." Ashura heard a voice calling from behind him and instinctively clenched his fists hidden within his sleeves. However, after glancing around cautiously, he slowly relaxed and turned to face the person approaching. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in formal attire, was walking toward him, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance with every step. "Good day to you," the man greeted warmly, stepping forward with a refined smile. "Impado, the head of the Golden Lion Trading Company here in Pro City. I understand you've just completed a transaction with us. This is a blue-level VIP card, which will grant you better prices and services in all future dealings with us." Ashura accepted the VIP card and gave a slight nod of gratitude. After a brief hesitation, he replied in a low, steady voice, "Mr. Pato, thank you for this VIP card. However, I may need to trouble you again shortly." Pato was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, maintaining his courteous demeanor. The Golden Lion is always at your service. I will do my utmost to assist you. After leaving the trading company, Asura couldn't help but admire the Golden Lion's impressive business acumen. Their exceptional service alone left a lasting impression. Just then, Hughes approached eagerly. Sir, what's your next plan? I want to buy a shop here in Pro City, Asura said directly. It needs to be in a good location, not too large, and preferably with a second floor or a backyard where someone can live. How much do you think that would cost? Hughes pondered for a moment before responding. Sir, it's rare to find shops in prime locations for sale, but I've heard of Oni Grain and Oil Store. The owner's son owes a significant gambling debt, and they're considering selling the shop to settle it. Though intrigued by the information, Asura kept a calm expression. What kind of shop is it? And what's the estimated price? It's in an excellent location, with a backyard that has 3 or 4 rooms, exactly what you're looking for, Hughes replied confidently. The price will likely be around 400 gold coins, as that's roughly the amount the owner's son owes to the gambling house. Asura paused, deep in thought, before speaking. 400 gold coins. I don't care how much you negotiate it for, whether it's higher or lower, I'll give you 400 gold coins, and the difference is yours to keep. I need that shop as soon as possible. Hughes froze in shock, overwhelmed by this unexpected windfall. He quickly dropped to his knees, swearing to handle the matter without delay, and then dashed off toward another street. Asura followed behind at a measured pace. Soon, Hughes arrived at a well-positioned grain and oil store and engaged in a lengthy conversation with the worried-looking middle-aged shop owner. From a distance, Asura assessed the shop with satisfaction. It was in an ideal location, not far from the Golden Lion Trading Company, and came with a cozy backyard suitable for living. It was perfect for gifting to Dai Fei, allowing the young girl to fulfill her dream of running her own shop and leaving behind her life of constant upheaval. For the first time in his life, Asura was being this generous, but he felt it was the least he could do to repay her for saving his life, even though he had already wiped out a gang of bandits to protect her. Hughes came rushing out of the shop, turning into an alley where Asura grabbed him by the collar. Hughes immediately began fawning and reported eagerly, Sir, the owner has agreed. The property deed is ready for you at any time, and their family is prepared to move out immediately. About the 400 gold coins. We'll give you 400 gold coins, Asura interrupted firmly. I want the property deed now, and I want the shop vacated immediately. Do you understand? Hughes trembled with excitement, barely able to contain himself. He was about to kneel and bow again when Asura pulled him upright and urged him to finalize the deal. In less than an hour, Asura held the property deed in hand, watching as the former owner hurriedly packed their belongings and drove away with a cart full of goods. He weighed the deed in his hand, paying no attention to Hughes, who was clutching 50 gold coins in near delirium. Instead, Asura headed straight for the central square. At the edge of the square, he spotted the members of the Beta mercenary group waiting for him. Among them was Dai Fei, standing on tiptoe, craning her neck to look around, her face filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Asura casually pulled back the hood of his warrior's robe and walked with an unhurried grace toward the headquarters of the Bidar mercenary group. From a distance, Dai Fei caught sight of his figure, and the anxious knot in her chest finally loosened. She had been worried that this enigmatic young man might leave without a word. Now that he had returned, she turned her head away in feigned indifference. Was the delivery smooth? Why is everyone gathered here? Asura asked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the group and their eager expressions. The bearded Tyler grinned widely. The goods have been handed over without a hitch. Thanks to you, we all made a tidy profit this time. We're waiting here because we want to show you a good time. He winked at Asura, his smile filled with mischief. Asura immediately understood the implication and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. As a young man unacquainted with such matters, he might share some crude jokes with these rough mercenaries, but he had no intention of spending his first experience in such a manner. Just then, Captain John stepped in to defuse the situation. The boys just want to thank you for saving their lives. They're inviting you to a feast at the finest inn in the city. Asura nodded slightly, touched by the camaraderie of these rugged men. I appreciate the thought, but everyone worked hard for their money, and it doesn't feel right to spend it on me. Otherwise, what's the point of the spoils I left for you? Before Captain John could respond, Asura quickly added, Captain John, have everyone disperse for now. I have something to discuss with you and Dai Fei. The group exchanged knowing glances and tactfully backed away. Though Dai Fei wore an expression of reluctance, she eventually stepped forward. Asura reached into his robes and tossed a property deed to Dai Fei. I owe my life to Dai Fei this time, and I've been thinking of how to repay her. I just purchased a shop with a courtyard and am giving it to her. From now on, she'll be the proprietress and can run whatever business she desires. The unexpected gift left both Dai Fei and Captain John stunned into silence. Dai Fei didn't dare even look at the deed closely and hastily tried to return it. This is too much. I can't accept it. She knew Asura wasn't of noble birth and likely didn't have much savings. To offer a shop outright was beyond extravagant, leaving her, someone who normally hesitated to spend even a single silver coin, completely flustered. Asura refused to take the deed back and instead turned to Captain John. The courtyard has several rooms, enough space for your whole family to live comfortably. It's in a prime location, perfect for any business. This way, you won't have to keep risking your lives as mercenaries and can settle down for a peaceful life. Captain John was taken aback by the young man's generosity, but shook his head with a wry smile. I'm afraid I can't accept such kindness. I've got more than a dozen brothers to look after. Mercenary work is all we know. But I understand your intention, and you'll make sure Dai Fei stays here in Prow City. While Asura could understand the captain's concern in the first part of his response, the latter half left him increasingly puzzled. Before he could ask for clarification, Dai Fei, her cheeks flushed, tugged on his sleeve and pulled him aside. With a shy and hesitant tone, she whispered, Asura, are you buying a house to keep me as your mistress? Asura froze, utterly at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Asura was taken aback by Dai Fei's sudden and unexpected question. Having grown up with a mercenary group, Dai Fei was no stranger to the tales of wealthy merchants in the city keeping mistresses. As she held the property deed in her hands, her thoughts instinctively wandered to those rumors. Yet, at the same time, she couldn't help but feel concerned for her godfather, and the idea of living alone in such a large house made her uneasy. It was then that Asura realized his actions might have caused a misunderstanding. Just as he was lost in his own pleasant thoughts, he noticed the sharp gaze from Captain John out of the corner of his eye, snapping him back to reality. Lightly tapping the young girl on the forehead, he explained earnestly, don't overthink it. I just don't want to see you constantly running yourself ragged. You've experienced the dangers firsthand just a few days ago, and I wanted to give you a stable place to live. Besides, doesn't Captain John have a family? His wife could stay with you. And haven't you always dreamed of opening a restaurant? Hearing this, Dai Fei's ears turned red, though an inexplicable sense of disappointment welled up in her heart. She bit her lip and shook her head, saying, I can't stop worrying about my godfather. I have my own role in the team. Seeing that he couldn't convince the two of them, Asura let out a sigh and decided to take them to two places. The first was the newly purchased shop. Although Dai Fei remained silent, the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her fondness for it, and even Captain John couldn't help but shower it with praise. Next, Asura donned a hood and led the puzzled pair to the Golden Lion Trading Company. He asked the staff to notify Mr. Pato and presented a blue VIP card, leaving the father and daughter astonished. Mr. Pato, the manager, approached them gracefully and exchanged pleasantries with Asura. After seating the father and daughter in a lounge area to wait, Asura followed Pato into an elegant tea room. Before Pato could begin brewing tea, Asura produced a token bearing the insignia of Jinza. At the sight of it, the teapot slipped from Pato's hands and shattered on the ground. He immediately dropped to his knees, exclaiming, Young master. After Asura explained the origin of the token, Pato, far from feeling embarrassed, became even more enthusiastic in his treatment of the young man. Asura, somewhat uncomfortable with this sudden shift in attitude, nonetheless made his first request. He hoped the Golden Lion Trading Company could assign exclusive escort missions to the Beta mercenary group, sparing them from having to linger around the outskirts of the magical beast forest. He knew that if he wanted Dai Fei to stay in the city, he first needed to ensure the well-being of the Beta mercenary group. For Gold Lion Trading Company, Asura's request was hardly a challenge. Pato immediately patted his chest in agreement, his face radiating enthusiasm. However, when Asura made a second request asking the company to secretly look after the young girl, Dai Fei, in his newly purchased shop and ensure her safety in Puro City, Pato's face lit up with a knowing smile. Don't worry, no one in Puro City would dare lay a finger on her. And as for the backyard of that shop, I'll personally make sure no man is allowed near it. Pato promised with a mischievous wink. Asura looked at the unspoken understanding in Pato's expression and felt a pang of helplessness. Although the man had clearly misunderstood his intentions, Asura figured that this misunderstanding might make Pato more attentive to Dai Fei's well-being, so he chose not to clarify. Once their discussion was settled, the two descended the stairs, laughing and chatting. Seeing this, John and his daughter quickly rose to their feet. Before Asura could speak, Pato had already enthusiastically approached Captain John, delving into discussions about a long-term partnership with the Beta mercenary group. John was both shocked and delighted. An influential company like Gold Lion Trading would typically never give a small mercenary group like theirs the time of day. He cast a grateful glance at Asura, fully understanding that all of this was thanks to the young man. Off to the side, Dai Fei listened as Gold Lion Trading extended their olive branch and finally grasped Asura's intentions in bringing them here. So he plans to keep me? Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, too shy to meet Asura's gaze. Noticing her misunderstanding, Asura quickly whispered, Don't overthink it. I just wanted to repay you for saving my life. You can stay in Puro City without worry. Yet his explanation only seemed to deepen Dai Fei's sorrow. Tears began to silently fall to the floor, leaving Asura utterly at a loss, unsure of what he had said wrong. Suddenly, Dai Fei lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes locking onto Asura's. "We'll do as you say and move into that shop. But can you promise me one thing? Please don't abandon me," she choked out through her sobs. "I know I'm not worthy of you, but ever since you stood up to the Black Wind mercenary group for me, I've already fallen for you. I'm so scared that I'll never see you again." Before she could finish, fresh tears streamed down her face. Asura stood silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. He opened his arms and gently pulled the emotionally vulnerable girl into an embrace, offering her the comfort she so desperately needed. Asura gazed at the tearful Dai Fei before him, and his heart softened involuntarily. The girl's heartfelt confession just moments ago made him realize that continuing to avoid the issue was not a wise choice. Letting out a soft sigh, he opened his arms and gently pulled Dai Fei into an embrace. The sudden gesture made Dai Fei's face flush with embarrassment, and she buried her head deeply into Asura's shoulder, not daring to glance at her godfather, Captain John, standing nearby. Captain John merely sighed helplessly, while the shrewd manager Pato chuckled and pulled him aside, giving the young couple some privacy. As Dai Fei's sobs gradually subsided, Asura spoke softly, "You need to listen to me first. Right now, I have important things to take care of. I can't make you any promises, I just want to focus on becoming stronger. But I promise you, I'll come to see you whenever I can." Still burying her head in his shoulder, Dai Fei choked back tears and said, "You're lying. I, Asura, always keep my word. You can trust me." Asura quickly reassured her. Hearing this, Dai Fei's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. She pouted and lightly scolded him before finally lifting her head from his embrace. With teary eyes, she gazed at Asura for a long moment before nodding and saying, "You have to keep your promise. Don't lie to me. What good would lying to you do me?" "Be good," Asura said with a helpless smile. It was only then that they noticed the onlookers around them, all watching with amused and curious expressions. Dai Fei let out a small gasp and quickly buried her face back into Asura's chest, while Asura, hooded and composed, remained unbothered. After bidding farewell to Captain John, the two held hands and ran out of the Golden Line Trading Company, chatting and laughing as they headed toward their new shop. After tidying up the shop, Asura was about to take Dai Fei out to buy some daily necessities when he sensed a few faint but watchful gazes directed at them. Seeing that the observers made no effort to hide, Asura immediately understood they were skilled protectors sent by the Golden Line Trading Company to ensure Dai Fei's safety. Pato had acted swiftly, and the influence of the token was indeed impressive. The two went about their shopping like an ordinary couple, purchasing essentials and returning to the shop. Before they could exchange a few private words, Captain John entered with a stern expression. Dai Fei immediately retreated to her room, while Captain John invited Asura to the front of the shop for a conversation. "First of all, on behalf of the brothers and families of the Beta Mercenary Group, I want to thank you for your recommendation and assistance. You've given us an easier path forward," Captain John began directly. "But as a father, I must ask you not to toy with my daughter's feelings. She's a kind girl, and I don't want to see her hurt." After a moment of silence, Asura replied, "Recommending the Beta Mercenary Group was solely to put Dai Fei's mind at ease. There's no need to thank me. Previously, I did try to avoid becoming too entangled with Dai Fei because I have my own difficulties. But now that things have come to this, we've done nothing wrong, and I'm willing to walk this path with her. I'll give her 3 years to think things through. During that time, she might meet someone she truly loves. If, after 3 years, her feelings remain unchanged, I'll take her to meet my parents." Captain John nodded in satisfaction. "I heard Dai Fei calling you Asura. Can you tell me where you're from?" "My real name is Asura, and I come from the Western Kingdom of Aulai," Asura replied honestly. Captain John mentioned that he was familiar with Aulai, having once undertaken a mission to transport goods there. Surprised, Asura continued, "My father is Ashing Tian, the National Protector General of Aulai. Our family is currently being targeted and persecuted by other forces. If you ever go to Aulai again, could you deliver a message for me? Just tell them that Asura is safe and has achieved his aspirations. We'll be back 5 years at most, 3 years if I can manage," Asura declared with unwavering determination, his voice carrying a resolute promise as he spoke to Captain John. The captain paused, momentarily taken aback. This young man clearly harbored secrets of his own. With a solemn nod, he assured Asura, "I'll make sure your words are delivered." Relieved by the captain's agreement, Asura let out a quiet sigh. Suddenly, he turned sharply and called out toward the shadows behind him, "Come out. I know you're there." From behind the door, a hesitant and slightly flustered Daphne emerged, her steps tentative. Before she could utter a word in explanation, Asura took her hand and led her into the courtyard. Inside, the two sat across from each other. Asura gently held Daphne's hand, his tone soft yet firm. You heard what I said earlier. I may not be able to stay here for long, but I promise I'll return. You need to be patient and take care of yourself while I'm gone. Daphne pouted, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. I want to hear your story, your secrets. You're always so mysterious. Asura chuckled, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. All right, if you insist. Let me tell you a little about myself. And so, he began to recount his past. Tales of a mischievous childhood, his journey to St Goin Academy in pursuit of vengeance for his family, and the events that brought him to the magical beast forest. However, he carefully omitted certain details: his dangerous encounter with the cloaked figures and the grueling trials he endured as a sparring partner at the academy. As Asura shared his story, Daphne listened intently, her eyes widening with each revelation. She had no idea the boy sitting before her had endured so much. Her own story, on the other hand, had already been laid bare during the time she spent nursing Asura back to health. The night grew deeper, and the two eventually found themselves curled up on Daphne's small bed. Fully clothed, they simply shared the warmth of their newfound understanding, exchanging whispered thoughts and unspoken emotions. For the first time in what felt like forever, Asura didn't meditate through the night. Instead, he allowed himself the rare luxury of a peaceful, uninterrupted sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke over Prolo City, Asura prepared to leave. His destination, the academy, where he intended to consult with Master Yuanda about the next phase of his training. After all, he had accomplished his initial breakthrough in just 4 months, far ahead of schedule. With a heavy heart, he bid Daphne farewell, promising her once again that he would return as soon as he could. Pulling the hood of his warrior's cloak over his head, he set off toward the city gates. He had barely walked 2 blocks when a voice called out behind him, "Sir." Turning around, he was surprised to see Hughes, the same streetwise rogue who had once served as his guide. But today, Hughes was almost unrecognizable, dressed sharply and carrying himself with surprising composure. The former street urchin dropped to his knees before Asura, bowing deeply. "Sir, is there anything you need?" "I'm at your service." Asura raised an eyebrow, amused and slightly bewildered. Does he think I'm some wealthy benefactor? He wondered. Still, a willing helper was not something to dismiss lightly. "Tell me," Asura said, his tone measured. "Besides the Golden Gain Trading Company, where else in Prolo City can one conduct business?" Asura had planned to inquire about the value of a level 5 magic core, but Hughes responded instantly, as if he had anticipated the question. "Sir, apart from Golden Gain, there's another place, a far better one. In fact, Prolo City's black market. It's a treasure trove of rare goods, and most transactions are done through bartering. Would you like me to take you there?" Intrigued, Ashura's eyes lit up. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Lead the way." Asura, with his hood pulled low, followed Shios to a discreet door tucked away in a secluded alley. Standing guard at the entrance were several imposing, muscular men, acting as gatekeepers. After collecting an entry fee of 40 silver coins from each of them, the guard stepped aside, allowing them to pass. As they descended the dimly lit staircase, Asura instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. This kind of enclosed underground passage seemed like the perfect spot for ambushes and robberies, and he began to regret following Shios here. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the sound of bustling voices reached them. Emerging into view was a vast underground plaza. To Ashura's surprise, a towering crystal dome cleverly funneled sunlight from above, illuminating the entire space as if it were broad daylight. The plaza was teeming with hundreds of warriors and mages, all gathered to trade. Stalls of various sizes were scattered like stars across the area. Most of the attendees, like Asura, wore hooded cloaks to conceal their identities, clearly unwilling to reveal who they were. As a first-time visitor to the underground black market, Asura sought to learn the basic rules from Shios, but Shios knew little himself. Deciding to proceed cautiously, Asura instructed Shios to wait by the entrance while he ventured deeper into the plaza on his own. Asura refrained from asking prices up front and instead observed how others conducted their transactions. He quickly picked up on the unspoken rules. Most trades were conducted through bartering, though gold coins were also accepted. Once a buyer's offer was accepted by a seller, the deal had to be honored, or the offending party would be expelled by the black market's enforcers. This core rule was respected by everyone present. Having familiarized himself with the rules, Asura began to browse the stalls more carefully. Although many items caught his eye, his current resources were limited. A level 5 earth bear magic core, a dagger borrowed from Lanyu, a battered suit of armor loaned to him by Magina, and 2,000 gold coins for trading. These items were not to be casually traded away, especially the armor, which he was already stressing over how to return to Magina. Although he felt confident he could handle Magina's fiery temper if it came to that, he valued the goodwill of others far too much to risk it. Just then, a particularly crowded stall caught his attention. The vendor was a wiry warrior, and his goods were notably rare, even exquisite. which naturally drew a crowd of onlookers and potential buyers. A burly man was inspecting a broken sword from the vendor's collection. Though the blade was damaged, its material suggested it was anything but ordinary. The burly man seemed interested in restoring the sword but hesitated, uncertain about the feasibility of repairing it perfectly. Sensing the man's hesitation, the thin vendor spoke up. "This broken sword is no ordinary item, as I'm sure you've already noticed. I retrieved it from the land of fallen gods," he said with a hint of pride. At these words, the surrounding warriors exchanged subtle glances, their expressions shifting to one of newfound respect. Anyone who could venture into the land of fallen gods and return alive was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Asura recalled records he had read in the Academy library. The land of fallen gods lay just northwest of Prolo city and was the site of an ancient battle between divine beings. Though the gods who fought there perished completely, fragments of their souls still lingered, attacking any intruders who dared to enter. While these remnants were but a fraction of their former strength, history recorded that even saint-level warriors had met their end in that cursed land. It was both a forbidden zone for the living and a treasure trove of unimaginable wealth. Countless relics left behind by the fallen gods remained hidden there, but the roaming soul fragments and unpredictable spatial rifts had claimed the lives of many treasure hunters, making it one of the most perilous regions on the continent. The burly man finally broke his silence. "This sword is indeed remarkable, but it's still a broken blade. I'm not certain it can be fully restored. How much are you asking for it?" The wiry vendor responded without hesitation. "This sword will cost you 2,000 gold coins, or you can exchange it for a top-tier suit of armor. As for repairing the broken sword, you can use this bracelet to refine and restore it," the vendor said, pulling out a pair of seemingly ordinary wide bracelets from the corner of his stall and handing them to the burly man in front of him. The burly man took the bracelets and examined them closely, his brow furrowed. "What's so special about these? The material looks pretty basic." A trace of awkwardness flashed across the vendor's face as he explained. "These are treasures I brought back from the land of fallen gods. They're intact artifacts, and the inner walls are engraved with the words, Caban's prison. Their most unique feature is the ability to suppress the wearer's strength, divided into 3 levels, with the highest suppressing up to 50%. The few people standing around exchanged puzzled glances. The burly man tossed the bracelets back onto the stall. "What use is some junk that suppresses my strength? The material's so poor, don't think you can fool me." The vendor, unfazed, placed the bracelets back in a corner and said, "I never said I'd charge you for them. Buy the sword, and I'll throw in the bracelets for free. After all, they're treasures from the land of fallen gods, might even help you repair the broken sword. Forget that junk. Just sell the sword for cheaper," the burly man said with a sneer. The vendor's tone suddenly turned firm. 2,000 gold coins. Not a penny less. If you don't buy it, someone else will." As the two continued haggling, a figure cloaked in a hood, Asura, approached the stall and picked up the pair of bracelets labeled Caban's prison. Examining them carefully, he noticed the words engraved on the inner walls and the intricate, ancient magical runes etched across their surface. After a moment of study, he concluded that aside from suppressing strength, the bracelets seemed to have no other function, likely some sort of ancient restraint device. Though their use was limited, a thought crossed Asura's mind. As his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts grew stronger, he was increasingly concerned about revealing his full potential during sparring sessions with Lanyu and Magina. He had no intention of drawing too much attention to himself at the academy just yet. "How about selling these bracelets for 10 gold coins?" Asura asked. The vendor's face immediately darkened. "These are treasures from the land of fallen gods, and you're offering 10 gold coins? Are you joking?" 20 gold coins, Asura countered. The vendor turned his head away haughtily, completely ignoring the offer. Asura made a move to leave, but the vendor quickly grabbed his arm. 20 is too low. Add a bit more. 20 gold coins. Take it or leave it, Asura said firmly. The vendor sighed inwardly. This was the only intact item he had brought back from the land of fallen gods, but after half a month of trying to sell it, this was the first buyer to even make an offer. "Fine, take it. Consider it my first sale of the day." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Asura's lips beneath his hood as he handed over 20 gold coins. Ignoring the bewildered looks from the others around him, he picked up the bracelets and walked away. After purchasing the cabin prison cell and several types of magical beast blood from the black market, Asura and Hughes left the underground plaza together. On the way, Hughes revealed that he had used intermediary profits to acquire a residence, determined to leave behind his life of wandering the streets. Despite Asura offering him a reward, Hughes firmly declined. Asura, in turn, entrusted him with the task of continuing to gather intelligence on Prolo City, promising to share information beneficial to his cultivation the next time they met. Outside the city of St Goin, a black draconic horse raced forward, carrying a hooded warrior on its back, none other than Asura, who had been away from the academy for over 4 months. The confidence brought by his advancement in strength radiated from the young man, exuding an air of heroism. Upon entering the city, Asura headed straight for St Goin Academy. It was the afternoon self-study period for students, and after a moment of thought, he decided not to return to his dormitory first. Instead, he made his way directly to the Magic Academy to find his mentor, Yuanda, as the guide on his path of mastering both martial arts and magic, and the only person aware of his secrets. Asura was eager to share the joy of his progress with him. At the Magic Academy, Asura should have gone to Yuanda's office or quarters to look for him, but for some inexplicable reason, he found himself heading to the classroom where they often discussed cultivation. Sure enough, the thin and wiry Yuanda was there, deeply engrossed in writing at the lectern. So much so that he didn't notice Asura approaching. Asura lightly tapped his mentor's shoulder. Yuanda flinched as if startled, then looked up. Recognizing the young man in warrior attire before him, he grasped Ashura's shoulders excitedly. "You're back?" "I'm back, old Yuan. Did you miss me?" Asura replied with a grin. Yuanda scrutinized Asura carefully before hesitantly asking, "Did you break through?" This was exactly the question Asura had been waiting for. He pulled out a magic core from his spatial belt and placed it proudly on Yuanda's desk. "Just killed it, still fresh. It's from a level 5 earth violent bear." Yuanda stared at the magic core, then at the young man before him, his mouth opening and closing without a sound for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his first words were, "You must have suffered a lot, child, haven't you?" Those words almost brought tears to Ashura's eyes. Yuanda wasn't questioning his ability to kill a level 5 magical beast, but was instead concerned about the hardships he had endured over the past few months. Asura lifted his warrior tunic, revealing over a dozen scars of various sizes on his body, the most striking of which was a hand-sized wound on his abdomen, its stitches still healing with fresh, tender skin. Yuanda silently wiped the corners of his eyes and invited Asura to sit beside him. He then asked the boy to recount his experiences over the past months in detail. Asura vividly described his journey, particularly the perilous battle against the level 5 earth violent bear when he was still at the 3rd stage of martial mastery. Finally, when Asura mentioned the cabin prison cell he had purchased and his ideas for using the bracelet, Yuanda pondered for a moment and asked to examine it. Without hesitation, Asura handed the bracelet to his mentor and explained its 3-layered sealing mechanism in detail. The lowest level could suppress strength to 50, unlocking the first layer would restore it to 70, the second to 90, and fully unlocking it would allow 100 of strength to return. If he wore it himself, he could fully control the unsealing process. After a long moment of contemplation, Yuanda said, "Your thinking is correct. This bracelet could indeed prove useful to you not just for concealing your strength. I suspect that wearing this sealing artifact for a long time while training and suppressing your own power might yield some unexpected results." Mentor Yuanda said, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "But remember, never casually undo the final layer of the seal. Once you've fully unlocked all 3 layers, your power could skyrocket by as much as 120. However, if you reseal it after completely unlocking, this amplification effect is unlikely to occur again." Hearing this, Ashura's eyes lit up with excitement. Initially, he had only intended to use the artifact to conceal his strength, but now it seemed to offer an unforeseen benefit. Without hesitation, he put on the cabin's prison and activated all the seals with a thought. Instantly, his power was suppressed to 50, approximately between the level of a Tier 3 mage and a Tier 1 Grand Mage. Even when tested with a magic detection stone, it still showed the strength of a Tier 3 mage. The sudden drop in strength felt a bit uncomfortable for Asura, but he trusted mentor Yuanda's judgment completely. Seeing Ashura's unwavering trust, Yuanda felt gratified and handed him a thick stack of papers from his desk. "This is the next phase of your training plan that I've prepared for you. Take a look. There are still many adjustments needed based on your current state, but the overall focus remains on improving your strength through actual combat. Of course, if you encounter a powerful enemy like the Earthquake Bear again, you must immediately undo all the seals without holding back." Asura nodded seriously, his usually carefree nature giving way to caution when it came to matters of life and death. The two of them continued discussing in detail for a long time. Asura wanted to give a level 5 magic core to mentor Yuanda as a gift, but Yuanda firmly declined, insisting that such a valuable resource should be used by Asura himself to enhance his abilities. When Asura returned to dormitory number 138 at dusk, the entire room erupted with excitement. His 3 roommates had assumed he would boast about his progress over the past few months, but instead, Asura simply chatted about trivial matters and casually mentioned that he had used Golden Lion Merchant Guild's connections in Puyo City. Jean Zhe, however, seemed indifferent and didn't even ask who the contact person was. It was Angelo's news that truly shocked Asura. Many new students in the academy had already advanced to the ranks of Grand Warriors and Grand Mages. The level that Asura had risked his life to achieve had been effortlessly reached by these prodigious newcomers. To make matters worse, Lanyu, Magina, and Clara had also broken through to new levels. This realization left Asura, who had initially felt quite proud of himself, in a prolonged state of frustration and self-doubt. In the early morning, the serene St Goin Academy's lakeside park was bathed in soft light. Lanyu, clad in her martial artist uniform, was jogging along the cobblestone path by the lake. Her long blue hair swayed gently with each step. Despite her exceptional talent, she maintained her habit of warming up here every morning, earning her the reputation of being one of the most diligent students in the academy. As she ran, her mind wandered to someone who had yet to return. Suddenly, she heard steady footsteps approaching from behind. What irritated her even more was the unmistakable feeling of someone's gaze brazenly fixed on her lower back. She stopped, intending to let the person pass, but they also came to a halt, even letting out a few suggestive sounds. Unable to bear it any longer, Lanyu turned around, her waist-length blue hair whipping through the air, ready to give the person a piece of her mind. To her surprise, the face that greeted her was one she had recently seen too often in her dreams: Asura, leaning casually against a nearby tree with his signature roguish smirk. Her heartbeat quickened unexpectedly. She tried to maintain her usual aloof demeanor, but the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curling upward involuntarily. Before she could say anything, Asura spoke first, his tone teasing and provocative. "What's this? Haven't seen you in a few days, and your rear's gotten bigger. Been snacking too much, have you?" Lany's expression darkened instantly. "How nice of you to return so soon. It's been ages since I've had a good sparring partner. Beating up others just doesn't feel as satisfying as beating you." Ashura's smirk faltered slightly. He fought the urge to unseal the Caban prison and teach this arrogant girl a lesson, reminding her just how powerful he was, someone capable of taking down the earthquake bear. But one glance at the bracelet on his wrist made him rethink. Instead, he shrugged it off. "My training time is precious now. I don't have time to humor you," he said, pulling a gleaming blue dagger from his right boot. "I'm just here to return this to you." Lanya's eyes narrowed as she saw him take the dagger from his boot. She reached out with 2 fingers, pinching the blade as she accepted it. "You seriously kept my dagger in your boot? It reeks. How am I supposed to use it now?" Unbothered, Asura replied. "Then don't use it. It's been pretty handy for me lately." Lanyu snorted. "In your dreams." She inspected the dagger closely and noticed the scent of blood on it was much stronger than before. As Asura turned to leave, Lanyu moved like the wind, blocking his path. "What now?" "Move aside, good dogs don't block the way," Asura said irritably. With her hands clasped behind her back, Lanyu smiled sweetly and circled him slowly. "I thought your little adventure would have made you stronger, but it seems like you haven't improved at all. Do you have any idea how strong I am now? If I told you, it'd scare you to death. Now move." "I don't have time to be your sparring dummy," Asura said, tilting his head with a smug grin. "Don't you dare." Lanyu snapped. "Now that you're back, you're going to continue being my sparring partner. If you try to run, I'll make sure you regret it. For your information, I'm now at the first stage of Great Martial Master." Asura rolled his eyes. "So what? First stage of Great Martial Master doesn't sound all that impressive to me." That was the last straw for Lanyu. Among the new students, fewer than 10 had reached the Great Martial Master level, and he had the audacity to belittle her achievement. She was about to draw the dagger she had just reclaimed when Asura quickly interjected. "The Academy has strict rules against private fights. I'm not going to the arena with you. If you try anything here, they'll report you." Lanyu scoffed at his cowardice. After waiting so long for him to return, she wasn't about to let him off so easily. Tilting her head in thought, an idea suddenly struck her, and her mood brightened instantly. Lanyu's lips curved into a faint smile as she turned to Asura and said, "Since you're not interested in a duel here, let's try something different. I've heard you've improved a lot recently. How about a race? We'll start at this tree you're leaning on, go around the lake, and end back here. If you manage to catch me, you win. If not, you lose. And if you lose, you have to keep being my sparring partner, no backing out." Asura pouted at first, but then his eyes gleamed mischievously as he smirked. "What if I catch you halfway through? What happens then?" Seeing the sly look on his face, Lanyu instinctively took a few steps back. She had absolute confidence in her speed. No one among her peers could rival her when she ran at full force. After a moment's thought, she straightened her posture and declared firmly, "If I lose, you can do whatever you want." "Whatever I want?" A flicker of cunning flashed in Ashura's eyes as his gaze lingered on the girl's graceful figure. "How about this? If I catch you, you give me a kiss? Dream on." Lanyu gritted her teeth. "You think you can beat me? And you dare to act so shamelessly?" Asura lazily scratched his ear, feigning disinterest. "So, are you in or not? If not, I'll just head to my magic class." Lanyu immediately saw through his bluff was trying to scare her off. With a proud tilt of her chin, she retorted, "Why wouldn't I? It's a deal. If you lose, you'll obediently remain my sparring partner. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it." Before her words finished echoing, the girl had already bolted toward the stone path circling the lake, like a gust of wind. Asura's signature mischievous grin appeared as he swiftly removed a seal, restoring 70% of his power, and chased after her. By the lakeside, a few early risers were already training. They paused, astonished by the spectacle of the chase unfolding before them. Lanyu glanced back over her shoulder and was surprised to see that Troublemaker had indeed grown much stronger, was actually keeping up with her. But this wasn't her top speed yet. With a soft scoff, she unleashed her family's secret movement technique, her figure transforming into a streak of blue light as she surged ahead. As her speed soared, the sound of his footsteps behind her began to fade, eventually becoming barely audible. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Lan Yu's footsteps echoed across the stone path of the Academy's lakeside park. The young girl sprinted at full speed, occasionally glancing over her shoulder to check on her pursuer. When she confirmed that the figure was nowhere in sight, she let out a smug huff. Huh, there's no way that idiot could ever keep up with me. In the distance, the large tree at the starting point came into view. Lan Yu took one last cautious look behind her and saw only a few students doing their morning exercises. Yet, something felt off. Just as she turned her head back around, a shadow suddenly leapt out from the bushes, charging straight at her. Caught off guard but relying on her exceptional reflexes and agility, Lan Yu instinctively twisted her body to evade. However, her opponent seemed to have anticipated her move. With a quick sidestep, he intercepted her and opened his arms, pulling the startled girl into a firm embrace. "Gotcha, sweetheart," a playful voice teased by her ear. Lan Yu froze, her hands pressing against the chest of the boy holding her. It was none other than Asura, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. For a few moments, she stared at him in stunned silence, her cheeks rapidly flushing crimson. Snapping out of her daze, she shoved him away with all her strength. Without hesitation, she delivered a fierce kick aimed directly at his most vulnerable spot. Asura's expression changed dramatically. He barely managed to block the furious strike with his hands, the sheer force sending him airborne and narrowly avoiding disaster. Before he could even voice his protest, Lan Yu moved like a streak of lightning, closing the distance and unleashing a relentless flurry of attacks. Even with one of his seals activated, Asura found himself completely overwhelmed by the enraged Lan Yu. Her speed was astonishing, leaving him struggling to keep up. He realized that even if he were to release all his seals, he might still fall short of matching her agility. Within moments, she had pinned him against a tree by the throat. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Let go." Asura choked out, his hands gripping her slender wrist in a desperate attempt to loosen her hold. Lan Yu's face remained flushed, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or lingering embarrassment from the earlier embrace. You pervert. We agreed on a race, but you cheated. And then you..." Her voice trailed off, unable to articulate the indignation she felt. In all her years, no boy had ever dared to hold her like that. While part of her couldn't deny the strange warmth of the moment, her pride refused to let it slide. "Cheated? How did I cheat?" Asura retorted, feigning innocence. "You said the goal was to catch you before you finished the lap. You didn't specify how I could catch you. As long as I got you before you crossed the line, I win." It dawned on Lan Yu that this infuriating boy had planned it all from the start. Instead of chasing her along the path, he had taken a shortcut and hidden near the finish line, waiting to ambush her. Not only had he exploited the loophole in the rules, but he'd also taken advantage of her in the process. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her grip on his throat tightened unconsciously. Feeling the increasing pressure, Asura quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I give up. You win. I'll be your sparring partner, okay?" Hearing his plea, Lan Yu snapped out of her fury and loosened her grip slightly. Asura immediately broke free, collapsing to the ground and gasping for air. Though he felt wronged, he wisely kept his complaints to himself. Growing up with a father who feared his mother, he had long understood the futility of arguing with a girl. As he crouched there, rubbing his sore neck, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Lan Yu's long, graceful legs. But before he could admire them any further, her delicate hand grabbed his collar and yanked him to his feet. Startled, Asura looked up at the girl who was panting lightly, her bright eyes shimmering with a mix of emotions. A sense of unease crept over him as he prepared to activate his second seal if necessary, or, failing that, make a quick escape back to the monster forest. Before he could act, Lan Yu seemed to steel herself. Clutching his collar tightly, she rose on her tiptoes, shut her eyes, and leaned forward. Her trembling lips brushed against his in a fleeting, almost clumsy kiss. The sudden impact left Asura wide-eyed and stunned, as if struck by lightning. The kiss was far from sweet. It was rushed and awkward, with their lips colliding hard enough to sting. Asura had only intended to tease her with his words. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected the proud Lanyu to actually follow through on the bet. Yet here she was, her bold and unexpected gesture leaving him completely speechless. In Asura's mind, only one thought echoed repeatedly. I was forcibly kissed. I'm no longer pure. He stood there with an aggrieved expression, as if he had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Lanyu slowly opened her trembling eyes, her heart pounding so fast it felt like it might burst out of her chest. Seeing Asura's victim-like expression, she was instantly filled with rage. Just as she raised her hand to teach this pretentious guy a lesson, a sudden clattering sound of a water bottle hitting the ground broke the tension from behind. Both of them turned their heads at the same time. Two first-year martial arts students stood frozen in shock a short distance away. One of them had dropped her water bottle, which now lay on the ground, while both girls remained rooted in place with wide-eyed, stunned expressions. What had they just witnessed? One of the Academy's top beauties, Lanyu, caught in the woods, forcibly kissing a black-haired guy who looked utterly unwilling. The two girls exchanged a meaningful glance, as if they could already foresee the uproar this scandalous gossip would cause throughout the Academy. Before Lanyu and Asura could recover from their embarrassment, the two girls had already turned and bolted, disappearing without a trace. Lanyu and Asura stared at each other in awkward silence, both feeling like they'd been caught red-handed. Asura worried that rumors about him being kissed by a girl would tarnish his reputation forever, while Lanyu was fuming and wished she could silence those witnesses on the spot. But it was too late now. She could only glare at Asura, gritting her teeth as if everything was his fault. This is all your fault. Humph. Lanyu snapped in fury, stomping down hard on Asura's foot before storming off. Asura winced in pain, grimacing, but as his gaze lingered on her long, shapely legs, his mood inexplicably improved. Humming a little tune, he made his way to the Academy's cafeteria. Though he muttered complaints under his breath, the corners of his mouth betrayed an uncontrollable smile. Just how pleased he was deep down, well, only he would know. As Asura stepped out of the woods and headed toward the dining hall, a group of weapon-wielding male students suddenly rushed past him. Their faces were filled with anger, and their numbers were steadily increasing. Just as Asura was about to make his way to the training grounds, the conversation between two running students caught his ear. Hurry up. Don't let that jerk get away. How dare he go after my goddess, Lan the Great Beauty. I'll twist his neck off. I heard it was Lan who kissed him first? No way I'm buying that. Once we catch that guy, we'll interrogate him until he spills what underhanded tricks he used. A freckle boy chimed in. For sure. Someone like him? A nobody with black hair? What gives him the right? You and I, with all our charm, couldn't win Lan over, so how could he? When we find him in the woods by the lake, I'll drag him to the arena myself if I have to. Hearing this, Asura silently pulled up the hood of his Academy warrior uniform and hid in the shade of a tree, observing the group of fighters rushing towards the woods. When he noticed two powerful upperclassmen, both at the Grand Warrior level and armed, joining the search, he immediately turned and headed for the Academy gates. His body trembled slightly, though he told himself it wasn't fear, just a need to train more. At that moment, he could only hope there was another black-haired boy in the woods to take the fall for him. Though the thought wasn't exactly honorable, he couldn't help but fear the mob of frenzied admirers. In truth, ever since Lanyu advanced to the Grand Warrior level, her strength and beauty had become even more striking. On this continent of champions, where power was revered, someone like Lan who combined beauty and strength naturally became the object of obsession for many young male students. Rumors and gossip circulated by dormitory tabloids only fueled the frenzy. Lanyu had always kept her distance from her admirers, sometimes even outright rejecting them. But today, two girls swore they had seen Lanyu in the woods, forcefully kissing an unremarkable black-haired boy. The news swept through the male dormitories like a storm. At first, the self-assured students refused to believe it, especially the part about Lan initiating a kiss. But when the two girls swore on their martial futures and vividly described the scene, the simmering resentment among the male students finally erupted. Standing at the Academy gates, Asura let out a sigh. After a moment of thought, he decided to head to Prolo City in search of opportunities to train. If that didn't pan out, he'd venture into the magic beast forest. He led out his ordinary dragon horse, grateful he had visited Minter Yuan the day before. Otherwise, leaving for the Magic Academy today would have been impossible. With that, he mounted his horse, spurred it on, and galloped toward Prolo City. Meanwhile, back in the woods by the lake, an angry mob of admirers had already dragged out a black-haired boy. The boy, a fiery-tempered first-year student with considerable skill, refused to back down in the face of baseless accusations and headed straight for the arena with the group. He defeated 7 or 8 new students in succession, but as he began to tire, he called on a few of his friends for backup. The new students, unwilling to admit defeat, summoned their own reinforcements. Before long, Even the Academy's senior-level warriors were drawn into the escalating chaos, and the arena became the center of a heated spectacle. At the same time, Lanyu found herself cornered in the dormitory lounge by a group of girls bombarding her with questions. One of her closer acquaintances speculated that the black-haired boy in question might be the mage who used to spar with Lan frequently, was the only male she ever mentioned. However, that eccentric mage hadn't been seen at the training grounds in quite some time. Lanyu curled up on the chair, hugging her knees tightly as she pouted and sank into deep thought. Reflecting on her bold actions by the lakeside, she found herself surprisingly devoid of much regret, apart from the rapid thumping of her heart. In the dormitory, 3 girls sat around her, observing the usually aloof and elegant campus beauty, suddenly flashing an adorably shy smile. They exchanged knowing glances, silently reaching the same conclusion: she had fallen in love. Meanwhile, in another nearby girls' dormitory, Magina stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her shoulders as she toweled it dry. Her roommates were engrossed in a lively discussion about the day's juicy gossip. Even beneath the loose bathrobe, her flawless figure was faintly discernible, drawing silent admiration from those around her. However, when the story of Lan Yu's impulsive kiss with a boy in the woods by the lake reached her ears, Magina's hand froze mid-motion, and a flicker of something unreadable flashed in her eyes. Upon learning that the boy in question was a black-haired student, Magina's expression turned icy. She swiftly changed into her Warrior Academy uniform and hurried to the arena. Yet, the moment she spotted the black-haired boy from a distance, she abruptly turned on her heel and left, her eyes blazing with fury. She knew Lan Yu too well. How could such a proud and brilliant girl ever be interested in someone as unremarkable as the boy standing on that stage? At the same time, back at the Magic Academy, the rumor was spreading like wildfire. A stunning silver-haired girl sat with her brows slightly furrowed, her heart skipping a beat when she heard the male lead in question was a black-haired boy. Instinctively, her gaze shifted to the empty seat beside her. With a soft sigh, she pulled out a notebook. As her eyes lingered on the intertwining handwriting on the pages, a sweet smile unconsciously graced her lips, captivating the nearby male students who had been sneaking glances at her. The scandal surrounding Lan Yu continued to escalate throughout the academy, showing no signs of dying down even after an entire day. By evening, the dormitory area was still abuzz with heated discussions among the students. A love-struck boy, disregarding the rules, barged into the girls' dormitory, demanding to confront Lan Yu in person. However, he was met with an angry shout and quickly driven out. Distraught, the boy nearly ran to the central lake to throw himself in, but fortunately, his roommates stopped him just in time. As night fell, a shadowy figure stealthily pushed open the door to the boys' dormitory. "Who's there?" a cautious voice called out from inside. "It's me, Angelo," the figure quickly replied. A dim candlelight flickered on in the common area, revealing Ginza and Arthur sitting with serious expressions. Seeing their faces, Angelo felt a pang of unease. "Have you heard from Asura?" Angelo asked in a hushed tone. Ginza and Arthur exchanged a glance before nodding in unison. "He said something urgent came up and that he'd be gone for a while longer," Ginza replied. After a brief silence, the usually lively Angelo couldn't hold back. "Do you think that black-haired boy by the lake could be Asura?" Arthur immediately gestured for silence, listening intently for any sounds outside the door. Once satisfied, he lowered his voice and said, "Whether it is or not, we can't let this get out. There was blood spilled in the arena today. If people find out Asura was behind it, he might get away, but we'll be the ones in trouble." The other two inhaled sharply at the thought. Angelo grumbled, "I was even thinking of turning this into a juicy story. What great material." Ginza and Arthur instantly grabbed his arms. "Stop right there. Things are chaotic enough already. If people find out it was someone from our dorm, we'll all have to go on the run." The three fell into an uneasy silence, glancing at each other nervously. Finally, Angelo couldn't resist asking, "Do you think Lan Yu really kissed Asura out of the blue?" Third brother Shure is a dark horse, never seemed like the type to attract much attention from girls. The other two remained speechless. They, too, found it hard to believe that the usually harmless and quiet Asura could be involved in something so dramatic. Meanwhile, after 3 days of relentless travel, Asura finally reached Pro City just before sunset. He had intended to look for Dai Fei, but along the way, he spotted a familiar figure, Shios, one of his lackeys, who was cheerfully making his way toward the city. Tying his dragon horse to a tree stump, Asura caught up with Shios and stopped him. Recognizing his benefactor, Shios immediately greeted Asura with a respectful bow. When asked about his destination, Shios explained that he was heading to the Pagoda Palace, Pro City's dark arena, to watch a fight. Seeing Asura's puzzled expression, Shios elaborated. The Pagoda Palace is a dark arena on the continent of kings. Every major city has one. They organize all kinds of battles and run betting operations. Most of the participants are desperate outlaws, and the winner gets to decide the fate of the loser. Fighters carry token medallions that represent their points. Each point stands for 1 victory and, effectively, 1 life. The arena assigns opponents, but challenges can also be issued. Declining a challenge at the same level costs half your points, while lower-ranked fighters can challenge higher-ranked ones without refusal. If you win, you claim all your opponent's points. These points can be exchanged for rare items or money. The star fighters of the Pagoda Palace are all survivors from countless deadly battles. They share one defining trait: higher, absolutely ruthless, and never leave anyone alive. The bloody methods employed on the stage stimulated the audience's frenzied nerves. In the dim underground arena of the Futu Palace, the air was thick with a suffocating fervor. Hughes explained the rules in detail to Asura. Contestants with high-ranking badges not only have the chance to shine in the matches, but also enjoy every luxury the Futu Palace has to offer: gourmet food, fine wine, beautiful women. Anything they desire is provided without hesitation. As Asura listened, a strong sense of curiosity welled up within him. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the warning from his mentor Yuanda. The humans in the forest are far more dangerous than the magical beasts. Though those words were meant to caution him about the dangers lurking in the magic beast forest, standing here now, he felt that the Futu Palace might be even more perilous. A bitter smile crept across his face. He had found a new training ground. Following Hughes into the arena, he was immediately hit by the deafening roars of the crowd. The stands were packed with spectators clutching betting slips, shouting wildly in support of their chosen fighters. Cheers and curses intertwined, reverberating through the blood-soaked atmosphere. Several matches left a deep impression on Asura, especially the performance of a burly, bearded warrior nicknamed Bloodhand. Even after having his arms severed, the man ferociously gouged out his opponent's eyes and shoved them into his mouth. Seizing the moment of his blinded opponent's panic, he delivered a merciless punch that snapped the man's neck. Amid the crowd's frenzied cheers, the bearded warrior mounted his opponent's lifeless body and brutally finished him off. Eventually, he calmly walked off the stage, carrying his severed arm and the badge he had taken from his opponent's corpse. Beside him, Hughes shouted excitedly, thrilled that his bet on Bloodhand had earned him a small windfall. When Asura asked about the frequency of the matches, Hughes explained that one was held every 3 days. Asura quickly found an excuse to part ways with Hughes, but he didn't leave the arena entirely. Instead, he quietly made his way to one side of the underground battleground, the area where fighters registered for the matches. Inside the registration office of the floating Pagoda Palace, a sultry woman dressed in revealing attire was eyeing the young hooded warrior before her with great interest. She licked her crimson lips and spoke in a seductive tone. "Where did this little fledgling come from? Want to step into the ring? How about testing your strength with me in bed first, sweetheart?" Asura's face flushed slightly, but he steadied himself and lowered his voice to respond calmly. "I'm here to register for the competition. I'll be fighting in 3 days." The woman sneered, her delicate hand reaching toward Asura's legs. "So young and already seeking death? Why not let me have some fun with you first?" Asura quickly stepped back, blurting out, "Auntie, we're not a good match." The words seemed to ignite a fuse. The woman's outstretched hand froze midair, and a surge of furious energy erupted from her. Asura instantly sensed her formidable power. She was at the 3rd stage of Grand Martial Master, far beyond his level. Panic flickered in his heart, and he even contemplated whether he should just let her grab him to diffuse the tension. Before he could decide, the woman snorted coldly. "If you want to die so badly, at least give me your name to put on your badge." After a moment of thought, Asura replied softly, "Gij." Late that night, Asura stepped out of the floating Pagoda Palace, twirling the iron badge in his hand. On the front was the image of a menacing skull, while the back bore the engraved characters for Gijianshu. He couldn't help but chuckle at his impulsive choice of name, imagining how the woman might have reacted had he claimed a prestigious family name like Jinza or Arthur. That would surely have startled her. His laughter faded as he stared intently at the badge in his hand. In the floating Pagoda Palace, the badge's material corresponded to one's deathmatch points. Iron was the starting tier. Accumulating 100 points would upgrade it to bronze, granting access to exchange points for martial arts techniques, equipment, and elixirs. For someone like Asura, lacking the support of a powerful family, this was his only path forward. Pulling his cloak tighter, Asura led his dragon horse to the entrance of a newly purchased shop. He sensed someone watching from the shadows but remained composed, deliberately revealing Jinza's token. The prying gaze vanished immediately, and Asura couldn't help but feel satisfied with Pato's arrangements as the Jinli Commerce Guild's manager. Instead of knocking, he scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. Under the moonlight, he saw that the yard was spotless, and a faint glow emanated from a young girl's room. Quietly, he approached the door and peeked through the crack, spotting Daifei engrossed in reading a medical book. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Silently, he slipped into the room and stood behind her, then waved his hand to extinguish the candle. Startled, Fei fumbled to relight it with a firestone. Just as the flame flickered back to life, another gust snuffed it out. Who's there? Show yourself. Fei called out nervously. In the darkness, an eerie voice wailed. Wu, I died such a tragic death. Wu, I haven't tasted human flesh in so long. Terrified, Fei dropped the firestone and backed into a corner. As she reached for the dagger at her waist, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist, while another brushed against her neck, accompanied by sinister laughter. But then, Fei's body relaxed, and her eyes glimmered with amusement in the darkness. Asura's hand paused. How did you know it was me? Fei chuckled softly. The moment your hand touched my neck, I caught your scent. Asura was taken aback by her keen sense of smell. Just as he reached for the firestone to relight the candle, Fei caught his hand in hers. The girl's kiss came suddenly and passionately, her soft lips brushing against Asura's. Asura instinctively pulled her into his arms, and their kiss grew increasingly fervent. Without realizing it, they tumbled from the edge of the table onto the bed. Just as they were about to cross the final line, Asura jolted awake, gasping for air. He scrambled away from the bed, grabbing the cool tea from the table and downing over half the pot in one go. Fei, emerging from her daze, hurriedly grabbed the blanket beside her to cover her face, though she left a small gap to secretly observe Asura's actions. Once he had calmed his breathing, Asura sat back down on the edge of the bed, the awkward tension in the air almost tangible. His hand, seemingly of its own accord, reached back under the blanket toward the girl. Fei let out a soft whimper, gently pulling the blanket down but making no move to stop his touch. In the darkness, she looked at Asura, her gaze filled with a silent question. Asura, feeling uneasy, scratched his head with his free hand and slowly spoke his thoughts. I feel like continuing this would be irresponsible to you. Right now, I have too many uncertainties. 3 days from now, I have a major challenge to face, and I don't even know if I'll make it through. It's distracting me. Honestly, I'm really nervous. Hearing his words, a wave of tenderness swept through Fei's heart. She tightly held the hand that was resting on her chest and asked softly, Do you have to push yourself so hard? It feels like you're forcing yourself to take on so much. Her words lit a spark in Asura's eyes, as if he'd found someone who truly understood him. Though their time together had been brief, it seemed she genuinely saw through to his heart. He turned to lie beside her, gradually opening up about his hometown, the trials he had faced, and the reason behind his relentless pursuit of strength. Fei listened intently, sometimes smiling, sometimes shedding tears, until she eventually fell asleep to the sound of his voice. As the girl's steady breathing filled the room, Asura gently withdrew his hand from where it rested on her chest, bringing it to his nose and inhaling deeply. Though a pang of regret flickered in his heart, he quickly regained his composure. Settling into a spot at the edge of the bed, he began his magical meditation. Over the past year, he had grown accustomed to sleepless nights of meditation. Perhaps, in his heart, the allure of growing stronger outweighed even the presence of the girl lying beside him. When Fei woke up early in the morning, Asura was already in the courtyard practicing martial arts. Blushing, she tidied her disheveled clothes, quickly washed up, and went to prepare breakfast. This routine continued for 3 days. Asura never stepped out of the courtyard, fully focused on honing his martial skills and adjusting his state of mind. Meanwhile, Fei transformed her shop into a pastry store, hired a few workers to manage it, and business thrived. Every evening, the two of them would sit together, either reading or chatting, occasionally joking and laughing with each other. Late at night, they would engage in magical meditation. During these 3 days, Asura noticed Fei's remarkable talent in medicine. He wrote down all the medical knowledge he had learned from his grandfather, St Goin, along with his personal insights, and secretly tucked the notes under the girl's pillow. On the 3rd evening, Asura dressed neatly and put on the ghost face mask he had specifically asked Fei to buy for him. Silent as a shadow, he climbed over the wall and disappeared around the street corner in just a few swift movements. When he arrived at the registration site, the imposing, provocatively dressed woman from before eyed him with interest. Recognizing him instantly as the rookie, she teased, Oh, sweetheart, did you miss me? Come on in and let me spoil you. Asura glanced at her chest and silently compared it in his mind. Large but sagging, nowhere near as firm as Fei's. The woman seemed to read his thoughts and, gritting her teeth, snapped, Are you looking to die tonight? How many competitors of my level are fighting tonight? Asura asked calmly. The woman tossed him a testing stone with such force that it made his arm ache. The stone revealed his strength as a martial artist of the 3rd rank. This was because Asura had suppressed his power to 50% using the prison of cabin. The woman gave him a long, scrutinizing look before handing him a deathmatch roster. Asura quickly scanned it and found that, including himself, there were 12 3rd rank martial artists competing. The strongest among them was a man named Sane, who wielded a massive battle axe and had once fought a first-rank great martial artist to a draw. Him, tonight, Asura said, pointing to Sane's name. Are you really trying to get yourself killed? The woman sneered. That guy has never left anyone alive. I just want to aim for the higher points. Saves me the trouble of fighting one by one. Asura replied with a smile hidden beneath his mask. The woman said no more, giving only a devilish grin as she placed the nameplate of Ghostbane alongside Sane's and instructed the staff to calculate the odds. While waiting in the resting area, Asura felt a twinge of nervousness, but he reassured himself. His actual strength was at the first rank of a great martial artist, and if things went south, he could always unlock 3 layers of his seals to ensure his survival. As he stepped out of the contestant tunnel, the arena erupted in jeers and curses. The gamblers who had bet on Sane hurled insults at him and his family, striking a nerve deep within Asura. After all, wasn't his relentless training all for the sake of protecting his family? Suddenly, a heavy, ominous sound of footsteps echoed from the opposite side. A towering, bare-chested giant emerged Sane. His bald head and bloodshot eyes, coupled with a body covered in grotesque scars, made for a terrifying sight. In his hands, he held a colossal axe, larger than Asura himself. Sane sneered as he sized up the black-clad youth before him, then let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire underground arena, driving the crowd into an even greater frenzy. The gamblers clutched their betting slips tightly, their excitement nearly driving them to leap out of their seats. They couldn't wait to see Shaun twist his opponent's head off. Asura, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at the gleaming edge of Shaun's massive axe. His right hand instinctively reached for the dagger hidden in his boot, only to freeze midair. Suddenly remembered that he had returned the dagger to Lanyu. Frustrated by his own oversight, he had no choice but to focus all his attention on the towering giant standing before him. The announcer, observing the electrified atmosphere in the arena, wore a satisfied grin. However, he showed no interest in introducing Cyan's opponent. In his mind, giving a formal introduction to someone who was about to die was a waste of time. After all, who cared about the name of a doomed man? He brushed over Asura's introduction with little enthusiasm and instead launched into an animated presentation of the giant, Shaun, before declaring the match officially begun. Kid, I heard you chose to challenge me on your own? Shaun sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. As a rookie, you have no idea how stupid that decision was. But hey, remember to think twice in your next life. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Shaun charged at Asura like a cannonball. Despite his massive frame, his speed was shockingly swift. Shaun raised his colossal axe high, preparing to cleave the masked boy in black clean in two. He could already imagine the warm spray of blood splattering across his face. But to his shock, the axe struck nothing but the ground with a deafening crash, sending sparks flying and leaving his arms trembling from the impact. The spot beneath the blade was empty. As he lifted his head to locate his opponent, a fist crackling with lightning filled his vision, growing larger at an alarming speed. 3 thunderous booms echoed in his skull as dizziness overtook him, and his massive body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Asura's figure materialized beside the fallen giant, his speed so astonishing that everyone in the arena collectively gasped. Asura planted a firm foot on Cyan's chest just as the giant began to struggle to rise, forcing him back down. Without hesitation, a barrage of lightning-fast punches rained down on Cyan's face like a relentless storm. At first, the giant resisted, but soon his struggles ceased entirely, leaving only the sickening splatter of blood and the faintest remnants of breath. The arena fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the dull, bone-shaking thuds of fists meeting flesh. The sound was far more terrifying than Cyan's heavy footsteps had been during his entrance. Though Shaun wasn't the absolute strongest among fighters of his rank, he was considered one of the top contenders. The others of his level were either recovering from injuries or absent from tonight's event. Asura, as if venting some deep, unspoken fury, threw a few more punches at Cyan's lifeless head before finally finding a moment of calm. He rose slowly, surveying the crowd. Not a single person dared to meet the gaze that burned behind his ghostly mask. It wasn't until then that the announcer snapped out of his daze, hurriedly declaring, "The winner of this match is Ghostbane." The unfamiliar name was destined to be etched into the memories of everyone present. But what left the crowd even more stunned was when the masked young fighter suddenly shouted, "Let the remaining 10 fighters in the warrior rank tier 3 come out. Tonight, I'm taking on all 10 of you." When Asura emerged from the underground arena of the Pagoda Palace, the ordinary badge in his hand had been replaced with an exquisite bronze one. In this battle, he initially intended to take on 10 opponents simultaneously, but only 4 warriors of the same rank dared to face him. The other 6, having witnessed the massive corpse of Saiyan being dragged from the arena by staff, conceded without a fight and willingly surrendered their points to Asura. In the end, Even the 4 remaining warriors refrained from stepping onto the stage. One was the first to bow his head and hand over his badge in surrender, and the other 3 quickly followed suit. That night, Asura's point skyrocketed to 110. In accordance with the rules, the Pagoda Palace upgraded his badge to bronze. Even the usually flirtatious and provocative woman at the registration counter adopted a more formal tone, her teasing demeanor subdued. Although the Pagoda Palace offered the victorious Asura fine wine, delicacies, and female companionship until dawn, he merely took a portion of the exquisite pastries, stored them in his utility belt, and left silently. The scantily clad woman watched his retreating figure disappear into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly sensing something, she respectfully bowed toward the shadows. "Greetings, Elder Walker. What instructions do you have?" A plainly dressed, middle-aged man stepped out from the darkness. He remained silent, his deep gaze fixed on the direction Asura had gone. The woman tentatively asked, "Elder, this young man seems rather unusual. Should we investigate him?" Elder Walker chuckled lightly and said, "Interesting, but there's no need. No matter how talented, a genius is still just a low-level warrior until they mature. Let's wait until he earns the silver badge." With that, his figure vanished from the room. The woman bowed and replied, "Understood." Asura didn't return to the shop immediately. Instead, he wandered through the streets, repeatedly circling to ensure no one was following him. Only then did he leap back to the shop's rear courtyard. Before he even entered, he heard the soft sound of sobbing. There, leaning against the courtyard doorframe, was Daphne with tears streaming down her face. This display of concern warmed Ashura's heart. He quickly approached, but the ghostly mask he had forgotten to remove startled the young girl. Before he could take off the mask, a soft, trembling figure threw itself into his arms, tears soaking his chest. Asura tightened his embrace, and the trembling in the girl's body gradually subsided. Through her sobs, Daphne said, "I thought you had abandoned me. I saw the medical book you left behind, and remembered you said something difficult would happen in 3 days, but I couldn't do anything to help you." Asura didn't let her finish. He silenced her with a deep kiss, then carried her into the house. That night, the young man let go of all his reservations and no longer played the role of a gentleman. The two, though inexperienced, shared an earnest and heartfelt intimacy until dawn, marking their physical comingafage. It was one of the rare nights Asura didn't spend meditating into the early hours. Watching Daphne sleep, Asura, having experienced the pleasures of intimacy for the first time, felt a sense of pride, his smile taking on a roguish charm. Even after Asura had spent 2 hours practicing martial techniques in the courtyard, Daphne had yet to awaken to prepare breakfast. Knowing that the fatigue from the previous night had left her in deep sleep, he placed the exquisite pastries he had brought back from the Pagoda Palace on the table by her bedside. Leaving a note that read, "Gone for a walk," he vaulted out of the courtyard. This time, Asura headed straight for the largest weapon shop in Prolo City. The lesson from the previous night of fighting barehanded prompted him to purchase a pair of twin blades. The only reason he had quickly subdued Saiyan was that the audience's curses had enraged him, temporarily unlocking one layer of his sealed power, which allowed him to operate at 70 of his full strength. Despite this suppression by the cabin seal, his physical strength and reaction speed remained at the level of a first-rank Grand Martial Master. Using his chasing wind, racing thunder movement technique, he had made it impossible for Saiyan, who lacked speed, to even graze the edge of his clothing. However, after scouring the weapon shops, Asura still couldn't find a pair of blades to his satisfaction. The ones he fancied were beyond his budget, while the affordable ones failed to meet his standards. Having once wielded the blue feather dagger, he found ordinary weapons clumsy and inadequate. Knowing that an ill-suited weapon could prove fatal in battle, Asura adhered to the principle of, better to go without than to settle. Ultimately, he returned empty-handed. Asura deftly vaulted over the courtyard wall, slipping silently into the small yard behind the shop. Through the window lattice, he caught sight of an amusing scene. Dai Fei, like a greedy little hamster, was stuffing the pastries he had left behind into her mouth one after another. Caught off guard by Asura's gaze, the young woman froze, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. In her panic to swallow the food quickly, she ended up choking, her eyes rolling back momentarily. Asura stifled a laugh and handed her the cup of water from the table. Dai Fei grabbed it hastily and took a big gulp, but in her rush, the thin blanket draped over her chest slipped down, revealing a patch of porcelain-white skin. Ashura's eyes were instantly drawn, leaving him momentarily stunned. Realizing her unintended exposure, Dai Fei let out a small gasp and hurriedly pulled the blanket over her head, curling herself into a ball. Seeing her shy, flustered demeanor, a smirk tugged at the corner of Ashura's lips. With a few swift motions, he shed his own clothes and slipped into the warm bed beside her. For the next 2 hours, the small room was filled with an intimate warmth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, It was only after Dai Fei's tearful pleas for mercy that Asura finally relented. By then, she was utterly spent, collapsing against him like a limp rag doll and falling into a deep sleep. Feeling refreshed, Asura got up, sat cross-legged, and began meditating until dawn. To avoid affecting his performance in the upcoming life-and-death combat tournament, Asura restrained himself for the next 2 days, refraining from disturbing Dai Fei. When evening arrived, he donned his ghost face mask and reappeared at the registration counter of the Pagoda Palace. The scantily clad woman behind the desk eyed him with an intense, smoldering gaze, uncharacteristically refraining from her usual teasing remarks. Feeling slightly uneasy under her scrutiny, Asura cleared his throat and took the initiative to ask, "What opponents are in my rank tonight? Let me take a look at the roster." The woman stood up at his words, leaning forward on the counter, completely indifferent to the revealing view she offered. With a seductive smile, she said, "I must admit, I underestimated you. I didn't think I was being dismissive, but your strength has far exceeded my expectations." As she spoke, she handed him a list. "Because of your presence, there are only 4 contestants in the martial artist 3rd rank tonight. I doubt you'll find any of them worthy of your attention." Asura glanced at the points listed next to the names. The highest score was a mere 12, and his interest immediately waned. After a brief moment of thought, he said, "May I see the roster for the 1st-rank great martial artists instead?" The woman seemed to have anticipated this request and promptly handed over another list. Tonight, the 1st-rank great martial artists had over 20 participants. Without hesitation, Asura pointed to the contestant with the lowest score of mere 8 points. "I'll take him tonight." Asura followed the seductive woman's gesture and turned his gaze toward the contestant named Valet. The woman curled her lips into a sly, alluring smile and warned him, "Although he's ranked at the very bottom among the Grand Martial Masters, that's only because he hasn't competed much. It doesn't mean he's weak." Asura studied the provocative woman in front of him, aware that her words were a mix of truth and deception. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Fine, I'll choose him. Worst case, I'll lose and give him all my points to beg for mercy." His timid response sent the woman into fits of laughter, her body trembling with amusement, leaving Asura momentarily dazed. Once she calmed down, her expression turned serious. "On the arena, life or death is determined by strength alone. Plenty of people beg for mercy, but only a few survive. Even if your opponent spares you, the gamblers who bet on your victory won't. So in the end, it's all up to you." Hearing this, Asura couldn't deny that the well-endowed woman had a point. If not for his own strength as a grand martial master, he wouldn't dare risk his life like this. Feigning confidence, he said, "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. Let's go with this plan." The woman smiled and nodded. As Asura turned to leave, he suddenly stopped and asked, "I've got a bronze badge. Can I use my points to exchange for items?" "What are you looking for?" she asked in return. "What level of dual blades can I get with my current points?" The woman casually brushed her hair back and called into the shadows behind her, "Bring the radiant twin blades." Moments later, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the darkness, handing over a pair of golden, glowing blades. The woman received them and explained, "These are the radiant twin blades. Their original owner was a demon warrior who perished alongside his opponent in the arena. 100 points. Do you want them?" Asura accepted the blades, noting that their gleaming, ostentatious appearance clashed with his usual understated style. However, their weight and balance hinted at extraordinary craftsmanship. He tested a few moves from the climbing blade technique and found the slightly longer blades to be exceptionally well suited to his style. To his surprise, when he channeled his blood energy into the blades, they emitted a dazzling golden light, making it difficult for opponents to look directly at them, hence their name, Radiant. Without hesitation, he handed over his badge, taking the blades to the resting area to practice. Immersed in perfecting his climbing blade technique, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. A staff member informed him it was time to enter the arena. Asura calmed his nerves, secured the twin blades in his storage belt, and followed the staff member down the contestant passage. When he emerged in the center of the arena wearing his ghostly mask, the audience erupted into 2 distinct reactions: a wave of jeers and curses, and a smaller but resolute cheer of support. Clearly, some spectators had begun to acknowledge his strength. Among the crowd, he even spotted Shios waving a betting slip enthusiastically, cheering him on. Across from him, Valet stood with arms crossed, his expression calm yet tinged with disdain. Asura could feel the dangerous aura radiating from his opponent, and immediately unlocked one of the seals on his cabin prison. Drawing the radiant twin blades, he prepared himself for the fight. Valet's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Although he appreciated Asura's cautiousness, he thought to himself, "This fool dares to challenge someone on the verge of breaking into the 2nd tier of the Grand Martial Master rank. They'll make sure he learns the harsh reality of the gap between us today." As soon as the announcer's voice faded, Valet shot forward like an arrow, his fist aimed directly at Asura's face. The strike carried the full force of his martial technique, raw and overwhelming. Asura didn't dare be careless, crossed his blades to block the blow. The moment fist met blade, a tremendous force drove Asura back 2 steps. Shocked, he looked up to see valet fists encased in nearly transparent silver gauntlets, faint magical runes glimmering on their surface. Valet's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his eyes brimming with contempt. Realizing how outmatched you are now? Just because you've defeated a few low-level nobodies, you think you can challenge someone above your rank? Dying at the hands of Valet is an honor. Remember this in your next life. Don't provoke someone you can't handle. Before his words fully settled, Valet lunged at Asura like an unleashed tiger. He didn't bother using any combat techniques. Instead, he relied solely on his silver gauntlets as he launched a fierce barrage of punches. His fists rained down like a storm, each blow carrying immense power. Under this relentless assault, Asura staggered backward repeatedly, his stance unsteady. It seemed as though he could collapse at any moment, yet he gritted his teeth and stood his ground. The audience outside the ring was ecstatic, cheering wildly as the renowned Valet overwhelmed the brash newcomer known as Ghost's Bane. To them, this was a rare, spectacular, and audacious newcomer, daring to challenge someone far beyond his level. It wasn't just a fight, it was practically a death sentence. And for the crowd, it was entertainment worth every coin they had wagered. However, as the audience's cheers grew hoarse, the fight remained one-sided, with Valet dominating but unable to land a decisive blow. Gradually, murmurs of impatience and jeers began to ripple through the stands. Valet, too, sensed that something was amiss. This young man's raw strength might be on par with his own, but his sheer resilience and endurance were extraordinary, far beyond what an average martial artist of this level could possess. With a roar of frustration, Valet finally unleashed his signature blue-tier combat technique, the Shattering Fist. The momentum of his punches shifted dramatically, becoming even more ferocious and unstoppable. The shockwaves alone nearly forced Asura to drop his twin blades. Yet just as Valet's face twisted into a triumphant grin, the tide of the battle abruptly turned. Asura absorbed the onslaught with remarkable composure and launched a counterattack. His blade techniques surged like an unrelenting tide, forcing Valet onto the defensive. After 9 consecutive strikes, Valet was horrified to feel sharp jolts of pain through his prized gauntlets. These were gauntlets that even a first-tier grandmaster's techniques couldn't breach. Fear began to creep into his heart, and his previously confident attacks grew increasingly erratic. The spectators were stunned, unable to comprehend how the once dominant Valet had suddenly become a punching bag. The truth was, Asura had unlocked the second seal of the cabin prison, restoring 90 of his strength. Combined with his unique mastery of both martial and magical arts, overpowering opponents of the same rank was effortless. When Asura's 14th strike, Ascending Blade, sliced through the air, a blood-curdling scream tore through the arena. A flash of red burst forth as Valet's right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, falling to the ground in a gruesome display. The audience stared in shock and disbelief as the severed arm flew through the air. Valet's face turned ashen. He ignored the excruciating pain from his wound and pleaded for mercy repeatedly. However, Asura simply swung his blades, unleashing a dazzling arc of light. In an instant, Valet's body was cleaved in two, his blood and entrails spilling across the ground. Asura exhaled heavily, the act of killing no longer fazing him. Without hesitation, he retrieved the pair of gloves and storage belt from Valet's lifeless body. According to the rules of the floating temple, the victor claims everything from the defeated. The intricate magical patterns on the gloves made it clear they were no ordinary item, a treasure he had coveted for a long time. The stands erupted with a cacophony of voices. Some screamed, others cursed. The entire arena was on the verge of chaos. Everyone now recognized that this dual-blade-wielding Dreadreaper was a force to be reckoned with. Despite his calm exterior, Asura was far from at ease. His hands were bleeding, and his internal energy was severely depleted. To avoid being ambushed by other competitors, he quickly tallied his points, ignored the taunts from scantily clad women, and left the floating temple in haste. Months of life-and-death trials had significantly enhanced his strength, speed, and reflexes, making him nearly invincible among those of his rank. However, he still struggled to fully integrate martial arts and magic, and he was wary of revealing his dual mastery for fear of exposing his true identity beneath the mask. After weaving through countless alleys, he finally returned to the backyard of a small shop. There, Daifei was anxiously waiting by the doorframe. The moment she saw him leap into the courtyard, she ran into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Asura let out a soft sigh, and the two embraced in silence for a long time. The girl in his arms understood all too well the hardships he endured. The next morning, Asura woke from meditation. He glanced at Daifei, still asleep with tear stains on her cheeks, and gently tucked the blanket around her before stepping quietly into the yard. Reflecting on last night's battle, he was dissatisfied with the timing of activating the second seal, believing he could have held out a moment longer. He then practiced a set of thunderstrike fist techniques to loosen up. It had been over half a month since he last returned to the academy, and he felt that his discussion with his mentor, Yuanda, had been too brief, leaving many training questions unresolved. The damaged soft armor in his storage belt, which he needed to return to Magina, was also a source of concern. While inspecting the storage belt he had taken from Valet, Asura found only a few gold coins and medicinal pills, nothing particularly valuable. This was not surprising. Most martial artists at this level were desperate fighters who carried little of worth. If they had the means to survive comfortably, they wouldn't risk their lives in the floating temple. But Valet was different. As a high-ranking martial artist, he had underestimated Asura as merely a lower-level challenger, bringing his entire fortune with Hema, mistake that unexpectedly enriched Asura. The gloves, in particular, fascinated Asura, thin as a cicada's wings yet fitting snugly against his skin. Their magical patterns enhanced both defense and attack power by 10%. Even more remarkably, they were undetectable when not in combat. If he had these gloves last night, he wouldn't have needed to activate the second seal to defeat Valet. What Asura didn't know was that these gloves were a relic of Valet's family, a once prominent clan in the Pagadin Empire that had fallen into decline due to a lack of successors. The gloves had made their way to Pro City in the Valenci Empire along with Valet, who was on the verge of advancing to the second rank of high martial mastery. Yet, they ultimately ended up in Asura's hands. With this newfound treasure, Asura felt more confident about his future battles in the floating temple. He even began studying the ancient magical patterns on the gloves, hoping to replicate them onto other equipment. After enjoying a breakfast prepared with care by Dai Fei, Asura took out a medical manuscript and patiently explained its key points to her. These writings, the lives work of St Goin, a renowned physician from the eastern region of the Valenci Empire, were vastly different from the medical practices in Pro City. The unique acupuncture techniques described within left Dai Fei thoroughly amazed. Dai Fei's extraordinary talent in medicine left Asura utterly amazed. Her ability to grasp the essentials of medical techniques was so swift that it even surpassed his own, despite his usual self-proclaimed brilliance. Witnessing Dai Fei's exceptional performance, Asura was tempted to introduce her to his grandfather, St Goin. He believed that with her aptitude and comprehension, she would undoubtedly delight his grandfather. However, a sudden realization struck him: if Dai Fei were to become his grandfather's disciple, her seniority would surpass his, making it difficult for him to maintain their current closeness. With that thought, he quickly dismissed the idea. From dawn till late at night, their medical lessons continued without pause. From the study desk to the bedside, Asura guided Dai Fei through hands-on demonstrations, teaching her how to locate acupuncture points by touch. After finishing one such session, Asura mentioned his intention to return to St Gobain Academy. Dai Fei, hiding under her blanket with a flushed face, simply reminded him to focus on his studies and not to rush back to visit her. This made Asura redden with embarrassment, as he thought to himself that Dai Fei had no idea his hurried return was actually due to becoming a target of the academy's male students after being unexpectedly kissed by Lanyu. He had no choice but to temporarily escape from Prolo City. The following morning, Asura said his goodbyes to Dai Fei and set off on horseback for St Gobain City. 3 days later, he arrived back at the familiar St Gobain Academy. With over an hour left before classes began, he discreetly donned the mage's robe of the academy, pulled the hood over his head, and headed straight for the bustling dining hall. In the dining hall, he listened attentively to the conversations around him and picked up one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The gossip about Lan Yu's kiss had significantly diminished, which was a relief. However, there had been a recent surge in the number of students advancing to the first level of Grand Warrior, which posed a new challenge for him. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a striking figure, Magina, who had just finished her breakfast and was about to leave the dining hall. Countless admiring gazes trailed her as she walked away. Asura hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and deciding to follow her. Keeping his hood low, he trailed her from a distance until she reached a secluded lakeside clearing within the grove. This was a secluded clearing by the lakeside, where tall shrubs perfectly shielded it from the view of the nearby road. Recently, Magina had developed a habit of coming here every morning after breakfast to train alone for an hour before heading to the martial arts grounds for her classes. At this moment, the red-haired girl was fully engrossed, unleashing a fierce barrage of punches and kicks on the ironwood training dummy positioned at the center of the clearing. Each strike carried a sharp gust of wind, and the relentless thudding of her blows echoed in the air. Hidden behind the shrubs, Asura couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The dummy bore a crude drawing of a face that, to Asura's annoyance, bore an uncanny resemblance to his own smug grin. This irked him to the point that he let out a faint snort through his nose. That subtle sound was enough to alert Magina, who was deeply focused on her practice. She spun around sharply, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. "Who's there? Show yourself." Realizing he'd been discovered, Asura had no choice but to step out from behind the bushes. As he removed his hood, he sighed in resignation. Relax, it's just me. When Magina saw who it was, a flicker of light flashed in her eyes, but it quickly dimmed as her expression turned cold. She glared at him with a frosty intensity, and her sudden shift in demeanor made Ashura's heart skip a beat. His hand instinctively moved to his belt, debating whether he should pull out his twin blades for self-defense, or just brace himself with the damaged suit of armor he had brought. The two locked eyes in silence for a few tense moments before Asura, unnerved by her icy stare, finally broke the stalemate. I just got back, and I need to talk to you about something important. Hear me out before you get mad. Magina crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. You just got back? Funny, because I heard someone came back 2 weeks ago and caused quite the commotion by the lake. Care to explain? That's nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. Ashura denied immediately. I'm here for serious business today. But first, promise me you won't get angry. Seeing his shameless demeanor, Magina let out a huff, tilting her chin slightly in a gesture for him to continue. Ashura couldn't help but steal a quick glance at her chest before awkwardly scratching the back of his head. First off, thanks for lending me the soft armor, it really came in handy. But, there was a bit of an accident, and it's damaged. Do you think it can be repaired? If not, I'll compensate you. He retrieved the damaged soft armor from his storage space and handed it to her. This particular piece was part of a set gifted to her by her family's elder for her 14th birthday, one male, one female. She had always worn the female set herself, but on a whim, she had lent the male set to Ashura. Remembering the elder's teasing words back then, if you find a boy you like, you can give him the other set, a faint blush crept onto Magina's face. However, as soon as her eyes fell on the damage to the armor's abdomen, her expression darkened. From her knowledge of the armor's craftsmanship, it would take the full force strike of a high-level magic warrior to breach its defenses. But these were clearly claw marks from a magical beast. What in the world had this fool been up to? I didn't do it on purpose. Can it be fixed? If not, I'll pay you back, Ashura muttered feebly. His words snapped Magina out of her thoughts. Damaged like this, and you still have the nerve to return it to me? What exactly have you been doing lately? Faced with her interrogation, Ashura could only grin sheepishly and deflect with vague promises of compensation. Looking at his infuriatingly familiar smirk, the same one that often haunted her dreams, Magina grew angrier by the second. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "It doesn't look like you've improved much during your time away. Fine, let's settle this with a duel. If you win, you won't have to compensate me. But if you lose, you'll stay on as my sparring partner until graduation, and you'll still have to pay for the armor." Ashura's lips curled into a sly smile at her challenge. Deal? Magina hesitated slightly. The infuriating man in front of her seemed more confident and composed than before, as if he no longer feared her strength. Though this gave her pause, she couldn't back down from her own proposal. With her skills, there was no reason to retreat. Magina raised her chin haughtily, her eyes sparkling with battle intent. You think I'd stoop to cheating against you? Come on, take your beating. I've been itching for a fight lately. Hearing this, Ashura stretched his limbs, his own eyes igniting with fighting spirit. He was eager to test the results of his recent training and see if he could narrow the gap between himself and these prodigies of the academy. Not daring to be careless, he swiftly drew his radiant twin blades from his spatial belt and unlocked 2 layers of the cabin prison seal, restoring 90 of his strength. As the seals were released, a sharp and overwhelming aura burst forth from Ashura. Magina's keen instincts immediately picked up on this change. Although she couldn't quite understand how this troublesome kid achieved it, she decided to take the duel seriously. With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved a set of fiery red heavy armor from her spatial ring and donned it in an instant. The crimson armor, perfectly matching her flame-colored hair, combined with the massive zanbato in her hands, made her look like a goddess of war descending onto the battlefield. Ashura couldn't help but gape at the fully armored Magina. He had intended to rely on his explosive power as a grand martial master to end the fight quickly, but her cautious preparation clearly threw a wrench into his plan. He was well aware that Magina was nothing like the desperate fighters from the Futu Palace. Her extraordinary background provided her with top-notch training resources and guidance. Even the fiery red armor adorned with intricate magical patterns she wore was far beyond anything he could easily penetrate. Despite this inherent advantage, Ashura didn't feel it was unfair. Instead, he quickly adjusted his strategy. Since a hidden confrontation was unlikely to succeed, he would have to rely on wit to gain the upper hand. A sly grin tugged at the corner of his lips, a signature expression that only served to irritate Magina further. Without hesitation, Magina hefted her massive blade and charged straight at Ashura. He cursed under his breath, calling her a madwoman, and raised his twin blades to meet her strike. The clash of steel echoed deafeningly as the two were forced to take a step back. This initial exchange left both of them secretly astonished. Asura hadn't expected Magina's strength to rival that of a level 5 earthquake bear, while Magina was certain Asura had advanced to the first stage of Grand Martial Master, though she couldn't comprehend why his aura still appeared at the level of a martial master. Suppressing her doubts, Magina focused entirely on the battle. The two engaged in a fierce duel amidst the woods by the lakeside, their moves swift and relentless. The intensity of their clash painted a vivid picture of strength and strategy. Fortunately, few students were present by the lake at this time. Otherwise, this spectacular showdown would undoubtedly have drawn a crowd of onlookers. Magina grew increasingly astonished as the battle raged on. In just half a year, the sparring partner she once easily overpowered had grown to the point where she had to fight with all her might. She vividly remembered how, not long ago, she could crush him with less than half her strength, leaving him scrambling in defeat. Yet now, he was holding his ground in a head-to-head clash. As the prodigy of the Valency Empire, Magina had always been blessed with the best training resources and mentors. The power concealed within her devilishly curvaceous frame was something no peer could match. But now, this robe-clad mage was deflecting her strikes without faltering, leaving her both surprised and infuriated. On the other side, Asura wasn't faring much better. Each of Magina's slashes sent his blood surging turbulently within him. He wanted to execute his Tower Ascension blade technique, but every time he managed a few strikes, Magina would forcefully interrupt his rhythm. This was the inherent flaw of the technikia weakness he had yet to overcome. Still, he refused to rely on agility to evade her attacks. Instead, he met her hidden with every blow, because he was setting a trap. As the fight intensified, their battlefield shifted further away from the initial clearing surrounded by bushes. Trees in the vicinity bore the brunt of their clashes, left shattered and scattered by the force of their strikes. The fierce duel even drew the attention of nearby students out on their morning exercises, who gathered to watch in awe. After yet another clash between her greatsword and his twin blades, Magina retreated a step, while Asura was forced back 7 or 8 steps, stopping near a cluster of bushes. Magina breathed heavily, exhilarated by the rare thrill of such an intense battle. Her combat-hardened spirit burned brighter, and the way she looked at Asura became increasingly fiery. Asura, however, felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, and an involuntary image of Magina pinning him down flashed through his mind. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he taunted her. "Is that all you've got? You'll never beat me like this. Show me your strongest move already, I've got a class to catch." Magina's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of genuine anger. She hesitated momentarily, worried that her most powerful technique might seriously hurt him. But Asura, ever the provocateur, fanned the flames. "What's the matter, she-dragon? Can't decide? If you're too scared, I'll just use my ultimate move first. Don't say I didn't warn you." The word she-dragon instantly ignited Magina's fury. Without another moment's hesitation, she shifted her greatsword behind her and crouched slightly, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Asura's lips curled into a subtle smirk. This was the moment he had been waiting for. After countless sparring sessions, Asura knew Magina's techniques inside and out. The move she was about to unleash was one of her strongest, the Gale Crescent Slash. This technique would send her hurtling toward her opponent at high speed. Swinging her greatsword in a devastating crescent arc, he noticed she had turned the blade backward, with the flat side facing forward, and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This prodigy still held back enough not to inflict fatal harm. With a fierce yell, Magina shouted, "Gale Crescent Slash." Before her words fully left her mouth, she was already charging at Asura like an arrow loosed from a bow. But Asura, having anticipated this, shouted the same words, "Gale Crescent Slash," while unleashing a dazzling golden light from his twin blades. The unexpected shout momentarily startled Magina, and the blinding light forced her to close her eyes. Relying on momentum, she swung her blade forward with the flat side, only to hear a sharp crack. It wasn't the clash of weapons, or the sound of flesh being struck. It sounded like she had hit something wooden, possibly a bush. Before she could open her stinging eyes, her body had already surged forward past the bushes. Suddenly, the ground beneath her disappeared. With a loud splash, Magina plunged into the cold waters of a lake. This was Asura's carefully laid trap all along. Behind the bushes where he had retreated lay a wide lake, its surface concealed by the dense foliage. Every step he had taken to lure Magina here, including his feigned retreats, had been part of his plan. The heating clashes were designed to make her believe he would never dodge her attacks, ensuring she committed fully to her final move. When he saw her preparing the Gale Crescent Slash, he knew the trap was set. His own shouted Gale Crescent Slash was nothing more than a ruse to distract her at the crucial moment. The twin blades of Asura gleamed with dazzling light, their brilliance piercing directly into Magina's eyes. Momentarily blinded, the girl lost her sense of direction and stumbled into the lake. Damn it! She cried out in panic. The heavy armor she wore, once her protection, now became a fatal burden, dragging her relentlessly toward the lake's depths. She flailed her arms desperately in the water, but it was no use, she couldn't keep herself afloat. This scene dredged up a haunting memory from Magina's childhood, a time when her playful mischief nearly led to her drowning in the family pond, only to be saved by her mother's swift intervention. Ever since then, she had harbored a deep fear of water and had never learned to swim. Asura, initially smug with triumph, had relished the thought of finally teaching this girl who never held back in her attacks against him a lesson. But as he noticed that Magina's fingers had not reappeared above the water for quite some time, and the bubbles rising to the surface were growing fewer and fewer, a cold dread seized his heart. Without hesitation, he dove into the lake. Beneath the clear waters, Magina appeared as still and lifeless as a sinking statue, slowly descending into the depths. The sight made Asura's blood run cold. His plan had only been to trap Magina in the lake, exploiting her inability to maneuver in the water to force her to concede defeat. He had never imagined that she couldn't swim. After just a few futile struggles, she had begun sinking. If anything were to happen to her because of this, it would be a guilt he could never atone for. Asura swam down with all his might. The weight of the armor was pulling Magina down rapidly, but he managed to grab hold of her arm just in time. Summoning every ounce of strength, he propelled them both upward. As soon as they broke the surface, he hoisted her into his arms and strode quickly to the shore. But the girl in his arms remained unresponsive. Her eyes were closed, her face deathly pale. Asura laid her down on the grassy lakeside, frantically removing her helmet. Yet her lifeless expression confirmed his worst fears: she was no longer breathing. No matter how desperately he called her name or shook her, Magina gave no sign of life. In that critical moment, a flash of memory struck Asura. His grandfather had once taught him life-saving techniques. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath, leaned down, and pressed his lips to the girl's cold, pale ones, beginning to administer CPR. Asura leaned over Magina, his lips pressing against hers in a desperate attempt to revive her, but she remained unresponsive. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he realized that mouth-to-mouth resuscitation wasn't working. Without hesitation, he began unfastening the heavy armor that encased her body. As he prepared to perform chest compressions, he discovered a fitted undergarment beneath the fiery red armor, a soft inner layer that closely resembled the one she had once lent him. Time was critical, and Asura couldn't afford to waste a second. He chose to bypass removing the inner armor entirely. Sliding his hands into the space over her chest, he began rhythmic compressions, pausing every few moments to administer breaths. After several repetitions, her chest rose faintly, and with a soft gasp, Magina's eyes fluttered open. The first thing she saw upon regaining consciousness was his face so close, their lips still brushing. Her eyes widened in shock, her mind blank as her body felt limp and powerless. She could sense the breath he had just transferred into her lungs, and then, as he straightened, she felt his hands pressing against her chest through the soft armor. As Asura leaned down again, preparing to repeat the process, he froze. Magina's wide, incredulous eyes were fixed on his. Their gazes locked, and silence hung between them. It was Asura who broke the moment, awkwardly withdrawing his hand from her chest and offering a sheepish grin. "You're awake. Don't read too much into this. I saved you after you fell into the water. No need to thank me too much. It was just a life-saving gesture." Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the forest. Asura instinctively clutched his stinging cheek, his expression shifting to one of indignation as he looked at Magina, who had pushed herself into a half-sitting position. Though still pale and weak, she leaned on one hand for support, while using the other to clutch the loose fabric of her inner armor, shielding herself. Her lips quivered as she glared at him with icy disdain. "You tricked me into the water, and while I was unconscious, you dared to kiss me and touch my chest. How could you?" Asura's frustration began to ebb as he looked at the trembling girl before him. He opened his mouth to explain but froze when he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he saw two familiar female students standing nearby, their faces frozen in shock as they stared at the scene before them. A sinking feeling crept over him. Thinking quickly, Asura sprang to his feet and lunged toward the two girls, hoping to stop them before they could spread any misunderstandings. Startled, they screamed and bolted, running deeper into the woods. He was about to pursue them when he caught sight of more figures approaching rapidly through the trees. A curse escaped his lips. "This is bad." Abandoning his chase, he rushed back to Magina, who still seemed dazed and overwhelmed. He spoke quickly, his voice low. "Listen, I really was trying to save you. Believe it or not, that's the truth. But now there are people coming, and I don't know what they might have heard or seen. Fix your clothes and get out of here. We'll talk about this another time." Without waiting for her response, he turned and vanished into the forest, his movements swift and precise. Magina sat there, stunned, her mind reeling. That scoundrel had dared to touch her, and then fled the scene. But the sound of approaching footsteps brought her back to her senses. Hurriedly, she retrieved a warrior's robe from her storage ring and threw it over herself, covering her disheveled state. Moments later, a group of 7 or 8 students emerged from the trees. Among them were the 2 girls who had fled earlier, now peeking out nervously from behind the male students. The group paused, taking in the sight of Magina with her damp hair, pale complexion, and the vibrant warrior's robe draped over her. Her lips, still slightly swollen, added an unspoken intensity to her appearance. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to say. Magina stood silently and began to walk away, but one of the bolder boys stepped forward, blocking her path. Magina, is it true? We heard that some black-haired guy tried to take advantage of you. If that's the case, don't worry, we'll track him down and make him pay for what he did. She stopped and turned her icy gaze on him, her voice cutting like a blade. Get out of my way. With that single word, she brushed past him and disappeared into the woods without a backward glance. The boy's face flushed with embarrassment, but behind him, the 2 girls began chattering excitedly, recounting what they'd witnessed. They explained how they'd been drawn to the area by the sounds of a struggle and had arrived just in time to see a boy and girl locked in an intimate embrace. As they approached, they heard a slap and snippets of the girl's accusations, something about being tricked into the water, kissed, and touched. When they had recognized the girl, they were stunned. It was none other than Magina, one of the Academy's top 10 most admired students, lying on the ground in a state that could only be described as vulnerable and captivating. The male protagonist's identity, left the 2 girls utterly stunned. It was the same boy whom Lan Yu had forcibly kissed in this very forest not long ago. As witnesses to that incident, they never expected to see the same boy caught up in yet another scandalous event. The black-haired youth kissing Magina right before their eyes. Word of the incident spread rapidly across the academy, drawing an ever-growing crowd to the scene. The male students, furious, began scouring the area in search of the black-haired boy, while the 2 girls eagerly recounted the events to anyone who would listen, swearing repeatedly as if to convince any skeptics. As the gathering swelled, the sensational news spread through the academy like wildfire. Meanwhile, the male lead, Asura, had already slipped out of the academy with practiced ease. Standing just outside the gates, he cast a helpless glance back at the chaos behind him, his face contorted into a grimace that looked worse than crying. Without wasting another moment, he mounted his dragon horse and sped off toward Pro City. As for the other protagonist, Magina, she uncharacteristically skipped her training at the martial arts grounds. Instead, she curled up on her bed, lost in thought. The scene of that jerk kissing her kept replaying in her mind. As she calmed down, she began to realize that he might have been trying to save her. The pain in her chest was located between her breasts, hardly a spot someone would target for mere advantage. Still, the fact remained that he had taken liberties with her. Her thoughts spiraled. Where had that guy gone? Would he simply disappear for good? And after she slapped him, would he hold a grudge? Lost in her tangled emotions, Magina spent the entire day in a daze. Though her roommates were brimming with curiosity about the incident, none dared knock on her door to ask. When the scandal eventually reached Lan Yu of Class 7 at the martial arts grounds, the blue-haired girl wasted no time. She stormed off to find Instructor Inge and demanded to spar with every male student in her class. At first, the boys enthusiastically lined up, eager for a match, until Lan Yu coldly uttered, "All of you, at once." By the time the dismissal bell rang, the training grounds were littered with bruised and battered male students, scrambling to flee in disarray. The scandal of the black-haired thug abandoning Lan Yu for another and allegedly assaulting Magina spread through the academy like wildfire. This news enraged Monroe, the academy's top freshman warrior and Magina's most devoted admirer. He immediately posted a bounty in the academy library. Anyone providing information about the black-haired guy would be rewarded with 1,000 academy points. In dormitory number 138, Jinza, Arthur, and Angelo sat in silence, exchanging uneasy glances. They had spent the entire afternoon sitting in the living room, too tense to do anything. Since hearing the rumor that morning, the 3 had retreated to their dorm, drawn the curtains tightly, and occasionally peeked nervously outside, fearing someone might be lurking at their door. They all suspected the black-haired thug was none other than their 3rd roommate, Asura, but they couldn't fathom how he could have done something so outrageous. For them, kissing one of the academy's top 10 beauties was the stuff of dreams. Yet Asura not only managed to do it, but was also rumored to have touched her chest. "Boss, do you think we'll be able to leave tomorrow?" Angelo whispered nervously. Jinza swallowed the rye bread in his hand with difficulty and asked back, "How much food do you have left in your storage space?" Angelo let out a bitter laugh, while Arthur, sitting nearby with his head in his hands, groaned. "What the hell is Asura thinking? I'm scared he'll get himself killed if he comes back." After some deliberation, the 3 decided to lay low for 3 days. If anyone asked about Asura's whereabouts, they would say he had left a while ago to handle family affairs and hadn't returned since. Meanwhile, Asura, disinterested and somewhat amused, had already been away for 3 days. He had returned to Prolo City, shaking his head at the absurdity of it all. Trouble seemed to follow him whenever he interacted with women at the academy, and he had no idea how long this latest farce would last. He decided not to return for the time being. Nor did he visit Daifei's shop. Instead, he watched her busy figure from a distance. To avoid implicating Daifei, he arranged through Hughes to purchase a small, secluded courtyard where he could stay temporarily. Over the next 6 months, on every third night, a black-haired warrior wearing a ghost mask would appear in the arena of the floating pagoda in Prolo City. He exclusively challenged first-tier grandmasters, seeking to fight opponents above his level. Starting from the bottom of the leaderboard, he worked his way up, challenging one opponent after another. On good nights, he could fight twice in a single evening. Since he wore the cabin shackles, his displayed strength remained at the third-tier warrior level, which meant that first-tier grandmasters couldn't decline his challenges. In his early matches, Asura was perplexed by the opponent's lack of strength compared to his first challenger, Valet. However, it wasn't until he fought an elderly grandmaster that he learned a harsh lesson. During the battle, he had beaten the old man who was about the same age as his grandfather, Adolf, until he was coughing blood and sent flying. Yet, when the old man knelt and begged for mercy, Asura hesitated, feeling pity. In that brief moment of vulnerability, the elder suddenly threw a concealed dagger aimed directly at his throat. Fortunately, Asura reacted swiftly, and the blade only grazed his mask, leaving a bloody scratch on his cheek. Seeing the venomous hatred in the elder's eyes as he rose, Asura realized that his opponent had been holding back, waiting for an opportunity to exploit his compassion. Without saying another word, Asura unlocked the second layer of the cabin shackles and unleashed his climbing blade technique, slicing the treacherous old man into 8 pieces. As he left the arena that night, the familiar mocking laughter of scantily clad women reached his ears. This time, he simply nodded silently and walked away without responding. And so, Asura spent 6 grueling months locked in life-or-death battles at the floating pagoda in Prolo City. He fought with everything he had in each encounter, never unlocking the third layer of the cabin shackles, even when severely injured. Through these battles against warriors of all kinds, he encountered countless martial techniques and devious tactics, steadily growing stronger. His strength soared to the second-tier grandmaster level in both martial arts and magic. Eventually, his reputation silenced the entire grandmaster tier warrior tier fighters dared not advance, and grandmaster tier fighters dared not compete. In the underground arena of the Futu Palace, every time the black-haired warrior wearing a ghostly mask stepped into the ring, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. This was a stark contrast to the cold indifference he faced when he first entered the arena. The spectators, who had won fortune after fortune betting on him, had grown to revere him. Among them, Hughes, who was the first to recognize his potential, had become a wealthy and influential figure in Prolo City. Passers-by on the streets now respectfully addressed him as Master Hughes. Every match Asura fought was a challenge against a stronger opponent. When he, with the apparent strength of a 1-star Grand Martial Master, faced off against a 3-star Grand Martial Master, the audience's excitement nearly shook the dome of the underground arena. In this land of kings, the strong were always the most revered. At this moment, Asura was toying with a finely crafted silver badge in his hand, a symbol of honor awarded to him after surpassing 1,000 points in the Futu Palace. Whenever the announcer introduced him before a match, they would precede his name with the title Thousand Slayer. The reputation of Thousand Slayer, the terror of ghosts, had spread throughout the underground arenas of Prolo City, even drawing grand martial masters from other cities who sought to make their name by challenging him. Yet, these challengers ultimately ended up as mere additions to his growing tally of points. Since earning the silver badge, the attitude of the scantily clad woman at the registration desk had undergone a drastic change. No longer teasing him as before, she now addressed him respectfully as Master Terror of Ghosts and frequently offered to arrange feasts and beautiful companions for him, going so far as to suggest that she herself could fulfill his every desire. But Asura always politely declined, unwilling to reveal the youthful face hidden beneath his mask. Despite amassing over 1,000 points, Asura was in no rush to redeem them. His ultimate goal was 10,000 points, which would not only earn him a gold badge and the prestigious title of 10,000 Slayer, but also grant him access to exchange for a supreme yellow-tier martial technique. According to rumors, there were only 10,000 Slayer warriors across the entire Futu Palace in the Land of Kings. This was the only path through which Asura could currently obtain a yellow-tier martial technique, and he was determined to give it his all. Through countless life-and-death battles, Asura had grown into a formidable warrior. He now possessed unwavering confidence that, at the Grand Martial Master level, even the prodigies from prestigious academies would struggle to match him. This confidence was not born of arrogance, but forged through relentless trials on the brink of life and death. Asura had participated in nearly every deathmatch hosted by the Pagoda Palace, taking only brief breaks of about a week when severe injuries forced him to recover. In his spare time, he focused on studying the art of magic rune engraving. Over the past 6 months, his skills had advanced rapidly, and he had already mastered the ability to inscribe basic magic runes onto ordinary equipment. His interest in this craft stemmed from his admiration for Senior Salmon, the same senior who had purchased Magina's hair and earned a wealth of Academy credits thanks to his exceptional rune engraving skills. However, once Asura had truly mastered the craft himself, reality struck hard. There simply wasn't enough time. Even his sleeping hours were consumed by magical meditation, leaving no room to accept rune engraving commissions. Around noon, while engrossed in his rune work, Asura felt the vibration of his Academy badge. Retrieving it from his spatial belt, he saw a brief message from his mentor, Ella. Your leave has exceeded the limit. The Academy's new round of assessments is about to begin. Return immediately. As he stared at the badge, the faces of two beauties, Lanyu and Magina, flashed in his mind. With a devilish smirk, he stretched lazily, mounted his horse, and sped toward Shengjin Academy. By dusk, he arrived at the Academy. Deliberately, he tied his dragon horse at the outermost corner of the storage area, preparing for a possible quick escape in the future. Pulling on the hood of his uniform, he kept his head down and briskly made his way toward dorm 138. The moment he stepped into the dormitory's living room, Jinza, who had been brewing tea, was so startled that he knocked over an expensive teacup. Asura, assuming Jinza missed him terribly, spread his arms wide for a hug. Instead, Jinza dashed to the window like a gust of wind, yanked the curtains shut, and clutched his chest in exaggerated relief. Upstairs, Arthur, hearing the commotion, peeked out, cursed loudly, and banged on Angelo's door to summon him. The three of them stared at Asura, their gazes filled with a mix of envy, jealousy, admiration, and most of all pity. Jinza placed a firm hand on Ashura's shoulder, his eyes burning with curiosity. Be honest, third brother. Was it you who forcefully kissed Lanyu and Magina? It wasn't me, Asura responded firmly. Lanyu kissed me. As for Magina, that was a misunderstanding. I was saving her. Before he could finish, Jinza's grip on his shoulder tightened. The trio's eyes turned red with indignation. Following Jinza's rallying cry of, let's beat him up first and talk later, they tackled Asura to the floor. Amid kicks to his backside, they shouted, how dare you show off? Why should you get to kiss the beauties? What did you do to deserve this? Do you even realize how much trouble you've caused us? After the scuffle, Asura finally understood the gravity of the situation. The two scandals had caused an uproar at the Academy. Pursuers of the two beauties had formed a group of over 300 members called the Exterminate the Pervert Alliance, led by Monroe, the strongest freshman. Every day, Alliance members patrolled the lakeside woods in search of the black-haired pervert, to the point where female students now avoided the area entirely. When Angelo pulled out a sketch of a black-haired young man who bore a 50 resemblance to Asura, his lips began to tremble. Angelo explained, third brother, I infiltrated the Alliance for your sake. Everyone has a copy of this sketch. Their motto is, better to catch the wrong person than let the pervert go free. Asura, who had initially returned to the Academy brimming with excitement and pride, now felt utterly shattered by this news. Not even his strength could save him from facing over 300 fanatical admirers. Gripping Angelo's shoulders, he pleaded earnestly, fourth brother, save me. Angelo circled him slowly, then pulled a pair of scissors from his spatial ring. The other two nodded in silent agreement. In no time, Ashura's long, flowing black hair was transformed into a sharp, short hairstyle under Angelo's skilled hands. The new look added a touch of roguish charm to him. Even though he himself didn't care much about hairstyle, she wouldn't mind shaving his head entirely, though he kept that thought to himself out of pride. Angelo was quite proud of his haircutting skills, while Jinza and Arthur were busy coaching Asura on what to say and what not to say at the Academy. They specifically warned him to steer clear of Lanyu and Magina, emphasizing that he might actually end up getting beaten and tossed into the lake to feed the fish. The trio was brimming with curiosity about Ashura's recent experiences, but he only shared some trivial anecdotes, completely omitting the perilous adventures he had in the forest of magical beasts and the pagoda palace. Those tales were simply too far-fetched for the average student to comprehend. When he casually mentioned that he had reached the rank of a first-stage Grand Martial Master, his roommates couldn't hide their astonishment. Jinza and Arthur had also respectively advanced to first-stage Grand Mage and first-stage Grand Martial Master, but Ashura's progress clearly exceeded their expectations. Arthur even joked, why are you even at the Magic Academy? You should just go straight to the Warrior Academy. Little did they know, Ashura's true strength had quietly reached the second stage of both Grand Martial Master and Grand Mage. Although there were 7 or 8 other second-stage powerhouses among the new students, Asura had already secured a spot at the forefront. The following morning, Asura donned his mage's robe and followed the crowd to the cafeteria for breakfast before heading to the Magic Academy. As he entered the classroom of Magic Class 13, the room was already bustling with chatter, even though class had yet to begin. There were noticeably more well-dressed male mages than before, many of whom appeared to be deliberately speaking loudly, clearly trying to draw someone's attention. Asura glanced over at his previous seat, which was still empty. Beside it sat the silver-haired girl, looking even more dazzling than before. Without overthinking it, he walked straight to his seat and sat down. In that instant, it felt as if all the air had been sucked out of the classroom, plunging it into an eerie silence. As soon as Asura sat down, he felt sharp gazes piercing him from all directions, as though he had stepped into the jaws of a massive dragon. Cold sweat formed on his forehead, and before he could react, the silver-haired girl beside him, without even looking up, said icily, "This seat is taken. Move along." The previously hostile stares around him quickly turned into ones of schadenfreude, clearly indicating this wasn't the first time such a scene had unfolded. Asura awkwardly scratched his head, then, in a manner reminiscent of his days in class, lightly poked the girl's arm with his finger. The silver-haired girl froze instantly, her body stiffening. She whipped around abruptly. Seeing Ashura's bright grin, Clara's sharp eyes narrowed as she mentally overlapped the grinning short-haired boy before her with a figure from her memories. Her gaze shifted from startled recognition to a fierce glare. Without hesitation, she pulled an expensive magic staff from her spatial ring. The gemstone at its tip aimed directly at Ashura's forehead, while she began chanting a spell. Asura, seasoned and experienced, instantly realized Clara was preparing to summon lightning to strike him. He swiftly pushed aside the magic staff with one hand, while covering her mouth with the other. Clara, unwilling to back down, twisted and struggled to evade him, all the while raising her staff to strike at Ashura's head. In the midst of the chaos, Asura instinctively looped one arm around Clara's neck to restrain her and clamped his hand over her mouth from behind. With his other hand, he grabbed her wrist to stop her from swinging the staff. "It's me. What's wrong with you? I didn't do anything to you," he shouted urgently. Clara, her wide, furious eyes glaring at him, could only let out muffled protests. Unable to speak, she used her free hand to mercilessly pinch the soft flesh at Ashura's waist. Their scuffle abruptly stopped as they both became aware of the dead silence around them. Looking up, they found the entire class staring at them with stunned expressions. Clara's face turned crimson in an instant. She pinched Asura one last time with extra force, then straightened up and pretended to focus on flipping through her textbook. Asura rubbed his short hair awkwardly, trying to compose himself. From the front row, a chubby boy named Nawe timidly asked, "Are you Asura?" Upon his confirmation, the classroom erupted into chaos. The students swarmed him, bombarding him with questions about the whereabouts of the class' notorious truancy king over the past year. Ashura vaguely explained that he had gone home for training due to family matters. Beside him, the silver-haired girl let out an audible, disdainful snort. Meanwhile, boys from other classes who had come to see what the commotion was about seemed disappointed upon learning Asura was just an ordinary underachiever. Most of them left with dismissive expressions. The ringing of the class bell provided a timely interruption, and the stunning homeroom teacher, Instructor Ella, entered the room. Spotting Asura, she visibly relaxed but still gave him an exaggerated eye-roll gesture, so charming it made the hearts of the male students skip a beat. Ella quickly regained her composure and announced a shocking piece of news. In 3 days, the Academy would hold an assessment in the monster forest. The mere mention of this forbidden zone for humans sent waves of astonishment through the classroom. In the classroom of the Magic Academy, when the instructor announced that the examination would take place in the forest of magical beasts, Clara covered her mouth in shock, while Asura remained unusually calm. His composure stemmed from his experience of surviving alone in the forest for several months. Although he hadn't ventured deep into its core, he had already been capable of slaying an earth-rampaging bear on his own back then. With his current strength, he was confident he could defeat such a magical beast without taking any injury. After waiting for the gasps and murmurs in the classroom to subside, Instructor Ella proceeded to explain the examination rules in detail. This assessment will be conducted in teams formed by 1 magic class and 2 warrior classes. Students from other classes may return to their respective homerooms to learn more specifics from their class instructors. As soon as she finished speaking, more than half of the students in the classroom got up and left, leaving behind the 14 lightning magic students of Class 13, who exchanged uneasy glances. The now empty classroom brought a faint smile to Instructor Ella's face. With her signature graceful voice, she continued, "The primary purpose of this assessment is to familiarize you with the forest of magical beasts. Each class will have 2 instructors accompanying them, but we will only intervene if you encounter life-threatening danger. You must rely on your own abilities to reach the designated location on time." Her tone then grew stern. All challenges you face in the forest must be resolved by yourselves. This group activity is of particular importance because next time, you will be completing tasks in randomly assigned small teams, without the protection of instructors. There may even be casualties. The students of Class 13 felt a mix of relief and apprehension upon hearing her words, relief at having instructors accompany them this time, and worry about the perilous nature of the next assessment. Afterward, Instructor Ella resumed her regular lecture. Asura listened attentively for a while, but quickly realized that much of the material was difficult for him to grasp. The cost of a year without systematic study of magical theory was becoming evident. Although his dual mastery of magic and martial arts meant his magic level was not low, he still struggled to fully utilize these spells in combat. As he drifted into his thoughts, a notebook with elegant handwriting was quietly passed to him from the side. Asura stared at the familiar notebook in front of him, memories surging like a tidal wave. However, when his eyes fell on the delicate handwriting on the cover, his smile froze instantly. You're getting bolder. Sneaking back to steal kisses from two girls at the martial academy. He hastily snapped the notebook shut, nervously glancing around. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Clara glaring at him coldly, her expression making his guilty conscience even more apparent. Panicked, he snatched the pen from the girl's hand and scribbled hurriedly, "Don't make stuff up. I just got back to the academy. Kissing girls? I have no idea what you're talking about." Clara gritted her teeth and retorted, "If it wasn't you, why'd you cut your black hair? The moment I heard the rumors, you were the first person that came to mind." Asura looked at the notebook and sighed inwardly. A woman's intuition was terrifyingly accurate. Desperate to change the subject, he started rambling about random topics. Clara watched his evasive responses, her irritation growing. What upset her most was that he'd returned twice without coming to see her. For the next 3 days, Asura kept a low profile, avoiding the training grounds and spending most of his time discussing cultivation techniques with Mentor Yuanda. When the mentor learned that his prize student had reached the second level of Great Martial Master and Great Mage, he was more thrilled than Asura himself. But when Asura presented the silver badge from Futu Palace, Yuanda fell into a long, contemplative silence. On the 4th day, the Magic Beast Forest assessment arrived as scheduled. The new students of the Magic Academy gathered at the gates of St Goin Academy. Mentor Ella and the Fire Magic Instructor, Slade, approached the Magic Class 13 group. Slade joked, "Your class has so few students, this mission should be a breeze." Ella simply smiled before seriously announcing the assessment task to the 14 lightning magic students. At that moment, 2 teams of Martial Academy freshmen approached from both sides. Hearing Na Wei's excited shout, Asura turned his head and nearly lost his composure. On the left was Martial Freshman Class 7, and among them, the tall, slender figure of a blue-haired girl stood out strikingly. He quickly turned to the other side, only to be met with the sight of fiery red hair. Pulling his magic robe's hood lower over his face, he tried to retreat to the back of his group, but with so few classmates, he still stood out conspicuously. Clara noticed his strange behavior, glanced around, and gave him a hard kick. Yet, Asura stood rooted like a wooden post. As the 3 groups merged, the male students were brimming with excitement. 3 of the top 10 beauties among the freshmen were in the same team, along with the elegant Mentor Ella. This assessment seemed like a dream come true. Only Asura remained motionless under his hood. He could feel 3 sharp, unfriendly gazes fixed on him, one from the left, one from the right, and one from the front, occasionally glancing back at him with icy disdain. Lanyu and Magina had already recognized him. With mixed emotions, they unconsciously moved to stand on either side of him. After exchanging a glance, both turned away, blushing. Asura followed the group to the Magic Beast Forest entrance like a soulless husk. He was overcome with despair as he realized the situation. Clara was in front of him, Magina on his left, and Lanyu on his right. His mind was on the verge of collapse, terrified that either of the 2 girls might impulsively expose him as the black-haired scoundrel in front of everyone. The other boys looked at Asura with a mix of jealousy and admiration in their eyes. As the 3 class groups arrived at the entrance of the Beast Forest, the dashing middle-aged instructor, Engel, raised his voice and declared, "You're about to enter the Beast Forest, so stay on high alert. Any carelessness could cost you your life. Everyone, take out your weapons immediately and be ready to fight at any moment." Hearing this, the students quickly retrieved their weapons and staves from their storage spaces, except for Asura, who stood motionless. Instructor Ayla, noticing this problematic student, frowned slightly as she walked over to him. She gently tapped his shoulder and asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Why haven't you taken out your staff? Didn't Instructor Engel just remind everyone?" Asura felt extremely awkward despite wearing a mage's robe. He didn't actually own a staff. After a brief moment of thought, he pulled out a pair of glowing twin blades from his storage belt and swiftly strapped them to his back. This unusual move immediately drew a wave of laughter from those nearby. After all, no one had ever seen a mage wielding twin blades before. Yet Asura paid no attention to the ridicule. as he was far more concerned about the two ticking time bombs beside him. Instructor Ayla, clearly exasperated, patted Asura's shoulder again and lowered her voice. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Can you at least give your class mentor some face? What kind of mage uses twin blades? Unable to explain the awkward truth of not owning a staff, Asura could only respond with a light-hearted quip. I'm using twin blades to protect you, Instructor Ayla. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized how inappropriate they sounded and could only follow up with an awkward chuckle. Ayla was momentarily stunned by his response. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted with a soft scoff. You are full of yourself. Fine then. Let's see how well you can protect me. Their quiet exchange, however, was overheard by 3 nearby female students, leaving Asura feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. He could only lower his head and remain silent. Thus, surrounded by the 3 stunning girls Clara, Magina, and Lanuend with Instructor Ayla following behind, Asura kept his head down as he stepped into the beast forest once again. Asura followed the group nervously through the dense forest at the outskirts of the beast forest. This assessment was organized by the Academy, where 3 classes were combined into different teams to travel along separate routes and reach designated locations within the allotted time. The team moved in a unique defensive formation. Students from the warrior class formed the flanks, shielding the mage class students in the center, while the instructors were spread around the group, maintaining vigilance. According to the planned route, the team was expected to take 20 days to reach their destination. This assessment was relatively relaxed, designed primarily to familiarize students with the beast forest in preparation for a more challenging test in the future. For Asura, this should have been a dull journey, but instead, he was walking on eggshells, even careful with his breathing because he was acutely aware that Magina and Lanyu, on his left and right, had already recognized him. Instructor Ella observed this strange scene from the rear. The usually lively Asura was uncharacteristically quiet today, not even exchanging notes with his close friend Clara as he often did. Meanwhile, the male warriors of the class were frequently seen flocking around the 3 beautiful female students, trying to impress them. Even Instructor Ella herself was being persistently bothered by the young warrior Instructor Anthony, much to her exasperation. The 3 female students, however, remained indifferent to the attention, while Asura kept his hood up and moved forward cautiously like a puppet. At this moment, Kyle, the class representative, approached Asura, suggesting they switch places. Kyle had been pursuing Clara for some time, but the silver-haired girl had shown no interest in him. Now, seeing 2 other girls who were just as stunning as Clara, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to get closer to them. Asura, secretly relieved, was about to quickly move away from his spot on the left front when a sudden loud crack resounded. Magina's massive greatsword had just split a tree stump in front of him clean in half, sending splinters flying everywhere. Before anyone could recover from the shock, Magina nonchalantly sheathed her weapon on her back and said softly, "That stump was really annoying." Asura immediately understood the warning, retracting his already raised foot and silently returning to his original position. He gestured to Kyle to drop the idea and move on. Kyle, clueless about the situation, felt slighted and thought Asura was once again disrespecting him. With a cold snort, he returned to his original spot. Just as the tension began to ease, Magina broke the silence. "About what happened last time, I misunderstood you." Her words made Asura freeze in place, though he felt some relief. At least part of the weight on his chest was lifted. He quickly moved closer to her and whispered, "Good that you know. Let's not talk about it anymore, especially not about me being there." "Got it." Magina rolled her eyes and didn't answer directly. Instead, she said with added emphasis, "After this assessment, you're going back to be my sparring partner." "Why should I?" Asura blurted out, his voice involuntarily rising. This outburst drew the attention of both Lanyu and Clara, prompting him to shrink his neck and lower his voice. Magina responded lightly, "Because you took advantage of me. Shouldn't you take responsibility?" Asura panicked and wanted to cover her mouth. "You can't just say things like that. What do you mean I took advantage of you? I was saving you in a critical moment. If you don't want to repay me for saving your life, fine, but you can't frame me like this." "I don't care," Magina said with a playful pout. "The whole academy knows you bullied me. Don't you think you should take responsibility? If not, they'll just tell everyone right now and let them decide." While Asura was desperately trying to calm Magina down, Lanyu on his right suddenly kicked a tree with a trunk as thick as a bowl, snapping it clean in half. As she retracted her leg, she casually remarked, "That tree was really annoying." Asura instinctively shifted closer to her, nervously asking, "What now? Last time, you were the one who made the movie. It had nothing to do with me. And my first kiss is gone because of it." Lanyu's cheeks flushed red as she glared at him. "I don't care. You hugged me too, and that was my first kiss. Besides, if it weren't for your outrageous demands, I wouldn't have." At this point, Lanyu's face turned crimson, and she couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. Asura stood there, a helpless look on his face as he stared at Lanyu. I've been chased out of the academy for so long by your admirers trying to kill me. I finally made it back. What more do you want? Can't you just let it go already? His tone carried a hint of grievance. Hearing this, Lanyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, though she quickly covered her mouth and feigned composure. With a slightly haughty tone, she said, I don't care. You have to take responsibility for me. From now on, no more hiding from me or making it impossible for me to find you. Asura broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly cornered. No matter how he explained, it always ended up being his fault. And now, both girls were demanding accountability from him. Where was the justice in that? Frustrated, he yanked off his hood, revealing his trademark spiky short hair. The two girls standing beside him were momentarily stunned by his appearance, but soon they covered their mouths, giggling softly. Despite his lingering exasperation, Asura felt a wave of relief. At least it seemed like they had decided to stop giving him a hard time. With the weight lifted from his chest, his mood lightened, and he began chatting casually with the two beauties on either side of him, eliciting bursts of laughter from them. This scene did not sit well with Clara, who was walking ahead. Her face darkened with displeasure as she silently contemplated finding a tree to summon lightning and strike it down. Meanwhile, trailing behind them, Ella looked on in astonishment. She hadn't expected this seemingly sly and mischievous boy from their class to be so popular with girls from other classes. Thinking of the two rumors that had been circulating around the academy, Ella couldn't help but smile knowingly, as if she had uncovered some juicy secret. After all, no girl could resist the allure of gossip. Nearby, their young mentor, Anthony, noticed Ella's smile and mistakenly assumed it was a reaction to his dull attempts at humor. Emboldened, he redoubled his efforts, delivering what he thought were clever quips and anecdotes. However, Ella wasn't paying him any attention. Her gaze remained fixed on the short-haired boy who seemed to effortlessly navigate the company of the two girls. And so, after a morning of trekking, the group finally reached their first rest stop. Some of the less physically fit mages were already groaning in exhaustion, clearly unaccustomed to such a long hike. Yet this was only the outermost edge of the magical beast forest, where the terrain was relatively flat. Far greater challenges lay ahead, waiting to test them. The team's progress through the dense forest became increasingly difficult. The thick canopy blocked out the sunlight, and the humid, stifling air buzzed with the hum of mosquitoes. The female mages waved their hands incessantly to shoo away the pesky insects, their complaints echoing one after another. The 6 mentors, observing the students' disheveled state, wore knowing smiles, as if reminiscing about their own experiences from years past. The students sat down on the forest floor, taking the opportunity to replenish their energy while exchanging thoughts about their first impressions of the magical beast forest. Only Asura remained vigilant, standing in place and scanning the surroundings. Noticing this, Clara called out, "Why are you just standing there? Take a rest." Asura smiled and sat down, muttering to himself, "This spot isn't suitable for camping. The trees are too dense. It's impossible to see the surroundings clearly." He gave Lanyu a playful nudge with his shoulder and said, "Shouldn't your warrior class arrange for someone to stand guard?" His words caught Lanyu off guard, and both Magina and Clara fell into contemplation. As the leaders of their respective classes, it hadn't even occurred to them to consider the safety of the campsite or the necessity of setting up a watch. After a brief moment, the three of them stood up with serious expressions, imitating Ashura's earlier behavior by surveying their surroundings. Meanwhile, Asura remained leisurely seated, watching the three women with a faintly amused expression. Magina and Lanyu quickly snapped out of their thoughts and began organizing the strongest members of their classes to guard the left and right flanks. Though the warriors were unsure of the reason, they stood up and prepared to carry out the orders. The mentors, observing this, nodded discreetly. However, just then, a series of wolf howls echoed from the depths of the forest. Screams erupted within the team as panic spread like wildfire. Students on the outer edges scrambled toward the center, creating chaos. Several gray magical beasts emerged from the shadows, charging toward the group. Without hesitation, Magina, Lanyu, and a few other skilled warriors stepped forward to face the threat. Meanwhile, Asura pulled Clara, who was eager to join the fight, up onto the thickest tree branch. From their elevated position, Asura calmly observed the turmoil below. Clara initially struggled to break free and assist, but after surveying the approaching beasts from above, she gradually regained her composure. The chaos was soon brought under control by the commanding voices of the stronger members. Magina held up the lifeless body of a second-tier magical beast, a gray wolf, and glared at the frightened students. When the group realized that the attackers were merely a few second-tier magical beasts that could be easily defeated, a wave of embarrassment washed over them. Mentor Inge's booming, sarcastic voice followed. "Is this what St Goin Academy calls its elite? 100 of you, running in terror from a handful of second-tier gray wolves." The students' faces flushed with shame, their glaring weaknesses exposed in their very first encounter. But then Inja's tone shifted. However, some of you remained clear-headed enough to set up a guard, and others showed courage by standing up to the threat. That gives me a glimmer of hope. Let me remind you, this assessment is no leisurely outing, it's a perilous challenge. In the last session, some students lost their lives here. Unless you encounter a danger you absolutely cannot handle, we will not intervene. The next crisis may be even more severe. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Any thoughts of rest vanished as they hastily prepared to move forward once more. Kyle, from the Magic Class 13, had an embarrassing stumble while trying to evade a magical beast, leaving him covered in dirt and looking far from his usual noble demeanor. As he was sulking over his misfortune, he looked up and saw Asura gracefully leap down from a tree. Seizing the opportunity to save face, Kyle immediately mocked him. Asura, you coward. Hiding up in a tree to avoid the magical beast? That's hilarious. Huh. Kyle shouted in a taunting tone. But his laughter abruptly stopped when Clara descended from the same tree right after Asura. Kyle fell silent, as if someone had choked him mid-sentence. Clara first shot him a cold glare, then cast a complicated look at Asura. She knew deep down that this seemingly unremarkable boy was the only one capable of identifying and solving problems with precision, a sharpness and skill that far surpassed their classmates. Yet, she couldn't understand why someone so talented always appeared so unassuming in the academy. The group continued their journey deeper into the magical beast forest. The leadership qualities of Magina, Lanyu, and Clara became increasingly evident. They organized the group with precision, ensuring the formation and vigilance were well coordinated. Magina led the front, Lanyu guarded the rear, while Clara managed the overall strategy from the center. As they ventured further, magical beasts became more frequent. Most were low-level creatures, first or second tier, with the occasional third-tier beast appearing. The students regained their confidence, eager to step forward and take down these beasts. However, while most dismissed the corpses of the low-level creatures as worthless, Asura quietly stored the body of a third-tier Azure wood bull into his storage belt. This act immediately attracted mocking glances from the surrounding students, especially the noble boys led by Kyle. They whispered insults like country bumpkin and pauper, their disdain unmistakable. Yet Asura remained calm, his expression unchanging, as if their words were beneath his notice. Clara, though indignant on Ashura's behalf, was astonished to realize that his eyes reflected no emotion whatsoever. It was as though the mockery of those around him had never even registered. After a long day of trekking and occasional pauses, the group finally reached the designated campsite marked on their map. It was an ideal spot, a flat, open area by a lakeside, shaded by towering trees. The three class leaders were quite satisfied with the location. After a brief discussion, they began organizing their classmates to set up camp. As dusk settled over the lake in the Forest of Warcraft, the students of St Goin were bustling about, setting up camp. The tents of the warrior trainees were arranged in a protective circle on the outer perimeter, while the tents of the mage trainees were placed closer to the lakeshore. Under the direction of the three class leaders, the security post had been efficiently organized. Excitement lit up the young students' faces. This was their first outdoor camping experience. Tents were pulled out from their storage spaces, and the male students eagerly helped their female classmates set them up. The wealthier students flaunted their luxurious camping gear, adding an extra touch of extravagance to the scene. Clara, however, was struggling alone with her tent. As a camping novice, her movements were clumsy, but she stubbornly refused the offers of help from a few male warriors. Her gaze occasionally flickered toward the lakeshore, where a figure stood looking around Asura. That jerk, she muttered. Not only is he not helping, but he's just standing there doing nothing. Suddenly, Ashura's eyes lit up, and he quickly made his way to a massive tree near the lake. The tree was so large that it would take 4 or 5 people to encircle its trunk, and near its base was a natural hollow facing the lake. He crawled into the person-sized hollow to inspect it, and seemed very satisfied with what he found. Soon, he returned with a bundle of dry reeds and fashioned a simple bed, lying down comfortably. From the tree hollow, he could see the shimmering lake and the starry sky above. As he was lost in the beauty of the scenery, a delicate face suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hollow. Clara tilted her head, her silver hair cascading like ribbons. Ashura stared, momentarily entranced, unable to decide whether the lake or the girl before him was more beautiful. Clara curiously surveyed the hollow, her eyes sparkling with longing. Asura, however, chose this moment to tease. So, what do you think? Not bad for a room, huh? Want to share it with me? He patted the reed bed beside him with a mischievous grin. Clara gritted her teeth, pulled out her magic wand, and began chanting a spell. Panicked, Asura lunged to cover her mouth, but the blushing girl evaded him. Stop it. If you zap my room with lightning, I'll have no choice but to sleep in your tent, he pleaded hurriedly. Clara, fuming, used her wand to smack him on the head, though he dodged it with a cheeky laugh. Everyone else is working, and you're just lazing around. Go chop some firewood, Clara ordered sternly. Asura pouted, but reluctantly obeyed. After he left, Clara stole another glance at the tree hollow, tempted to lie down in it herself, but ultimately, she stomped her foot shyly and walked away. In the outer forest, Asura ran into Magina, who was standing guard. Unwisely, he asked her to use her greatsword to help him chop firewood. This sword is better suited for chopping you, Magina sneered, drawing her blade and launching into a chase. Only after Asura fled beyond her patrol zone did the red-haired girl return to her post with a disdainful snort. Barely catching his breath, Asura found himself dodging a long leg aimed straight at his face. He quickly stepped aside and saw that it was Lanyu. "Oh, it's you, you shameless wolf," Lanyu said coolly. "For a moment, I thought it was a magical beast." Her words left Asura so infuriated that he couldn't respond, resorting instead to silently cursing her in his mind. Noticing his irritated expression, Lanyu raised an elegant eyebrow and rested her hand on the hilt of her azure dagger. The ever-sensitive Asura swiftly darted away, dodging to the side and escaping while making faces at Lanyu as he ran. Infuriated by his antics, Lanyu initially wanted to chase him down and teach this audacious guy a lesson. However, remembering her duty as a sentry, she reluctantly let it go. In her frustration, she drew her dagger and slashed fiercely at a nearby tree, burying the sharp blade deep into the trunk. Her chest heaved with anger, and her lithe figure appeared even more striking in the process. It wasn't until Ashura's figure disappeared into the dense forest that she finally cracked a small smile, muttering softly under her breath, "What a pervert." When Asura returned to the mage camp carrying a large bundle of firewood, he was greeted by an orderly scene. The students' tents were neatly arranged, and some of the more privileged students had already used the pre-chopped wood stored in their spatial rings to build campfires. Seeing this, Asura couldn't help but curl his lips in mild exasperation. The surrounding students pointed at him and whispered, while those who had prepared firewood in advance wore smug expressions of superiority. Asura handed a small portion of the firewood to Clara and carried the rest to a hollow tree nearby. By this time, under the organization of the vice-class president, Kyle, the mage class 13 had set up a massive dining table large enough to seat the entire class. Kyle, eager to show off, began pulling out an assortment of exquisite dishes from his spatial ring, all served on silver platters, exuding a distinct aristocratic flair. Other students also took out their own delicacies to share. Since mages were generally physically frail, the group had exempted them from guard duties, allowing them to enjoy dinner early. Clara, meanwhile, was pulled over to the table by a few female classmates, where she joined them and contributed her own carefully prepared food to the shared meal. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on the figure busying himself beneath the tree. At that moment, the chubby Nawe called out to Asura, "Hey Asura, come eat. What are you dawdling over there for?" Asura glanced at the lavish spread on the table and was indeed tempted. Just as he was about to step forward, a few sharp, mocking voices rang out. "Eating for free and still needs an invitation, huh? What could he possibly bring? Just an appetite, I bet. Looks like he didn't even bring a tent. Planning to sleep in a tree hollow like some savage, I guess." Among these sarcastic remarks, Kyle was the most vocal, clearly still holding a grudge over Ashura's earlier refusal to swap spots with him. A few shallow, vain girls chimed in with equally snide comments, causing Clara to frown deeply while Nawe looked visibly uncomfortable. Hearing the chorus of ridicule, Asura furrowed his brow. As an ordinary student with average grades and no influential background, his year away from the class had left him with few close friends. His friendship with Clara had even earned him the envy of some male classmates. Keeping his composure, he replied calmly, "No need. You all enjoy yourselves. I didn't bring much food, so we'll just make something for myself." With that, he turned back to focus on arranging and lighting the firewood, ignoring the rest of the group. Asura ignored the judgmental glances from his classmates and focused intently on building a fire near his tree hollow. With practiced hands, he sharpened a long wooden stick and casually strolled toward the lake. From his spatial belt, he retrieved the carcass of a greenwood wild bull. Expertly, he skinned it, cleaned out the innards, and skewered the entire beast onto the stick before carrying it back to camp. There, he set it up on a wooden rack over the fire. The classmates who had just mocked him were secretly observing the class weirdo from a distance. When they saw Asura preparing to roast an entire greenwood wild bull, they froze in disbelief before erupting into even louder, more derisive laughter. Clara, listening to their jeers, felt increasingly uneasy, as if the ridicule was directed at her personally. The exquisite meal in front of her suddenly seemed unappetizing. Just as she was about to get up and offer to share her food with Asura, a graceful figure approached him instead. Asura, adjusting the fire, looked up when he heard someone call his name. Standing before him was a woman in a mage's robe. Her face was obscured, but her striking figure immediately made him realize she wasn't an ordinary visitor. Asura, are you roasting meat? The familiar voice carried an unmistakable excitement. Only then did Asura recognize her. It was their class instructor, Minterella. He quickly stood up and responded, yes, Minterella. Some of the magical beasts in the forest have surprisingly good meat. Minterella's eyes sparkled like a child discovering something new. You know how to roast meat? Can I join you? I've never had the chance to roast magical beast meat myself. Asura was momentarily stunned, but quickly composed himself, displaying the refined manners of a noble. He stepped aside, bowed slightly, and extended his hand toward her. It would be my honor to have someone as elegant as you join my humble dinner party. Without hesitation, Minterella placed her hand lightly on his, completing the formal invitation gesture. Her excitement at that moment made her seem more like an adventurous girl than a strict instructor. The sight left the previously sneering magic students dumbfounded. Even Clara, who had been about to stand up, froze in place. It was Kale who first broke the silence, shouting, Minterella, please come dine with us. We have the finest cuisine prepared by chefs from the prestigious St Goin city. Minterella gave their lavish table a brief glance before smiling and politely declining. No, thank you. I prefer Asura's dinner. Please enjoy your meal. Kale's face turned red with embarrassment. To make matters worse, Clara, the girl he admired, stood up and said casually, I've lost my appetite. You all can eat without me. With that, she headed toward Asura. Minterella, her eyes lit with enthusiasm, asked, how can I help? I want to be part of this too. Asura retrieved a brush and a jar of special marinade from his storage space and handed them to her. His tone was light, as if speaking to a friend. You can help by spreading this secret sauce evenly on the meat. Delighted, Minterella took the marinade and began brushing it onto the roasting meat with care. Just then, a voice interrupted them. Ella, I've been looking for you everywhere. I've prepared a grand dinner on the second floor of the dining hall and was hoping you'd join me. The speaker was Anthony, a young instructor from the Warrior Academy. A second-rank magic knight from the noble Earl family of the Valencia Empire. He was both handsome and charismatic. Since meeting Ella at the school, Mentor Anthony had been fervently pursuing her. Not only did he stay on to teach at the school like Ella, but this time, he even leveraged his connections to get transferred to the task group led by her mentor. No need, Mentor Anthony, Ella politely yet firmly declined. I prefer spending time with the students. I've always wanted to learn grilling techniques from Asura, and I finally have the chance. Faced with such a direct rejection, Anthony seemed unfazed. Maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, he responded, oh, that's perfect. I'm quite interested in culinary arts myself. How about we learn grilling techniques together? Ella kept her polite smile, but turned to Asura with a warm tone that carried a subtle hint of threat. Asura, would that be convenient? Caught off guard as he had been enjoying the show from the sidelines, Asura immediately sensed the pressure hidden behind Ella's smile. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to take a gamble. I'm sorry, Mentor Anthony. This grilling technique is a family secret, and there's a rule that it can only be passed down to women, not men. So, I'm afraid your presence would make things a bit inconvenient. As Asura said this, he kept sneaking glances at Ella's expression. Noticing her smile growing brighter, he knew his gamble had paid off. Although his excuse was embarrassingly flimsy, when he caught sight of Anthony's twitching forehead veins and his handsome face contorted in frustration, Asura quickly averted his gaze to avoid further conflict. Ella stepped in at the right moment. Mentor Anthony, since it's not convenient, I happen to know a few friends who are great at grilling. I could introduce you to them another time. Realizing that staying any longer would only deepen the awkwardness, Anthony turned and left, though not without shooting a sharp glare at Asura on his way out. Once Anthony was out of sight, Ella let out a long sigh of relief and gave Asura a playful wink of gratitude. The mischievous gesture caught Asura off guard for a moment. However, the young man had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. Leaning in closer, he whispered, Dear Minterella, I just did you a huge favor. How do you plan to thank me? Ella feigned ignorance immediately. What favor? I have no idea what you're talking about. Asura let out a cold chuckle and pretended to call out in the direction Anthony had gone. Panicking, Ella quickly covered his mouth with her delicate hand and snapped, all right, you win. Funny how you weren't this shameless when you asked me for leave before. Asura grinned smugly. I wouldn't dare ask for any reward. It's just that during the year I was away, I never received the monthly 100 Academy points. If you could transfer those to me, that'd be plenty. Ella rolled her eyes in exasperation. I've had them ready for ages, but since you were away, I couldn't transfer them to you. Hand me your badge and I'll do it now. As Asura handed over his badge, he showered Ella with exaggerated compliments about her beauty and wisdom. Watching as she transferred over 1,000 academy points to him, he was beaming. Just as the two were quietly chatting, a soft voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. Minter Ella, may I join you both? The two of them turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a graceful young girl standing behind them, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Her long silver hair shimmered softly under the sunlight. Ella, the Minter, immediately broke into a delighted smile. Of course, you can join us. Though I do wonder if Asura's grilling skills are up to par. Know absolutely nothing about barbecue, she said cheerfully. Asura felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, this was his territory. How could decisions be made without consulting him? But before he could voice his annoyance, Clara discreetly pulled out her magic wand. The sight of it made Asura fall silent instantly. Without another word, he turned his attention back to tending the grill. Before long, a lively and harmonious scene unfolded around the campfire. Clara and Ella chatted away as they brushed Asura's special sauce onto the meat, while Asura busied himself adding firewood and flipping the massive slab of azurewood wild ox meat. Not far off, the students of Magic Class 13 watched in stunned amazement. They simply couldn't fathom why Asura's humble barbecue setup had managed to attract two of the most stunning women around. Things soon took an even more unexpected turn. Magina and Lanyu, having finished their guard duty, decided to join the group as well. Though initially hesitant out of youthful shyness, the sight of Clara already there gave them the courage to approach. Reclining leisurely against a tree, Asura crossed his legs and began issuing instructions to the newcomers. Magina was tasked with flipping the meat, Lanyu with adding firewood, while Ella and Clara continued brushing on the second layer of his signature sauce. Though the four women were clearly unimpressed by his laid-back attitude, they begrudgingly tolerated it, knowing the meal was his creation. Suddenly, Magina's stomach let out a loud, undeniable growl. Blushing furiously, she asked, "When will the meat finally be ready? I don't smell anything yet." Asura glanced at the thick layer of caramelized sugar coating the surface of the azurewood wild ox meat. This was the third layer of royal honey glaze he had instructed Ella and Clara to apply. Taking his time, he stood up and strolled to the grill. "Ladies, the main event is about to begin," he announced with a grin. Pulling out a gleaming blade, he made a precise cut along the back of the meat. Instantly, steaming hot juices burst forth, mingling with the caramelized glaze and seeping into the meat. A rich, mouth-watering aroma filled the air. The four women stared in astonishment, their mouths watering unconsciously. Nearby, the other magic and warrior students, drawn by the irresistible scent, began gathering around the grill. Magina, unable to resist any longer, reached out for the meat, only to have Asura gently tap her hand away. "Careful, it's hot. Let me serve you properly," he said. With practiced ease, he climbed a tree to pluck a few broad leaves, then sliced off the most tender strips of meat and handed them to the four women. Forgetting all notions of decorum, they devoured the food eagerly, showering him with praise. Watching their delighted expressions, Asura couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. The grilling techniques he had picked up from old books and honed during his time in the monster forest were clearly paying off. Just as he was about to cut himself a piece, a hand suddenly reached toward the grill. It belonged to one of the boys from Magic Class 13, who was already drooling uncontrollably. The young man struggled in dissatisfaction, trying to break free from Asura's grip. "Asura, I want to taste your roasted meat too and see how good it is," he exclaimed, reaching for the aromatic piece of meat. However, Asura, quick as lightning, slapped his hand away and said with a dark expression, "How dare you? I haven't touched your food, so don't even think about touching my roast." Embarrassed by the public rejection, the young man felt humiliated and shouted in anger, "What's so special about it? All you can do is roast some low-grade meat. Everyone, let's leave. There's nothing worth eating here." Yet, the onlookers ignored his words, which only made his outburst seem even more ridiculous. At that moment, a hearty voice broke the awkward tension. "Asura, you've outdone yourself. That meat smells incredible. Hurry up and give me a piece to go with my drink." Turning towards the voice, they saw none other than Instructor Engel, the charming and refined middle-aged man, strolling over with a cheerful grin. Remembering the fear Engel had instilled in him in the past, Asura felt a pang of irritation but knew he couldn't treat him like an ordinary magic student. His eyes darted around, and suddenly, an idea struck him. "Instructor Engel, of course you can have some," Asura replied with a sly smile. "But I've only roasted one piece, and there are so many students here who've been waiting patiently for their turn. To keep things fair, anyone who wants a piece just needs to pay a small service fee. Naturally, I know you wouldn't expect a free meal, so you'll contribute just like the students. As a bonus, they'll carve out a big prime cut for you guaranteed to fill you up." Engel's smile froze instantly. Before he could respond, one of the students in the crowd eagerly shouted, "Really? How much is the service fee? I don't care about the cost, just give me a piece of that roast right now." It smells too good. Asura shot the student an approving look and seized the moment to continue. We're all classmates here, and talking about money might hurt our camaraderie. So how about this? Each pound of roast meat will cost 10 academy points. If you want to secure tomorrow's roast in advance, you can pre-order now, and it'll make sure it's even better than today's. But if you don't pre-order, the price will double. Roasting takes effort, after all. So, who's ready to trade some points for this mouth-watering magical beast roast? As soon as he finished speaking, the camp fell silent. A moment later, the air was filled with angry shouts and complaints that echoed across the entire campsite. Upon hearing Asura's outrageous price, the crowd erupted in a wave of discontent. People began accusing him of being shamelessly greedy, while the four women standing behind him looked visibly embarrassed, wishing they could distance themselves from the opportunistic man. Unfazed by the criticism, Asura remained calm and indifferent. Without offering any explanation, he casually sliced off a piece of roasted meat and began savoring it with great relish. The tantalizing aroma quickly worked its magic. The clamor around him gradually died down, replaced by the unmistakable sounds of people swallowing their saliva. Suddenly, a plump hand shot forward, clutching an academy badge. Asura, give me a pound to try, came Nawe's eager voice. Asura's eyes lit up, and he deftly completed the points transaction before cutting off a generous portion of tender leg meat and handing it over. Nawe grabbed the roast meat without hesitation, barely noticing the heat as he devoured it ravenously. In just 3 bites, he had polished off the entire pound. Closing his eyes, he took a moment to savor the flavor. The surrounding students held their breath, eagerly awaiting his verdict. After a long pause, Nawe's eyes suddenly snapped open. Without another word, he pulled out his badge again. 3 more pounds, he demanded. This scene instantly ignited the crowd's excitement. Asura became swamped with orders, and the 4 women behind him, sensing the chaos, jumped in to help. The atmosphere grew lively and bustling in no time. Before long, more and more students followed Nawe's lead, placing additional orders. Even Instructor Inge spent 100 points to buy a cow's head for his drinks. Meanwhile, Kyer and his group, too prideful to buy directly, secretly arranged for others to purchase a few pounds on their behalf. Initially, they approached the meat with skepticism, but 1 bite was all it took to win them over. Their enthusiasm escalated to the point where they ended up fighting amongst themselves over the last scraps. In less than an hour, the entire Almu wild ox had been sold out. Some students even began placing reservations for the next day's roast, including Kyer and his fellow magic students, albeit anonymously. Asura, delighted, tallied up his earnings. 1,800 points for the night, with 2,000 more in pre-orders for tomorrow. Lost in the dream of purchasing a yellow-tier martial skill, he didn't notice the 4 graceful figures closing in around him. When he finally looked up, he was met with 4 pairs of meaningful eyes. Momentarily confused, Asura scratched his head in bewilderment. It wasn't until he noticed their gazes fixed on his badge that realization dawned. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Relax, I won't charge you for the meat. Generous, right?" The 4 women's foreheads immediately darkened in exasperation, clearly underestimating Asura's audacity. Finally, it was Magina who couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Aren't you forgetting something?" she asked, her face slightly flushed. Seeing Asura's blank expression, she continued, "We helped roast the meat, and we pitched in with the selling too. Don't you think we deserve a share of the points?" The other 3 women nodded in agreement. Asura jumped to his feet at once. "No way. Absolutely not. Dream on." The women had initially felt a bit awkward bringing it up, but the lucrative points were too tempting to ignore. Seeing Asura's obstinate refusal, their attitudes hardened. Instructor Isla spoke calmly yet firmly, "Fine. If we're not splitting the points, they'll strictly enforce Academy rules the next time someone asks me for leave." Asura's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how the composed and elegant Instructor Isla could utter such a threat. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the other 3 women, only to be met with even bolder responses. They had already drawn a saber, a dagger, and a staff, respectively. Asura raised his hands in surrender, putting on an exaggeratedly defeated expression as he exclaimed, all right, I give up. How about 100 academy points each? Fair enough?" The eyes of the 3 women immediately lit up, their lips just about to curve into smiles. However, Minter Isla spoke up first, cutting them off. "Didn't you earn 1,800 points today? We're a team, so the points should naturally be split evenly. That's 360 points each, not a single point less." Asura froze in place, staring at the 4 women in front of him, their eyes gleaming with greed. Silently, he drew his twin glowing blades from his spatial belt, assuming a combat stance and preparing to release the 3rd seal at any moment. Minter Isla remained unruffled, gracefully pulling out her magic staff. Her ash-blonde hair danced lightly in the breeze as the powerful aura of a second-tier magus radiated from her. The other 3 women were not to be outdone, brandishing their weapons with sly, knowing smiles as they fixed their gaze on Asura. The standoff lasted for a while before Asura finally let out a resigned sigh. Without a word, he reluctantly handed over his badge. Moments later, he lay expressionless in a tree hollow, staring up at the sky outside. The cheerful chatter of the four women filled the air, their laughter tinged with excitement. Ashura's heart ached as he thought about the yellow-tier martial technique he was about to lose. As night fell, the camp gradually quieted. Apart from the warrior trainees standing guard on the perimeter, everyone else had settled in for the night. After much effort, Asura managed to calm his thoughts and began meditating in the tree hollow. The nights in the magic beast forest were serene and profound. Around midnight, faint footsteps broke his concentration. Asura quickly lay down on the dry reeds, feigning sleep. Moments later, a small head peeked cautiously into the hollow. Seeing Asura asleep, the visitor hesitated for a moment before tiptoeing inside and sitting on the far side, hugging her knees as she gazed up at the starry sky. "What are you doing here instead of sleeping?" Asura suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a mockingly aggrieved tone. The girl nearly let out a scream, startled, and turned to glare at Asura, who was smirking mischievously. The silvery moonlight bathed her flawless face, making her beauty even more breathtaking. Upon catching sight of the girl's stunning beauty, Asura couldn't help but slide over to sit beside her. Clara, blushing furiously, shoved him away with all her might, but Asura shamelessly grinned and said, "What's on your mind, beautiful? Could it be that your conscience is kicking in, and you're finally ready to return those 360 points to me?" Clara raised her small fists and gave him a few playful punches, pouting, "In your dreams. I just thought this tree hollow seemed interesting, and the view's nice, so I came to sit here. How boring. Well, you can stay here and stargaze. I'm heading to your tent to sleep." Asura teased, pretending to get up, only to be pinched hard by Clara. After a moment of silence, her voice softened. "Actually, I have trouble sleeping in unfamiliar places, so I thought I'd come out to look at the stars." Asura smirked knowingly. "Ah, that's a sign of insecurity. You came to me for a sense of safety, didn't you?" "Don't flatter yourself," Clara retorted, her face turning red as she buried it in her knees. Asura lay down beside her and said gently, "Why don't you lie down and look at the stars too? If you can't sleep in the future, just count the stars. Before you know it, you'll drift off. Look at this starry sky, doesn't it shine as brilliantly as I do? You're unbelievable." Clara couldn't help but laugh. Asura patted the dry reeds beside him and said, "Come on, lie down and see if the stars are prettier than me." After some hesitation, Clara finally lay down. Her cheeks flushed, though she avoided looking at the boy beside her. Asura rested his hands behind his head and began talking about his childhood memories and dreams for the future. Clara listened intently, occasionally chiming in with a soft laugh. Beneath the starry sky in the hollow of the tree, the two young souls talked late into the night, until Asura unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up at dawn, the girl was nowhere to be seen. Asura muttered, "Didn't even get to take advantage of the situation." As he got up and stepped out of the tree hollow, the campsite was gradually coming to life as students emerged from their tents to wash up, chatting about the delicious roasted meat from the night before. While washing his face by the lake, Asura spotted Clara approaching with a towel in hand. He greeted her boldly, his eyes fixed on her as she washed up, already scheming about sneaking into her tent that night. Feeling his gaze, Clara grew flustered and, without even drying her face, shot him a glare before hurrying back to her tent. It took nearly an hour for the entire camp to pack up and prepare for the day. Today's journey proved even more challenging, with the forest paths becoming increasingly treacherous. Interestingly, whenever the students managed to hunt down second or third level magical beasts, someone would inevitably ask Asura if they could be roasted for food. He never turned anyone away, storing suitable beasts in his storage belt with plans to roast them later and sell them individually, no longer willing to be exploited by those four girls. Along the way, a warrior student leading the group was bitten on the left cheek by a venomous insect, causing it to swell like a steamed bun. In a frenzy, the group tried applying various antidotes, but nothing worked. Asura, observing the situation, scraped some tree sap from a nearby tree and applied it to the wound, which quickly reduced the swelling. Even Instructor Engel was surprised by the resourcefulness of this carefree boy. In truth, Asura was simply worried that his customer, who had pre-ordered roasted meat for 50 points, might not be able to eat and would demand a refund. The group eventually set up camp on a mountaintop with a wide, open view. Without hesitation, Asura found a secluded spot and began preparing the ingredients for that night's barbecue. As Asura was busy preparing the bonfire, he suddenly felt someone watching him from behind. He turned around abruptly, only to see Lanyu and 3 other beautiful women smiling warmly as they observed his busy figure. "We're here to help," Lanyu said cheerfully. "We're all part of the same team, aren't we? If there's work to be done, just call on us." Why tire yourself out? Hearing this, Asura felt a surge of inexplicable frustration. He tilted his head back to look at the sky, fighting back the sting in the corners of his eyes. In the end, with the help of the 4 girls, the barbecue sales were completed. What frustrated him even more was that the 2,000 points he had painstakingly earned yesterday were quickly divided up among the 4 women, leaving him to swallow his bitterness. Although today's barbecue received unanimous praise from the other trainees, the pre-orders for tomorrow were unexpectedly low, amounting to just over 800 points. After some thought, Ashura figured out the reason. No matter how delicious the barbecue was, eating it every day would inevitably lead to fatigue, especially for girls who generally disliked greasy food. Coupled with his steep pricing, many people were reluctant to spend their points. To prevent his business from declining, Ashura had a sudden flash of inspiration and began searching everywhere for a large pot suitable for making soup. However, after asking everyone, he came up empty-handed. None of the trainees had ever considered cooking for themselves, so no one had brought any cookware. Just as he was feeling desperate, Clara shyly pulled him aside, her cheeks flushed, and handed him a beautifully crafted silver basin. "Will this work?" she asked timidly. Seeing this, Ashura was overjoyed, barely able to contain his excitement. He wanted to give Clara a bear hug out of gratitude. Without hesitation, he hoisted the silver basin and ran to the center of the camp, loudly announcing, "Tomorrow, we're switching to stewed meat. I promise I'll be even tastier than barbecue." This new idea immediately sparked interest among the trainees, and pre-orders started pouring in. Holding the 1,000 points he had just earned, Ashura grinned from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Clara stood quietly by his side, her cheeks still flushed, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Tonight, Ashura couldn't find an ideal tree hollow to settle in. Just as he was about to meditate and rest on a tree branch at the campsite, Magina suddenly ran over and demanded that he stay up with her until midnight. "Keeping watch alone is so boring. Come chat with me," Magina said, blinking her eyes playfully. Ashura was about to flat-out refuse her request, but the moment Magina offered a reward of 100 Academy points, he instantly changed his mind. Without hesitation, he eagerly pulled out his badge and asked for payment up front. This scene left Magina both annoyed and amused. Usually, so many guys tried to strike up a conversation with her, only to be turned down. Yet here she was, taking the initiative to approach this guy, and he was actually charging her for it. However, when she caught a glimpse of Lan Yu's envious glance from a distance, a sense of satisfaction welled up in her heart. After all, those points were originally taken from Ashura anyway, so she handed them over without hesitation. For the next 2 hours, Ashura sat beside Magina, chatting about everything under the sun and occasionally throwing in a few cheeky jokes that made Magina blush and kick him lightly in embarrassment. When the watch ended and Ashura was about to climb the tree to rest, Lan Yu suddenly grabbed him by the waistband and yanked him back down. "I'll give you 100 points to keep watch with me." Lan Yu proposed the same deal. For the sake of more points, Ashura reluctantly agreed. And so, he spent another 2 hours chatting with Lan Yu until his throat was dry. By the time he finally managed to climb up the tree, the first light of dawn was already breaking on the horizon. He only had 2 short hours left for meditation and training. The third day of the journey was even more grueling. Along the way, they encountered a few mercenary groups, but upon spotting the uniforms of St Goin Academy, the mercenaries kept their distance. After all, these students likely had powerful connections, and a group of this size was surely accompanied by formidable instructors. It was safer to steer clear. Although no incidents occurred that day, the students gradually adapted to the rhythm of the beast forest. However, the mages of Class 13 looked increasingly disheveled. Their physical condition was clearly unsuited for such long treks in this environment. By evening, the group set up camp by a river. This time, Ashura didn't shy away. Instead, he enthusiastically directed the 4 girls to help him prepare a stew using the large silver basin Clara had given him. He slow-cooked chunks of meat from 5 or 6 third-tier magical beasts with forest herbs, filling the air with an enticing aroma. But when he ladled out a spoonful of broth to taste it, he noticed the 4 girls exchanging a series of cryptic glances before collectively turning their heads away. Puzzled but undeterred, Ashura continued serving the stew to the students waiting in line. Even the instructors were drawn by the aroma, especially Instructor Anger, who had become a loyal fan of Ashura's cooking over the past few days. Amid the chorus of praise, Ashura managed to secure pre-orders for the next evening's dinner. When it was time to wrap up, Ashura generously shared the points he earned with the 4 girls before sitting down to enjoy the leftover broth himself. Just as he was savoring it, Clara approached him with a troubled expression and tugged on his sleeve. "Don't drink that soup," Clara said, biting her lip. "I have something else for you to eat instead." "Why not? It'd be such a waste," Ashura replied, confused. Clara took a deep breath, leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "That silver basin is what I usually use to wash my feet." With a loud clang, The silver basin slipped from Asura's hands and fell to the ground. He froze in place, utterly stunned. The other three girls covered their mouths, stifling their laughter, while the surrounding students looked on in bewilderment, completely unaware of what had just transpired. Asura turned his lifeless gaze toward Clara. The girl immediately blushed, lowering her head, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. "You actually made me drink your foot-washing water," Asura said in a hollow voice, but before he could finish, Clara hurriedly covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down," she said anxiously. "Do you want everyone to come asking you to refund their points?" At the mention of refunding points, Asura instantly calmed down. However, he still glared at Clara, his eyes filled with reproach. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? How was I supposed to know you'd use it to cook stew?" Clara whispered, her expression full of guilt. "And besides, it was the only basin we had. How else were you going to sell your stew tonight?" Asura sighed in resignation and nodded, signaling her to let go. Clara quickly withdrew her hand, instinctively wiping the one that had touched Ashura's mouth on her magical robe. This small gesture completely infuriated Asura. His vision darkened with anger. "I didn't even mind drinking your foot-washing water, and yet you're disgusted by touching my mouth." Sensing Asura was in a foul mood tonight, Lanyu and Magina, for once, refrained from dragging him into their usual chatter. Asura found a quiet spot by himself and sat down to meditate behind a large tree. Late into the night, Clara peeked out of her tent and saw Asura still meditating intently behind the tree, showing no signs of resting. She bit her lip, her expression conflicted, before retreating into the tent. Lanyu and Magina, returning from their night watch, also noticed the scene. It was only then that they realized they had overlooked Ashura's identity as a magic apprentice. Though he always wore his mage's robe while sparring with them in martial arts, his rapid progress in combat had already astonished them. They hadn't expected that he was also quietly persisting in his magical training. The seemingly carefree boy was so diligent that it sparked a sense of urgency in both of them. Their expressions grew serious as they returned to their tents. Even the academy instructors accompanying the group had taken note of the boy, who had no tent but spent the entire night meditating and honing his skills. From afar, Mentor Inge nodded approvingly. The exploration of the beast forest had been ongoing for 16 days, with the team gradually advancing from the outskirts to the central regions. Sightings of Tier 4 magical beasts were becoming increasingly frequent, but thanks to their advantage in numbers, the team was able to subdue them swiftly each time they encountered one. For many outstanding students, the thrill of independently taking down a Tier 4 beast for the first time was hard to contain. During this journey, Asura's culinary business was thriving. Each evening, he and 4 female students busied themselves preparing dinner, sharing in the joy of earning points. However, as many students began to realize that their badge points were running low, the revenue from dinner sales started to decline from the initial thousands of points to just a few hundred now. Nonetheless, each member of the food-selling group had already amassed over 5,000 points and was eagerly imagining how to splurge their wealth once they returned to school. Given the increasing risks of venturing deeper into the forest, Asura decided that tonight would be the last evening for dinner sales. At this moment, the group was making their way along a ridge, just 3 days away from the assessment's endpoint. Asura, armed with dual blades, was diligently clearing the bushes ahead. Behind him, Mentor Ella was fending off the overly enthusiastic chatter of Mentor Anthony, inwardly remarking that her colleague's behavior was even more juvenile than Asura's. Over the course of this journey, Ella had developed a newfound respect for Asura. Though he often appeared carefree, he consistently demonstrated sharp judgment in critical moments. Reflecting on how she had opportunistically exploited his hard work, Ella felt a twinge of guilt and resolved to ask her grandfather, the Grand Archmage Ivy, for a magical artifact to make it up to him once they returned to school. She was also astonished by Asura's deep familiarity with the beast forest. Suddenly, a commotion ahead snapped Ella out of her thoughts. The 2 mentors immediately rushed forward, with Asura following after sniffing the air with a frown. They arrived to find several students battling a bright red serpent as thick as a human arm, with a distinctive lotus-shaped marking on its head. The Tier 4 magical beast was incredibly fast, darting through the group like a streak of crimson lightning, catching the students off guard. It had just launched a surprise attack from the treetops on a warrior student, whose protective armor fortunately activated in time. The serpent's unusual behavior drew the mentor's attention. Magical beasts typically avoided large groups, but this one not only initiated an attack, but also emitted a dizzying red mist. Although the 2 mentors weren't particularly concerned about a beast of this level, neither could identify this rare species of snake. When a student wielding a single blade managed to injure the serpent, it abruptly changed direction and darted toward the mentors. Eager to impress Ella, Anthony raised his spear to strike. Just then, Asura's urgent shout came from behind. "Don't kill it." Anthony hesitated for a split second but ultimately struck decisively, his spear piercing the serpent's head with precision. The red serpent collapsed lifelessly to the ground, enveloped in a puff of red mist. Anthony was about to flash a triumphant smile when Asura dashed to the serpent's corpse, his expression tense as he scanned the surroundings. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what the culinary-savvy, buzz-cut student was up to. Finally, one student broke the silence with a teasing remark. "What's the matter, Asura? Planning to turn this snake into soup tonight? Feeling heartbroken because the head's gone?" The group burst into laughter, with Anthony joining in, smirking dismissively as he thought to himself, what can a student obsessed with small-time business possibly amount to? The usually carefree and mischievous Asura now stood before everyone with an uncharacteristically grave expression. His first words left everyone in stunned silence. "Mentors, we need to request immediate assistance from other teams or the Academy. We're in serious trouble." Asura's voice carried an urgency that no one had ever heard from him before. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Mentor Ella furrowed her delicate brows and sternly warned, "Stop fooling around. This is not something to joke about. You could face disciplinary action from the Academy." Asura met Ella's gaze heated, his eyes filled with an unshakable determination that was almost unnerving. "Please trust me. I'll explain once help arrives." Ella found herself momentarily unsettled by the intensity in his eyes. The sudden, overwhelming pressure emanating from Asura made her breath quicken, as his commanding presence stirred something within her. But the feeling only lasted a fleeting moment before she gritted her teeth, pulled out a magical scroll, and tossed it into the air. The scroll exploded above the forest, transforming into a towering red beam of light that lingered against the sky. "Outrageous!" Mentor Anthony roared, his face twisting in anger. "How dare you deceive Mentor Ella into using a rescue scroll? Do you have any idea the consequences of this? If you can't provide a valid explanation, I'll ensure the Academy expels you." Asura cast a dismissive glance at Anthony, his expression one of utter contempt, as though the male mentor wasn't worth his attention. This look of disdain sent Anthony into a fury, and he reached out to grab Asura by the collar. But Ella quickly stepped between them, shielding Asura. Her voice was tense as she demanded, "I've done what you asked. Now tell us, what danger are we facing?" The rescue signal summoned 6 other mentors and a crowd of students, all of whom gathered around Asura, waiting for his explanation. In the corner, a few students who often resented Asura for outshining them with his point-cerning schemes whispered amongst themselves, muttering sarcastic remarks. Asura scanned the crowd, then spoke quickly, "Everyone here, take a moment to smell yourselves. Do you notice a nauseating, fishy stench? Some of you may also have reddish-pink marks on your skin." At his words, the group began inspecting their arms. Several students immediately started gagging, and even mentors Ella and Anthony realized they were emitting that same sickening odor. Before anyone could question him, Asura explained in a low, serious tone, "This is the mark left by the Crimson Lotus Serpent. Known for their speed and deadly venom, these creatures are highly aggressive and live in large groups. They are growth-type magical beasts, becoming more powerful as they age, with the strongest reaching the level of a Tier 7 Crimson Lotus Serpent King. When one of them dies, their body releases a red mist that clings to their enemies, marking them for relentless revenge by their kin." His voice grew even heavier. "We're about to face a massive swarm of Crimson Lotus Serpents. There's a high chance that a Tier 7 Serpent King is among them. Everyone good luck surviving this." Then, as though slipping back into his usual self, he added with a sly smirk, "Oh, and by the way, just so you know, there's no refund on tonight's dinner reservations. Points are non-refundable." As soon as Asura finished speaking, the entire room fell into a suffocating silence. The crowd turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Even the 6 instructors were visibly shaken. Among them, Instructor Anthony appeared particularly uneasy, had been the one to pierce the Crimson Lotus Serpent's head with a single shot, blatantly ignoring Asura's warning. "So, your name's Asura, right?" Instructor Anthony questioned sharply. "Stop spouting nonsense. There's no way a beast that powerful could be here. What makes you so sure it's a Crimson Lotus Serpent? Don't spread fear unnecessarily." Asura glanced at him coldly, irritation flickering in his eyes. He had already warned them, but Anthony, eager to display his prowess, had insisted on killing the serpent. If this led to any casualties among the students, it would be a weight Anthony couldn't afford to bear. "Asura, are you certain?" Instructor Ella asked anxiously. "What should we do? Rescue reinforcements will take time to arrive, even though other instructors are already on their way." Instructor Anthony cut in with a sneer. "Ella, you actually believe this kid's wild claims? A Tier 7 magical beast? Does he even know what that means?" "Shut up," Ella snapped, her voice sharp and commanding. "I believe him." The room went dead silent once more. Anthony stared at Ella, utterly stunned. He had long admired the beautiful instructor, But now she was siding with a student over him, and in such a harsh manner. As his face flushed between shades of red and green, Instructor Engel's calm, steady voice interjected at just the right moment. "I've read about the Crimson Lotus Serpent in a chronicle of the magical beast forest," Engel said. "The description aligns with what Asura is saying. Even experienced mercenary groups avoid provoking such a creature." The weight of his words sent waves of panic through the students. The mere mention of a Tier 7 magical beast was enough to make their legs tremble. Asura, seeing that Engel was supporting him, felt a small sense of relief. But when he noticed Engel's questioning gaze, he knew there was no time to hesitate. After a brief moment of thought, he spoke decisively. "Instructors, please gather all the students together. No one is allowed to act alone. Is there an open area nearby that's easy to defend? Preferably somewhere without trees or shrubs for cover." "There's a cliff up ahead," Engel replied. "The vegetation there is sparse, and with the cliff at our backs, we'd only need to defend 3 sides. Then that's where we'll go." Asura commanded without hesitation. "Move at full speed. Once we arrive, clear the area immediately." No one dared delay. The group rushed toward the designated location, with the physically weaker mage students being pulled along by their warrior peers to keep up. Upon reaching the site, Asura scanned the surroundings. The area was littered with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation, with a sheer cliff dropping off behind them. While not perfectly vertical, the cliff was steep enough to deter any attempts to scale it. After a brief discussion, everyone began setting up defenses. The 2 warrior classes formed a protective perimeter around the mage class, while 4 warrior instructors took up positions at the front. Ella and the fire mage instructor, Slade, stayed in the middle. Slade, drenched in sweat, muttered nervously under his breath as he wiped his forehead. The oppressive tension hung heavy over the group, infecting everyone. Some of the female mage students had begun to sob quietly, but no one dared to comfort them. The male students gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles white, as the fear of facing death for the first time gnawed at their nerves. Ella's heart was racing as well. She knew her water-based magic wouldn't be particularly effective against a serpent with such speed, and she feared accidentally harming the students in the chaos. Just as her thoughts spiraled into worry, a tall, commanding figure stepped in front of her. The man had jet black, close-cropped hair that seemed as sharp as steel, and he held 2 golden glowing blades in a reverse grip. Ella stared at the figure, her gaze lingering silently, unable to find the words to speak. It seemed as though he had sensed her gaze. The young man, Asura, turned his head slightly back, a confident smile playing on his lips. "I told you before we set out that I'd protect Minter Ayla." His slightly playful words, combined with that handsome side profile, caused Ayla's cheeks to flush a deep red. She let out a soft huff, refraining from a response, though the tension in her body visibly eased a bit. However, before Asura could hear any reply from Ayla, a few knowing hums sounded around him. Magina, Lanyu, and Clara had somehow surrounded him without him noticing. Faced with their stern gazes, Asura instinctively shrank his neck slightly. "You'd better not run off later. Stay behind us, you hear me?" Magina warned, glaring at him. Asura looked helpless, opening his mouth as if to argue but ultimately choosing silence. Internally, he prayed they wouldn't encounter the worst-case scenario, then he wouldn't have to step in. As the sky darkened, the group lit several campfires at the edge of the dense forest to ward off the encroaching darkness. Over an hour passed, and murmurs of doubt began to ripple through the crowd, with some questioning if Asura had led them on a wild goose chase. Just as the chatter grew louder, Ashura's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he shouted, "They're here." From within the forest came a chilling, rustling sound, as though countless creatures were gnawing on bones. The students instinctively stepped back, and even the mentor's expressions grew grave. "Courage. Resilience. Stand firm. Prepare to fight." Mentor Enger's battle cry pierced the night, injecting a sliver of bravery into the frightened crowd. The students gripped their weapons tightly, readying themselves for what was to come. The rustling grew louder, closing in. Under the flickering firelight, pairs of deep crimson eyes began to appear in the forest, their sizes varying wildly. Some were as small as fireflies, while others were as large as fists, all glaring intently at the group. A few timid magic students collapsed to the ground, too terrified to even recall their incantations. When a pair of lantern-sized, blood-red vertical pupils emerged from the shadows of the forest, even Ashura couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He glanced wryly at the women around him, already calculating in his mind who to save first if things went south. The countless glowing red eyes flickering in the dense forest sent shivers down everyone's spine. At this moment, no one doubted Asura's earlier warning without his timely alert that allowed them to prepare in advance. An encounter with this massive snake swarm in the forest would have undoubtedly led to devastating casualties. Fear hung over the trainees like a dark cloud. Instructor Enger immediately drew his massive battle axe, shouting a battle cry to rally their spirits. These young elites of the continent of kings quickly steadied themselves, gripping their weapons tightly. Though their legs trembled with fear, they forced themselves to summon their courage, ready to face this life-or-death confrontation. Asura could sense the oppressive atmosphere among the group, but he refrained from mocking anyone. He understood all too well himself had been paralyzed with fear the first time he encountered a level 5 earthquake bear. Now, the Crimson Lotus Snake swarm slithered out of the forest, and the massive Crimson Lotus Snake King, with its lantern-sized vertical pupils, revealed itself. Observing the intricate lotus pattern on the Snake King's head, Asura let out a small sigh of relief and called out with a hint of lightheartedness, "Good news. This Crimson Lotus Snake King is only at the peak of level 6, not level 7. This remark earned him a round of exasperated eye rolls from the group, leaving Asura momentarily awkward. However, the instructors exchanged relieved glances. While they could manage a level 6 peak magical beast together, they still had to protect the trainees. If the Snake King went berserk, the consequences would be catastrophic. Before they could devise a strategy, the Crimson Lotus Snake King raised its massive head high. Its body, as thick as 3 grown men could wrap their arms around, was an overwhelming sight. Suddenly, the Snake King spewed a thick, putrid red mist and let out a piercing hiss, signaling the swarm of thousands of Crimson Lotus snakes to charge at the trainees. Instructor Inger roared and, along with 2 other warrior instructors, charged at the Snake King, attempting to isolate it from the main battlefield. The other Crimson Lotus snakes ranging from level 3 to level 5 were left for the trainees to handle. The red mist, a natural ability of the Snake King, caused dizziness and sluggish reactions among the trainees, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Just as the snake swarm was about to reach them, ripples of pale blue light spread outward from the center of the group. Everywhere the ripples passed, the debilitating effects of the red mist dissipated, and the trainees regained their full strength. It was Instructor Ella, casting the yellow rank spell Blessing of the Water Spirit. The trainees, reinvigorated, glanced back at her gratefully before turning to face the incoming snakes with renewed determination. The battle began to tilt in their favor. Most of the Crimson Lotus snakes were level 3 or 4, with only a few level 5 snakes scattered among them. At the front lines, Instructor Anthony wielded his silver lance with precision, targeting the higher-level snakes. After an initial period of chaos, the group gradually regained their footing, forming a defensive formation to withstand the snake swarm's relentless assault. The magic trainees in the middle of the group struggled the most. Lightning magic, while powerful, was difficult to land on the swift-moving snakes. A few of the mages were so flustered they fumbled their spells, forcing the warrior trainees around them to step in with a mix of annoyance and protectiveness. Only Clara stood out. Her lightning spells were both swift and accurate, and she soon managed to take down a level 5 Crimson Lotus snake, leaving Asura, who was nearby, visibly impressed. This was Asura's first time witnessing Clara's magic in action. The devastating power of her lightning spells sparked a desire within him to further refine his own lightning magic. Using his dual blades as makeshift wands, he unleashed arcs of lightning with every swing. Thanks to his unique physique, he had an abundant reserve of lightning elemental energy, allowing him to disregard any concerns about depletion and focus entirely on maximizing his efficiency and destructive power. The sight of Asura's unorthodox fighting style left Instructor Ella, who prided herself on elegance and wisdom, utterly dumbfounded. Watching a magician dart around the battlefield, slashing and discharging electricity, was entirely contrary to the refined image of magic users she held dear. With everyone working together, the tide of the battle became increasingly clear. Inger and the other 2 warrior instructors successfully kept the Snake King at bay, while Antony eliminated the level 5 snakes one by one. Meanwhile, Ella and Slade, the 2 magic instructors, used their spells to stabilize the formation. Any stray snakes that broke through were quickly dispatched by exceptional trainees like Magina. The battlefield was shrouded in the crimson mist released by the dying Crimson Lotus snakes, but the group's coordinated efforts steadily pushed them toward victory. Though there were injuries among the trainees on the battlefield, fortunately, no casualties had occurred yet. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the sky. "Beast, how dare you!" The 6-star peak-level Crimson Lotus Serpent King lashed its massive tail with a violent swing, sending 3 warrior instructors flying like ragdolls. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with a vicious, bloodthirsty light as it charged directly toward the trainees' formation. Standing at the forefront, Instructor Anthony was instantly drenched in cold sweat as the monstrous creature lunged toward him. Instructors Inger and the others sprinted forward in support, shouting desperately, "Hold it back!" However, at this critical moment, the young Instructor Anthony froze in fear. The spear that should have been thrust forward remained motionless. Instead, he sidestepped, leaving the trainees behind him completely exposed to the Serpent King's onslaught. Agonized screams echoed as over a dozen trainees in the front row were flung aside like leaves in a storm, crashing heavily to the ground with their fates uncertain. The defensive formation crumbled in an instant, and a sense of panic began to spread among the trainees. The cunning Crimson Lotus Serpent King, clearly aware of the strategy to strike the weak point first, rampaged through the formation, targeting the vulnerable with calculated ferocity. Instructor Inger cast a furious glare at the trembling Instructor Anthony before leaping into action to confront the beast. At that moment, a blazing fireball struck the Serpent King squarely on its head. Roaring in pain, the beast's crimson eyes locked onto the caster Instructor Slade. Under the icy, merciless gaze of the serpent's vertical pupils, Instructor Slade felt a chill run down his spine, his hands trembling as his staff seemed impossibly heavy. As the serpent opened its massive jaws to strike, it appeared Slade was moments away from becoming the beast's next meal. But in a split second, Instructor Inger arrived just in time, pulling Slade aside with a powerful leap. Though Slade hit the ground hard and nearly lost consciousness, it was a far better fate than being devoured. The battlefield was now littered with the injured. Instructors like Inger, wary of causing collateral damage, were forced to hold back. Meanwhile, the rest of the Crimson Lotus Serpents seized the opportunity to join their king in launching a counterattack. As Asura prepared to retreat with Lan Yu and Magina, the two brave young women had already charged forward without hesitation, swords in hand, unleashing their martial techniques to aid the instructors in wounding the Serpent King. Frowning deeply, Asura reached out to pull Clara back, but the stubborn silver-haired girl refused to budge. Gritting her teeth, she cast her final spells to eliminate the other Crimson Lotus Serpents. Turning his gaze toward Instructor Ella, Asura saw her pale as a sheet, clearly drained from overexerting herself with advanced magic. Yet, she persisted, casting the blessing of the water god to shield everyone from the Serpent King's deadly venomous mist. Seeing this, Asura let out a soft sigh before issuing a commanding order. Magic Class 13, listen up. Abandon the other serpents and focus all your lightning magic on assisting the instructors in taking down the Serpent King. All warrior trainees, tighten the formation and focus on defense. Protect the mages. Under Asura's battle warning and command, the trainees quickly sprang into action. Lan Yu and Magina retreated to safeguard the magic students, while the magic students focused their efforts, summoning bolts of lightning to strike the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. The massive serpent's body made for an ideal target, and under the instructor's diversionary tactics, the lightning struck the Serpent King with precision, sending its scales flying in all directions. The paralyzing effect of the electric current noticeably slowed the Serpent King's movements. Seeing the strategy work so effectively, Minter Inge and the others were invigorated, unleashing their full power in an attempt to end the battle swiftly. The trainees, too, were inspired by the success of the plan and held newfound admiration for Asura, this unconventional magician. In this critical moment, it was Asura known more for his cooking than his combat skills, who not only warned of the impending fight, but also orchestrated an effective tactical deployment. Lan Yu, Magina, and Clara, among the female trainees, looked at Asura with a newfound glimmer of admiration in their eyes. However, just as victory seemed within reach, the faint blue rippling aura that enveloped the group suddenly vanished. Minter Ayla collapsed to her knees, her face pale as she had exhausted her magic, maintaining the blessing of the water god for too long. The crimson poisonous mist once again engulfed the battlefield, drastically weakening the trainees' combat capabilities. Minter Ayla could only cast an apologetic glance at them, having truly given it her all. Seizing this opportunity, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King began gaining the upper hand in the battle. After driving back the warrior instructors who had been attacking it, the Serpent King locked its gaze on the weakened Minter Ayla and lunged directly toward the trainees. Asura shouted for everyone to scatter, and the exhausted trainees scrambled to evade. However, the Serpent King's target was clear. It was the female Minter who could counter it with her water-based magic. Minter Ayla froze as she watched the massive serpent's body hurtling toward her. She was unable to move. Her right leg had been bitten by a level 4 Crimson Lotus Serpent earlier, leaving it completely paralyzed. With her magic depleted, she could barely stand, let alone escape. As the serpent's enormous, fanged jaws drew closer, she resigned herself to her fate, closing her eyes. Her mind briefly lingered on the regret of never having experienced love, and a bittersweet smile graced her lips. The surrounding trainees screamed in terror, begging her to run. Minter Anthony hesitated, clutching a precious teleportation scroll in his hand. That brief moment of indecision caused him to miss the chance to save her, and he turned his head away, unable to bear watching. Just when Minter Ayla thought death was inevitable, a figure suddenly stepped in front of her. She opened her eyes to see a young man clad in a magician's robe, gripping 2 long blades as he held the Serpent King's upper and lower jaws apart with all his might. His entire body trembled under the strain. Minter Ayla stared blankly at the figure shielding her, momentarily forgetting the danger that loomed so close. Asura, run. I can't hold it any longer. Asura's hoarse, desperate voice echoed through the forest. Hearing this, Minterella was startled, her cheeks flushing. She gently steadied herself by holding onto Asura's shoulder and barely managed to stand upright. In a soft, weak voice she said, "My leg is injured. I can't run. You go and hide." This beautiful Minter had been the first to join his barbecue team, and the first to support him when he was ostracized. Remembering the promise he had made back then, Asura clenched his teeth and stood his ground. He had already undone 2 layers of the cabin prison seals, and fortunately, the revitalizing herbs he had taken earlier kept him at full strength. Just as he hesitated over whether to release the 3rd seal, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, enraged by its failed attacks, violently swung its massive head, hurling both of them toward the cliff's edge. Despite the searing pain in his arms, Asura quickly got to his feet, only to see Minterella writhing in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Without a second thought, he charged at the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, determined to divert its attention. If he didn't, Minterella, unable to move, would be in grave danger. Sure enough, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King turned its focus to the black-robed boy who had wounded it before. The serpent's jaw still throbbed from a previous injury, and its eyes narrowed with fury as it lunged at him. Asura was about to use his wind-chasing thunder-stepping technique to lure it away when he saw Lanyu and Magina rushing in from both sides to assist him, heedless of the danger. Their sudden intervention disrupted his plan, forcing him to engage the massive serpent in close combat. Minter Inger and another warrior Minter arrived to provide reinforcements, though they were clearly at their limits. One of the warrior mentors, already injured, had to retreat from the battle. Meanwhile, Minter Anthony, rather absurdly, attempted to bypass the fight to offer his attention to Ella, only to be snapped back to reality by a furious shout from Minter Inger. Though the Crimson Lotus Serpent King was now covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, its ferocity showed no signs of waning. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck its right eye with pinpoint accuracy. The serpent howled in agony, tilting its head back as its right eye struggled to open. Enraged, it locked onto the silver-haired girl who had cast the spell and charged at her, ignoring the other's attacks entirely. But in that critical moment, a golden light suddenly flashed. Instinctively, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King squinted, and in that fleeting instant of vulnerability, a pair of sharp blades plunged into its uninjured left eye. With an ear-piercing scream, blood gushed forth as the massive serpent writhed in agony. Its colossal body thrashed about, forcing everyone to keep their distance. The crowd looked on in awe at Asura, who had just rolled to the side with incredible agility. Moments ago, he had unleashed a burst of speed, his twin blades flashing with golden light that dealt a devastating blow to the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Clara, who had been rescued, gazed at him with admiration in her eyes, drawing jealous glances from the male trainees around her, none more so than Kyle, who was hiding behind a large rock, his expression growing increasingly venomous. Asura gestured for Clara to step back. After catching his breath, he dashed toward Instructor Isla, who was lying near the cliff's edge, unable to stand. As he helped the tearful Isla to her feet, gasps erupted from behind him. From the corner of his eye, Asura caught sight of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King rising on its remaining strength. Its single, blazing eye fixated on them with murderous intent. Without hesitation, Asura scooped Isla into his arms and leapt aside just as the serpent lunged at them in a frenzy. Though Instructor Engel and others tried to hold it back, the beast swung its massive tail toward the pair. The air whistled with the force of the strike. Asura knew that if he fled alone, he had an 80% chance of survival. But glancing down at Isla, who clung to him with her face buried in his chest, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to take the blow. Bang! The serpent's tail struck Asura's back with crushing force, sending him and Isla hurtling toward the cliff. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King, unable to stop its momentum, plunged into the gorge below. Cries of despair echoed through the air. Clara screamed and tried to peer over the edge, but Instructor Engel held her back. Lanyu prepared to use his movement technique to descend the cliff, but he was also stopped. Furious, Magina drove her great blade into the rocky ground at the cliff's edge, tears shimmering in her eyes. In the mist-shrouded depths of the canyon, the serpent's roars gradually faded into the distance. Instructor Engel quickly organized the group, assessing the casualties, tending to the wounded, and preparing to rendezvous with reinforcements. Clara insisted on mounting a rescue mission, but the instructors, citing their current lack of strength to safely venture into the gorge, prioritized securing the team's safety. The final tally: 7 dead, 29 critically injured, 57 lightly wounded, and 2 missing. As they fell, Asura endured the searing pain in his back and the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, holding the screaming Isla tightly in his arms. They first collided with a sloped section of the cliff, then tumbled through trees and rocks in a chaotic descent. Throughout the ordeal, Asura shielded Isla, taking the brunt of the impacts. Seizing the right moment, he drove his blade into a crevice in the rock face, halting their fall. His muscles screamed in agony. Isla had lost consciousness. Cradling her with his left arm, Asura painstakingly climbed along the misty cliffside, using every ounce of strength in his limbs. Eventually, he discovered a cave roughly the size of a well's opening. The interior was spacious, comparable to a classroom, with a natural spring-fed pool nestled against one wall of the rocky chamber. Asura cautiously peeked into the cave, his nose twitching slightly as he sniffed the air. After confirming that there was no scent of other beasts, he carefully carried the unconscious Minter Ayla into the cave. The searing pain in his back forced him to lie flat on the ground. The injury was as severe as the one he had suffered during his battle with the earthquake bear. Struggling, he retrieved a few healing pills, swallowed them, and took a moment to regulate his breathing before managing to stand up shakily. To ensure their safety, Asura endured the pain as he crawled back out of the cave to gather dry firewood. He then cleverly concealed the entrance and lit a fire to brighten the interior. Under the flickering firelight, he noticed that Minter Ayla not only remained unconscious, but also had a burning fever, her face flushed crimson. Though Asura had done his best to protect her during their fall, he recalled her mentioning earlier that she had been bitten by a crimson lotus snake. The symptoms now clearly pointed to the venom taking effect. Time was of the essence, and immediate action was necessary. Fortunately, Asura had stored herbs specifically for countering crimson lotus snake venom in his spatial storage. However, the first priority was to extract the poison. As he carefully examined Minter Ayla's condition, he froze upon discovering the location of the snake bite. Judging from the tear in her magical robe, the wound was situated on the inner thigh, in an extremely private area. The sight of her blood-streaked, exposed skin through the torn fabric made Asura gulp involuntarily. He found himself in a dilemma. If he delayed treatment, Minter Ayla's fever might render the herbs ineffective. Yet the location of the wound was so awkward that he feared her wrath if she woke up. After a fierce internal struggle, Asura clasped his hands together in prayer, pleading, "Minter Ayla, this is all for saving your life. Please don't hold this against me when you wake up." He muttered additional prayers to the gods for their blessing and protection. Finally, with a deep breath and trembling hands, he lifted Minter Ayla's magical robe. The moment the magic robe was lifted, two long, smooth, and pale legs came into Asura's view, leaving him momentarily dizzy and lightheaded. At the peak of his youthful vigor, an uncontrollable surge of desire rushed to his head, nearly robbing him of his rationality. Just then, the unconscious Ella let out a soft, barely audible moan. That tiny sound was like a slap back to reality, snapping him out of his daze. Quickly, Asura turned his head away, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. He silently berated himself for losing composure, not like he hadn't seen a beautiful woman before. Even Daphne's legs were equally stunning. Yet, the teacher-student relationship between them added a layer of forbidden tension, constantly testing his self-control. Luckily, Asura had enough discipline. After steadying his breath, he focused on examining the wound. The location of the injury made it particularly challenging to treat. He hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brow, then clenched his jaw and removed Ella's undergarments. Avoiding any improper gaze, he tilted his head away and began extracting the snake venom. Unbeknownst to him, Ella had actually been conscious the whole time. As a mage, her mental resilience far surpassed that of a warrior. When she overheard Asura's earlier prayers, she had almost burst out laughing. But as his actions progressed, an unfamiliar sensation rippled through her, overwhelming her nerves. She bit her lip hard, her fingers digging into the ground, her toes pointing rigidly as she fought to suppress the trembling of her body. Each time Asura drew a mouthful of the dark, venom-laced blood, he spat it onto the ground. Gradually, the expelled blood began to appear brighter and fresher. Sensing that the toxin was nearly cleared, he quickened his pace to finish the task in one go. Suddenly, a muffled moan escaped, followed by an unexpected spray of liquid onto his face. Stunned, he looked up, locking eyes with an equally shocked Ella. Time seemed to freeze. It wasn't until Asura instinctively wiped his face that the moment broke. Ella immediately broke down, letting out a soft whimper as she pulled her magic robe over her head, covering her face with her hands, too mortified to look at him. Asura managed an awkward smile, but there was no time for embarrassment, still had to finish treating the wound. He retrieved medicinal herbs from his spatial belt, chewing them into a paste before applying them to the wound. Ella's body shivered at the touch, and she buried herself even deeper under the robe. Asura then tore a strip of fabric from his black warrior tunic, using it as a makeshift bandage to secure the herbs over the wound near her upper thigh. Once finished, he wiped his forehead, unsure if it was damp from earlier or from cold sweat. In a low voice he said, "It's done. The snake venom is mostly cleared, but you shouldn't move around for the next couple of days. You'll need the dressing changed a few more times." With that, he stood and walked toward the nearby pond to wash his face. As his footsteps faded, Ella cautiously lifted a corner of her robe, peeking at Asura as he washed up. A shy, almost girlish expression crept onto her face. Feeling a chill on her legs, she suddenly remembered her state of undress and muttered under her breath, "That scoundrel." He took them off, but didn't even think to put them back on. With a huff, she pulled the robe back down to cover her legs. When Asura returned, he noticed Ella turning her flushed face to the side and decided it was best to say nothing. Instead, he got up and went to the campfire to prepare some food. Considering their precarious situation and Ella's condition, he avoided anything too greasy. Instead, he retrieved Clara's silver washbasin, poured in some millet, and began cooking a simple porridge. As he stirred the simmering pot, Asura's mind raced with plans how to escape the cliff, whether the one-eyed Crimson Lotus Snake King would track them down. Meanwhile, Ella sat quietly, staring at Asura as he focused on cooking. Her mind wandered, grappling with the awkwardness of being exposed in front of her student. The intimacy of their encounter left her unsure of how to face him moving forward. Ella was lost in her thoughts until the soft sound of approaching footsteps startled her. She looked up to see Asura walking toward her, carrying a handmade wooden bowl filled with steaming millet porridge. Noticing her absent-minded state, Asura tilted his head in mild exasperation and let out a small cough. The sound was like a thunderclap, jolting Ella back to reality. She flinched, instinctively grabbing her mage's robe to shield her face. The sudden movement startled Asura, and to his surprise and hurt it revealed more of her than intended. Realizing her mistake, Ella quickly readjusted the robe to cover her legs, then buried her face in her hands, too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Asura couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his usually composed mentor behaving so bashfully. Regretful that the fleeting moment of unintended beauty had passed but amused by her girlish reaction, he crouched down to place the bowl beside her. Without a word, he turned and settled himself by the fire, beginning to tend to his wounds. Through her fingers, Ella stole glances at Asura's back as he sat facing the flames. Her heart softened at his quiet thoughtfulness. Overcome with hunger, she picked up the bowl and, ignoring the heat, devoured the porridge in a few quick gulps. Licking her lips, she couldn't help but let her gaze drift back to him. Asura was tending to his injuries, his back a canvas of old scars and fresh wounds crisscrossing one another. For reasons she couldn't explain, the sight made Ella's chest tighten with an ache. Summoning her courage, she blushed furiously and shuffled closer to him. Picking up the nearby jar of salve, she began to gently apply it to his wounds. Asura stiffened at the unexpected touch of her soft hands on his back. His muscles tensed, but he remained silent. After a brief pause, Ella's soft voice broke the quiet. "How did you get all these scars?" she asked hesitantly. Hearing the question from behind, Asura quietly breathed a sigh of relief. With a conversation started, the atmosphere would be less awkward. However, when it came to explaining the origin of his wounds, he was momentarily at a loss for words and decided to change the subject. "Your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Don't move around. Once you finish the porridge, we'll get you more." This dismissive attitude instantly ignited Mentor Ayla's anger, mixed with an unexpected pang of hurt. He didn't trust her and was clearly hiding something. She didn't realize how her emotions were shifting, but her hand applying the medicinal ointment grew heavier. Asura winced in pain, but he endured it silently. The cave fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the occasional drip of water echoing off the stone walls. Both were lost in thought, one focused on finishing the porridge, the other tending to the fire. Asura moved the fire to the side and spread dry grass over the heated ground to allow the warmth to radiate through. Carefully, he lifted Ayla and placed her on the cozy grass bed. Then he leaned against the stone wall near the cave's entrance, closing his eyes to rest, though the pain from his wounds still throbbed faintly. Lying on the warm grass, Ayla felt the heat rising from below, making her so comfortable that she squinted her eyes in contentment. She hadn't expected Asura to be so considerate, and for the first time, she felt a sense of reliance and security. Glancing at Asura by the cave entrance, she let out a huffy little hum. But when he didn't respond, she did it again, louder this time. Asura opened one eye to glance at her before shutting it again. Frustrated, Ayla huffed several more times in quick succession. Finally, Asura sighed and walked over to her. "What now?" Seeing his reluctant expression, Ayla grew even more annoyed and pointed to the grass beside her. "Sit down and talk to me." Asura rolled his eyes. "Dearest Mentor Ayla, I just carried you down from such a height, and am in pain all over. Can't I just rest for a bit? Whatever it is, let's talk tomorrow." Ayla bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Oh, so you do remember I'm your mentor. And you," she stopped mid-sentence, glaring at him with frustration. Asura, thick-skinned as ever, waved her off and turned to leave. But Ayla's voice turned eerily calm. "That was you kissing Lanyu by the lake, wasn't it? And you're the one who forcibly kissed Magina too, right?" Asura froze mid-step. Just as he was about to deny it, Ayla continued, if rumors start spreading about you doing something to me, your reputation at the academy. Panicking, Asura rushed over and clamped a hand over her mouth. Don't slander me. That's defamation. Ayla pushed his hand away. Defamation? Oh really? Then where's my underwear? Where did you hide it? Asura was instantly struck dumb, his face flushing with embarrassment. He didn't know what had possessed him at the time, but he had indeed stashed her underwear in his storage space. Avoiding her gaze, he looked away, while Ayla smirked triumphantly, like a rooster that had just won a battle. Defeated, Asura resigned himself to his fate and awaited her judgment. Ayla patted the grass next to her, motioning for him to sit down. Instead, he lay down beside her, propping himself on his side to look at her. Ayla startled, her face turning red as she scooted away slightly, trying to maintain a composed demeanor. All right, spill it. Tell me all your secrets. Show you kissed Lanyu and Magina. And don't think I haven't noticed how Clara looks at you. Ashura's eyes darted around as he tried to come up with a plausible story, but Ayla cut him off with a warning. If I catch you lying to me, Asura could only let out a helpless chuckle. His recent experiences had been so bizarre that he couldn't think of a believable explanation. Still, he cautiously replied, I'll tell you, but only if you agree to two conditions. First, you must keep it a secret. Second, you have to tell me one of your secrets in return and no betraying me later. Ayla, now fully invested like a gossip-loving teenager, instinctively turned to face him. Their eyes met as they lay there, and after thinking for a moment, she said, the first condition is fine, but as for the second, I don't really have any secrets worth sharing with you. Hearing this, Asura scoffed dismissively and was about to use it as an excuse to refuse. Ella's small fists kept pounding against Asura's chest as she puffed up in anger and said, you wanted me to trade secrets with you? I've already shown you my biggest secret. What more do you want? Asura's gaze involuntarily drifted downward, which only made Ella angrier. She immediately reached out and twisted his ear, causing him to cry out in pain. Let go, let go. I'll talk, okay? Ella gave his ear a few more vindictive twists before releasing her grip, but her eyes stayed locked on his face, full of warning as if to say she was ready to punish him further if she didn't get the answers she wanted. In the midst of their playful scuffle, the distance between them closed without either of them realizing it. Asura could feel Ella's heated breaths brushing against his face, a clear sign of her frustration. He sighed inwardly, wondering how his attempts to keep a low profile had somehow landed him in the middle of so much drama. Just as he was deciding where to begin, Ella impatiently raised her hand again, aiming for his ear. Quick as lightning, Asura caught her delicate hand. No matter how much she struggled, he refused to let go. Stop it, he said firmly. If you want to hear it, then listen. But you have to promise to keep it a secret. With that, Asura began recounting his experiences over the past year since leaving the academy for training. He revealed everything, even his true strength, without holding back. Ella listened intently, so absorbed in his words that she seemed to forget her hand was still in his grasp. But when he mentioned someone named Daphne and his rumored connection to Lanyu Magina, a pang of jealousy stirred in her heart. When Ella learned that Asura had already reached the level of a second-tier grand martial artist and second-tier grand magician, she didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, she smirked with a sense of pride. I had a feeling you were different after we entered the forest. You knew so much, especially about the forest of magical beasts. Turns out you've been training here all this time. Asura let out a weary sigh. I wanted to stay under the radar, but after Mentor Anthony speared the Crimson Lotus Snake, I couldn't just stand by. If I had, more people would have died. I just hoped the casualties weren't too severe this time. Ella's expression grew serious. Before we fell, the students in our class were being well protected, so I didn't notice any injuries or deaths. And after the Crimson Lotus Snake King fell off the cliff with us, I don't think there was much danger left. Asura nodded, hoping her assessment was correct. The two stayed like that, hands still intertwined, talking for hours until the night deepened. Eventually, Ella drifted off to sleep, her grip on his hand tightening even more in her dreams. The next morning, the campfire beside her had burned out, and a few rays of sunlight filtered into the cave through the cracks at its entrance. Ella opened her beautiful eyes, blinked a few times, and then suddenly scrambled to her feet in a panic. The cave was empty, and the soft hay beside her had lost its warmth. A wave of unprecedented fear overwhelmed her. In her 23 years of life, she had never experienced such an intense sense of loneliness. Frantically, Ella called out, Asura, where are you? Tears began streaming uncontrollably down her face. Fighting the pain in her right leg, she stumbled toward the cave entrance. However, the entrance was set high above her, and her injured leg made climbing impossible. After several failed attempts, she sank to the ground. Kneeling as she sobbed, Asura, you jerk, how could you leave me here alone? You promised to protect me. He'll never trust you again. At that moment, a familiar voice came from above. Ella, talking behind someone's back isn't very nice, is it? Since when did I become a jerk? Asura leapt down from the cave entrance, his clothes damp with morning dew, holding a freshly hunted second-tier magical beast. Ella stared blankly at the young man before her, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Before Asura could say anything, she suddenly threw herself into his arms. The unexpected impact almost caused him to lose his balance. He was about to check if she had a fever, but froze when her heart-wrenching sobs filled the air. Asura dropped the beast he was holding and gently wrapped his arms around her. She cried even harder, clutching his waist tightly as if afraid he would vanish. The intimate embrace brought Asura an acute awareness of her softness, and his youthful body responded instinctively. Awkwardly, he leaned back slightly, trying to avoid further embarrassment. You jerk, Ella choked out between sobs. Where did you go? How could you leave me alone like that? Don't you know how scared I was? Asura took a deep breath, doing his best to stay composed. In a soft voice, he reassured her. I just went to find food and check if the area was safe. How could I possibly leave you? They'll always be here for you. Now, stop crying, you're going to break my waist. Her tears abruptly stopped. Ella looked up at him with tearful eyes, her expression heartbreakingly vulnerable. You'll always be here for me, she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Asura, busy adjusting his mage robe, replied absent-mindedly, Of course. Before he could finish, Ella's lips pressed against his. The sudden kiss left Asura wide-eyed, but as he felt the inexperienced movements of her lips, he realized it was real. A young man's heart is easily swayed, and Asura was no exception. He quickly took control of the kiss, his hands beginning to explore of their own accord. Ella, entirely unversed in such matters, melted in his arms, letting her clothing gradually slip away. However, just as the final boundaries were about to be crossed, Asura caught sight of the bandage on her thigh. The sight jolted him back to his senses. He abruptly pulled away and dove into the small pool of water inside the cave, submerging himself completely. Ella lay on the ground, arms crossed over her chest, silently crying. It was a long while before Asura emerged from the water, hastily changing into dry clothes. Seeing her lying there, her eyes hollow and lifeless, a pang of guilt and heartache surged within him. Asura saw Ella crying and quickly approached her with concern. What's wrong? Why are you crying again? He asked, his voice filled with worry. He reached out to drape a tattered magical robe over her shoulders, but she pushed him away forcefully. Tears welled up in Ella's eyes as she spoke, her voice trembling with anger and hurt. Do you despise me? Is it because I'm 6 years older than you? Or do you think I'm less attractive than those girls who chase after you? Or is it because of my position as your mentor? Her voice quivered more with each word, her emotions growing increasingly agitated. Asura struggled to keep his eyes from wandering to her alluring figure. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he replied, I don't even dare to look at you directly, afraid that my desires might burn hotter than any magic. How could you question your own charm? Your admirers are no fewer than that swarm of crimson lotus serpents we faced yesterday. Hearing his heartfelt words, Ella couldn't hold back her sobs any longer. She shyly covered her chest with her hands, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Asura sighed helplessly and explained, I noticed the bandage on your leg. You're still injured, and I was worried you couldn't handle it. That's why I jumped into the pond to cool myself down. Ella's eyes lit up instantly. Though still bashfully shielding herself with her arms, a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Yet she couldn't help but pout and ask in a plaintive tone, You're not lying to me, are you? You really don't mind that I'm older? Asura, exasperated by her persistence, raised his hand as if swearing to the heavens and used every ounce of his wit to reassure her. At last, Ella broke into a radiant smile. He never could have imagined that the usually poised and graceful mentor Ella could resemble a love-struck young girl so completely in this moment. Though Ella was aware of how uncharacteristic her behavior was, having already confessed her feelings to Asura, she no longer shied away from his intense gaze. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head against his chest and nuzzling him affectionately. This gesture left Asura acutely aware of what it truly means to experience both pain and joy simultaneously. Time slipped away quietly, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ella clung to Asura like a koala, displaying all the traits of a girl in love. Experiencing the sweetness of her first romance, she didn't quite know how to express her feelings, but instinctively, she longed to stay by Ashura's side. Every moment they spent together filled her with an unparalleled sense of joy and security. Although warriors and mages could live over 2 centuries with their aging process greatly slowed, the fact that she was 6 years older still made Ella uneasy. Over the past 2 days, she constantly bombarded Asura with questions. Did he mind her age? Compared to Daphne, Clara, Lanyu, or Magina, whose figure was better, whose personality was more appealing, whose legs were longer, or who had the most attractive chest? These questions left Asura both amused and exasperated. In the end, he could only repeatedly promise her that he would never mind her age or leave her. However, when it came to deciding whether to reveal their relationship after returning to the academy, the two found themselves at odds. Asura preferred to keep it a secret, wanting to maintain a low-profile lifestyle focused on cultivation. Ella, on the other hand, was eager to announce it to the world. After all, the academy didn't prohibit teacher-student relationships, and powerful individuals on the continent were never short of admirers. She was especially tired of the pursuits from young instructors and senior students, particularly Mentor Anthony, who claimed he would die for her yet cowered in fear when the Crimson Lotus Snake King attacked. In contrast, Asura had stepped forward during the crisis, giving her an unprecedented sense of safety. Faced with Ella's insistence, Asura patiently explained that his current strength was insufficient to interact with her on equal footing within the academy. He promised that once he became stronger, he would formally confess his feelings to her. His words, combined with a few affectionate gestures, finally managed to soothe a flustered Ella. During these days, the two became inseparable, exploring every boundary but the last. Ella even suggested inviting him to her mentor's quarters once they returned to the academy and her injuries were healed, her implication unmistakable. That morning, Ashura's restraint, considering her injured leg, only deepened her affection for him. The time spent together allowed them to open their hearts and learn more about each other. Asura even revealed his secret of practicing both magic and martial arts, leaving Ella thrilled as if she had discovered a rare treasure. She understood that the stronger Asura became, the brighter their future would be, especially when it came to dealing with her formidable grandfather, the Grand Archmage Avery. On the third morning, Asura proposed finding a way out, but Ella threw a small tantrum, reluctant to leave the cave that felt like their own little haven. After some persuasion, Asura reasoned that the academy would undoubtedly send search parties, particularly with Ella being the granddaughter of a Grand Archmage. He also mentioned that the messenger sent to report their situation had likely already arrived. In the end, Asura simply carried her on his back. Ella gave a few half-hearted pats on his back before settling snugly against him. Outside, the mist remained thick, visibility no more than 5 meters, with the occasional roar of magical beasts echoing in the distance. Asura gave her a light pat on the hip, signaling her to hold on tight, and began climbing upwards. The cliff wasn't overly steep, and even with Ella on his back, his pace was swift. Along the way, Ella continued to voice her concerns in a soft tone, worried that Asura might distance himself once they returned to the academy. Asura teased her, saying he hadn't taken full advantage of her yet, so how could he possibly ignore her? His playful remark made the beauty on his back blush furiously, prompting a flurry of pinches and playful bites. Amid their banter, a loud cry suddenly came from above. Ella's initial reaction was excitement, letting out a cheerful whistle, but her mood quickly shifted as she recalled something. She slumped back onto Asura's shoulder with a hint of disappointment. Asura was gazing at Ayla when he suddenly noticed her expression change. "What's wrong?" he asked. Ayla's face clouded with worry. "My grandfather is here. That's his mount, the Tier 7 magical beast, the Scarlet Flame Bird." Hearing this, Asura instinctively thought about putting her down to avoid being seen in such an intimate position by her grandfather. To his surprise, Ayla not only didn't appreciate the gesture, but bit down hard on his shoulder in defiance. In the blink of an eye, waves of heat surged around them. A fiery red Tier 7 flying beast broke through the sky, circling joyfully around Ayla, clearly very close to her. With a light huff, Ayla deftly leapt off Asura's back. The intelligent Scarlet Flame Bird immediately swooped down, catching her gracefully. "Thank you, Xiaolai," Ayla said softly, stroking the bird's neck. "Has my grandfather arrived?" Xiaolai chirped in response, and at the same time, an overwhelming pressure swept through the area. Asura squinted into the distance and saw an elder with a long, flowing beard clad in a crimson mage's robe flying through the air. The old man landed steadily on the Scarlet Flame Bird's back. "Grandfather!" Ayla exclaimed, throwing herself into the old man's arms. "I missed you so much. I thought I'd never see you again." The long-bearded elder, none other than the Archmage Iwei, exhaled in relief and gently patted his granddaughter's head. "It's all right now. You scared your grandfather half to death. Tell me, which beast dared to bully my granddaughter? I'll skin it alive and break its bones to avenge you." As his words echoed, the Archmage's immense magical pressure radiated outward. Hearing this, Ayla glanced mischievously at Asura, who was still clinging to the cliffside, as if she were considering tattling on him. Asura immediately glared at her in warning, silently urging her not to cause trouble. Ayla stuck her tongue out playfully before turning back to her grandfather. "It's fine, Grandpa. That beast has already fallen to the bottom of the canyon. There's no need to go after it. Let's hurry back instead, so no one else worries. Archmage Iway nodded in agreement, but then turned his sharp gaze toward Asura, who remained on the cliff. With his formidable mental powers, he had already observed the little interactions between his granddaughter and this young man. He began scrutinizing the unusual mage who didn't quite seem like a mage at all. The Archmage's gaze bore down with an almost tangible weight, the pressure of his overwhelming mental force suffocating. Asura, however, forced a strained smile onto his face and spoke with feigned composure. Respected Mentor Iway, I am a student of Mentor Ayla. Earlier, we fell into this ravine together, and it was only thanks to a sloping ledge below that we survived. May I have the honor of riding on your mount as well? Before his words could fully land, the 7th-tier magical beast beneath Iwea fiery red phoenix let out a derisive screech. With a sudden flap of its massive wings, it sent a gust of wind hurtling toward the cliffside where Asura clung. The young man cursed inwardly as he clung tightly to the rocky surface, narrowly avoiding being blown off the precipice. Ayla quickly intervened, calming the phoenix's unruly behavior and casting an apologetic glance at the disheveled Asura. Iway's sharp eyes studied the young man before him. Even under the dual pressure of his own presence and the phoenix's aura, this boy, though visibly disheveled, remained composed. He retained clarity of thought and the ability to communicate effectively, qualities rare even among the top graduates he had mentored. What intrigued Iway even more was the look in his granddaughter Ayla's eyes when she glanced at the boy. There was something unusual there. What exactly had transpired during their time alone together? Iway resolved to investigate this young man thoroughly. Jump down, Iway said calmly, his tone devoid of emotion as he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Relieved, Asura exhaled silently before pushing off the cliffside and landing lightly on the phoenix's back. The exhilaration of riding a 7th-tier flying beast for the first time sent a thrill through him. Remembering the phoenix's earlier hostility, he couldn't resist a bit of mischief, subtly shifted his feet and rubbed them against the creature's feathers. Ayla caught his sly move and stifled a laugh, while the phoenix let out an indignant cry. Were it not for its respect for Iway, the Archmage, it would have already thrown this impudent black-haired boy off its back. Iway's gaze returned to Asura, scrutinizing him with renewed interest. He had never heard of such an outstanding magic student among the Academy's newcomers. The top-ranking freshmen had yet to reveal significant gaps in their abilities, but this boy's composure and state of mind were markedly superior even to Iway's own granddaughter, a 2nd-tier mage. While Ayla had shown clear signs of relief and joy at their reunion, as if narrowly escaping death, this boy acted as though everything had been under his control all along. Your name is Asura? Iway asked, his voice steady. I don't recall seeing your name in the Academy's ranking of freshman elites. However, I heard it was you who first noticed the danger and warned the group. Well done. Asura feigned a look of surprise and gratitude, replying with humility, to receive your praise is a great honor. I'm just an ordinary magic student, though I also practice martial arts, which gives me a slight edge when dealing with magical beasts. As for the warning, it was simply a matter of lucky, happened to read about the habits of the Crimson Lotus Serpent in some random book. Iway nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he sensed only the level of a 1st-tier great mage from Asura's focus on martial arts must have diverted some of his magical potential. This boy's martial prowess might even surpass his magical abilities. But why, then, had he chosen the Magic Academy? As Iway prepared to command the phoenix to take flight and leave the ravine, Asura suddenly spoke up, his tone light but deliberate. Respected Archmage Iway, whether it was my warning to the team or my efforts to save Mentor Ayla, there's no need for excessive gratitude. Both Iway and Ayla looked at him in confusion, unsure of his intent. Seeing that Iway had not grasped his meaning, Asura awkwardly pressed on, a sheepish grin on his face. I mean, shouldn't the Academy offer some kind of reward for my contributions? And as Ayla's grandfather, shouldn't you personally express your appreciation as well? Ayla wished the ground would swallow her whole. She couldn't believe the audacity of this reckless boy, her so-called boyfriend, meeting her grandfather for the first time. And instead of making a good impression, he was brazenly asking for rewards. Iway, too, was momentarily stunned, staring at the shameless youth before him. He, the famously short-tempered Archmage, known for his fiery disposition typical of fire element mages, was being openly solicited for favors. Even the Academy's top graduating students tread carefully around him, terrified of provoking his ire. Yet here was this bold young man, unabashedly demanding compensation. Iway couldn't help but be both exasperated and impressed by Asura's sheer gall. A faint, ambiguous smile appeared on Ivy, the Grand Magus's face as he fixed his gaze on Asura and asked, a reward? I'm not sure about the Academy's arrangements, but since you protected Ella, I suppose I can give you something as a token of appreciation. So, what do you want? Hearing this, Asura's heart leaped with joy, and his mind began racing with ideas. However, Ella, standing nearby, kept shooting him warning glances. She knew her grandfather all too well and feared that Asura might make an outrageous request and upset the notoriously temperamental Grand Magus. After a moment of thought, Asura put on a flattering smile and replied shrewdly, as a humble student from the countryside, I've never seen anything extraordinary. You, as the esteemed Grand Magus, surely know best. Whatever you deem appropriate would be more than enough for me. This impeccable response caused Ivis' eyes to narrow slightly. He was caught in a bind. Offering something too valuable felt wasteful, but giving something mediocre would tarnish his reputation. For a moment, it seemed Asura had outmaneuvered him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his irritation, Ivy finally spoke under Ashura's expectant gaze, very well. I have a yellow-tier martial skill manual that I won in my youth. It's been collecting dust on my bookshelf ever since. Since you practice martial skills, I'll give it to you as a reward. You can come to me at the academy to claim it. Ashura was momentarily stunned, but his face quickly lit up with sheer delight. He immediately launched into an enthusiastic stream of compliments, praising Ivy so excessively that the old magus couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. With a light cough to mask his discomfort, Ivy waved him off. Asura, on the other hand, was elated beyond words. His best martial skill thus far was barely comparable to a yellow-tier technique. With this new skill in hand, he felt he might even have the courage to challenge the blind Crimson Lotus Serpent Kinga level 6 magical beast that was guaranteed to drop a crystal core upon defeat. Watching Ashura's uncontainable excitement, Ella's stunning face lit up with a genuine smile. She didn't mind at all that her grandfather had given something so valuable to her young boyfriend. However, this scene only deepened the frown on Ivy's face. I've already informed the other rescue teams, Ivy said, steering the conversation in a different direction. We'll head to the safe zone to rendezvous with them. Hold on tight, and if you can't manage, just lie flat on the back of the Firebird. With that, he moved to stand in front of Ella and gave the Firebird its instructions. The magnificent bird, named Xiao Lai, let out a sharp, resonant cry before soaring straight upward, heading toward the cliffs above. With Ivy standing in front to shield Ella from the fierce winds, Ashura had to rely entirely on his own strength to maintain his balance. Initially crouching low, he managed within just the time it takes to drink a cup of Tito, stand upright with perfect stability, fully adapting to the rhythm of flying atop the magical beast. This display did not escape Ivis' notice. Observing Ashura through his spiritual sense, the Grand Magus was secretly astonished. He had never seen a young student adapt so quickly to the flight of a level 7 magical beast. The more he watched this black-haired boy, the less he felt he could discern the depths of his potential. Ashura was reveling in the thrill of taming a level-7 magical beast when, by chance, he turned his head to glance at Ayla. The gusting wind pressed her mage's robe tightly against her body, outlining her flawless curves. Sensing his heated gaze, Ayla shyly shot him a glare and tilted her chin towards the front, subtly reminding him that Archmage Iway was still ahead of them. Reluctantly, Ashura withdrew his gaze, unaware that Iway, up ahead, had already clenched his fists inside his sleeves, his knuckles turning white. The flamingo-like magical beast swiftly carried the trio to a clearing on the hillside that designated meeting point for the search party. As soon as they dismounted, Ashura, still enchanted by the majestic creature, tried to approach it again. But the proud beast flapped its wings dismissively, pushing him away. This fueled a quiet grudge in Ashura, who began plotting how he might one day teach the arrogant creature a lesson. Just then, the sound of rushing wind came from the dense forest, and the search party, led by Minter Inge, emerged one after another. Seeing Ayla and Ashura safe and sound, the group collectively sighed in relief. The young Minter Anthony immediately rushed to Ayla's side, his face full of concern and affection, reaching out to take her hand. However, Ayla stepped back coldly, offering only a curt thank you that left no room for further conversation. Anthony awkwardly withdrew his hand, his bitter smile betraying the realization that his timidity had cost him the goddess of his heart. Before Ashura could fully enjoy the spectacle, another group burst out of the forest. Among them, a slender figure stumbled forward and collapsed into his armsit was Clara. The once graceful and noble young woman now looked utterly disheveled. Her mage's robe was smeared with dirt, her silver hair tangled with weeds, her face pale, and her eyes swollen and red. Attempting to lighten the mood, Ashura offered a faint smile and said, "Long time no see," but Clara fainted before she could respond. Minter Inge explained that the determined young woman had insisted on joining the search party and spent 3 grueling days in the magical beast forest looking for her missing classmates. Touched by her efforts, Ashura expressed his gratitude to the mentors before gently carrying Clara on his back. Watching this, Archmage Iway's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he signaled for everyone to return to the academy. He then mounted the flamingo beast and departed ahead of the group to prepare for a lecture for the graduates. The others mounted the dragon horses that had been prepared for them and began their journey back to the academy. Ayla initially intended to care for the unconscious Clara, but Asura politely declined, citing Ayla's own injuries as a reason. He held Clara securely in his arms, oblivious to the way Ayla's smile gradually turned cold. This was not an act of frivolity on Ashura's part, but rather one of gratitude and respect. Deeply valued the sacrifices others made for him and was determined to repay such kindness in full. Midway through the journey, Clara stirred and slowly regained consciousness. Her blurry eyes gradually focused, and she realized she was cradled in Ashura's arms, riding on the back of a dragon horse as they made their way home. Clara's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Instinctively, she tried to wriggle free from the warm embrace, but Asura's strong arm firmly held her slender waist. "Stop moving. Just relax and rest. I'll take you back to the academy," Asura said in an even tone. Hearing this, Clara's ears turned red as well. She made a half-hearted attempt to struggle and pouted in mock annoyance. "You're so domineering. I was worried about you for so long." But before she finished her protest, her concern got the better of her. She tilted her delicate face up and asked softly, "Are you hurt? We've all been worried sick about you these past few days." Asura looked down at the girl in his arms. In her current vulnerable state, she seemed even more captivating. He felt a surge of heat in his core, but quickly suppressed the stirring thoughts, pretending to remain composed. "I'm fine. It was a close call, but nothing serious. I'll explain later. For now, hold on tight, I need to speed up." Annoyed by his dismissive reply, Clara lightly punched his chest with her small fist. Yet, her ears burned red as she buried her face against his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. The intoxicating scent of Asura's masculinity made her head spin, filling her mind with uncontrollable thoughts. Too flustered to look up, she could still feel the firm muscles beneath his flowing mage robe. It was her first time being this close to a boy, and utterly at a loss, she could only nuzzle deeper into his embrace. On the surface, Asura appeared focused on steering the dragon horse, but inside, his emotions were anything but calm. Clara pressed closer and closer, and the soft, yielding sensation against him tested his self-control. After spending 3 days with Ella without crossing the final boundary, his suppressed desire now threatened to overwhelm him. When Clara belatedly realized what the hard object pressing against her waist was, she panicked and nearly tumbled off the dragon horse. Asura, unfazed, pulled her back into his arms, only to be met with Clara's indignant retaliation, a sharp pinch to his side with her delicate fingers. And so, with Clara in his arms, Asura gritted his teeth and spurred the dragon horse forward, galloping toward the academy. The setting sun cast their elongated shadows across the ground, stretching far into the horizon. When Clara and Asura arrived at the northern gate of St Goin Academy, the young girl suddenly blushed and insisted on riding the same dragon horse as Instructor Era. Era's lips curled into a knowing smile, a smile that sent a shiver down Asura's spine, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze toward the academy gates. There, 2 figures, one in red and the other in blue, were peering in their direction, but hastily turned away the moment their eyes met his. A faint smile tugged at Ashura's lips as a small warmth bloomed in his chest. Sharing his food points earlier had clearly not been in vain. Just as he was savoring this pleasant moment, Era and Clara rode past him, with Era lightly reminding him, "Stop staring. It's getting dark. Save it for when we're back at the academy." Clara even turned back to roll her eyes at him. Asura let out an awkward chuckle and quickly followed the group into the city. Crossing through the city gates, a long-lost sense of security washed over him. Instinctively, he glanced in the direction of the Old Kingdom, silently vowing to return to his family as soon as possible. The news of the freshman party being ambushed spread quickly through the academy. 7 dead and 29 injured, a casualty rate so devastating that it was nearly unprecedented in the academy's history. The incident struck fear into the hearts of all freshmen, who were already dreading the much more dangerous major trials ahead. When word got around that Instructor Era and Asura had returned safely, the freshmen burst into cheers as if celebrating a hard-won victory. Back at his dorm, Asura was greeted with warm hugs from his roommates, especially the 4th, Angelo, whose eyes were visibly misty. Even Nawe and other classmates from his year came by to check on him. In the brightly lit dorm 138, Asura animatedly recounted his confrontation with the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, painting himself as the hero who drove the beast off a cliff. The young students listened with rapt attention. After all, encountering a level 6 beast in the magical beast forest was a rare and thrilling tale. Naturally, he tactfully omitted the parts involving Era. He already had enough rumors swirling around him, and keeping a low profile seemed like the wiser choice if he wanted some peace at the academy. The next day, as Asura stepped into the classroom of Magic Class 13, he was met with an enthusiastic welcome from his peers. During the training expedition, his culinary skills and quick thinking and warning about the Crimson Lotus Serpent Swarm had earned him their admiration. Thanks to the protection of the warrior class, Magic Class 13 had suffered only minor injuries among a few students, leaving most deeply grateful to Asura except for a few envious individuals like Kale. Even some of the female magic students now regarded him differently. The image of him wielding dual blades and striking the Crimson Lotus Serpent Kings had left a lasting impression on this continent, where strength was revered. Just as Asura began to feel a little smug about his newfound popularity, a sharp scoff brought him back to reality. He looked up to see a proud, swan-like girl glaring at him, prompting him to sheepishly return to his seat. The silver-haired girl beside him, though not looking his way, had a small, enchanting smile playing on her lips. While the students were still abuzz with talk of the life-and-death ordeal, Era gracefully entered the classroom, sparking an even louder commotion. The observant among them noticed that not only did she appear radiant, but she had also styled her hair in a way reminiscent of married women from the Valenci Empire, adding an air of nobility to her demeanor. Era's casual glance at Asura caught him staring at her with a mix of surprise and admiration, and she felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. However, when her gaze shifted to the silver-haired girl sitting beside him, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. She couldn't understand why this guy seemed so popular with the girls. Even the 3 outstanding female students who had sold food with him in the magical beast forest treated him differently from everyone else. The presence of 3 young, beautiful female trainees stirred a faint sense of defeat within Instructor Ella. Determined to hold onto her young boyfriend, her gaze lingered on Asura for a few seconds longer than usual. Clara, with her sharp instincts, immediately picked up on Ella's meaningful stare. Her delicate brows furrowed as she turned to glance at Asura, who was wearing a love-struck expression. Annoyed, she reached out and pinched his side. Asura sucked in a sharp breath, looking at Clara in confusion. But the girl, with her lips slightly pouted, stared straight ahead, clearly upset. In that moment, Asura would have preferred facing the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King Hedon rather than trying to decipher the complex emotions of a girl. Thinking of the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, a thought flashed through Asura's mind. With one of its eyes blinded, the Serpent King's strength had significantly diminished. If he could manage to slay it, the 6th-tier magic core it possessed would be an incredibly valuable treasure. He also recalled the promise of a yellow-rank combat technique from Grand Magus Iway, which filled him with both excitement and unease. Though the reward was supposed to be his upon returning to the academy, Asura couldn't shake the feeling that Iway's attitude toward him was less than friendly, a gut instinct honed through his recent life-and-death encounters. Could he have figured out my relationship with his granddaughter? The thought sent a shiver down Asura's spine. A Grand Magus, capable of casting forbidden-level spells, was not someone to trifle with. The idea of claiming his reward became even more intimidating. But still, it was a yellow-rank combat technique. Even after 2 years of accumulating academy points, he couldn't afford to purchase a single one. And this was a skill left by a Grand Magus. It had to be of exceptional quality. As he wrestled with how to approach Iway about claiming the technique, Instructor Ella's voice suddenly rang out from the podium. Asura, where did I leave off just now? Please pay attention to the lecture. Caught off guard, Asura froze for a moment before his eyes gleamed mischievously. A sly smile curved his lips, making Ella's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Flustered, she cursed inwardly, what a troublemaker. By the afternoon, in the dense woods by the lake, an exasperated Ella angrily tossed a yellow-rank technique book into Asura's eager hands. Catching it swiftly, he glanced at the cover, which bore 3 bold words, Z/technique. Asura's face lit up with excitement as he received the Huangtier martial technique, leaving Ella both amused and exasperated. She couldn't help but recall how, just after class, this guy had pestered her relentlessly to ask her grandfather, Ivy, for the promised technique. When she approached her grandfather, she noticed a flicker of reluctance and frustration in his eyes, as if he had already figured something out. Asura must have sensed this too, which was probably why he insisted on having her make the request. Thinking about it, Ella's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She reached out and gently tugged on Asura, who was still immersed in his euphoria. At that moment, Asura seemed ready to dive into the martial technique right away. Interrupted, he looked up at the radiant young woman before him with a blank expression. I got the technique for you. Don't you have something you'd like to say to me? Ella cleared her throat and asked. Thanks a lot. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Asura replied belatedly. Without waiting for a response, he turned to dash toward the dormitory, clearly more captivated by the martial technique in his hands than the beauty standing in front of him. Frustrated, Ella grabbed his arm and threatened to return the martial technique to her grandfather if he didn't give her a satisfactory answer. Left with no choice, Asura glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby, then sweet-talked Ella with compliments and promises to spend time with her in the coming days. His honeyed words left Ella blushing furiously, her alluring lips growing even more enticing. By the time she snapped out of her daze, Asura had already vanished. Stomping her foot in annoyance, Ella quickly covered her burning cheeks with her hands as she recalled her own infatuated expression. Was this what being in love felt like? Her mischievous boyfriend always managed to leave her utterly captivated. Lost in her thoughts, she skipped her way back to her dormitory. Meanwhile, Ashura sprinted back to his dorm with the speed of the wind, using his mastery of swift wind steps. Bursting through the door, he tossed a quick, "Don't bother me unless it's urgent, I'll be busy for a while," to his dorm leader, Jinza, who was sipping tea in the common area. With that, Ashura slammed his bedroom door shut. Jinza, heir to the esteemed Jinli trading house and a self-proclaimed expert at reading people, looked puzzled. This third roommate of his was becoming harder and harder to figure out. Despite his humble background and low-key demeanor, Ashura's actions frequently stunned the academy. Though many of his exploits remained unknown to others, Jinza, as his roommate, could often deduce the truth. For instance, the recent reports from family-owned shops in Prolo City about someone using Ashura's identity token to sell a large quantity of magical beast corpses and material sit must have been Ashura during one of his mysterious absences from the academy. No freshman had ever dared to venture into the magical beast forest alone and hunt beasts. As Jinza sighed over his tea, the upstairs door suddenly flew open again. Ashura dashed out as quickly as he had entered, leaving Jinza bewildered in the common room. It turned out that after skimming through the martial technique, Ashura realized that its essence was already fading. Eager to practice, he headed straight for the academy's private training rooms. The essence of a martial technique, left behind by its creator after mastering it to perfection, allowed subsequent users to grasp its principles more efficiently. However, this essence diminished with every use, and Huangtir techniques, in particular, could only be passed down a limited number of times. Of course, one could also replenish the essence by mastering the technique and imbuing it with their own understanding. Ashura spent 50 points to rent a private training room for 10 days, a rare splurge for someone as frugal as him, and immediately threw himself into practicing the Z/slash technique. Meanwhile, in Magic Class 13, Clara pouted as she glanced at the empty seat beside her. Ella, who had just entered the classroom, furrowed her brows when she saw the same vacant spot. That scoundrel had promised to spend time with her, yet he was nowhere to be found. Over at the training grounds, things weren't much better. Both Lanyu from Class 7 and Magina from Class 8 seemed to be in foul moods and decided to spar with all the male students in their respective classes. The poor boys couldn't help but wonder what sins they must have committed in their past lives to deserve such torment. The male students from both classes supported each other as they trudged back to their dormitories. Their weary figures cast long shadows in the setting sun, and a heavy atmosphere hung over everyone. Suddenly, someone in the group said, "If only Ashura were here, we could leave all the sparring practice to him." The remark was like a pebble dropped into a still lake, instantly silencing the crowd. The male student who had spoken found himself under the intense gaze of everyone around him, feeling awkward and unsure. Moments of silence passed before the group erupted into a flurry of questions, all of them asking about Ashura's dormitory. Before long, they located dormitory 138. The urgent footsteps and shouts echoed through the hallway as the crowd frantically banged on the door, repeatedly calling out Ashura's name. Inside, Jinza, Arthur, and Angelo were startled by the commotion, thinking that the incident by the lakeside forest had been exposed. The three of them pressed against the door, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until they caught snippets of the students' chatter through the door that they realized the group outside wanted Ashura to spar with the female students from their class. The three exchanged puzzled glances, completely baffled by the situation. Finally, Jinza weakly responded through the door. "Ashura hasn't been in the dorm for 2 days. We have no idea where he is." The crowd outside, however, was reluctant to leave. Someone even shouted that they were willing to trade academy points for Ashura's time. Angelo's eyes lit up at the mention of academy points, but none of them dared to open the door, fearing the group might tear the dorm apart. After repeated reassurances, the male students dispersed, grumbling as they left. "Could it be that our third brother has stirred up trouble again?" Arthur asked, his face serious. Angelo shook his head, saying that his network of informants hadn't picked up on anything noteworthy. The three exchanged wry smiles, each carrying a hint of helplessness. Meanwhile, Ashura was in one of the academy's training rooms. His upper body was bare, and sweat glistened on his well-defined muscles. Suddenly, he moved with lightning speed, his twin blades carving a zaped slash through the air. The strike landed on the wall, leaving deep gashes on the otherwise sturdy surface. Staring at the marks, Ashura, who had been in seclusion for 10 days, smiled in satisfaction, had finally mastered the slash technique. Catching a whiff of the sweat clinging to his body, Ashura grimaced slightly and sheathed his blades before leaving the training room. However, upon returning to his dormitory, he was met with the intense stares and pointed questions of his three roommates. Just as he stood there, utterly confused. The sound of urgent knocking and angry shouts erupted outside once more. Asura glanced up at the ceiling, trying to summon a couple of tears, but all he managed was a long, drawn-out sigh. Asura stood before the tightly shut door, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Outside, a group of male students was approaching with an intimidating air, and he knew exactly why they had come. It was because of those two exceptional girls. Though Asura's cultivation had advanced rapidly, the strength of those two young women was equally remarkable. Not only were their levels comparable to his, but they also came from illustrious families and possessed rare yellow-tier martial arts techniques. Recalling how effortlessly they had handled the level 6 Crimson Lotus Serpent King during their last battle, Asura couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He realized that not meeting them upon his return had been a mistake, and now he had likely angered these two beauties. While his current abilities were more than sufficient to handle the situation, dealing with young women was always a delicate matter. Couldn't exactly use his newly mastered Z-slash against two charming ladies, could he? In truth, the person he most wanted to see was Minter Yuanda, but he had been too preoccupied to find the time. Now, he found himself in this predicament. After a moment of deep thought, Asura seemed to make an important decision. The next morning, before class had even begun, Ella received a leave note from her fellow magic student, Janza. Staring at the bold, almost infuriating handwriting on the paper, Ella struggled to suppress her anger. Forcing a faint smile, she nodded at the awkward Janza to show she understood. After he left, she initially wanted to tear the note to shreds, but hesitated as she picked it up. In the end, she reluctantly placed it in her drawer. As a girl experiencing her first love, Ella couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Other couples in love were inseparable and sweet. Yet she didn't even get a proper goodbye. Not even a message through the Academy's badge system, just a simple leave note to dismiss her. When he returned, she swore she would make him pay for this. Meanwhile, Arthur and Angelo were busy spreading the word about Asura's departure from the Academy. This news disappointed the male students who had hoped to use him as a shield and further darkened the expressions of the two exceptional girls. At that moment, Asura had already swapped his mage robes for a sleek black outfit and arrived at the edge of the magic beast forest in the bustling town of Triumph. The town was as lively as ever, filled with mercenaries and adventurers hoping to find opportunities within the forest. Asura's goal for this trip was to track down the injured and blind Crimson Lotus Serpent King. He sought revenge for the time he had nearly lost his life to the beast, and now that he had mastered the powerful Z-slash, he also had his sights set on the serpent's magic core. However, for the sake of safety, he decided to join a team before venturing into the forest. Weaving through the crowded streets, Asura made his way to the noisy mercenary tavern. The bar was filled with a colorful mix of individuals, brawny mercenaries boasting loudly, and a few fierce female mercenaries who made it clear that any drunken man daring to hit on them would end up with a bruised face, much to the amusement of onlookers. Stopping in front of the bulletin board, Asura carefully scanned the various team postings. Soon, one particular notice caught his attention, seeking members of at least first-rank Grand Warrior or Grand Mage level. 7-member team. Open hunting, no specific target. It was exactly what he was looking for. Level teams were typically more reliable. Following the instructions to the designated meeting spot by the third stone pillar in the left corridor, found 6 people already in conversation. Among them were 3 men and 3 women, but a pair of mages stood out the most. The man was thin and slightly hunched, wearing a fiery red robe, while the woman donned a grass-green robe with a high slit that revealed her long, fair legs. Her alluring gaze carried a hint of mischief, causing the fire mage beside her to steal glances repeatedly. There was also a pair of young siblings clad in silver light armor, around Asura's age. Their striking appearances and similar features suggested they were related. In the bustling mercenary market, one particular team stood out from the crowd. Among them, the male members were tall and imposing, exuding an aura of strength and valor with every movement. Yet, it was the female member clad in silver light armor who truly captivated everyone's attention. Her delicate features were paired with a striking confidence, and her impressive figure filled out the armor perfectly. Combined with her above-average height, she drew the frequent glances of the surrounding male mercenaries. At that moment, a long-haired warrior in the group was eagerly attempting to win her favor. Standing nearby was a tall man who shared a resemblance to the woman, watching the impromptu interaction with amused interest. The warrior making his advances had a powerful build, with muscular arms as thick as the woman's waist, and carried a hefty broadsword strapped to his back. Leaning casually against a nearby stone pillar was a young girl with pale golden hair. Her beauty was no less than that of the silver-armored woman. With a slender figure and refined features partially obscured by her flowing hair, she held a longbow in her hand and emanated a cold, distant aura that discouraged strangers from approaching. Asura's attention was drawn to this group. Within this small team of only a few members, there were 3 stunning women. Although the female mage among them was slightly less striking than the other 2, She was still a rare beauty. Instinctively, Asura adjusted his attire and put on a warm smile as he approached the group by the stone pillar. As the tall, dark-haired youth walked closer, the members of the team exchanged glances with one another. Without hesitation, Asura spoke up. Are you the team listed as number 16 looking for members? May I join you? The tall man in the silver armor stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Clay. I'm the one who posted the recruitment notice. Did you read our requirements carefully? Asura nodded in response. Hello, Clay. Yes, I've gone through everything, and I meet all the criteria. Would you like me to prove it? Clay studied the ever-smiling youth closely before asking. Can you introduce yourself? If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Asura replied cheerfully. I'm Asura, 17 years old, a level 1 Grand Martial Master. My specialties are strength and speed. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. The group turned their heads in unison, their gazes drawn to the young man who had just spoken. A 17-year-old achieving the rank of first-stage Martial Master was undeniably impressive, a rare prodigy. Yet, the black-haired boy delivered this revelation with a calm composure, devoid of arrogance or pride. Claire, standing nearby, showed little surprise. Though 2 years older than the boy, both he and his sister had also reached the same rank at the age of 17. As Claire prepared to extend a welcoming gesture, a jarring voice suddenly disrupted the moment. Where did this scrawny brat come from? You think that twig of a body is built for strength and speed? Come on, kid. Throw a punch at my chest with everything you've got. Let's see what you're made of. The speaker was White, a burly warrior who had recently joined their group and spent much of his time unsuccessfully flirting with Claire's sister. Known for his inflated boasts at the Adventurer's Tavern, White often bragged about his supposed participation in the floating pagoda combat tournament. Claire opened his mouth, about to intervene, but the black-haired boy assuringly smiled wider. Turning to White, he replied in a light, almost teasing tone. All right, since you're so eager for it, I'll grant your wish. But let's make one thing clear. Whoever dodges is the coward. The cheeky retort elicited chuckles from the group, breaking the tension. Even the usually stoic girl with the longbow allowed a faint smile to touch her lips, while the wood element mage boldly threw a flirtatious glance at Asura. White, however, was far from amused. The mocking laughter around him, coupled with Asura's casual dismissal, turned his expression dark. White was used to throwing his weight around, his strength intimidating enough to keep challengers at bay. He had joined this expedition to the Beast Forest not out of camaraderie, but with ulterior motives, his eyes particularly drawn to the golden-haired, silver-armored beauty among them. Yet despite his attempts to win the women's attention, his efforts had been met with indifference. Spotting Asura as an easy target, White had hoped to humiliate the newcomer and reclaim some dignity. Instead, he found himself the butt of the joke. Anger flared in White's eyes as he rolled his shoulders, preparing to teach the upstart a lesson. The rest of the group, sensing the brewing conflict, chose to stay out of it. Even Claire hesitated, ultimately deciding to remain silent. Asura, however, maintained his easygoing demeanor, though a fleeting, icy glint flickered in his gaze. The tension was about to snap when a timid voice unexpectedly cut through the standoff. Excuse me, sirs and madams, do you need a guide for your journey? I'm familiar with the Beast Forest and can lead the way. I only ask for a payment of 5 gold coins. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. A tall, hunched man stood before them, his posture betraying both caution and desperation. He was even taller than Claire, but his malnourished frame gave him a frail appearance. His tattered clothing barely covered his body, and though he appeared young, his bald head and weathered features made him look worn beyond his years. He gazed at the group with pleading eyes. Sensing their attention, the man lowered himself even further, almost bowing as he spoke again. We'll take the lead and scout ahead for dangers. I won't ask for any share of the loot. I only need 5 gold coins up front. The group's initial curiosity quickly turned to disinterest. The 2 mages in particular sneered, their disdain evident. Before Claire could respond, White burst into laughter. What is it with today? First, a cocky little brat, and now a beggar looking for handouts? Listen here. You big oaf, crawl under my legs, and I might toss you those 5 coins. Huh. His laughter ended abruptly. In the blink of an eye, a shadow darted forward, and Asura was suddenly in front of him. His hand, now wrapped around White's throat like a vice, lifted the larger man off the ground with startling ease. The group froze, their amusement replaced by stunned silence. White's eyes widened in disbelief as his feet dangled above the ground, staring at the black-haired boy in front of him. He gripped the arm choking his throat with all his might, his legs flailing desperately in the air as he tried to find some footing. But no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. The shock in his gaze quickly turned to fear. The boy holding him aloft still maintained a warm smile, his tone casual as he spoke. So, now you know I'm good at strength and speed, right? Any complaints? Speak up, I can't hear you. The other patrons in the bar watched the smiling boy with a trace of madness in his expression, feeling a chill run down their spines. Silently, they added him to their mental list of people to never provoke. A first-stage martial master like White, rendered completely powerless and at the mercy of this boy, it was enough to make everyone view his seemingly friendly smile as something terrifying. A collective shiver rippled through the room. As White's struggles grew weaker and weaker, Clay cautiously spoke up, "The adventurer's bar allows brawling. Losers just have to pay for damages. But killing? That's forbidden. Break that rule, and every mercenary will hunt you down." Hearing this, Asura merely smiled faintly and casually tossed the now semi-conscious White out of the bar like a rag doll. The ironwood door banged loudly from the impact, the sound making everyone's scalp tingle. It wasn't hard to imagine the pain White must be in. Asura, as if he had done something utterly insignificant, clapped his hands and said with a grin, "I promise to punch you once, consider yourself lucky." He then turned to a towering bald man who had been staring at him intently the whole time, still smiling as he asked, "Your turn. Introduce yourself, big guy." The hulking man, slightly hunched, appeared awkward as he replied, "Sir, I don't have a name. Everyone in the village just calls me Stone. I can reach a third-stage martial warrior level of strength and am familiar with the magic beast forest. I can guide you all for 5 gold coins." Asura raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued as he studied the man, who was nearly 2 heads taller than himself. "Stone? Huh? That's a tough name. What do you mean by can reach third-stage martial warrior strength? And why exactly 5 gold coins?" Before Stone could answer, a raggedly dressed boy burst into the bar, crying as he ran toward him. "Brother Stone, Mother's not going to make it. The village elder said if we don't get a priest to treat her, she won't last through the night. What do I do?" Hearing this, the bald giant's eyes turned red. He crouched down, pulling the boy into a hug as he choked out, "I'm sorry, Roki. I'm useless. I can't save Auntie. It's all my fault." As the two wept bitterly, a small cloth pouch landed in front of them with a crisp, clinking sound of coins. Startled, they looked up to see the mad boy who had nearly strangled a powerful warrior moments ago. He was still smiling, his tone calm as he said, "There are 20 gold coins in there. Take it and save her first." Not only were the two kneeling and weeping individuals stunned, but even the party members looked on in astonishment at the black-haired boy who still wore a faint smile. In the land of kings, the strong rarely paid heed to the plight of commoners, the gap between the two classes as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yet, this seemingly aloof boy had unhesitatingly handed over 20 gold coins to aid 2 strangers in saving the life of a poor villager. Though the actual cost of treatment might only require 5 gold coins, he had given 4 times that amount. While any of the party members could have afforded the sum, only this black-haired youth had offered it without a second thought. The burly man named Shirtu clutched the coin pouch tightly, as if it were his lifeline. He hesitated for a moment before glancing at Asura. "Sir, are you sure about this? I only need 5 gold coins to hire a healer. He'll return the extra to you right away." Before he could open the pouch, Asura spoke in a calm, almost casual tone. "By the time you finish counting the coins, your aunt might already be gone. If she matters to you, go save her life immediately. Consider the rest as a means to support yourselves in the future." The burly man stared at the ever-smiling youth for a moment before bowing deeply in gratitude. "Please wait here, my lord. They'll be back soon." With that, he hoisted the boy named Luo Chi onto his shoulder and dashed out of the adventurer's tavern. As the commotion settled, the surrounding mercenaries began murmuring mockingly. They speculated that the burly man would likely run off with the money, suggesting it would have been better spent on pleasures in a brothel. But when Asura turned his smiling gaze toward them, their voices quickly died down. The bloodstains on the tavern door were still fresh, and no one knew if the man named White, who had been thrown out earlier, was alive or dead. Asura scanned the room, his gaze silencing the last of the noise. With a soft chuckle, he turned to the group gathered near one of the pillars. "Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Asura, skilled in strength and speed. How should I address all of you?" The group immediately straightened up. Among them, the pair clad in silver armor were siblings who had posted the recruitment notice. The brother, Clay, and his sister, Christine, were both 19-year-old knights, possessing the combat strength of a second-tier grand warrior. Their stated goal in the magical beast forest was to hunt monsters, though their true purpose remained unclear. Clay appeared somewhat uneasy, likely due to his earlier inaction during White's provocation, but Asura gave him a friendly nod nonetheless. Christine, sensing the tension, gracefully flipped her golden wavy hair and performed a flawless knight's salute. Ashura's keen eyes didn't miss the glimpse of her impressive figure beneath the neckline of her silver soft armor. The two mages in the group were an interesting pair. The fire mage, Gaius, held the rank of a first-tier grand magus and was admired among adventurers for his explosive power. His reason for joining the party, however, was no Secreth was openly pursuing the wood mage, Zara. At 21, Zara was the daughter of the vice president of the Mage Guild and a second-tier Grand Magus herself. Known for her rebellious nature and captivating allure, she was a thorny rose no one had ever truly won over. Yet Gaius, utterly smitten, continued to follow her like a moth to a flame. Jela was deeply captivated by the team's high standards and decided to venture into the magical beast forest for training. This 21-year-old mage, brimming with confidence in her abilities, refused to be seen as merely decorative. When she enthusiastically introduced herself to Asura, she suddenly gave him a big hug and playfully blinked her lively, expressive eyes. The unexpected intimacy made Asura's heart race, but when he noticed Gaius's dark expression nearby, he quickly realized that this rose with thorns was far from ordinary. The last member to join was Luna, a young girl carrying a bow and arrows. With her light golden hair cascading down her back, she briefly introduced herself as a first-rank martial archer and a close friend of Jela. She gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before falling silent, seemingly intent on hiding her face behind her long hair. Only the sharp contours of her features could be faintly discerned. Asura didn't think much of it and smiled warmly, saying, "Once we're in the magical beast forest, if we encounter high-level beasts, I hope the lovely Luna will lend us her arrows." Shy Luna nodded lightly, shrinking back slightly. Jela immediately bounced over to Luna's side, whispering conspiratorially, making Luna even more bashful, unable to meet Asura's gaze. This round of introductions noticeably eased the group's atmosphere. Clay summoned a waiter, who arranged a round table with 6 chairs, generously inviting everyone to enjoy a feast. As Asura took his seat, Jela quickly sat down to his left, persistently casting flirtatious glances his way. Asura frowned slightly, but fortunately, Clay seated himself on Ashura's right just in time, raising a glass to toast with him over rum. Asura seized the moment to engage in cheerful conversation with Clay, much to Jela's displeasure. She furrowed her brows, clearly annoyed. It was the first time she had encountered someone her age who seemed immune to her charm, igniting a fiery desire to conquer him. She seductively licked her lips, secretly plotting how to make this dark-haired boy fall for her, only to mercilessly discard him later. Gaius, noticing Ashura's calm demeanor, let out a quiet sigh of relief and quickly took the seat beside Jela before Luna could. Luna, looking utterly perplexed by the unfolding dynamics, was fortunately pulled aside by Christine, who kindly seated her next to herself. The group appeared to be enjoying a lively meal, chatting and laughing, when suddenly the mood was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. A figure rushed to the table, dropped to their knees with a loud thud, and in a deep, gravelly voice exclaimed, "Stone greets the master." The team members all showed a flash of surprise on their faces when they noticed the newcomer. Asura was even more perplexed, as the bald, burly man kneeling on the ground was performing a deep bow directed at him. Even while kneeling, the man's towering frame was nearly as tall as Asura, who was seated. "What did you just call me?" Asura asked, turning his chair slightly. "Master." The man, Stone, replied without hesitation, bowing his head deeply. Asura's mouth twitched. The last time someone called him master was in the privacy of a bedroom back in Prolo City, and that had been at his request when Daifei addressed him so. But now, hearing this burly man call him master made him feel entirely uncomfortable. "Stand up and speak," Asura said calmly. "Yes, master." Stone quickly stood, his towering figure forcing everyone around the round table to look up at him. The surrounding mercenaries glanced over curiously. "Why are you calling me master?" Asura asked, frowning. "Thank you, master, for granting me 20 gold coins to save my aunt's life. She has since recovered, and now my life belongs to you. I am willing to serve you with all I have," Stone said, attempting to kneel again. Asura swiftly kicked his bent knee straight. "First, stop calling me master. Second, I never asked for your service. Giving you those coins was entirely voluntary on my part." Stone was about to explain, but as his eyes met Asura's stern gaze, he immediately fell silent, standing there like a chastised child who had done something wrong. "Asura, just take him in as your servant," the fire mage guys joked. "A sturdy guy like that? You won't find one in any slave market." Asura ignored the comment, silently observing the statue-like giant. After a moment, he stood and said, "Follow me." He led Stone to a quiet spot under a street lamp outside the tavern. The street was already cloaked in the darkness of night. "Answer a few questions for me," Asura said, turning to face him. "How old are you? What's your relationship with this aunt of yours? And what's your level of strength?" "I'm about 15 or 16. I don't know my exact age. I'm an orphan and grew up wandering outside St Goin City. Aunt Celine took me in. Last month, she caught a cold that worsened into a severe illness. She needed a priest treatment, but I couldn't afford the 5 gold coins," Stone explained nervously. "As for my strength, I've never received formal martial training. My power seems to come from my bloodline. Currently, I'm at warrior level 1. Didn't you say you could reach warrior level 3? Asura asked. Yes, Stone said, his body tensing before he continued resolutely. It's my bloodline ability. As long as I remain angry, I can enhance my strength. In a state of rage, I can reach warrior level 2 for an hour, but afterward, it'll be weak for 3 days. In a state of fury, I can reach warrior level 3 for half an hour, but it will leave me bedridden for a month and may cause permanent damage. I can enter a fury state right now to prove it. Asura raised a hand to stop him. After a moment of thought, he retrieved a small knife from his storage space and handed it to Stone. Cut your finger. Though confused, Stone obeyed without hesitation. Asura gazed at Stone's bleeding finger, the purple blood slowly seeping out. In that moment, he instantly realized the true identity of the burly man before him. Memories of the records he'd read in the chronicles of the Beast Forest flooded his mind. An ancient tribe known as the Barbarians, famed for their robust physiques and unique purple blood. The darker the purple, the stronger their innate abilities. This tribe had once lived by battling magical beasts, but the chronicles carried a stern warning: never provoke the barbarians. Over time, a sudden surge of magical beasts had caused this ancient race to fade into the annals of history. Who would have thought that today, in this adventurer's tavern, he would encounter a living descendant of the barbarians? Stone's bloodline abilities matched the chronicles' descriptions perfectly. Realizing that this simple, hulking man had revealed his greatest secret without reservation, Asura felt his wariness ease considerably. Looking at the still uneasy Stone before him, Asura pondered for a moment before speaking. Are you certain you want to pledge your loyalty to me? Are you willing to follow me? Hearing this, Stone immediately dropped to his knees, his expression solemn as he swore. I swear upon my bloodline. I pledge my loyalty to you, my lord, and I shall never betray you. Should I break this vow, may my soul be cast into the endless abyss. As he spoke, he solemnly smeared the blood from his finger onto his forehead. Asura nodded and said seriously, since you are willing to follow me, there are a few things you must understand. First, always remember your vow. Second, do not call me lord or master anymore. Call me young master. Third, my orders must be carried out without question. Fourth, you must not enter a berserk state without my permission. Pausing for a moment, he added, lastly, the name Stone is far too plain. From now on, your name will be Locke. Asura strode confidently into the adventurer's tavern, followed closely by the towering figure of Locke, whose face bore an honest and somewhat goofy smile. The tavern was alive with noise, the air thick with the aroma of alcohol and savory food. Without hesitation, Asura made his way to the table where his team was seated and called out to a nearby waiter, bring an extra chair over here. The waiter quickly complied, dragging over a chair with practiced ease. This table's patrons were clearly ordering top-quality food and drinks, a stark contrast to the cheap, murky ale most of the mercenaries were nursing. Naturally, the waiter was especially attentive. The team members, however, immediately sensed Asura's intent. Though no one spoke, their expressions betrayed their displeasure, most notably the striking beauty Jella, who subtly shifted her position further away from the newly added seat. Sit, Asura commanded as he settled into his chair, gesturing to the empty spot beside him. Locke hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of sitting at such a fine table, something he felt was far beyond his station. But Asura's tone turned cold. If my word means nothing to you, then leave. Now. Startled, Locke quickly sat down, his massive frame nearly overwhelming the chair beneath him. His body trembled slightly, and he silently cursed himself for daring to hesitate when given an order by his master. Asura surveyed the group and spoke firmly. Our team was supposed to have 7 members. Given the level of skill required, it's been difficult to find a suitable 7th. This is Locke, my new assistant. He's a level 2 martial artist and has extensive knowledge of the magical beast forest. I propose he takes the 7th spot. He'll personally ensure that he stays at the front with me, so his presence won't weaken the team's overall strength. Who's in favor? Who's against? The group exchanged uncertain glances, but no one voiced outright opposition. The strongest among them, Clay, finally broke the silence. I trust you, Asura. Then it's set lead a 7-member team. Loot will be divided based on contribution, and any disputes will be resolved by vote. Tomorrow, we rest and prepare. The day after, we meet here and head straight to the magical beast forest. Make sure you're ready. Clay naturally took on the role of leader, and his fair approach to dividing spoils left no room for objections. The meal continued, but Locke sat awkwardly beside Asura, too self-conscious to touch the lavish spread before him. Having grown up in poverty, he had rarely eaten his fill, and his large appetite had always been a source of embarrassment. The last thing he wanted was to disgrace his master in front of the team. But Asura, noticing Locke's discomfort, called the waiter over again and tossed him 2 gold coins. Bring my companion here as much meat and bread as he can eat. Keep it coming until he's full. Locke was stunned, frozen in disbelief until the first large platter of meat was placed before him. Eat up, Asura said coolly. I need you in peak condition when we enter the magical beast forest. Tears welled in Locke's eyes, but he quickly lowered his head to hide them, grabbing a piece of meat and devouring it hungrily. At first, Gaius teased Locke about his voracious eating, but by the time the waiter brought out the 9th platter of meat, even Gaius was left speechless. Locke's meal alone could have fed him for half a month. Finally satisfied, Locke signaled to the waiter that he had enough. For the first time in his life, he felt truly full, and on top of that, it was all premium food. He swore he could feel his body growing stronger. Suddenly, Locke's expression changed. Asura noticed immediately and asked, "What's wrong?" Leaning in close, Locke whispered nervously, "Master, I think I just leveled up to martial artist level 2. Asura froze in disbelief. The sheer power of Locke's barbarian bloodline was astonishing. Just one hearty meal had pushed him to the next level. For someone like Asura, who prided himself on his talent, this revelation was a hard pill to swallow. Locke's incredible appetite quickly became a topic of fascination among the group. Jella, with her playful nature, began bombarding him with questions. Could he eat an entire wild ox? Could he finish a whole barrel of rum? The lively atmosphere lightened the mood, and eventually, everyone went their separate ways for the night. Before leaving, Asura made sure to book Locke a private room at the inn. The towering Locke lay on the bed, with half of his body hanging off the side and his legs forced to dangle to the floor. Even so, he was utterly overjoyed. This was the first time in his life he had slept on a bed instead of the cold, hard ground. At dawn, as the first light of day began to break, Asura emerged from his meditation. Just as he opened the door to head out in search of food, he saw Locke standing guard outside like a dutiful sentinel. Locke greeted him respectfully with a "good morning." Asura merely shook his head slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, and simply said, "Follow me." Their first stop was breakfast. As usual, Locke displayed an astounding appetite, but this time, his voracious eating didn't result in any level up. This, to Asura's relief, was a good thing. If the barbarian bloodline could gain power just by eating, why bother with training at all? After the meal, Asura retrieved a storage pouch from his utility belt, a trophy from his battle at the Pagoda Palace. He handed the pouch, along with 100 gold coins, to Locke, instructing him to later purchase food and water to fill the pouch. Locke accepted the pouch with the utmost care, as if it were a priceless treasure. Next, they visited a tailor's shop to have several sets of martial attire custom-made for Locke. Asura paid generously to ensure the clothes would be ready by the end of the day. They then proceeded to a weapons and armor store, but none of the armor in stock fit Locke's massive frame. Even offering extra payment couldn't expedite the crafting of a suitable set in such a short time. Just as Asura was about to give up, his eyes landed on a warrior statue by the shop, entrancing a towering stone figure clad in dark red armor and wielding a massive battle axe, with a physique strikingly similar to Locke's. Asura immediately inquired about purchasing the armor from the statue. The shopkeeper was initially hesitant, but when Asura offered an irresistible price, the armor was removed from the statue. Soon, the imposing figure outside the shop was no longer a stone warrior but Locke himself, fully armored and every bit as formidable if not more so than the original statue. Asura had initially worried that the heavy armor might hinder Locke's movements, but those concerns quickly dissipated when he saw Locke effortlessly swinging the massive battle axe as if it were no heavier than a twig. Though Asura maintained a composed exterior, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy deep inside. This wasn't just a companion he had found. It was practically a walking war machine. The next morning, under the sturdy beams of the Adventurer's Tavern, the 7-member exploration team gathered right on time. When everyone caught sight of Locke standing behind Asura, they collectively gasped. Dressed in his dark crimson armor that made him look like a demon god, and carrying a massive battle axe that towered even higher than Gaze, Locke was an imposing sight. Clay, the nobleman in the group, stared at the transformed Locke with a pang of regret. If only he had recruited this formidable warrior as his knightly retainer earlier, what a prestigious move that would have been. Meanwhile, though Asura wasn't entirely fond of Locke's towering figure, making him seem smaller by comparison, the envious looks from the others lifted his spirits considerably. Clay quickly outlined the formation for the group. Asura and Locke would take the vanguard, with the 2 mages, Gaze and Giera, positioned in the center. The archer Luna and the golden-haired Christine would guard the flanks, while Clay himself would bring up the rear. This arrangement was unanimously approved by the team. Although the group had no clearly defined destination, Asura already had a plan in mind. His true objective was the blind Scarlet Lotus Serpent King that lurked in the Grand Canyon. And so, under the golden light of dawn, the powerful 7-member team strode confidently into the perilous monster forest. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Asura kept a close eye on his teammates' reactions. Aside from the clay siblings, it was evident that the others were seasoned adventurers. The quiet archer Luna seemed to come alive, moving with a newfound ease as though she were back in her natural habitat. Giera, a wood mage, thrived in the forest's dense greenery. Her heightened magical perception allowed her to sense potential dangers well in advance. Gaze, on the other hand, appeared relaxed on the forest outskirts, occasionally hurling explosive fireballs at second or third-ear beasts, seemingly trying to impress Giera. Although she maintained her gentle smile, Asura caught a fleeting glimpse of irritation in her eyes. Wisely, he avoided meeting the gaze of this thorny rose, lest one of those fireballs find its way toward him. The clay siblings, being new to forest exploration, gripped their knightly swords tightly and scanned their surroundings with visible tension. When they noticed the puzzled looks from the others, they hastily masked their unease with feigned composure, much to Ashura's quiet amusement. Clearly, these capable siblings had their own reasons for joining the team, something that suited Asura just fine. With allies like them, his chances of taking down the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King were significantly higher. As for Locke, he had fully embraced his role as Ashura's dependable right-hand man, wielding his massive axe to clear the path ahead. This left Asura as the most at ease among the group. Meanwhile, the younger members of the team exchanged curious glances, their youthful energy and intrigue outweighing their fear of the forest's dangers. Just as Asura was daydreaming about what delicious meal might await them at lunch, Giera tapped him on the shoulder, her radiant smile lighting up her face. Asura, where exactly are you taking us? What mischief are you cooking up in that distracted mind of yours? Ashura's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure and responded with a playful grin. I was just wondering how to strike up a conversation with all the beautiful ladies in our team during our next break. Giera covered her mouth as she laughed, her chest rising and falling in a way that momentarily entranced Asura. But the moment he noticed Gaze's brooding glare, he quickly straightened up and added, I've scouted a relatively safe route, and Locke and I have already discussed it. We'll head deeper into the forest and assess things as we go. No one can claim to know this place like the back of their hand. After all, Giera saw through his attempt to change the subject and was about to tease him further when Asura suddenly shouted and charged ahead, engaging a third-tier Biasta greenwood bull. The group exchanged bewildered looks, unsure why he would provoke a herbivorous creature. Only Giera let out a soft scoff and walked forward with her long, elegant strides. She had seen through Ashura's ploy. He was simply trying to dodge her playful trap. Giella furrowed her brow in frustration, her irritation with Gaius growing by the second. Not only were his jokes painfully awkward, but he also talked incessantly, like a never-ending chatterbox buzzing in her ear. She had initially planned to find a rival for Gaius within the group to divert his attention away from her. Among the men in the team, Asura was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, Asura had clearly seen through her little scheme, leaving Giella pouting in annoyance, her displeasure written all over her face. Watching Giella walk away, Asura nodded to himself. Dealing with someone clever was always easier. Just a glance, or a subtle gesture was enough for mutual understanding. With ease, he stored the corpse of the greenwood bull into his spatial equipment. The scene brought back memories of roasting the same kind of beast with the Academy team in the magical beast forest. The thought of the girls gathered around him back then briefly crossed his mind. The team pressed forward into the depths of the magical beast forest at an impressive pace. This vast, seemingly endless expanse of wilderness was said to remain unconquered by even the strongest of warriors. The deeper they ventured, the more frequent and perilous the dangers became. After more than 10 days of arduous travel, the group arrived at the edge of a canyon. A flicker of excitement flashed in Ashura's eyes. If his memory served him right, this was the very gorge where the Crimson Lotus Serpent King had fallen. A fall like that would hardly be fatal for a formidable level 6 magical beast. Eagerly, Asura anticipated tracking it down and retrieving its magic core. The time spent journeying together had steadily strengthened the team's bond and coordination. They had successfully taken down 4 level 5 magical beasts, and apart from Locke sustaining a minor injury to his left arm, the team had reaped significant rewards. It was Clay who first suggested that Asura take on the role of team leader, a proposal that everyone unanimously supported. The results spoke for themselves. Ashura's chosen routes were consistently reliable. Whenever they encountered high-level magical beasts, he, always at the front, would alert the group in time to prepare. Though he rarely made a move, every strike he delivered displayed astonishing destructive power, making him far more suited to lead than Clay, who was still relatively inexperienced in the magical beast forest. Now, as Asura paused at the canyon's entrance, the other team members gathered around him, curiously peering into the depths of the gorge. Suddenly, Asura turned to them with a wide grin. Ladies and gentlemen, how about taking on a big challenge? Do you dare? As dusk settled, a group of 7 young adventurers sat in a circle around a crackling campfire, positioned in a clearing near the entrance of the Beast Forest Canyon. The flickering flames illuminated their somber faces as they chewed on their dry rations. Occasionally, their eyes darted toward Asura, silently waiting for him to offer an explanation. Asura took his time, calmly chewing on a piece of stale bread. Unlike his usual practice of preparing meals for the group, this time he had deliberately refrained. For one, their rapid pace through the forest and the frequent battles with magical beasts had left everyone exhausted. For another, no one had offered to compensate him with academy points, so he saw no reason to go out of his way. More importantly, their group included Locke, a notorious bottomless pit whose appetite rivaled that of a voracious greenwood ox. Locke usually scraped by in the beast forest, hunting only low-level magical beasts to cover his living expenses. He couldn't even afford a decent weapon, let alone dream of challenging anything above a tier 3 beast. Every scrap of magical beast meat he caught was traded for just enough food to keep him alive. But joining Asura's expedition had been a windfall for him. His spatial pouch was now packed with dry rations, and the low-level magical beast meat that others deemed unworthy was quickly roasted and devoured by him. In just a few days, his already imposing frame seemed to have grown even larger. Watching Locke tear into his charred, unsalted meat with reckless abandon, Asura shook his head in exasperation. He noticed the expectant gazes from the others, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. It was time to address the elephant in the room. "There's no need to worry," Asura said, flashing a relaxed smile. "For now, we're safe. After spending these past few days together, we've come to know each other well. I've come across an injured magical beast ahead that we might be able to take down. What do you all think?" The tension in the group visibly eased, their guarded expressions softening. Gaius, the elegant fire mage, took a sip of his rum and asked nonchalantly, "An injured magical beast? What kind?" "A fully grown, tier 6 Crimson Lotus Serpent King," Asura replied evenly. "PHFFFD, Gaius spat out his drink, not even noticing that some of it had splattered onto Giella. "What? A tier 6 magical beast? The Crimson Lotus Serpent King? Are you insane? Do you want to get us all killed?" The others stared at Asura in stunned silence. "Keep your voice down," Asura scolded, frowning. "Do you want to attract every magical beast in the forest? And as a mage, where's your composure? I said it's injured and am the one who injured it. Do you think I'd suggest this if I wasn't confident?" His words left everyone even more shocked. Asura had injured a Crimson Lotus Serpent King? A tier 6 magical beast? For most of them, even the thought of initiating an attack against such a creature was unthinkable. Asura smirked inwardly at their astonished faces, feeling a twinge of pride. He had exaggerated, of course. The truth was, he had only managed to wound one of the serpent's eyes with the coordinated effort of a squad from St Goin Academy. Even with his newfound strength from mastering the yellow rank combat skill Z/, he wasn't entirely sure he could take the serpent down. But without spinning the story this way, there was no chance anyone would agree to take the risk with him. The opportunity was too rare to pass up at the very least. He wanted to assess the serpent's condition before making a decision. Gaius, however, had no intention of risking his life. He cursed under his breath and stood up to leave. But after taking a few steps toward the dark, foreboding forest, he hesitated. Realizing that no one else was following him and noticing that even the women in the group, though clearly uneasy, weren't panicking like he was, he reluctantly slunk back to the fire. "Are you all out of your minds? You're seriously going along with this lunatic?" he grumbled as he returned. "I'm telling you, he's been planning to drag us into this from the start. We've been played. What exactly have I lied to you about?" Asura retorted, his tone sharp. "Have I ever let you down on this journey? Yes, I brought you here intentionally because I know this area well. But I'm asking for your input, aren't I? No one's forcing you to take the risk, so stop making such a fuss." At that moment, Clay spoke up. "Asura, can you give us all the details? We need the full truth, so we can make an informed decision." "Of course." Asura nodded, then proceeded to describe the Crimson Lotus Serpent King situation in detail, though he conveniently omitted the part about St Goin Academy's team, attributing the injuries to another unnamed group. Asura scanned the group, noticing the hesitation etched on everyone's faces. In a deep, steady voice, he said, "There's no need to rush into a decision. Even I can't guarantee we can kill the Crimson Serpent King. My plan is to go in first, assess its condition, and then decide our next move. You can take the night to think it over or discuss it privately. Let me know your decision tomorrow morning." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and confident female voice broke the silence. Christine's signature golden waves of hair swayed slightly as she moved. "There's no need to wait until tomorrow. I'll go into the canyon with you to find the Crimson Serpent King. But let me make one thing clear: if I find that it's in prime condition, I'm not going to join you in throwing our lives away." Asura looked at the striking woman, who stood nearly as tall as him, with surprise. Along their journey, Christine had left a strong impression on him, reserved but decisive, with remarkable strength as a level 2 grand martial artist. Though it was her first time in the magical beast forest, she showed no hesitation when slaying beasts. Her stunning figure often caught Asura's attention, though her sharp, warning glares quickly reminded him to focus. Asura had also noticed that while Clay was her older brother, it was often Christine who took the lead when decisions needed to be made. Sure enough, as soon as Christine spoke, Clay nodded in agreement, saying he was willing to go along and assess the situation before deciding. Christine's expression grew serious. Everyone, if we manage to kill the Crimson Serpent King, I would like to exchange its magic core for an equivalent amount of gold coins. We can forego any other spoils from the beasts we've killed so far. Her words only deepened the group's confusion, and no one immediately responded. Seeing this, Christine realized it was time to explain the truth. My brother and I are here to complete a family trial. Our family evaluates us based on the level of beasts we defeat to determine our aptitude and courage, which in turn affects the allocation of contract mounts. For knights like us, a mount is crucial. That's why a magic core, which proves the beast's level, is of great significance to us. This is the reason we're willing to take the risk. After listening to Christine's explanation, everyone's expressions gradually softened. Jella gave Christine a thoughtful glance, her eyes now carrying a hint of respect. She then agreed to the allocation plan but reserved the right to decide whether or not to enter the canyon. Only Asura and the expressionless Locke seemed somewhat bewildered, unsure if they should echo the other's sudden understanding. At present, for people have confirmed their willingness to enter the canyon. Locke's stance needed no questioning. Even if Asura asked him to go alone to slay the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, he would unhesitatingly shoulder his massive axe and set off. The remaining three looked hesitant, especially Luna, the quiet archer with the longbow. She was always the most inconspicuous member of the group, silently staying on the sidelines and rarely voicing her opinions. Yet Asura had noticed that every time she released an arrow, it flew with precision and speed, hitting the target effortlessly, as if she didn't even need to aim. When the vibration of the bowstring stirred the air, lifting the strands of hair that veiled her face, Asura caught a fleeting glimpse of her breathtakingly beautiful features. Jella stood with her arms crossed, a faint, teasing smile playing on her lips. This posture only accentuated her impressive figure. She deliberately leaned toward Asura, her gaze tinged with playful provocation. Meanwhile, Gaze wore a reluctant expression, sneaking glances at Jella as though trying to dissuade his goddess of admiration from pursuing such a perilous plan. Asura understood it all too well and smiled faintly. Let's not discuss this topic tonight, he said. Give me your answers by tomorrow morning. For those who don't wish to go, you can either wait here after we distribute the spoils or leave on your own terms. No hard feelings. For now, the evening is still young. Why not talk about something lighter? Everyone exchanged knowing smiles, but seemed at a loss for a suitable topic. Asura, hoping to liven the atmosphere, let his gaze sweep across the group before it landed on the silent Luna. The young woman sat quietly, her wooden longbow slung across her back. Noticing Ashura's eyes on her, she quickly looked away, flustered. A mischievous smirk tugged at the corner of Ashura's mouth. Luna, he called out, can I take a look at your bow? I've noticed your aim is incredibly accurate. Luna, lost in her thoughts, jolted at the sound of her name. For reasons she couldn't explain, her face flushed crimson beneath the curtain of her hair. Slowly, she removed the wooden bow from her back, her fingers brushing over the ancient carvings on its surface. The touch brought back memories of her Comingafage ceremony 3 years ago. Back then, she had knelt before the ancient war tree, praying earnestly. Grandfather Tree, she had whispered, I wish for my people to be safe and healthy, and for our tribe to always live in peace and harmony. The war tree, its bark etched with wrinkles like an elder's face, spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Heh, you young ones always wish for similar things when you come of age. Is there nothing you'd like to wish for yourself? Blushing, Luna hesitated before murmuring, Grandfather Tree, my mother said that after coming of age, I could start looking for a partner. Could you tell me who my partner will be and where I can find him? The war tree let out a hearty laugh, its booming voice rustling the leaves overhead. Embarrassed, Luna stomped her foot and turned to leave, but the tree's roots blocked her path. Little Luna, are you shy now? The tree teased. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Let me see who your perfect partner will be. Luna stopped, turning back with anticipation in her eyes. Though many young men in the tribe had pursued her, she was naive when it came to matters of the heart, which was why she sought the wisdom of the all-knowing war tree. The tree regarded her thoughtfully before speaking. Little Luna, I cannot see exactly who your partner is, but he will come from afar and meet you by chance. Luna's heart sank. Grandfather Tree, are you saying he's not from our tribe? From far away? How will I recognize him? What if I miss him? Her voice wavered as she spoke, tears welling up in her eyes. The thought of her soulmate being so elusive left her distraught. The war tree suppressed a chuckle and reassured her. Don't worry, little Luna. Grandfather Tree has a solution. With that, it broke off a branch and paired it with a vine, crafting a wooden bough that it handed to her. Luna's eyes reddened as she gazed at the ancient war tree, confusion written all over her face. The tree, with a kind and gentle smile, slowly spoke, "Hold on to this bough carefully. It will help you find your destined partner. Besides you, only the man who is truly meant to be your soulmate will be able to draw it. If any man manages to pull this bough in the future, make sure you don't let him slip away." Hearing these words, the newly adult Luna's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly took the ancient wooden bough, turned to leave, but then stopped abruptly. Turning back, she gave the ancient war tree a deep bow of gratitude. The tree's hearty laughter echoed behind her, making her blush even more as she hurried away. Back in her treetop home, Luna laid on her bed clutching the bough, taking a long moment to calm her racing thoughts. She gently ran her fingers over the bough, her mind wandering far away. Suddenly, a song drifted from outside her treehouse. It was the young men of the tribe, trying to catch her attention. As the cherished daughter of the elven tribe's leader, Luna's beauty was unmatched within the clan. Since her coming of age, the young men of the tribe had lost interest in hunting, spending their days lingering near her treehouse, racking their brains for ways to impress her. Luna frowned slightly. She disliked how her former playmates now approached her with ulterior motives. Glancing at the bough in her hands, she recalled the ancient war tree's words. Resolutely, she bit her lip, grabbed the bough, and stepped outside. From that day onward, the young, unmarried men of the tribe faced a crushing defeat. None of them could draw what seemed to be an ordinary wooden bough. When Luna explained that it was a gift from the ancient war tree meant to guide her, the young men swarmed to the tree to plead their case, leaving the tree thoroughly exasperated. Later, Luna left the elven tribe with her bough to explore the world. During her travels, she encountered Zyra, a wood element mage. Perhaps due to their shared affinity for nature, the two quickly became inseparable friends. Zyra helped Luna disguise her pointed elven ears, taught her how to conceal her appearance, and warned her to be wary of men trying to win her favor. In return, Luna shared many tales of her adventures, but never revealed the true purpose of the bough, merely calling it her personal weapon. One day, as Luna sat lost in thought, staring at the bough, Asura, a young man with a roguish charm, hesitated before speaking. Clearing his throat, he said, "I was just curious. If it's inconvenient, forget I asked." Luna snapped out of her reverie, embarrassed, and handed the bough to Asura, preparing to make up an excuse about why only she could draw it. But the sight before her left her utterly stunned. Asura effortlessly pulled the bowstring into a perfect crescent, aiming at a distant tree with the ease of a seasoned archer. "What a fine bough," he remarked with a sly grin. Luna stood frozen, as if her very soul had been stolen, staring in disbelief at the young man grinning mischievously while holding her bough. The team quickly noticed something unusual about Luna. Even Zyra, her closest friend, couldn't understand what was going on. Asura tilted his head in confusion, watching Luna, who seemed lost in thought. Luna took slow steps forward, her gaze shifting back and forth between Asura and her wooden bough. It was the first time in her life she had ever looked a man in the eyes so closely. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she simply snatched her wooden bough, hugged it tightly to her chest, and ran back to her tent. "Did I do something wrong?" Asura asked innocently, spreading his hands. Only Zyra seemed to have a slight understanding of her friend's odd behavior. Standing up, she said, "We'll go check on her. She'll be fine." Seeing this, Asura offered, "They'll skip my night watch tonight. I doubt anyone can sleep soundly with me on duty anyway. How about we figure out a replacement?" The other team members exchanged knowing smiles, secretly impressed by his perceptiveness. In truth, no one had dared to sleep deeply during their journey. After all, in the forest of beasts, no one could afford to completely entrust their life to another. In the end, Locke and Clay volunteered to take the night watch. The camp was unusually quiet, except for Luna's tent, where the young woman lay tossing and turning, clutching her wooden bough. She couldn't believe this was fate. Over the past year of traveling, there had been no shortage of men wanting to test her bough, but only this mischievous, dark-haired boy with his ever-present smirk had managed to effortlessly draw it to a full moon on his very first try, even more skillfully than she could herself. Following the guidance of the ancient war tree, this playful, laughing boy was supposed to be her destined partner. Luna buried her face in her pillow in embarrassment, her toes curling tightly as her thoughts spiraled into chaos. In the neighboring tent, Zyra, the wood mage with a keen sense of perception, stared in confusion in the direction of Luna's tent. She had never considered her friend in the context of romance, as Luna had never shown any special interest in men before. Today's behavior was certainly out of character. Zyra's own thoughts wandered to their next steps. As a frail mage, she worried about who would protect her if the team ever fell apart. Would it be Gaius, who constantly professed his love for her, or Asura, with his teasing glances? Just thinking about Asura made her annoyed. Throughout their journey, this cunning man had always managed to take advantage without ever losing out. Her little schemes were utterly ineffective against him. He was sharper than the cleverest fox in the forest, which made Zyra angrily punch her pillow in frustration. The next morning, the group gathered wordlessly around the extinguished campfire. Asura leaned against a tree trunk, leisurely munching on a meat pie. After calmly washing his hands with water from his flask, he finally stood up and gave the group a graceful bow, as if he were a nobleman. "Good morning, everyone. Looks like no one had a good rest last night." The team maintained neutral expressions, each waiting for someone else to speak first. Asura turned to Christine with a playful smile and asked, "So, esteemed knight, are you still after that level 6 magic core?" Christine brushed her golden hair over her shoulder. "My brother and I are willing to follow you into the canyon, but only if your intel is reliable. If it is, I swear on my honor as a knight, I'll give my all to take down the Crimson Lotus Serpent King." Ashura nodded approvingly and extended his right hand to seal the deal. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to touch the fair hand of the golden-haired beauty, a strong hand reached out and gripped his instead. Clay, with a sincere expression, said, "Don't worry. My sister and I, as the strongest fighters here, will handle the frontal assault on the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Just remember to sell us the magic core once we succeed." Reluctantly, Ashura nodded in agreement, while Christine turned her head to hide her smile. Clay, on the other hand, wore a knowing expression. Over the years, he had dealt with countless young men who harbored improper thoughts about his sister. It wasn't until Christina's strength rivaled his own, and she could beat these lecherous fools more thoroughly than he could, that he finally felt at ease. Clay stood to the side, recalling the earlier scene at the bar. When that so-called warrior named White tried to harass his sister, Clay chose to stay out of it. He knew his sister too well. Someone like that didn't stand a chance with her. In fact, White might even end up on the wrong end of her spear. But the young man standing before him now was different. Clay couldn't quite figure him out. Although the stranger claimed to be a first-rank grand martial artist and his aura seemed to match that level of power, there was something about Hyman's elusive, dangerous vibe that made Clay uneasy. What unsettled him even more was the young man's claim of injuring the Crimson Serpent King. That was an achievement even Clay wouldn't dare brag about lightly. Still, since his sister had already made up her mind, all he could do was support her unconditionally. Besides, they desperately needed that 6th-tier magic core. As for why he stopped the two from shaking hands, it was because he noticed the way the young man's gaze lingered on his sister. Strangely, instead of her usual fiery temper, she merely glared at him a few times and let it go. This uncharacteristic behavior left Clay puzzled. When had his hot-headed sister become so tolerant? Seeing that neither of the siblings was changing their minds, Ashura was about to ask the opinions of the other 3 team members, but Gaius cut him off, shouting loudly, "If you two want to march to your deaths, go ahead. Count me out." Ashura glanced at Gaius, whose face was full of arrogance, and replied calmly, "Fair enough. We won't force you. We can discuss the division of spoils later." He then turned to the 2 remaining women. "What about you 2 lovely ladies? Care to join us?" To everyone's surprise, it was Luna, usually the quietest among them, who spoke up first. "I'll go with you. I can help." Her words not only shocked the group with her sudden assertiveness, but also carried a subtle hint of something more, which left the others taken aback. Ashura didn't overthink it. Having a skilled archer like Luna on the team would undoubtedly increase their chances of success. He extended his right hand toward her. Luna hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, before meeting his gaze and placing her delicate hand in his. As their palms touched, her soft, graceful face emerged from beneath her flowing hair. Her clear, untainted eyes caught Ashura off guard, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a brief moment of distraction, Ashura snapped back to reality, quietly withdrawing his right hand. His gaze had been involuntarily drawn to Luna's bright, captivating eyes, leaving him inwardly frustrated at his lapse in composure. Luna's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, yet she maintained steady eye contact with Ashura. She recalled the words of the ancient war tree elder, "If you meet him, don't let the opportunity slip away." This strengthened her resolve to follow Ashura into the canyon. Whether they could defeat the level 6 magical beast no longer seemed as important. What truly mattered to her now was learning more about this enigmatic man before her. The others exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the brief yet charged interaction between the two. Ashura cleared his throat to break the awkward silence and turned to Zyra. "Charming sorceress, would you care to join us on our canyon expedition?" he asked. Zyra didn't respond immediately. Instead, she cast a lingering glance at Luna, who looked hopeful and eager. With a playful smile, she said, "I'd like to go, but as a delicate mage, I'm afraid I might end up being a burden. Ashura, if you promise to protect me, I'll join you." What was meant as a light-hearted jest received an unexpectedly serious response. "I will ensure your safety," Ashura replied solemnly. Even if we fail to slay the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, I will make sure no harm comes to you. Zyra froze, momentarily taken aback. She was no stranger to Min's flowery words, yet this was the first time she felt such unwavering sincerity in a promise. She licked her lips, extended her fair hand and said, "In that case, Min, but remember, you have to keep your promise to protect me." When Asura clasped her hand, he felt her fingers lightly graze his palm. A faint ripple of emotion coursed through him, but his expression remained composed, as though sealing a sacred pact. Meanwhile, seeing that Zyra was also set on entering the canyon, Gaius, who had been holding back, could no longer stay silent. "I'm coming too," he declared loudly. "I can protect Zyra." Asura, however, shook his head. "Gaius, this isn't about doubting your abilities. But entering the canyon means risking everything. Your hesitation makes you a liability, and I can't gamble with the lives of others." Outraged, Gaius immediately began summoning a fireball. Yet before the flames could take shape, they were extinguished. In an instant, Asura had darted forward, gripping Gaius by the throat and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Memories of White's fate at the tavern flashed through Gaius' mind, and cold sweat poured down his face as he managed only a faint, desperate plea for mercy. Asura's smile remained unchanged. "I've made myself clear. If you're not ready to risk your life, you'll only endanger us all. Of course, if you truly wish to come, I won't stop you, but if you hold back, he'll personally shatter your knees and leave you for the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Whether as bait to create a killing opportunity or as a distraction to slow the beast's pursuit, you'd serve a purpose. How does that sound?" Asura tossed Gaius onto the grass, leaving him coughing and retching as he gasped for air. Zyra, on the other hand, watched the scene unfold with amused curiosity, as though witnessing a theatrical display of rivalry for her attention. Once he regained his composure, Gaius brushed the dirt off his robes and straightened himself, attempting to reclaim his dignity as a mage. He locked eyes with the ever-smiling, dark-haired man before him, suppressing the shiver that ran through him. "I've made my decision," Gaius said firmly. "I'll enter the canyon with you, and I'll give it my all." Asura tilted his head slightly, his expression tinged with amusement, but he offered no reply. Gaius's lips twitched slightly, and a pang of heartache swept through him. Slowly, he reached into his spatial belt and pulled out a softly glowing scroll. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. "This is my life-saving treasury, a level 6 magic scroll, the Fire Dragon spell. Its power rivals the full-strength attack of an archmage. I'm willing to contribute it, but there's one condition. If it's used to kill the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, I want an extra share of the loot." Before he could finish, Ashura's quick reflexes kicked in. With a swift motion, he snatched the scroll with his right hand and threw his left arm around Gaius' shoulders, grinning ear to ear. "Gaius, my dear brother, how could you keep such a treasure from us? All that stuff I said earlier was just a joke, don't take it to heart." As he spoke, Asura casually tossed the magic scroll to Giela. Such scrolls could be activated with mental energy alone, and in Giela's hands, it would unleash the same devastating power. Gaius' face twisted into an expression more pitiful than tears. He tried to shrug off Ashura's arm, but the unyielding strength pressing down on him left him no choice but to force a strained smile that looked even more miserable. The other team members, witnessing this scene, turned red, trying their best to stifle their laughter. Asura, meanwhile, was inwardly delighted. He hadn't expected a simple trick to land him such a powerful level 6 magic scroll, significantly increasing their chances of defeating the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. As for Gaius' change in demeanor, Asura couldn't care less so long as he could assert his dominance over Gaius. Everything would remain under control. Shortly after, Asura gathered the team for a brief tactical meeting, meticulously outlining their strategy for taking down the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Once everyone had a clear understanding of their roles, he raised his hand with a bold gesture and declared loudly, "All right, everyone, give it everything you've got. Taking down a level 6 magical beast is the kind of achievement we'll brag about in the Adventurer's Tavern for the rest of our lives. The war god is with us." In a shadowy gorge deep within the forest of beasts, a faint blue mist lingered in the air, wrapping the surroundings in an eerie shroud. A barely perceptible stench of decay drifted through the atmosphere. Despite its delicate appearance, the mist was laced with deadly poison. Any ordinary person who inhaled it would quickly experience dizziness, blurred vision, and paralysis of the limbs. In this canyon, where visibility stretched no further than 10 meters, a team of 7 young adventurers moved cautiously forward. Each of them heightened their senses to the limit, remaining on high alert for any disturbances. Along their journey, the group had encountered numerous magical beasts, adhering strictly to the strategy of avoid if possible. If unavoidable, finish it quickly. After 3 fruitless days of searching, the group was now resting briefly against a large boulder. Gaius wore an expression of growing impatience, but each time he met Ashura's calm smile, Any complaints he had died on his lips. Christine, however, couldn't hold back her frustration. She stood up and sat down beside Asura. Asura, pretending to glance casually, couldn't help but notice her long, graceful legs, silently marveling to himself. It's been 3 days, and we've found nothing. Are you sure the Crimson Lotus Serpent King is really here? Christine asked, her tone tinged with doubt. Asura replied evenly, I didn't bring you all here to wander aimlessly. These past 3 days, I haven't eaten or slept well either. The news of an injured level 6 magical beast, whether true or not, is enough to draw explorers from any adventurer's tavern. Since I provided the information, it's only right that I stick with you to the end. Christine and the others could only nod reluctantly. Truth be told, they were torn between anticipation and fear of encountering the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Who could have guessed they'd venture into such a perilous area to hunt a level 6 magical beast? At times, even they questioned whether this decision was sheer madness. As each member of the group wrestled with their own thoughts, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the distance. The sheer force of the sound rippled through the canyon, dispersing the bluish mist. Instantly, everyone tensed, grabbing their weapons. Though the roar came from far away, it sent a chill down their spines. It carried the unmistakable aura of a level 6 magical beast. Asura listened intently for a few moments, his expression growing serious. That's not the roar of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, but it's a beast of comparable strength. Judging by the sound, it seems to be in the middle of a fight. He left the rest unsaid, observing the reactions of his companions. The group collectively drew in sharp breaths. Facing just one Crimson Lotus Serpent King was enough to make their nerves fray, and now another creature of the same tier had appeared. Unease rippled through them, and a few began to entertain thoughts of retreating. Guys, in particular, was visibly shaken. His legs trembled as he stammered, Asura, you can keep the magic scroll as a gift from me. Just let me go, all right? Go if you want. It's not like I forced you to come here. Anyone else want to leave? Asura replied, irritation creeping into his voice. Jella hesitated, but ultimately offered Asura only a lingering, suggestive glance. Luna, on the other hand, seemed to ignore the conversation entirely, her eyes occasionally flicking toward Asura. The sibling pair, Cly and Christine, found themselves at odds. Cly urged his younger sister to leave while he stayed behind to face the danger, but Christine adamantly refused to let her brother take the risk alone. Their argument escalated until Asura cut in impatiently. Stop acting like this is some tragic farewell. We're not walking to our deaths. We'll just go take a look, and if it's too risky, we'll retreat. We're here to seize an opportunity, not to throw our lives away. The siblings blushed at his words, with Christine shooting Asura a glare of irritation. Turning to guys, Asura said, Fine, you can leave. We're heading in that direction. If fate allows, we'll meet again. With that, he prepared to lead the group toward the source of the roar. Guys glanced nervously at the mist-shrouded path behind him, swallowing hard. As a mage with a notoriously poor sense of direction, he realized all too well that heading back alone would be akin to signing his own death warrant. Gaius suddenly rushed forward and clung to Clay's arm, his voice trembling with a sob. Don't leave me behind. I'll go with you. Is that okay? This sudden gesture made Clay's skin crawl. He immediately shook off Gaius's hand. Though he felt disgusted inside, he maintained the composure expected of a noble and refrained from reacting as aggressively as Asura might have. Asura coldly ordered, If you don't want to die, shut up. Everyone, stay on high alert and move quietly. Luna and Locke, you're in charge of protecting Jella and Gaius. Keep a 300-meter distance from us. If anything unexpected happens, retreat immediately. Understood? The group drew their weapons in unison, signaling their understanding through action. Asura promptly unsheathed his twin blades and advanced toward the source of the beastly roars, accompanied by Christine and Clay. As they ventured deeper, the roars of the two beasts grew louder and clearer. Asura quickly recognized one of them as the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, the very beast that had once knocked him off a cliff. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes, and his steps instinctively quickened. Clay, quick to react, grabbed Ashura's arm and studied the suddenly exhilarated black-haired youth with confusion. Lowering his voice, Asura explained, We're about to strike it rich. You heard it too, didn't you? Two beasts are fighting. One of them is the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, and the other is likely a level 6 beast, just as powerful. These two monsters are tearing each other apart. This is our chance. The knight siblings exchanged baffled glances, utterly unable to comprehend why anyone would be so thrilled at the prospect of encountering two level 6 beasts. They couldn't tell if Asura was truly fearless or just recklessly impulsive. As they hesitated, Asura had already quickened his pace, putting distance between himself and the others. The siblings exchanged a resigned look. Clay followed Asura closely, while Christine turned back to relay the information to the others. Upon learning the situation, Even Jella began to waver, contemplating retreat. However, Locke merely cast a disdainful glance at the group before striding forward, while Luna silently gripped her bow and followed. Christine shrugged and prepared to move along as well. Left with no choice, the two mages, Jella and Gaius, reluctantly pressed on, realizing that without the warriors' protection, escaping the canyon was impossible. It felt as though they'd boarded a ship of no return. As the roars of the beasts grew increasingly deafening, Clay's heartbeat pounded in his chest. He gripped his knightly longsword tightly, fixing his gaze on Asura, who was crouched behind a massive boulder ahead. Suddenly, he noticed Ashura's body go rigid. Clay quickly moved closer, imitating Ashura's posture to observe what lay ahead. The next moment, he froze as well. Not far in front of them, a one-eyed serpent-like beast was locked in a ferocious close-quarters battle with a leopard-like creature, its body spanning 7 to 8 meters in length. The scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring, the combat brutal beyond words. Swallowing hard, Clay turned to look at Asura, whose eyes were practically glowing with excitement. His voice trembled as he asked, "This is the Crimson Lotus Serpent King you were looking for?" Hearing Clay's question, Asura nodded gravely, then lowered his voice and said, "That's right. That one-eyed beast is none other than the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. The other creature, if I'm not mistaken, is a level 6 magical beast, the Lightning Leopard." Clay gasped sharply at the revelation. Although he had never encountered the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, he knew all too well about the Lightning Leopard mount coveted by knights everywhere. If they were targeted by the Lightning Leopard, there would be no escape for any of them. His face turned pale, and he fixed his gaze on Asura, wary of the young man's impulsive nature. Clay resolved that if Asura dared to act recklessly, he would immediately use a jump strike to knock the black-haired youth unconscious. Noticing the strange intensity in Clay's eyes, Asura flinched and instinctively retreated back into the group. Clay quickly informed the others of the situation. The team members were so shocked that they were momentarily speechless, their expressions betraying a clear desire to retreat. Seeing their reactions, Asura sighed helplessly. "If you want to leave, then do it now. I'll give you 1 hour to retreat. My share of the spoils can go to Locke." With that, he turned and began heading back toward the boulder. "Young master, Locke won't leave. Locke will follow you wherever you go," Locke said in his deep, gruff voice. "Big guy, go with them. Your level as a warrior is too low. I'd just have to worry about protecting you," Asura replied calmly. Locke opened his mouth, eager to mention that he could activate his berserk state to help in the fight, but the sharp look in Ashura's eyes silenced him. He clenched his giant axe tightly in frustration, swallowing his words. Just as Asura was about to leave, he felt both sleeves being tugged. Turning around, he saw 2 girls holding onto him. Luna, the girl with a wooden bow, shyly said, "I'm not leaving. I want to go with you." Her face turned bright red as she lowered her head, but her hand remained firmly gripping his sleeve. Asura frowned and shifted his gaze to the blonde-haired girl, Christine. Although her cheeks were slightly flushed, she also refused to let go. Instead, she simply asked, "What are your chances of success? Do I look like an idiot to you?" Asura scoffed, rolling his eyes. He couldn't understand why everyone seemed so Concernetta wasn't about to throw his life away recklessly. What puzzled him even more was Luna's sudden change in demeanor. Normally quiet and reserved, she would blush and avoid him at all costs. But now, she was meeting his gaze directly, making him feel awkward enough to avoid her eyes. This shift seemed to have started after he watched her practice archery last time. Asura even wondered if she had been enchanted by a 9-tailed spirit fox. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He decided to have a proper conversation with her later. Seeing the 2 girls resolute in their decision to stay, Clay gritted his teeth, drew his knight's lance, and silently stood beside his sister, Christine. Meanwhile, Jera gave Asura a plaintive look and said, "Someone promised to protect me before. I wonder if that promise still stands?" Asura sighed in exasperation, his gaze briefly flicking to Jera's prominent chest before he retrieved several wind rune seals from his spatial storage and handed them to her. Jera's eyes lit up. These single-use runes could significantly boost the user's speed, and their effectiveness depended entirely on the skill of the rune's creator. As a mage, Jera could sense the power contained within the runes. With this enhancement, she felt much more confident about her chances of escape, should it come to that. Smiling coyly, she clung to Ashura's right arm and purred, "If you had something this good, you should have shared it earlier. Got anything else useful for me?" Asura stiffened slightly as he felt his arm pressed against a soft, yielding warmth. His body tensed involuntarily. Asura responded casually, "I already gave you that fire dragon spell scroll. What more could you possibly want?" Jella noticed the slight tremor in his body and felt a surge of triumph. She was about to continue her playful act when an angry roar suddenly interrupted her. "What are you 2 doing? Let go now." Guys stood not far away, glaring at them with clenched teeth. The fire element around him surged violently, as if it could erupt at any moment. Just as Asura opened his mouth to speak, Jella cut him off angrily. Why should you care what I do? Who do you think you are to me? Stop meddling in my business, I've had enough of you. Her words completely ignited Guy's fury. Ever since becoming a fire mage, no one had ever dared to insult him like this. While he hadn't been too bothered when he was forced to hand over the magic scroll to Jeel after all, in his mind, giving it to Jella was like giving it to his own woman. Her recent actions, especially her closeness with Asura at this moment, pushed him to the brink of losing control. Guys opened his mouth to retort, but his gaze met Ashura's mocking smile. In an instant, the haunting memory of being choked and facing death flashed back, and he swallowed his words. With a dark expression, he finally said, "If you're so eager to throw your lives away, go ahead. I won't stop you." With that, he turned and disappeared into the mist behind him. Asura was about to get up and follow, but Jella grabbed his arm. "Let him go," she said softly. Her tone was gentle, almost pleading. Clay stepped forward to echo her sentiment. "Let him go. After all, we've been together for so long." The others remained silent, but their eyes conveyed a tacit agreement. Asura glanced around at the group with mild amusement, letting out a quiet sigh. It seemed like he was always cast as the villain. Then, with a resigned smile, he turned to face the battlefield ahead, where the sound of ferocious roars echoed relentlessly. Having made their final decision, the group followed Asura with solemn expressions, their eyes fixed on the mist-shrouded battlefield ahead. Through the hazy veil, the vague silhouettes of two ferocious beasts could be seen locked in a brutal struggle. After a moment of contemplation, Asura turned to his companions and said, "For the battle that may lie ahead, I plan to use the 4- and 5-tier magic cores we've collected." While unsure of his exact intentions, the others nodded in agreement. Jella promptly retrieved 4 5-tier magic cores and 17 4-tier magic cores from her spatial ring. These were the spoils of their efforts over the past 20 days. The reason they were entrusted to Jella was simple. As the daughter of the vice president of the Mage Association, she was the most trusted among them. If the cores had been handed to the strongest pair, the siblings Clay and Christine, it might have caused unease among the rest. Taking the cores, Asura turned to Luna and asked, "If we attach these to your arrowheads, will it affect your accuracy?" Luna shook her head without hesitation, and Asura wasted no time. He retrieved a magic inscribing pin and a vial of 5-tier magical beast blood, then began etching small-scale magic arrays onto each core. This display of skill left the group stunned. Everyone knew how rare magic inscribers were. The question burned in their minds. Why would someone like Asura, with such a lucrative talent, risk his life in the magical beast forest? The female members exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with newfound admiration. Clearly, they were beginning to see Asura as an eligible match. Before long, Asura finished the inscriptions and handed the modified cores to Luna to attach to her arrows. "These are explosive magic arrays," he warned. "They'll detonate on impact." Luna's face immediately fell, and she looked at him with a pitiful expression. But Asura ignored her reaction, instead addressing the group with a tone of urgency. "If a fight breaks out, use every trick you've got. This isn't the time to hold anything back." With their strategy set, the group crept toward a massive boulder to observe the battle unfolding ahead. The pale blue mist had thinned under the chaos, revealing the battlefield cloaked in a crimson fog emanating from the Red Lotus Serpent King. The Lightning Panther had its jaws clamped tightly around the serpent's neck, dark red blood pouring from the wound. In turn, the Red Lotus Serpent King coiled its massive body around the panther, the sound of creaking bones filling the air. Just when it seemed the Lightning Panther was on the verge of victory, it suddenly released its grip on the serpent's vulnerable neck and let out a heart-wrenching roar of despair. The Red Lotus Serpent King paused briefly, then lashed out, hurling the panther against the cliffside with a bone-crushing force. The panther collapsed to the ground, blood dripping from its mouth, its gaze unfocused and its body barely clinging to life. The serpent slithered forward, its triangular eyes gleaming with cruel amusement, as if deliberating where to sink its fangs into its prey. Witnessing the scene, the 6 young adventurers were filled with dread. Ashura's sharp eyes caught a troubling detail. The Red Lotus Serpent King seemed even more powerful than before, and the anticipated mutual destruction of the two beasts had not occurred. Clenching his jaw, he gestured for the group to retreat. This was clearly not the right moment to strike. Just as everyone nodded in agreement, Ashura's gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto the swirling mist behind them. "That damned bastard," he growled through clenched teeth. Before his words fully faded, a blazing fireball shot out of the fog with a deafening roar. Clay raised his knight's shield just in time, intercepting the deadly strike with unwavering precision. The team instantly realized the culprit behind the attack, none other than Guys, the conniving scoundrel who clearly intended to leave them for dead. Regret washed over them for having stopped Asura from confronting Guys earlier. The ground began to emit an unsettling rustling sound, signaling the rapid approach of some unknown creature. The palpable sense of danger tightened everyone's nerves. Lock, guard our rear and protect Jella. The rest of you, follow me into battle. Asura shouted, his twin blades flashing as he charged toward the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Back when they first entered the Forest of Beasts, he had already unlocked the first layer of the cabin seal. With the strength of a first-level Grand Martial Master and the agility granted by the wind-chasing thunder-stepping technique, he barely managed to evade the Serpent King's sudden strikes. Clay and Christine, the sibling duo, knew there was no avoiding this fight. With a shared understanding, they drew their knightly spears. Even without mounts, their refined footwork and combat techniques allowed them to swiftly attack the Serpent King from both flanks. Their family's signature move, Thunderstrike, carried a piercing sonic boom as it aimed straight for the creature's vital points. Luna, usually reserved, now moved with surprising decisiveness. She leapt onto a large boulder with a clear vantage point, drawing a fifth-tier magic core arrow etched with intricate runes from her quiver. With precision and resolve, she loosed the arrow, aiming for the Serpent King's wounded neck. Jella quickly activated a wind rune to enhance her speed, then began chanting a wood element binding spell. Thick vines erupted from the ground, coiling around the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Though not strong enough to fully restrain the beast, the vines significantly hindered its movements and agility. Meanwhile, Locke stood guard with his massive battle axe, staying close to Jella while vigilantly watching for the lurking fire mage. He prepared himself to enter a berserk state at a moment's notice. Frustration churned within him, knowing his limited strength prevented him from joining the front line to shield his young master from the Serpent King's relentless attacks. The first wave of attacks surged toward the Crimson Lotus Serpent King like an unstoppable tide, with the most devastating blow being Luna's arrow, imbued with explosive power. The Serpent King let out an earth-shaking roar as crimson mist erupted around it, kicking up dust and obscuring the battlefield. Asura and the Clay siblings quickly retreated to an open area. Through the thickening red fog, the Serpent King was no longer visible. Asura turned to inquire about the outcome of the attack, and Christine responded gravely, "My spear only managed to pierce its body. That beast's defense is far stronger than we expected." Clay nodded in agreement, indicating his own efforts had yielded similar results. At this moment, the group could only pin their hopes on the level 5 magic core dealing significant damage to the Serpent King. The battle was proving far more difficult than anticipated. As the three warily observed the poisonous mist, Asura suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" A tail as thick as a tree trunk whipped through the air like a steel cable. Asura swiftly dodged into a depression in the ground, but the Clay siblings chose to brace themselves behind their shields. The outcome was predictable. They were sent flying into the cliffside by the immense force, coughing up blood, their knightly shields now riddled with cracks. Asura shook his head internally. While the siblings were undeniably strong, their lack of combat experience was evident, particularly in their rigid knightly approach when faced with a ferocious magical beast. In the distance, Luna continued firing blindly into the mist, while Jella struggled under the immense strain of maintaining her vine bindings, her magical energy nearly depleted. The situation was dire, and Asura realized that he had to take control of the battle. Without hesitation, he unlocked the second seal of the cabin prison, his strength surging instantly to the level of a Grand Martial Master, second rank. With a few swift movements, he reached Jella's side and called out, "Give me the Fire Dragon spell scroll and keep restraining it with the vines." Though puzzled as to why a martial artist would need a magic scroll, Jella complied immediately, adding pitifully, "If you're planning to run, take me with you." Her words nearly made Asura stumble. He shot a sharp glare at the alluring mage before turning his attention back to the fight. He then ordered Luna, "Don't worry about conserving the magic core, keep firing at the same spot." Luna promptly retrieved another level 5 magic core arrow and, relying on her keen senses, shot it into the poisonous mist. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, accompanied by the Serpent King's anguished hiss. This strike enraged the Crimson Lotus Serpent King completely. Its massive head emerged from the crimson fog, its remaining triangular eye glowing with murderous intent, while its neck gushed blood and hung in tatters. It had recognized the black-haired boy who had blinded its left eye in the past, and its hatred boiled over uncontrollably. As the standoff between man and beast unfolded, a golden beam suddenly struck the Serpent King's wounded neck. It was Christine, unleashing her family's battle technique. Asura couldn't help but admire the courage of the bold and alluring female knight, who was clearly faring better than her brother, still kneeling weakly on the ground. However, Christine's bravery was short-lived. With a single whip of its head, the Serpent King sent her flying to Asura's feet, her silver chest armor shattered, revealing a flash of pale skin. Forcing himself to focus back on the battlefield, Asura saw that Clay had finally joined the fray, wielding his dual swords to coordinate with Luna's arrows and barely holding the Serpent King at bay. However, the siblings' knightly techniques were overly rigid and lacked adaptability, leaving them at a disadvantage against the Serpent King's overwhelming power. Luna, hesitant to risk hitting her allies, held back in her archery, while Jella, now utterly drained of magic, stood pale and helpless. Asura could feel the surge of power coursing through his body after unlocking 2 seals. Seeing the morale of his team starting to waver, he decisively raised his twin blades, ready to fight to the death. Just then, a weary female voice sounded beside him. "Watch out." He turned his head to see Christine, the golden-haired knight with cascading waves, halfling on the ground. Her flawless figure was on full display, and his gaze lingered on her for a moment. Only when he noticed her valiant face flush with a faint blush under his scrutiny did he tear his eyes away and refocus on the battlefield. Swallowing hard, he boldly replied, "Don't worry, I won't die. Rest here and watch me slay this serpent." Before his words had fully settled, Asura had already launched himself toward the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, employing his wind-chasing thunder-striking technique. The Serpent King, sensing the threat, swiftly lashed its long tail to force Clay back and ignored Luna's arrows as it opened its massive maw to strike at Asura. However, with agile movements, Asura deftly evaded the deadly attack. In the next instant, he unleashed his ascending tower blade technique, his twin blades crackling with lightning as they slashed down onto the serpent's body. At the exact moment the blade struck, a bolt of lightning struck the point of impact, shattering scales and sending the Serpent King into violent convulsions. This attack not only inflicted significant physical damage, but also added a paralyzing effect, a testament to Asura's mastery of both martial and magical arts. Within the Academy team, he had concealed this dual talent, but now, among this diverse group of adventurers, he could finally unleash his full potential without restraint. Using the nimbleness of his wind-chasing thunder-striking technique, Asura weaved through the Serpent King's attacks while relentlessly slashing at its body with his lightning-infused blades. In no time, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's body was covered in deep wounds, its blood splattering everywhere with each thrash. The team's other members were left utterly stunned by Asura's performance. His prowess was on par with both Clay and Christine. What was even more astonishing was the lightning magic he wielded without chanting, proving that he was not only a dual-blade warrior, but also a spellcaster of extraordinary skill. By the gods of war, such a combination was unheard of. The crowd stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at the battlefield. Their minds churned in disbelief, struggling to process the scene unfolding before them. Even Clay and Christine, the noble siblings of the prestigious Cacao family from the Northern Empire of Cinder, were left speechless despite their aristocratic upbringing and worldly experiences. Their family was renowned for producing elite knights, with their patriarch, Craig, standing as a legendary holy knight of light. As distinguished students of Honest Academy, the siblings had been assigned to the magical beast forest near St Goin City as part of their family's training mission. Asura's performance astonished them. Though they had encountered many young warriors stronger than Asura, they had never seen anyone so seamlessly blend agility, combat skills, and magic in battle. Compared to his fluid and calculated movements, their earlier attempts at fighting seemed like the clumsy, chaotic charges of wild beasts. The thought made their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Yet, they felt a sense of relief. They had never underestimated Asura, which was why they had willingly entrusted him with the role of team leader. Jella and Monroe watched in awe, their eyes shimmering with admiration. In the Land of Kings, strength was revered above all, and Asura exuded the aura of an exceptional young warrior. Jella, in particular, was deeply moved. Growing up on the outskirts of St Goin City, she had seen countless peers boast over slaying a handful of low-level magical beasts. But Asura's actions demonstrated what it truly meant to be a powerful warrior, not just unmatched skill, but also unwavering courage and determination in the face of formidable foes. Jella's breathing quickened as her gaze fixated on Asura, who darted and struck with unmatched precision on the battlefield. For the first time, she felt a spark of desire, a longing for someone unlike the many suitors who had once surrounded her. Beside her, Locke stood grinning foolishly at the ongoing fight. Though his understanding of combat was limited, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride that his master was such a formidable force. The battle grew fiercer by the second. Asura unleashed a relentless barrage of 16 strikes, each blow of his ascending blade technique crackling with lightning energy. The Red Lotus Serpent King's flesh was torn apart under the assault, its wounds so deep the bone was exposed. Sensing the escalating ferocity of Asura's attacks, the serpent's lotus-shaped tumor on its forehead began to glow ominously red. With a sudden burst of speed, its massive body swept forward in a devastating strike. The abrupt attack forced Asura to pull back, crossing his twin blades defensively in front of his chest. Even so, the sheer force of the blow hurled him through the air. Fighting back the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, He saw a streak of red light shooting toward him. It was the serpent's gaping maw, fangs bared and dripping with venom. Cries of "watch out" erupted from the onlookers, but midair, Asura narrowed his eyes. With a swift motion, he thrust his blades forward, unleashing a radiant burst of golden light. The Red Lotus Serpent King, wary from earlier encounters, immediately shut its intact right eye and tilted its head to avoid the light while maintaining its charge. But this time, Asura had no intention of targeting its eyes. Instead, he hurled a magic scroll toward the beast. In an instant, a fiery dragon, as large as the serpent itself, roared to life and collided head-on with the creature's head. Sparks and flames erupted in all directions as the serpent let out a harrowing screech. The heat wave rippled outward, searing the air. Its head was charred black, smoke billowing from its mouth as its colossal body toppled backward uncontrollably. The rest of the team stood rooted in place, their jaws slack in disbelief. Asura's quick thinking and tactical execution were nothing short of extraordinary. These skills were hard-earned, forged through countless encounters in the magical beast forest and the brutal death matches of the Pagoda Palace. Even White, a braggart adventurer who often boasted of his survival in the Pagoda Palace, couldn't compare to Asura's silver pagoda medallion mark of 1,000 victories. Suddenly, from the fiery clouds above, a figure shot downward with the same unyielding determination as the serpent moments before. It was Asura, his body scorched and battered from the fiery collision, his skin marred with blackened wounds. Yet his eyes burned with fierce resolve, locked onto the massive serpent below. Despite the toll the battle had taken on him, he surged forward, ready to strike his prey. Asura, gripping his twin blades, let out a thunderous roar just a mere 10 feet away from the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Z-slash. His blades gleamed with golden light as he unleashed a yellow-grade martial technique, aiming directly at the Serpent King's wounded neck. The injury, inflicted earlier by the lightning leopard, had now become its fatal weakness. In a flash, 3 sharp arcs of golden light sliced through the air, and the massive serpent's head fell with a resounding thud. Its enormous body collapsed heavily onto the canyon floor. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, staring at the serpent's bisected corpse. It was almost impossible to believe that the battle had ended in just over 20 exchanges. Although the Crimson Lotus Serpent King had been gravely injured during its fight with the Lightning Leopard, for someone at the Martial Master level to so swiftly slay a Tier 6 magical beast was nothing short of extraordinary, an achievement unheard of. Landing lightly, Asura exhaled slightly, his gaze fixed on the charred serpent's head before him. The pent-up resentment he had carried was completely released with that final strike. Casually, he drove one of his blades into the serpent's head, twisting it to dislodge a blood-stained, fist-sized crimson magic core. Turning to face his teammates, he noticed their astonished expressions. Striking what he thought was a dashing pose, he grinned and called out, "Come on, everyone, take a look at our prize." His companions hurried over, gathering around the serpent's corpse to examine it closely. Though the final blow hadn't been theirs, simply being part of the hunt for such a formidable magical beast was enough to fill them with pride. Jella, still trembling slightly as she looked at the serpent's remains, instinctively edged closer to Asura. Perhaps intentionally, she subtly puffed out her chest, drawing attention to her impressive figure. Nearby, Luna noticed this and immediately pouted in irritation, though she lacked the courage to approach Asura as boldly as Jella. Instead, she silently mused to herself, "Grandfather Ancient Tree of War was right after all. Someone as strong and capable as this is the ideal partner." Her thoughts made her eyes sparkle like stars as she gazed at him. Clay walked over to Asura with a hint of awkwardness, gave him a light punch on the shoulder, and said, "Asura, just how strong are you? If we'd known you were this powerful, we wouldn't have been so on edge." Asura's lips curled into a confident smile. "I just have a knack for combat. I told you before, I wouldn't lead you to your deaths. But I must admit, taking down the Crimson Lotus Serpent King this smoothly was beyond my expectations. I didn't think it would be with the Thunder Leopard." He trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly alert. In a flash, he moved to the Thunder Leopard lying on the ground. The Thunder Leopard was barely clinging to life, its breathing faint and its chest rising and falling weakly. Asura's eyes lit up with excitement as he called out to the group, "We hit the jackpot, 2 level 6 magical beasts." Upon hearing this, the others quickly gathered around, just as excited. Christine gently stroked the Thunder Leopard's massive head and sighed softly. What an incredible mount this would have been. Such a pity. At that moment, the Thunder Leopard's previously shut eyes snapped open, its fist-sized pupils gleaming with a sharp, menacing light. Startled, Christine stumbled backward, right into Asura's arms. The group was alarmed, immediately drawing their weapons in preparation. Clay raised his battered shield, placing himself protectively in front of his sister. With one arm wrapped around Christine's slender waist, and the other gripping his blade. Asura stood on guard. Christine's cheeks flushed a deep red as she tried to steady herself, but her legs felt weak, leaving her unable to move. The thunder leopard, in a similar state of exhaustion, struggled briefly before giving up, the ferocity in its eyes replaced by sorrow and helplessness. After observing for a moment, Asura gently set Christine aside and stepped forward to meet the thunder leopard's gaze. The beast's eyes no longer held any malice. Instead, they seemed to plead with him. Slowly, it moved its forepaw away from its abdomen. Asura seemed to understand something, his expression turning complicated as he gave a small nod. He stepped closer, blade in hand, and carefully opened the thunder leopard's abdomen. Amid the gasps of the group, he extracted 2 wriggling masses of flesh-dew thunder leopard cubs. It turned out that the thunder leopard had been weakened due to giving birth and was ambushed by the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, which had fallen from a cliff and sought to claim its territory. The serpent attacked during the leopard's labor, and Asura's party stumbled upon the scene by chance. The thunder leopard, fighting to protect its cubs, was unable to unleash its full strength. In the end, it was forced to release its fatal grip on the serpent to avoid endangering the lives of its unborn cubs. It had resigned itself to a tragic end, only to survive thanks to Asura and his team. But now, the leopard was at its limit, its body broken with fractured bones piercing its organs. It had used its last ounce of strength to shield its belly until Asura arrived. Asura placed the blood-soaked cubs before the mother leopard, allowing her fading eyes to see the children she had fought so hard to protect. The thunder leopard tried to lick her cubs, but was too weak to move. Understanding her intent, Asura gently brought the cubs closer to her mouth. The leopard cast a grateful glance at him, gave her cubs a tender kiss, and then closed her eyes forever. A heavy silence fell over the group. Luna's face was streaked with tears as she thought of her own distant mother. Asura cradled the 2 cubs, who had already opened their eyes. The tiny creatures curiously inspected their surroundings, occasionally licking Asura's hands affectionately. Turning to the group, Asura said, "Now, let's distribute the spoils. Clay, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's magic core you wanted is here, name your price." But Clay and his sister were too distracted to respond, their gazes locked on the 2 adorable cubs, even drooling a little. Clay was the first to recover, nudging his sister's arm gently. The siblings exchanged a knowing glance before Christine flipped her golden hair, her long legs carrying her gracefully toward Asura. Christine gracefully leaned closer to Asura, her hands naturally wrapping around his arm. In a playful, coquettish tone, she said, "Asura, let's forget about the Red Lotus Serpent King's magic core. I want these 2 lightning leopard cubs instead. Of course, we'll show enough sincerity. What do you think?" As she spoke, she gently shook Asura's arm, her movements causing a slight ripple across her chest. Standing not far away, Clay felt utterly uncomfortable ever since his sister had become a knight and taken up the lance. She hadn't displayed such a delicate, feminine side, let alone acted coy in front of a man. Asura, caught off guard by the sudden softness against his arm, felt momentarily dazed but instinctively leaned his arm forward, savoring the warmth. After a brief moment of indulgence, he feigned a helpless sigh and said, "I know you 2 really want these lightning leopard cubs as mounts. Personally, I agree, but I'll need to consult the others. Of course, you'll need to show enough sincerity to make it fair." Clay and Christine immediately looked at the others with hopeful eyes. Locke's stance was a given. Asura's decision was as good as his own. Luna, who was usually reserved, was sneaking glances at Asura, clearly not opposed to the idea. Meanwhile, Jera was glaring at Christine's hands still clinging to Asura's arm, her expression full of displeasure. Noticing this, Christine quickly released her grip and adjusted her slipping chest armor with a sheepish smile. Only then did Jera reluctantly say, "Since you 2 seem to need these cubs the most, fine, let's give them to you. But let's not forget, level 6 magical beast cubs don't come cheap, especially ones as rare and ideal for mounts as these lightning leopards. This is an opportunity that's almost impossible to come by." Clay immediately chimed in, "Rest assured, everyone, for this trip to the magical beast forest, my sister and I only want these 2 lightning leopard cubs, nothing else. We're willing to pay 2 million gold coins. While we don't have that amount on us at the moment, give us your account details, and we'll arrange the transfer as soon as we return. We swear on the honor of the Keikoeo family." As he spoke, the siblings presented their family crest tokens. Jera instantly recognized the renowned Keikoeo family emblem, and her attitude became noticeably more respectful. Seeing that no one objected to the terms, Asura handed the 2 cubs still licking his arm over to the siblings. They accepted them with overwhelming joy, unable to hide their excitement. Clay, in particular, was full of enthusiasm as he said to Asura, "From now on, you're my best brother. My sister and I owe you a huge favor. If you ever need anything, just say the word." Asura thought to himself, "I don't really need anything from you. But your sister, If only I knew how to bring that up. The distribution of the spoils resumed after the issue with the lightning leopard cubs was resolved. The clay siblings, now content, took the cubs aside to play, leaving the 2 level 6 magical beast cores and the 2 beast corpses as the center of discussion. Jella and Luna quickly expressed that they had no interest in these spoils. After all, the Crimson Lotus Snake King was slain by Asura himself, and according to their prior agreement on contribution-based distribution, these items rightfully belonged to him. For them, receiving 2 million gold coins was already thrilling. Jella's mind was already buzzing with thoughts of the magical equipment she could purchase. The final distribution was decided by Asura. The level 6 magical beast cores and corpses would go to him, and he would forego a share of the gold coins. Jella and Luna each received 900,000 gold coins, while Locke was allocated 200,000. Additionally, the rune-engraved explosive magic arrows were given to Luna, and the previously hunted level 5 magical beast corpse was assigned to Locke. For everyone, this haul exceeded all expectations. Locke, in particular, was overwhelmed with excitement having followed his young master for only a short time. He had gone from a pauper to a wealthy man. His gratitude was boundless, and he felt ready to risk his life for Asura at a moment's notice. Though Asura appeared calm on the outside, he couldn't entirely conceal his excitement. The 2 level 6 magical beast cores and corpses had multiplied his assets tenfold. Even more exhilarating was the fact that this battle had elevated his strength to the 3rd level of both Grand Martial Master and Grand Magician. Thanks to the advantage of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts, his progress far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, as evidenced during his fight with the Crimson Lotus Snake King. As the group cheerfully cleaned up the battlefield, reminiscing about this battle that would be worthy of boasting for years to come, Asura's expression suddenly hardened. His ears twitched slightly, and he cast a cold smile toward a large boulder not far away. He began to silently chant a magic incantation. This was a hallmark of his combat style. Only in close-range combat could he release magic through his weapons or physical contact, a technique closely tied to the martial arts route designed for him by Mentor Yuanda. He finished chanting quickly, pointed his finger, and a lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck behind the boulder. A piercing scream followed, and the group instinctively drew their weapons. At Asura's signal, Locke charged toward the boulder, hefting his massive axe, and dragged out a charred figure like one might pick up a sheik. It was none other than Guise, who had previously ambushed them. Clay restrained his urge to decapitate the traitor on the spot, waiting for Asura to make the final decision. Guise, shifting from wailing pleas to snarling curses, spat, "Damn it. You lot are unbelievably lucky to have survived the Crimson Lotus Snake King. What a pity." Asura produced the Crimson Lotus Snake King's fist-sized magical core, casually playing with it in his hand as he replied, "Sorry to disappoint you, but the Crimson Lotus Snake King's core is now in my possession. It seems it won't be helping you fulfill your wish." Guise turned pale at these words. He had never imagined this group could defeat the Crimson Lotus Snake King. After being ostracized, he had harbored resentment and exposed the group's location with an explosive fireball spell, retreating to a safe area himself. Later, sensing that the rare level 6 Fire Dragon spell scroll had been used and the canyon had fallen silent once more, he naively assumed he might find someone severely injured and fleeing. He had particularly hoped to eliminate Jella to prevent her from reporting him to her father, the vice president of the Magic Association, which would leave him with no place to hide. Thus, he had sneaked back to investigate the aftermath, only to end up in his current predicament. As he quietly approached, the distant sound of laughter caught him off guard. Just as he leaned in to eavesdrop on their conversation, a blinding lightning bolt struck down, narrowly missing him and almost turning him to ash. Moments later, like a lifeless ragdoll, he was hoisted up by a towering, giant-like man and thrown heavily to the ground in front of the others. Guise stared at the glowing magic core in Asura's hand, and the last trace of arrogance in his heart instantly evaporated. He dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face. There was no longer a hint of the pride of a mage. Asura, however, merely glanced at Locke and said calmly, "Don't forget to take the storage ring and clean up the mess." Locke gave a slight nod, grabbed Guise by the hair, and dragged him behind a large boulder. Soon, the gut-wrenching screams abruptly ceased. Moments later, Locke returned, respectfully presenting a storage ring to Asura. Before Asura could speak, Clay interjected, "We siblings don't need this ring, nor are we interested in its contents. Since you're still using a storage belt, why not keep it for yourself?" The others all nodded in agreement. Giera chimed in, "Guise had no significant background, and even if he did, I'd have my father take care of it. After all, he tried to kill Mehe, deserved his fate." Asura gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, but refrained from immediately inspecting the ring's contents. Instead, he scanned the group and said, "We've gained plenty on this trip. To avoid any unforeseen trouble, I suggest we leave the forest of magical beasts immediately. What do you all think?" Everyone nodded in agreement, especially the clay siblings, who were eager to return to their family and report their accomplishments. After all, taming 2 lightning leopards as mounts would undoubtedly be a significant boost to their strength. With their plan set, the group quickly tended to their injuries and began heading towards the Adventurer's Tavern on the outskirts of the forest as swiftly as possible. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to leave a 5-star review. Your support is the motivation behind my updates. After half a month of arduous trekking, the 6-member team finally emerged from the Beast Forest and arrived at the familiar Adventurer's Tavern. A collective sense of relief spread across their faces, and each of them couldn't help but smile. The Clay siblings had already contacted the Cacao family through their clan's communication network. 50 knights in silver armor stood in a neat formation, waiting at the forest's edge. The knight captain dismounted gracefully, offering a respectful salute to the group before handing a crystal card containing 2 million gold coins to Clay. With utmost care, he accepted the 2 young thunder leopards, his eyes betraying an undeniable envy. After all, what knight wouldn't dream of owning such a powerful mount? After the silver-armored knights departed with the cubs under their protection, the group headed into the Adventurer's Tavern to celebrate with drinks. Zyra, having earned over 900,000 gold coins, was grinning from ear to ear. Luna, though she had also received a significant fortune, remained her reserved self, occasionally sneaking glances at Asura. Locke, brimming with excitement, spoke of giving his share of gold to his Aunt Celine, but Asura quickly reminded him that an enormous fortune could bring trouble to ordinary people. He suggested Locke bring only a few hundred gold coins, and perhaps help his aunt set up a small shop to make a living. The group drank and celebrated until dawn, yet none of them mentioned their experiences in the forest. The next day, Locke eagerly set off to visit Aunt Celine, while the utterly inebriated Zyra was taken home by her father's men. The Clay siblings bid farewell to Asura with warm hugs. Christine, in particular, had an indescribable emotion glimmering in her eyes. Asura teased, "I know you're both thinking about those thunder leopards. With them, your family trials will be a breeze. I have no doubt you'll soon become formidable knights." Clay expressed his gratitude and admiration for Asura, extending a heartfelt invitation to visit the Northern Sind Empire in the future. Christine, however, pulled Asura aside, pressing him with questions about his background. Despite her persistence, Asura merely smiled, confirmed his name, and assured her he was not from a noble lineage. Though unsatisfied with his vague answers, Christine reluctantly handed him her family token, instructing him that it could help him find her in any knight order within the Northern Sind Empire. When Asura playfully sniffed the token, Christine stomped her foot in embarrassment and stormed off. Clay, noticing his sister's rare display of girlishness, winked at Asura mischievously before following her. As Asura turned, he noticed Luna still standing there, her golden hair framing a nervous face, her hands clutching her wooden bow tightly. He leaned down, teasing her, "Something's off with you. You've been sneaking glances at me this entire journey. I know I'm amazing, but you can just openly pursue me instead of being so secretive." His shameless remark managed to make Luna laugh. She tried to suppress her amusement, her cheeks reddening as she grabbed Ashura's hand and led him toward a large tree behind the tavern. Luna's first words left Asura utterly stunned. The young girl looked him straight in the eyes and said firmly, "Asura, will you be my partner?" For a moment, Asura could hardly believe it, wondering if the girl was joking. But as he met Luna's unwavering gaze, a sense of pride surged within him, as though his excellence had become impossible to hide. He instinctively ran a hand through his hair, a touch of smugness in his tone as he asked, "So, when did you decide to pursue me? Or, should I ask, which of my amazing qualities caught your attention?" Luna's answer, however, was completely unexpected. "Because you pulled my bow." Her response left Asura frozen in place, his face full of confusion. Seeing his dazed expression, Luna nearly burst out laughing but quickly restrained herself. With a serious tone, she recounted the conversation she had with the ancient war tree in full detail. After hearing the explanation, Asura couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious, so Luna's fondness for him was merely because he could pull what appeared to be an ordinary wooden bow. Slightly annoyed, he gestured for Luna to hand him the bow. Taking the bow, Asura effortlessly drew it into several full arcs. To him, it felt no different from any regular wooden bow. Yet, in Luna's eyes, every time Asura drew the bow, ripples of green light radiated outward. This sight only strengthened her faith in the ancient war tree's guidance, and her gaze toward Asura grew even more resolute. While pulling the bow, Asura grumbled, "How can there be such a strange sign? Are you sure no one else can draw this bow? It feels completely effortless to me. Besides, I've never even seen what you really look like. How could I just agree to be your partner? My family is very traditional, you know." Hearing this, Luna bit her lip lightly, then took out a green herbal balm from her pouch and applied it to her face. She tied her pale golden hair up into a high ponytail. Midway through his rambling, Asura accidentally caught a glimpse of Luna beside him. In that instant, it was as if his soul had been snatched away. He stood frozen, staring at her every move. Finally, he blurted out, almost involuntarily, "I think the ancient war tree was absolutely right." Luna untied the ribbon holding her long, pale golden hair, and wiped away the green herbal paste that had been masking her face. Instantly, the unique beauty of the elves was revealed in full. Crescent-shaped brows hovered above a pair of eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, her fair, luminous skin glowed softly, and her pointed elf ears added an air of grace and vitality. As the daughter of the queen of the elven tribe, Luna was not only the most beautiful maiden in her tribe, but also a formidable force in her own right. Suitors flocked to her like the countless branches of an ancient war tree. During this journey of self-discovery, Luna had deliberately disguised herself to avoid unnecessary trouble. But now, as her true appearance was unveiled, she left Asura completely mesmerized. Among all the women he had encountered, none could rival Luna's ethereal beauty. Seeing the hopeful gaze of the elven maiden before him, Asura cast aside his hesitations, gently took her flushed hand, and led her to a quieter, more secluded spot. Asura settled on a large stone by the roadside, then, feigning concern about the rock's cleanliness, pulled the blushing Luna onto his lap. The shy maiden nestled against him, her soft voice recounting tales of her past. This wasn't Ashura's first encounter with the elves after all. Noblemen across the great empires prided themselves on having elven concubines, and he had even killed an elven warrior in a deadly battle at the floating pagoda. Yet now, with this enchanting girl in his arms, the young and impulsive Asura found himself struggling to resist temptation, his hands instinctively beginning to wander. Luna, overwhelmed by the intimacy, turned crimson, beads of sweat forming on her delicate skin. Just as Asura was calculating how to coax her to an inn, Luna timidly spoke up, "Stop please. We can't do this yet. You need to meet my mother first, or she'll be upset." Asura, undeterred, continued his actions and casually asked, "What will your mom do if she's upset? Come after me with a stick?" Luna nodded earnestly. Seeing his lack of concern, she whispered, "My mother loves me more than anything. And, well, she's a grand archmage at her peak." The words hit Asura like a thunderclap. His hands froze mid-motion, and after a moment, he nonchalantly withdrew them, adjusting her clothing before helping her off his lap. With a forced smile, he asked, "Did you just say your mother is a grand archmage?" "Yes. She's at the very peak, and Grandpa Ancient Tree says she'll soon ascend to become a mage saint." Luna repeated innocently. Ashura's smile twitched. Without another word, he muttered a quick goodbye, turned, and attempted to leave. But Luna clung tightly to his arm. "Where are you going? You can't just abandon me. You weren't like this a moment ago." Asura thought to himself, "You also didn't mention your mother is a grand archmage. How could I dare touch you now?" Out loud, he said, "Oh, I just remembered something urgent I need to take care of." Luna pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. "You men are all liars. Jella warned me to be wary of men outside the tribe, and now I see she was right." Her adorable sulking caught Ashura off guard, and for a moment, he hesitated. Yet, as he weighed the consequences of enduring the wrath of an enraged grand archmage, reason ultimately prevailed. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he said, "I can't meet your mother right now. The person I most want to see is my own mother." He then patiently shared his story with Luna. His reasons for coming to study magic, his familiarity with the forest of magical beasts, and his unrelenting desire for strength. He even admitted to his relationships with 2 other women. Luna listened quietly for over an hour, captivated by the richness of his experiences. Compared to her sheltered life, Ashura's journey seemed full of endless excitement, and being with him felt like stepping into a world of boundless adventure. Luna then offered to return home and ask her mother to help resolve the feud between Ashura's family and the Blackwater family. Ashura politely declined, explaining that his family was not in immediate danger, and that he had vowed to resolve the conflict himself when he became strong enough. Finally, Luna hesitated before shyly asking, "You already have 2 companions. What about me? Where do I fit in your life?" Ashura gazed at her flawless, radiant face and couldn't help but imagine the pride he would feel introducing her to his mother, Qin Lan, back in the kingdom of Olai. What a sight that would be. Ashura gazed into Luna's determined eyes, and a trace of hesitation flickered in his heart. His family had adhered to the tradition of monogamy for generations. If he were to return home with 3 beautiful daughters-in-law, his father would likely make him kneel in the ancestral hall. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "Why don't you head back to your tribe and check on your mother? It's been a long time since you've been home. If your mother agrees to our relationship, I'll find a way to help you enroll in the Sacred Goban Academy." Luna's eyes lit up with excitement at his words, and she rose onto her tiptoes. "Really? You're willing to accept me and let me study at the academy?" Ashura chuckled and nodded. Haven't I made myself clear enough? But let me warn you, don't let your archmage mother come looking for trouble with me. Overjoyed, Luna stood on her tiptoes and planted a light kiss on Asura's cheek, vowing that she would definitely convince her mother. The two of them chatted intimately until nightfall. Despite Asura's several attempts to find an excuse to enter Luna's room, she ultimately pushed him out, her face flushed with embarrassment. Thinking of the archmage's formidable reputation, he didn't dare to force his way in. The next day, Asura accompanied Luna around the sacred Goban city to purchase supplies. It was his suggestion to bring some daily necessities for Luna's tribe, especially since she had no idea what to do with the 800,000 gold coins in her possession. They bought fabrics, utensils, salt, spices, and other essentials, stuffing Luna's spatial ring to the brim. In the end, they only spent 30,000 gold coins. Before her departure, Asura took out a few magic cores he had acquired earlier and carefully inscribed explosive runes on them. He also handed over the level 5 Earthbear core, the very one that had nearly cost him his life, to Luna for self-defense. The following day, Asura escorted a reluctant Luna out of the sacred Goban city, reminding her to visit him at the academy when she returned. As he watched her figure disappear into the distance, Asura, momentarily without a clear plan, made a decision would head to Prolo city. He was beginning to miss his beloved Daphne. On a bustling street in Pro City, a long line had already formed in front of a women-only medical clinic. 7 or 8 women waited patiently, including noble ladies and refined young maidens. Although the clinic had only recently opened, it quickly gained a stellar reputation throughout the city, thanks to the female physician's exceptional skills and graceful demeanor. Inside the clinic, Dai Fei was bent over, meticulously writing down her patient's records. She casually brushed aside a strand of her dark hair that had fallen across her face and continued focusing on her work. Hearing footsteps approach, she instinctively asked, "What seems to be troubling you? Or is there a chronic ailment I should know about?" "Heartache. Can the divine healer cure that?" A familiar, teasing voice answered. Dai Fei's head shot up, and upon recognizing the visitor, she immediately pushed aside her desk and threw herself into Asura's arms. Outside, the maid quickly stepped out to inform the waiting women that the clinic would be closed for the day, thoughtfully reserving follow-up slots for them. Though a bit disappointed, the women left while whispering excitedly about this unexpected gossip. In a small room in the backyard, after an intimate reunion, Dai Fei lay languidly against Asura's chest, her fingers tracing the scars on his abdomen. The two exchanged stories of their time apart. Asura skillfully glossed over any tales involving other women, while Dai Fei recounted her progress in medicine and her decision to transform a food shop into a women's clinic. Asura silently considered whether he should introduce Dai Fei to his grandmaster as a potential apprentice. The next day, Asura bid farewell to Dai Fei and set out on an errand. Following his memory, he arrived at a dimly lit street, donned a black face mask, and entered the underground black market through a guarded secret door. The market was particularly lively that day, as an important auction was about to take place. Asura felt fortunate to have arrived just in time. He checked his belongings, a pair of 6th-tier magical beast corpses and their magic core's valuable items that would serve as excellent bargaining chips. An hour later, a sweet voice announced the start of the auction. Asura followed the crowd into a theater-like venue. Although entry required an additional payment of 10 gold coins, the room still filled with 300 to 400 attendees. Scanning the crowd, Asura quickly noticed that most of the participants were formidable individuals, exuding an air of strength and power. As the audience grew restless and began whispering among themselves, a dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the stands. A stunningly graceful elven woman, with an elegant figure, stepped onto the central stage. Her face was veiled, and in a melodious, crystal-clear voice, she greeted the powerful individuals present, assuring them that today's auction would undoubtedly live up to their expectations. The first item was promptly unveiled, a suit of armor, etched with intricate fire elemental runes. Its commanding design immediately captured everyone's attention. In the realm of kings, weapons and equipment are categorized into 6 tiers: common, fine, exquisite, arcane, mystic, and divine. This fire rune armor, belonging to the arcane tier like the radiant twin blades wielded by Asura, was a rare treasure on the market. Even more remarkable, the armor could unleash a level 6 repelling fire ring once a day, capable of driving back all warriors and mages below the rank of magic master in its vicinity. The auction was conducted in 2 formats. The first allowed bidding with gold coins, with the highest bidder winning the item. The second offered a barter system, allowing the seller to choose the most valuable or desirable trade. This fire rune armor was being auctioned under the first format. With no starting price, bidders were free to name their offers as long as they surpassed the previous bid. It didn't take long for the price to soar to 500,000 gold coins, leaving Asura secretly astonished at it would take the entire bounty they had earned from the forest of magical beasts to purchase even 1 or 2 items of this caliber. Ultimately, a burly, masked warrior secured the armor for an astonishing 680,000 gold coins. Asura sized up the man's imposing figure and thought to himself that the armor would surely look majestic on him. Regrettably, the armor was designed for men. If it had been a women's version, Asura would have been tempted to buy it for Magina. He still felt guilty about the personal soft armor Magina had lent him, which had been damaged during their encounter with the earthquake bear. Silently, he vowed to repay her kindness tenfold. If you enjoyed this, please leave a 5-star review. Your support and encouragement fuel my updates. Thank you. The auction was in full swing, with the host showcasing a variety of rare treasures, including weapons, martial techniques, potions, and magical beasts. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense as item after item was sold at escalating prices. Asura participated in a few bids, but was quickly outmatched by others. Seeing nothing that particularly caught his eye, he decided not to push further. It was, after all, almost impossible to find a bargain in a crowded auction like this, with hundreds of competitors. However, when the beautiful elven hostess unveiled a yellow-tier magic item, Asura's attention was immediately drawn. She introduced it with a clear and melodic voice. This is a space magic spellbook called Blink. It allows the caster to teleport a short distance instantaneously. The exact range depends on the caster's level. Surprisingly, the audience showed little interest in the item. The reasoning was simple. Magic users were already rare, and spatial mages were even more so, practically a rarity among rarities. Moreover, this was an evasion-type spell, far less valuable than offensive magic in the eyes of most. Coupled with the fact that the hostess had not specified the exact teleportation range, the crowd dismissed it as an unimpressive skill. Faced with the lukewarm reaction, the hostess appeared slightly embarrassed but pressed on with professionalism. This spellbook is being sold on consignment. The seller has requested a barter exchange. They urgently need the intact corpse of a wind element magical beast of level 6 or higher. The announcement sparked murmurs of discontent among the crowd, with some even shouting for the next item to be brought out. Just as the situation grew awkward, a hoarse voice broke the tension. I happen to have a freshly hunted level 6 lightning leopard. Would that meet the requirement? The crowd turned to see a tall, lean figure masked in shadow, stepping forward slowly toward the center stage. On his back was a single saber wrapped in black cloth. It was Asura. His calm demeanor betrayed no emotion, but inwardly, he was determined to acquire the spellbook. This was a rare opportunity to delve into spatial magic, and as luck would have it, the lightning leopard he had recently slain in the magical beast forest perfectly fit the criteria. The saber on his back, of course, was nothing more than a decoy. Before the hostess could respond, an elderly, diminutive figure leapt from the shadows near the stage. The man's wiry frame was cloaked, but his long, white beard peeked out beneath his face covering. He eyed Asura keenly and asked with urgency, "Young man, did you just say you killed a level 6 lightning leopard? Are you certain? Where is the body?" Asura didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at the hostess for confirmation. After receiving her nod, he reached into his storage belt and retrieved the massive corpse of the lightning leopard, tossing the 5-meter-long beast onto the stage. Gasps erupted from the audience, and all eyes turned toward Asura, now filled with awe and respect. To slay a level 6 lightning leopard single-handedly was no small feat. Such a display of strength was undeniable. The elderly man moved swiftly to inspect the corpse, running his hands over the fur and examining the wounds carefully. After a moment, he nodded in approval. Yes, indeed, this is a level 6 lightning leopard. It's been dead for less than a month, and its condition has been well preserved. Judging by this clean wound, it seems it was killed in a single strike. Now, where's the magic core? Hand that over as well. Asura frowned slightly. You only specified the corpse of a wind element magical beast. You never mentioned the magic core. The old man's tone hardened. The core is part of the beast, isn't it? Without the core, I'd be at a loss here. Surely you don't expect me to accept this deal without it? Asura chuckled lightly, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. Oh, I'm afraid that's not possible. I've already given the core away as a gift. Looks like this spellbook and I are destined to miss each other. With that, he made a move to retrieve the lightning leopard's body back into his storage space. The moment the elderly masked man's hand touched the head of the lightning leopard, he was met with Asura's cold, piercing gaze. What are you trying to do? Rob me? Asura's tone was light and casual, but it struck the old man like a thunderclap. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. As someone capable of effortlessly taking down a level 6 magical beast, Asura's strength was unfathomable. Until he made a move, no one could truly gauge his actual power level. Asura silently analyzed the situation. Judging by the old man's actions, his strength was likely mediocre otherwise. Why bother buying a level 6 magical beast corpse when he could hunt one himself in the beast forest? Realizing his lapse in composure, the old man cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Behind the mask, His expression remained unreadable. Forcing a smile, he finally said, "Since no one else can offer a better level 6 wind-type magical beast corpse, even though it's missing its magic core, I suppose I'll suffer a small loss and trade with you." Asura let out a faint, raspy chuckle. Internally, he cursed the old man for his sly tactics, but outwardly, he remained calm and composed. Feeling uneasy, the old man quickly shot a pleading glance at the beautiful elven auctioneer. With her extensive experience, the auctioneer stepped in to mediate, deftly diffusing the tension with just a few words and smoothly facilitating the transaction between the two. The old man, now the proud owner of the lightning leopard corpse, could barely contain his delight as he hastily disappeared into the shadows behind the stage. Meanwhile, Asura followed an attendant to the side to collect the magical skill, Blink. The attendant also handed him a command token, explaining that it served as a safeguard for buyers within the confines of Prolo City. Anyone daring to seize an auctioned item within the city would be directly opposing the underground auction house, which would ensure justice for its clients. However, the token's protection would cease once Asura left Prolo City. Asura nodded in acknowledgement, storing the items in his spatial storage. Suppressing the surge of joy within him, he calmly returned to his seat in the viewing area, maintaining an air of indifference. Asura initially intended to leave immediately after completing the transaction, but considering the possibility of being watched and driven by curiosity about the other treasures, he decided to wait until the auction concluded and exit with the crowd. However, as the next auction item was unveiled, a sudden and familiar sense of unease washed over him. On the stage, the elven hostess, a stunning beauty, sought to break the awkward silence caused by the previous space magic item. With an enthusiastic tone, she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the highlight of today's auction. This could very well be the opportunity of a lifetime." All eyes in the room instantly turned to the center of the stage. Even Asura couldn't help but be drawn in. The hostess accepted an ancient scroll handed to her by an attendant and smiled alluringly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a treasure map from ages past. After thorough research by the auction house elders, it has been confirmed to lead to a legendary artifact." Her words set the room ablaze with excitement. In the realm of kings, only a dozen or so artifacts were known to exist, and each was a symbol of supreme power, owned only by the most formidable individuals. The prospect of a new artifact emerging sent waves of fervor rippling through the audience. Yet, the shrewd among them quickly noticed something amiss. Why would such a priceless treasure map be up for auction? A few scoffs of skepticism echoed through the crowd. The hostess, maintaining her composure, elaborated, "Indeed, this is a treasure map to an artifact, but it is only 1/3 of the complete map. According to our elders' analysis, all 3 parts are required to locate the lost artifact." At this revelation, the atmosphere dampened slightly, and a few attendees began to jeer. But the hostess, unperturbed, added with a sly smile, "We have already identified the location of the second piece of the map. Whoever purchases this piece will receive the location of the second map free of charge. As for the final piece, that will depend on your fate." Her words reignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Seizing the moment, she declared, "The starting bid is 1,000,000 gold coins. Let the bidding begin." Just then, a peculiar voice came from Asura's front left. The bid was raised to 2,000,000 gold coins. The voice belonged to a short, slightly hunched figure cloaked in black. When the figure raised their hand again to bid 3,000,000, Asura caught sight of a pair of black sun and moon tattoos on their exposed arm. A chill ran down his spine. Those markings were the unmistakable insignia of the Blood Zhao organization, the same group that had attempted to ambush the Dwarven convoy on Academy Road years ago. The figure in the black robe ahead let out a chilling, eerie laugh upon seeing someone else raising the bid. "Hehehe, how amusing. I'd like to see who dares to claim this treasure map in the end." Though the voice was faint, Asura, who was fully alert, caught every word clearly. A shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively scanned the entire venue. With the aid of his heightened spiritual senses, he discovered that dozens of suspicious black-robed figures were lurking in various corners of the auction hall. The realization sent a jolt through him. Hadn't felt this level of dread even when facing the infamous Crimson Serpent King. He quickly understood that these black-robed individuals were planning something sinister tonight. Ignoring the increasingly fervent bidding atmosphere, Asura feigned indifference and turned to leave. In his hand, he tightly gripped a wind rune, ready to activate it at any moment to boost his speed and make a swift escape. As he stepped onto the staircase leading to the surface, he became acutely aware of several black-robed figures moving toward the base of the stairs. The moment his foot touched the ground outside, Asura felt a slight sense of relief. He glanced at the guards stationed at the entrance, hesitating whether to warn them about the impending danger. But before he could speak, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from below, accompanied by panicked cries, angry shouts, and maniacal laughter. Through the cracks of the concealed door, faint flashes of red light could be seen. Both Asura and the guards immediately turned grim. Just then, several black-robed figures emerged from a corner of the street and launched a ruthless attack on the guards without hesitation. The four guards, all of whom were at the Grand Martial Master level, quickly engaged in combat. However, even with comparable strength, they struggled to gain the upper hand. This only deepened Asura's unease. These black-robed individuals were clearly far stronger than those he had encountered before. And these were just the ones on the surface. The ones still inside the underground auction hall were bound to be even more formidable. As Asura prepared to slip away, one of the black-robed figures spotted him and lunged forward, brandishing a weapon shaped like a scythe. Reacting swiftly, Asura drew his twin blades, which emitted a dazzling golden light. The intense brilliance forced the black-robed attacker to shield his eyes and retreat. By the time his vision recovered, Asura had already vanished. The black-robed figure cursed angrily before turning back to join the assault on the guards. After leaving, Asura didn't go far. Instead, he concealed himself atop a nearby rooftop, cautiously observing the situation at the entrance of the underground trade fair. He knew full well that engaging with the black-robed figures at this moment would be unwise. The mysterious organization known as Shuezhao had a long-standing grudge against him, and with his current strength still lacking, it was not the time for prolonged conflict. The radiant light he had just unleashed not only forced the black-robed figures to retreat, but also served as a warning. Its dazzling golden glow was exceptionally conspicuous in the pitch-black night. From the distance, the city guard of Prolo City had already been alerted and was rushing to the scene. The guards at the entrance were faltering, on the verge of being slaughtered. What was even more shocking was the fact that not a single person had escaped from the underground square so far. This both alarmed and infuriated Asura. There were over 300 strong individuals down there, not to mention the guards of the trade fair. Just how powerful were these black-robed figures? Through the rooftop, he could feel faint tremors emanating from underground, indicating an intense battle was raging below. After a brief moment of thought, Asura silently recited an incantation and struck several thick bolts of lightning down toward the trade fair entrance. Hearing the startled cries and angry curses from below, he swiftly relocated to a more distant vantage point to continue observing. The lightning injured several of the black-robed figures, who had been gaining the upper hand. One of them, wielding a scythe, had his right arm scorched black and was now screaming in agony. The lightning also served as a beacon for the approaching city guards. The first soldiers to arrive quickly engaged the injured black-robed figures. Meanwhile, the city's most powerful fighters were converging on the scene, and an overwhelming aura was rapidly approaching from the direction of the mayor's residence site. Was Godhood, the mayor of Prolo City, a grand battle mage. Just as Asura was preparing to slip away quietly, the underground trade fair's main gate was suddenly blasted open from within. A burly black-robed figure emerged, gripping an elderly man with a white beard by the neck. Behind him followed over 20 black-robed figures, all drenched in blood. The city guards at the entrance were swiftly decimated. As the black-robed figures prepared to continue their slaughter, several streaks of violet light suddenly shot through the air. The heads of the leading black-robed figures exploded like watermelons, causing the rest to retreat in shock and anger, hiding behind the burly figure. Looking up, they saw a tall, refined middle-aged man holding a violet spear, gazing coldly down at them. Asura instantly recognized him as Godhood, the mayor of Prolo City. The weapon in his hand, known as Zilong, was said to contain the sealed soul of a dragon. Before the mayor could speak, the burly black-robed figure sneered, "Godhood, you're late. Did you just crawl off your charming wife's belly? It's been years since you've made a move. Have you been wasting all your energy on women instead?" His words elicited a chorus of eerie laughter from the other black-robed figures. Godhood remained unfazed, the violet hue of his spear intensifying. His voice was deep and magnetic. "You cowardly rats, hiding your faces, why have you come to cause trouble in my Prolo City? Are you tired of living? Kneel and surrender now, or I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." The black-robed figure's arrogance visibly diminished. The oppressive presence of a grand battle mage hovering midair was no trivial matter. However, the burly black-robed figure casually tossed the elderly man, now barely clinging to life, to his companions and replied nonchalantly, "If we dared come to your city, we're not afraid of you, Mayor. This old man has something we want. Let us take him, and we'll leave immediately. How about that?" Godhood glanced at the elderly man, who was the grand elder of the underground trade fair and a mage of considerable power himself. They had private dealings in the past, and the trade fair contributed a substantial amount to the city's coffers each year. Letting the black-robed figures take him would be a severe blow to the mayor's reputation. Who would dare do business in Prolo City after this? Without another word, the mayor raised his spear, and the shadow of a massive violet dragon appeared behind him, flapping its wings and roaring in fury. The overwhelming pressure made it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze directly. Hidden in the shadows of the rooftop, Asura felt his blood churn, experiencing firsthand the terrifying power of a grand battle mage. At that moment, his desire for strength grew even more intense, imagining himself one day standing tall in the air, looking down upon the world. The leader of the black-robed figures merely furrowed his brows in response to the sudden attack. With calm and deliberate movements, he slid a pair of blood-red knuckle dusters onto his fingers. As his aura surged dramatically, the faint shadow of a crimson tiger materialized behind him, flickering in and out of sight. Jayadiluo, let's see if all these years of training your marksmanship have only been spent on women's bellies. Take this punch. The burly man in the black robe let out a savage laugh, bellowing as he launched himself like a cannonball. His fist, wrapped in a fierce gust of wind, shot straight towards City Lord Jayadiluo, who was hovering midair. City Lord Jayadiluo's expression turned grave. With a swift motion, his purple dragon spear spun in his hands, creating a dense flurry of spear shadows that clashed head-on with the burly man's strike. A deafening boom echoed as both men were forced back 3 steps in midair before steadying themselves. Watching his opponent demonstrate the same ability to hover in the air, Jayadiluo's shock and anger grew. Inwardly, he muttered in disbelief that this man was also a grand battle magia level of power that explained his audacity to face him directly. Yet what unsettled Jayadiluo even more was the strange sense of familiarity emanating from this opponent. Suppressing his doubts, Jayadiluo once again engaged in fierce combat with the charging black-robed man. The clash between the 2 grand battle mages was nothing short of spectacular. Below them, hidden in the shadows, Asura watched the fight with wide, gleaming eyes. Though he absorbed much from observing the battle, the true essence of their techniques remained elusive to him. On the ground, the rest of the black-robed figures were locked in an intense battle with the city's defensive forces. While the city guards were individually weaker, they had the advantage of numbers, mastery of coordinated battle formations, and the leadership of several powerful generals. For the moment, the 2 sides were evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, in midair, the burly black-robed man unleashed a devastatingly vicious punch. The sharp spikes of his knuckle dusters tore through Jayadiluo's left shoulder, sending blood splattering. The city lord's shoulder was drenched in crimson, but he ignored the pain, his voice trembling with shock. Star Shatter Fist? How do you know that technique? Who are you? Hovering in the air, the burly man let out a chilling laugh. Surprised, Jayadiluo? The very battle technique you taught me years ago is now the one that's injured you. Poetic justice, isn't it? Ha ha ha. You're Braun? You're alive? Jayadiluo cried out in disbelief. The burly man threw back his hood, revealing a bald head covered in scars and eyes burning with deep-seated hatred. You still remember me, General Jayadiluo? I'm honored. For over a decade, I've dreamed of this moment, dreamed of killing you. Ha ha ha. Seeing that familiar face with his own eyes, a flood of memories from an unwelcome past surged through Jayadiluo's mind. The man before him, clad in a black robe and with a broad, muscular build, was named Bulong. He was none other than Jayadiluo's sworn brother from his days in the military. During the years of relentless warfare in the Valencia Empire, Jayadiluo rose from a mere soldier to become a formidable mage warrior general. Bulong, as his personal guard captain, wielding the power of a 3rd-tier mage warrior, remained steadfastly by his side. The 2 were as close as brothers, often sharing drinks and confiding in each other. It was in this very city of Prolo that Bulong had been the first to scale the walls and secure victory. However, despite his loyalty and bravery, Bulong had one fatal flaw: his lustful nature. Following the conquest of Prolo, during a celebratory banquet, a drunken Bulong broke into a noble's estate. He killed a resisting man and, in a frenzy of bloodlust, assaulted and murdered several young women in the household. This atrocity sparked widespread outrage throughout the city. The disgraced noble family approached Jayadiluo, threatening to leverage their connections with the empire's influential figures unless the perpetrator was severely punished. As a general, Jayadiluo was torn between upholding military discipline and maintaining the support of the local nobility. With a heavy heart, he had no choice but to order Bulong's arrest. When Bulong, bound in iron chains, knelt in the grand hall of the military camp, he had sobered up. Trembling and filled with despair, he looked up at Jayadiluo with pleading eyes, begging for mercy in the name of their past camaraderie. Yet, under immense pressure, Jayadiluo suppressed his anguish and ordered a punishment of 100 lashes with the Firevine Whip, followed by execution. The Firevine Whip, crafted from the poisonous vines of the beast forest, inflicted excruciating pain with every strike, akin to being burned alive, and left permanent scars. Unable to bear hearing Bulong's screams, Jayadiluo turned away and left the camp after giving the order. Under the relentless lashes of the disciplinary officer, Bulong endured unimaginable agony. Instead of reflecting on his crimes, the pain only fueled his resentment toward Jayadiluo. When the lash count reached over 70, a sudden downpour forced the officers and guards to seek shelter in their tents. An hour later, when the rain stopped, they discovered that Bulong had broken free from his chains and escaped. The disciplinary officer reported the escape to Jadalo and immediately led a hunt to capture him. For days later, the heavily injured Bulong was finally cornered at the edge of a cliff. Just as they were about to apprehend him, he leaped into the abyss below. Watching silently from a distance, Jadalo cast one last glance at the cliff before ordering the troops to withdraw. Afterward, Jadalo was appointed as the Lord of Prolo City, while Bulong vanished without a trace. Everyone assumed he had perished in the depths of the gorge. Yet now, here stood Bulong, very much alive. His face marked with the scars left by the firevine whip. Jadalo was overwhelmed with complex emotions, opening his mouth to speak but saying nothing. Jadalo, you never expected this, did you? Bulong's face twisted with malice, his voice dripping with venom. You never thought I would survive, never imagined I'd become a grand mage warrior like you, did you? Huh. All these years, I've been consumed by the thought of revenge, eager to confront the traitor who sold out his brother to claim the title of City Lord. These scars, I've kept them as a reminder of my hatred. Today, I will crush you beneath my feet and tear apart that deceitful face of yours. Faced with his former sworn brother, Jadalo let out a long sigh and said no more. His demeanor shifted dramatically, and with a flash of his spear, he aimed straight for Bulong's throat. In their first exchange, Bulong was shocked to find that Jadalo's spear techniques had grown twice as fast as before. His knuckle-dusted fists couldn't even get close, and he narrowly avoided being pierced several times. Fear began to bead on Bulong's forehead as cold sweat. It turned out that after leaping off the cliff, Bulong had miraculously survived and was later recruited by the Blood Zhao organization. Using forbidden techniques, he rapidly advanced his strength, only recently achieving the first-tier Grand Mage Warrior level last month. Driven by his thirst for vengeance, he eagerly joined this mission without hesitation. The fierce battle gradually led Brune to a shocking realization: Godilluo's strength had reached the second level of Grand Magus Warrior. Frustration filled his heart, yet he was forced to focus all his energy on countering the opponent's unpredictable and elusive spear thrusts. Brune's body was now covered in wounds of varying sizes, each one a painful reminder of the gap in their abilities. As former close friends, Brune knew Godilluo all too well. He was certain that Godilluo had yet to unleash his family's secret yellow-rank martial skill, Shattering Star Spear. Brune was intimately familiar with its power after all. The Shattering Star Fist Godilluo had once taught him had already benefited him immensely, let alone the spear technique in its original form. When Brune noticed the purple glow of Godilluo's purple dragon spear growing ever brighter, he could no longer suppress the fear rising within him. Elder Jace, are you just going to stand there? He shouted loudly toward the group of black-robed figures on the ground. His cry immediately put Godilluo on alert, prompting him to scan the battlefield warily. In that brief moment of distraction, a streak of black light shot out from the black-robed group's ranks, hurtling straight toward him. No matter how Godilluo twisted his body to evade or raised his spear to block, the black light relentlessly pursued him until it finally sank into his body. Midair, Godilluo's form wavered as he struggled to steady himself. His face turned ashen as he glared furiously at the black-robed figures below, roaring, "Cowards!" A raspy, sinister laugh echoed in response. A hunched figure in a black robe slowly ascended into the air. From the shadows, Asura immediately recognized him. It was the mysterious individual who had placed a bid earlier from the diagonal front position. To Asura's astonishment, this man was also a Grand Magus Warrior-level powerhouse, explaining why so many experts on the ground had failed to break through. At that moment, Asura couldn't help but feel relieved about his earlier choice. "And who are you? What have you done to me?" Godilluo demanded angrily. Perhaps it was the dim light of the night, but Asura noticed eerie black markings beginning to surface on Godilluo's face. Even his prized purple dragon spear had lost its former brilliance. In midair, a hunched figure cloaked in black leisurely toyed with a pitch-black skull in his hands. His voice was chilling yet calm. "Lord of Godilluo, there's no need for you to know who I am. We have no personal grievances, but you're standing in the way of our organization. Be wise and step aside. You might still save your life. Otherwise, this curse is no laughing matter." The Lord of Godilluo bristled with anger at these words. "A curse? Are you a shaman? Do you think the lands of the Valency Empire are a place for the likes of you, filthy scum?" Hidden in the shadows, Ashura's heart skipped a beat at the mention of shaman. He recalled reading about this mysterious group in the Academy's library. These shamans resided in the beast forest beyond the borders of the Sind North Empire, living among magical beasts and subsisting on venomous creatures. Though similar to magicians, they specialized in curses and control spells, lacking any direct combat ability. Their bodies were covered in magical tattoos. The more intricate and numerous the tattoos, the stronger their power. Shamans had always been enemies of humanity, often using humans for curse experiments or commanding magical beasts to massacre entire cities. Nations detested them and offered hefty bounties for their capture. Now, for a shaman to infiltrate the heart of the Valency Empire and openly challenge a city lord, it was clear that this Blood Zhao organization possessed far greater power than anyone had imagined. The shaman, named Jace, ignored Gadalo's angry outburst and continued playing with the skull. Wisps of black energy seeped from the skull and connected to Gadalo. Feeling weak now, Lord of the City? How much of your strength is left? Step aside. We only want to take that old man. He has something we need: information. An item. His mouth is too stubborn, so we'll have to let him taste every curse imaginable. Brune wanted to speak, but was silenced by a single glare from Jace. Swallowing his words, he could only glare resentfully at Gadalo. The city lord hesitated. The curse had indeed left him severely weakened, reducing his combat strength to barely 60. Worse, the more he used his blood energy, the stronger the curse's effects became. As he wavered, the long-bearded old man under their control suddenly sprang into action. He unleashed an instant-cast magic scroll, Ring of Fire Resistance, blasting away 2 guards. Without pause, the old man hurled several high-level magic scrolls into the crowd, erupting the area into chaos. Explosions roared, people screamed, and horses reared. Several nearby black-cloaked figures were killed instantly. Jace and Brune were stunned and immediately turned to pursue, but streaks of spear light shot toward them like meteors. Brune had no choice but to shield the now defenseless Jace, enduring the weakened but still formidable yellow-tier martial skill, shattering Star's spear. He cursed under his breath as he blocked the attacks. Jace peered through the dust-filled street, but could no longer see the old man. Enraged, he clenched his fists. The mission, meticulously planned by the organization for so long, had gone awry. How would he explain this failure to his superiors? Driven by fury, Jace raised the skull once more and began chanting a spell. A beam of red light shot out from the skull, enveloping Brune entirely. Brune's eyes turned blood-red, his muscles bulged grotesquely, and his veins pulsed violently. Like a berserk beast, he charged at Gadalo, launching a frenzied assault without regard for his injuries. Gadalo, unable to fully utilize his spear techniques in close combat, was forced on the defensive, retreating in disarray. Asura watched in stunned silence as the chaos unfolded. Meanwhile, the long-bearded old man stumbled toward the house where Asura was hiding. From a storage ring, the old man retrieved a small object and quickly stashed it in a crack in the stone outside the door. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled in another direction. Ashura's heart raced. Could this be the item the Blood Zhao organization was so desperate to find? Could it be the treasure map? Before he could sort out his thoughts, a figure descended from the sky, slamming into the ground and demolishing part of a nearby building. Asura looked up and saw only Brune and Jace remaining in the sky. Clearly, the Lord of Gadalo had been defeated. Brune, now like a frenzied earth bear, was drenched in blood yet oblivious to his injuries. He let out a beastly roar that shook the air. Just as Bronn was about to plunge from midair and deliver a fatal blow to Lord Gadalo, the shaman Jess suddenly withdrew the crimson glow enveloping Bronn. Fool! Jess barked sharply. Forget about Gadalo. Go after the elder of the underground black market. Don't let that old man escape under any circumstances. The moment the red glow disappeared, Bronn grew feeble, as if all his strength had been drained. His condition was even worse than the heavily injured Lord Gadalo. A flicker of dissatisfaction and fear crossed Bronn's eyes as he hesitated, glancing at Jess. But ultimately, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and began chasing after the bearded elder. From his elevated vantage point, Jess cast a contemptuous look at Bronn. To him, Bronn was nothing more than a beast to be controlled at will. The organization had granted Bronn enhanced strength not because of his potential, but because they needed a loyal dog. Pushing this thought aside, Jess activated the Black Skull once more, continuing to ensnare the struggling Lord Gadalo in a web of dark curses as he tried to crawl out from the rubble. Asura, hiding in the shadows, observed the scene intently. Neither side seemed to notice his presence. Several times, he considered stepping out to examine the treasure hidden in the cracks of the stones, but the horrifying power displayed by the Grand Warlock kept him frozen in place. If the man in the black robe detected him, it would surely mean his end. Moreover, who could say whether other powerful figures were lurking in the shadows, or if the black-robed figures had additional masters manipulating the situation from behind the scenes? Bronn soon caught up with the injured elder in a deadened alley. Even with the elder's wind-enhanced speed, an injured mage stood no chance of outrunning a warrior of a much higher tier. Though weakened, Bronn sneered as he advanced step by step, already deciding to break the elder's limbs first to ensure no chance of retaliation. The elder, realizing his fate was sealed, straightened his hunched back and adjusted his mage's robe, determined to maintain his dignity to the end. He glared at Braun with fiery defiance and shouted, "You bastards will meet your doom. The Underground Guild will avenge me. You'll get nothing from me." Before his words fully faded, he pressed a 7th-tier Hellfire instant-cast magic scroll to his chest. In an instant, an all-consuming inferno engulfed the entire street. The bearded elder and everything around him were reduced to ashes amidst the raging flames. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.